This is a luxurious hotel worth billions, yet you are unwilling to inherit it because this hotel connects to countless movie universes, where various dangerous characters appear. On the first day of operation, Megatron complained that the helipad was too small. On the second day, Iron Man ran out of power due to unpaid water and electricity bills. On the third day, Black Widow and Catwoman fought over the front desk. And today, a strange man who only rents rooms to dogs has arrived at the hotel. Standing next to him was a tall woman with short brown hair, holding a dog in her arms, a cute little beagle. When you saw the man's distinctly East Asian face, which was different from ordinary British people, you felt that he looked somewhat familiar. But now is not the time to think about other things. A guest has arrived. And this is the first guest you will be receiving after inheriting the hotel. Hello, may I ask what kind of room you would like to book? You straightened your back, took on the demeanor of a hotel manager, and slowly and accurately said this sentence in English. I never passed level 4 back then, and now I'm jumping straight to level 10 difficulty. I must pull out the level 4 dictionary tonight. It's not for us to stay. The black-haired man took the beagle from the hands of the tall brown-haired woman and placed it in the pet carrier he was holding in his left hand, then set it on the marble table at the front desk. It's for our dog to stay. You were stunned. Coming to a 5-star hotel, just to book a room for a dog. Is being rich this extravagant? That's right, we're not staying, just letting it stay. The black-haired man pulled out a gold coin from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards you with 2 fingers. Use this to pay. A gold coin? The British really have all sorts of strange things. You were a bit puzzled, picked up the coin to take a closer look, and felt that this coin seemed somewhat familiar, but you couldn't quite place where you had seen it before. You were very sure that you had never touched gold in your life, so this sense of familiarity surprised you a bit. How many days will you stay? When will you check out? You couldn't remember where the second wave of familiarity was coming from at that moment, nor did you think too much about it, and asked according to the standard procedure. For a 5-star hotel, pet-friendly service is just a basic service. Although you hadn't done it domestically, as long as you pay, it shouldn't be a problem, especially since the payment was in gold, which was still uncertain for the time being. I want to take my wife to the hospital for an examination, and then determine a treatment plan. As he said this, the black-haired man looked at his wife beside him, his eyes filled with worry and tenderness. The woman's face was somewhat pale, and her lips were also a bit white. From beginning to end, she remained silent, as if she didn't have much strength to speak. You nodded slightly, not asking any more questions, but instead lowered your head to take out the check-in form and handed it to the other person. I need your driver's license for registration. May I ask your name? John Wick. Who? What did you say your name was? You suddenly looked up, and that strong sense of familiarity surged in your heart again. You stared closely at the other person, and only then did you realize where that inexplicable familiarity from the coins and the person's appearance came from. This face actually resembled that of the big star Keanu Reeves very much. You didn't dare to stare at the other person before, because it was very impolite behavior. Later, your attention was affected by things like the dog checking in alone and the gold coins. But now, hearing the name the other person mentioned, you completely reacted. Is this the real Keanu Reeves, or an impersonator of Keanu Reeves? But this name, brother, are you serious? Moreover, with your name, this gold coin, and this dog all together, are you sure you're not here to mess with me? Have I not seen John Wick? Who is John Wick? The killer night demon. A man who kills his way through a world for a dog. The first John Wick tells such a simple story. A retired killer has his beloved car stolen and his beloved dog killed by a gangster's heir. And then the retired killer goes on a rampage, killing 77 people in 101 minutes of film, with no dull moments. It's exhilarating. However, on the day he got the beagle, John Wick's wife Helen had just been buried. Moreover, after John Wick retired from the killer world, he took out the universal currency of the underground world, gold coins hidden in a concrete underground safe to spend. This was also after the beagle was killed by the gangster's heir. Big brother, if you're going to cosplay, please come alone. That way I can trust you a bit more. Although you do look a lot like that male lead. But now you're bringing your deceased wife to check in for your deceased dog. The plot doesn't even match up. You're such an unprofessional cosplayer. After brainstorming, you quickly come to a conclusion. This is an impersonator of John Wick played by Keanu Reeves, and a very high-level impersonator at that. At least looks-wise, he can score a 90. I am John Wick. Is there a problem? The man with black hair stared at you, his gaze somewhat puzzled. Seeing that the other party still insisted on being called John Wick, you showed an I understand you expression. No problem, but it's just a dog. You can pay with a credit card. You pushed the gold coin back, since you recognized that the other party was an impersonator of Keanu Reeves and discovered that he was playing this cosplay game. You naturally guessed that this gold coin was most likely a movie prop. You even suspected that there were several cameras hidden outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the other party might also be hiding a miniature camera on him. secretly filming your expression, thinking that my shocked expression might be broadcast on television. I felt a bit unhappy. I find these internet celebrities and variety shows the most annoying. I've heard for a long time that people in the UK aren't very honest, but I didn't expect them to be this dishonest. Do you believe I could learn from John Wick and give you a give me back my dog? I'll take your dog. Spare my dog. My dog is gone 4-part series? The black-haired man slightly tilted his head, his gaze filled with more confusion and even a hint of vigilance. Isn't the hotel rule gold coins? Swipe your card. I promise to take good care of this dog. Hearing the other party mention the hotel rules, you just assumed they were still immersed in their cosplaying role. Do you really think this is a continental hotel that only accepts assassins' gold coins? You reached into the pet box to touch the beagle inside, and the little guy poked its head out, happily licking your palm. This little fellow is quite similar to the beagle that was killed in the movie, and its death triggered all the subsequent killings. It is indeed the Achilles heel of the night demon. To be honest, this cozer is quite dedicated. Seeing the beagle so close to him, John Wick no longer hesitated. He reached out to take back his gold coins and then took out his credit card, saying, "You can charge a week's rent first, thank you." You took the credit card and started checking in the dog. Oh dear, the whole system is in English. It looks so troublesome. Also, how do I process the prepaid credit card? I need to hire a pretty receptionist as soon as possible. I won't accept anyone who isn't a tall blonde with blue eyes. While you were busy with the check-in process, John Wick habitually looked around. When he noticed that most of the lights were off and the lobby was eerily quiet with not a single guest, not even a bellboy, a hint of vigilance and suspicion flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly asked, "Where's the boss? I want to meet him." "Boss? Are you talking about my Uncle San? He passed away the day before yesterday and was just buried yesterday. Now I am the boss." You can tell that the other party is an old customer, so you briefly explained the situation. "Dead? The boss is dead?" The black-haired man's face was filled with disbelief and sadness. He never expected that his old friend had already passed away. The tall woman with brown hair quickly patted the black-haired man's arm. The black-haired man nodded slightly and then looked at you. "If you need any help in the future, you can contact me. Thank you." You were a bit surprised. It seems that the other party really is an old friend of Uncle San. You didn't expect that at such an old age, Uncle San could still make friends with someone who loves cosplay, and their relationship was quite good. The question is, why didn't he come to his funeral? Oh right, Uncle San's funeral was attended by only himself. There wasn't even a pastor like those commonly seen in movies. That's fine then. After the black-haired man finished speaking, he extended his left hand to fill in the check-in information on the registration form. You looked at his hand, somewhat surprised. This cosplayer is quite detail-oriented. John Wick is also a left-handed person. To be precise, Keanu Reeves is left-handed. When Ming took the other party's filled-out check-in slip and driver's license and checked them, then his eyes widened. The other person's driver's license, which clearly bore the name, Jonathan Wick. Are you really John Wick? When Ming felt his breath catch a little. Jonathan Wick is John Wick's full name. John Wick is the short form. This ID, it doesn't look like a movie prop. Right. John Wick looked at the spiritual young man in front of him and said for the third time, "I'm John Wick." When Ming was a little confused, feeling like he hadn't woken up from his dream of whether or not he had inherited a 5-star hotel. How is that possible? You're John Wick. You check in with me with gold coins and a driver's license, and you look exactly like Keanu Reeves. Are you really not taping a variety show? Is it possible that this hotel of mine is really a continental hotel? The thing is, aren't you the hero of the Fast and Furious movie? Wasn't the Continental Hotel a fictional hotel in the movie? How can it exist in reality? And so on. What did I just reject? Gold coins. That gold coin isn't a fake? Is that gold coin the common currency of the Sprint Chase universe? The underworld? My god, what have I rejected? A gold coin can easily be exchanged for 500,000 knives, but 500,000 knives can't be exchanged for a single gold coin. Don't look at the fact that a glass of wine and a night's stay in a mainland hotel costs a gold coin. But it's not the price that matters with this gold coin. It's the value. You can pay for a service with gold coins. Dispose of a corpse, a gold coin. Heal one wound, 1 gold coin. A gold coin to hire someone to kill someone. A gold coin represents not money, but a transaction to the dark side. A thing that you can safely put the people of the underworld at your service. When Ming looked at the other party with a few moments of embarrassment and gave a bright smile. That, I feel, it's better to settle with gold coins, don't you? Chapter 003, The Terminator Comes. The main thing that young people are looking for is a flexibility. What's the room charge? After collecting the gold coins and selling them in the black market, he immediately had the money to recruit and officially open his own ironing hotel. As for the question of whether one's hotel is a continental hotel or not, whether the other party is really John Wick or not, and so on, let's stabilize a wave first, and then find a way to verify it when we have the gold coins in our hands. Could be. John Wick nodded slightly. It was natural for him to look after the offspring of an old friend. Upon receiving the gold coins again, Wenming felt his hands tremble. Is this gold coin really the one from the movie? Bye. We're going to the hospital. Not one to warm up. John Wick petted the beagle and turned away with his own wife. Her name is Daisy. She likes to be walked at 7 in the morning and hates the sound of the vacuum cleaner. Okay. Wenming, out of the politeness of a man from across the ocean, got up and sent John Wick, a good friend of the three masters, to the door. Upon seeing John Wick and his wife get into the 69 Mustang with the extended hood, Wenming was basically certain that the other party was most likely really the legendary Nightmare. This Mustang is not something an average cosplayer can afford. What just made Wenming even more surprised was that the Mustang had steeply disappeared into the night after roaring forward for less than a few meters. Yes, just disappear. Literally disappearing into thin air. My plants. Wenming's mouth opened wide, feeling as if he had blurred his eyes. He snapped forward 2 steps, staring intently at the intersection. But the Mustang had completely disappeared. What's the situation? How could it disappear? I definitely didn't look away. Wenming was a bit stunned. Crossing? A crack in space? Or is it the Master God system? Is this John Wick the male lead in the Fast and the Furious or not? Is my hotel a Continental or not? Wenming felt his brain a little messed up. Anyone who was seeing a car disappearing out of thin air in front of him probably wouldn't fare any better than he did. He had to run through what he had been through tonight. Suddenly thinking of something, Wenming hurriedly looked at the walls on the left and right sides of the hotel's main door. When he didn't see the iconic badge of the Continental Hotel, there was celebration, but more, it seemed, disappointment. Just then, Daisy, the beagle in the hall behind her, suddenly barked furiously in a milky voice, and Wenming thought something had happened, and hurriedly had to go back to the hall to take a look. Zira! A rapid electric current sounded, and Wenming suddenly saw a blue light reflecting off the glass door in front of him. He turned his head to see a huge blue ball of electricity lighting up the intersection behind him. Immediately afterward, a big, naked, muscular man stood up from the floor. Asterisk. Wenming exploded for the second time as he watched his opponent make such a classic entrance. His mind could only think of one person at this point. The governor's here? Ah no, the T-800 is here? As if suddenly remembering something, Wenming quickly stepped back and opened the glass door before rushing to Daisy, the barking beagle. Daisy, shut up, you're going to get killed. Wenming first whispered in Mandarin, then realized something was wrong and quickly changed it to shut up. Daisy was instantly honest. If you get killed, that big muscle man out there won't kill me, and the night demon will come and kill me. Wenming's feet quickly rushed behind the reception desk, and his hands touched the underside of the counter. There shelved the relic of the three great masters, a Winchester M1887 carved with mysterious motifs. No matter what kind of store you have in Eagle Country, such equipment is essential. The difference is whether it's a larger spray or a smaller pistol. Just as soon as he put his hand on it, Wenming quickly moved his hand away as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Can't take it. If that big muscular man out there really is a T-800, picking up this Winchester M1887 is a pure death wish on its own. In front of him, he himself was a scum with a battle power of 5. Go! Without thinking, Wenming picked up Daisy's pet crate and rushed to the elevator. After 10 seconds or so, Wenming arrived at the top floor. Sprinting into the huge domed office he had all to himself, Wenming felt his way in the dark to the floor-to-ceiling windows, hiding behind the curtains and peeking down low. The large muscular man was still in place looking around as if to make sure the environment was safe. He looked up at the hotel in front of him and lifted his foot to walk into the hotel. However, just as he lifted his foot it was as if he was startled by some kind of movement. The large muscle-bound man turned his head to look at the intersection, then walked towards it. This time, Wenming clearly saw that the big muscular man's entire body just disappeared into thin air as he walked to the center of the intersection. A crack in space? Wenming watched the scene in amazement. That was true of John Wick a while ago, and now it's true of the big muscle man. That's the only word to describe what's in front of us. What kind of hotel did I inherit? Is it not a mainland hotel either? What's with the Terminator? With the Terminator arriving, does that mean it won't be long before the world is destroyed by Skynet? You know, Terminators have beacons on them. Skynet is capable of locking down beacons from future worlds. After waiting for 10 minutes, seeing that T-800 had no intention of returning, Wenming, who had been in a highly tense state, was relieved, and he didn't dare to relax, quickly taking the elevator back to the hotel lobby. After quickly locking all the doors and windows on the first floor and lowering the roll-up door of the entrance to the underground garage, Wenming opened a room for Daisy and let it drink water in the room before returning to his oversized bedroom. The top floor of the Flatiron Hotel was a space exclusive to the owner. Exactly what was in each room, Wenming hadn't had time to check it out yet, and he usually only moved around in 2 rooms now, office and bedroom. I didn't realize that I inherited a 5-star hotel and was still a 2-bit social animal. It was only after dropping himself heavily onto the soft, oversized bed in his bedroom that Wenming felt a hint of warmth and security that he had not felt in a long time. Fumbling the gold coin from his pocket, Wenming examined it carefully under the reflection of the bedside lamp. On one side of the gold coin is a lion standing in front of a shield, with the sun's rays radiating from the back, and a line of letters embossed on it, meaning from itself. On the other side is a woman holding a shield in one hand, which is adorned with a cross, a laurel wreath underneath and on either side of the figure, and a line of letters embossed on the top of the figure's head, meaning unity is strength. Wenming directly opened the Jingtao and Amazon search, and found that this gold coin was indeed exactly the same as the movie periphery sold above the online store. No, there's a little difference. Underneath the lion, Wenming saw a line of very small writing, Continental Hotel Mint 2001. This is something that is not available around the movie. The only digital MMI on the movie perimeter is 2001. So, is my hotel a continental or not? Associated with the phenomenon of spatial cracks that he had just seen, Wenming felt as if he was encountering some kind of brain hole that could only be found in a certain bit of fiction. Could it be the main god space? Will the Lord God Squad show up out of nowhere? Wenming carefully pondered over everything that had happened tonight, and although he didn't know how to react, he felt that he needed to make the necessary preparations. Thinking back again to his outburst in front of John Wick today, Wenming felt the need to work on his mindset. Next time he had to be careful of what he was seeing by these travelers. The nightmare is coming. The T-800 also showed up. Is the exterminator far away? Wenming fished out the level 4 Eagle language dictionary from under his pillow and began to study it silently. I also wonder if the exterminator spoke Eagle when he arrived. But it's never wrong to study hard. 3 seconds later, great snores rang out from the big bed. Chapter 004, Metropolis at 4:30 a.m. So busy? The next day, before the morning light, Wenming was woken up by the doorbell downstairs. He looked at the time. It was only 4:30. Someone's coming to stay this early? Must hurry up and get the blonde, long-legged receptionist done today. 2. A daytime dry, one night dry. Wenming put on his jacket and quickly walked downstairs to the first floor, walked to the glass door, then saw a high ponytailed blonde woman wearing a clean cherry blossom pink sports suit, was standing outside the door. Under the dim light, the woman's face did not look tired at all, but instead carried a slight sense of English sharpness. Seeing the other party, Wenming immediately had a figurative idea of his front desk. The blonde woman saw Wenming and raised her hand to wave at him. Wenming opened the door, then politely asked, "Can I help you?" The blonde woman looked familiar, so I don't think she was a movie character who came out of a space rift. Was she? I can't say. After all, my own reading of the movie is limited. I'll have to add a movie watching study assignment to my level 4 Eagle language study assignment today. Well, serious movie. Jim, I'll work out. The blonde woman's words made Wenming a little surprised. Do all you jerk-offs get up this early? He couldn't help but think of the ballplayer who had died. The ballplayer who loves to watch the sun at 4 a.m. In fact, you can't see the sun at all at 4 o'clock. All you can see is a jacked-up beauty. Wenming welcomed the other man in politely. How many hours? 2 hours? Plus, I need to dine. Is there an Eastern meal for breakfast this morning? Well, there is. Wenming thought about the ingredients in the kitchen and decided to come up with something simple. Can I have egg noodles with bok choy? I haven't had this one yet. I think I'd be willing to try it. But not too much please. I need to stay somewhat hungry. The blonde woman gave a polite smile before being guided by Wenming to the fitness area on the second floor. The hotel has a huge pool and adjacent fitness area on the second floor, and the decor is slightly older, but the equipment is new. Wenming turned on the power to the second floor and the blonde woman went to the locker room with her own duffel bag. Seeing that the other party was so familiar, Wenming guessed that the other party should not be a visitor from the spatial rift, but a familiar customer of the real-world ironing hotel. After all, the Flatiron Hotel is a 100-year-old store. There should be many familiar customers. Thinking of this, Wenming immediately had more confidence in the future of the business. Come on, let's accomplish a small goal first, 50% occupancy. Wenming quickly went back upstairs to wash up, then came to the front desk on the first floor to find out the price list, and quickly found the gym charges and breakfast charges, before turning around and walking to the dining area on the first floor. Coming to the Eagle Kingdom for a few days, Wenming was all kinds of uncomfortable with the food over here. It didn't feel like human food, coupled with the shyness of the bag. So Wenming these days busy 3 grandpa's funeral, all is to try to use this side of the supermarket can buy ingredients to make their most familiar flavor. Taking out a bag of noodles from within the cupboard, Wenming used a bowl to scoop out 2 bowls of noodles, and after thinking about it, Wenming scooped out a few more bowls. I don't know if anyone else will show up in a while, or if anyone will show up at noon, and it never hurts to send out more pasta. The big deal is that you eat it yourself. If you can't finish it in the morning, you can have it for lunch anyway. Sprinkle in the salt. Well, a little. Beat in 1 egg and whisk in water to form a floury mixture. Next comes the most stress-relieving part, kneading the dough. Being from across the ocean, it seems like most people have an innate talent for kneading dough. As he watched a piece of floss being kneaded into a ball, and then slowly becoming a smooth and strong dough, and finally reaching basin light, surface light, and hand light, a sense of fulfillment couldn't help but rise up in Wenming's heart. It's like a soldier folding a quilt first thing every morning. The first success of each morning is always a pleasant way to start the day. Putting the dough into the basin and covering it with plastic wrap to wake up. Wenming was about to start washing the greens when the bell at the front desk tinkled clear. Wenming walked over to see a blonde man. Seeing the other party's dress, Wenming asked, "Jim?" "Right. The second floor is already occupied, so you can get yourself up there and have breakfast here in the morning?" "No." The man nodded slightly in greeting, then carried his duffel bag up to the second floor. Seeing the other party with a few moments of contempt in his eyes, Wenming wasn't too surprised. That's the way it is in Eagle Land, isn't it? Still proud and cocky here. Don't you know that the East has risen? Haven't you guys gotten the point of the East-West reconciliation in the last 2 days? After letting the other party go upstairs, Wenming was just about to go back to washing the dishes when a voice sounded behind him again. "Is the gym open?" "Open." Wenming turned his head and replied politely, but doubts rose in his heart. Why are all these foreigners up so early? Besides, why do you guys all look like the city's elite? So the urban elite are more rolled up than the social animals? Well, I guess the social animals are sleeping at this moment. After Wenming determined that the other party would not be eating breakfast here either, he got up and was about to go wash the dishes, but just after taking a step out, after thinking about it, he turned back to the front desk, quickly printed out a piece of paper and placed it next to the front desk bell, and then that's when he returned to the dining area. Wenming took 2 lettuces out of the refrigerator, peeled and cleaned them, and set them aside. When we say bok choy over here, we're usually talking about lettuce. Nearby supermarkets Wenming has not seen the domestic often eaten green vegetables. Spinach is not the domestic large leaf mold. Hollow cabbage for fear that these foreigners eat not accustomed to the domestic practice. And Wenming today is not ready to open fire-fried vegetables. I was delayed by a few customers earlier, and the pasta is now ready. Pulling out the dough and kneading it again a few times, Wenming used a rolling pin to roll the dough into a pancake. After sprinkling dry flour, picking up one end of the pancake and stacking it evenly back and forth into several layers, Wenming cut the stacked pancake into thin shreds, and then with a big hand from the center, the cut noodles were shaken apart. Sprinkling the dry flour again, Wenming looked at the time. It was only a little after 5 o'clock. Back to the front desk, one after another. There are still people walking in. See the note in front of the bell. They all carry their luggage up to the second floor by themselves. Wenming was a bit staggered. Is it rolled like this? Is there something wrong with my previous perception of the elite? But the more people there were, the happier Wenming was. It meant he had money to recruit. I thought I was going to have to save up for a few more days, but now it looks like the blonde, long-legged receptionist can arrive early. Wenming sat down at the front desk computer, opened the job site, and quickly browsed through the resumes, the recruitment requirements for all the positions. Wenming had already uploaded to the website yesterday, and in one night's work, there were already hundreds of resumes in the background. The competition on the Eagle side is more intense than one might expect. Who says the Eagle Nation is lying down and making money? Those walking $500,000 would be bull asterisk. Wenming, who was browsing quickly, his hand lurched and suddenly thought of a way to get money fast. If one were to find all those 500,000, reporting one would be 500,000, 100 would be 50 million. What if it was 1,000? What's the point of having a hotel? Well, this can be an extra money, so I'll be sure to mess with it sometime in the future. Nothing else, just for the fact that my conscience is red. Wenming gave himself a quick nod of approval. Chapter 005. It's easy to get addicted to reading resumes, isn't it? Quickly browsing through the resumes in front of him, encountering the right one, Wenming will immediately click on the interview invitation. The time is set at 9 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock in the afternoon today. At this stage, I don't have much money of my own, and payroll over here is on a weekly basis, so I need to pick and choose the tight positions to hire for first. The front desk and housekeeping need at least 2 each, and the cooks need at least 2 to keep the hotel running at a basic level. The gym is so hot looking, then the safety officer must be on board. After all, there is a pool, and if something happens it becomes a big problem. Good call on the fitness instructors. I'm guessing a fitness instructor will soon be running to the door to apply for the job themselves. What other people are needed? Oh yeah, the porter is needed too. 5-star hotels. The porter is a very important facade. At least 2 must be prepared first. This is all money. But what is gain without surrender? Why don't we just make appointments for all the other positions as well? We'll see if we can use it. We'll meet first. Wouldn't it be a shame to lose out in case there is good talent? Wanming suddenly realized that this reading of resumes seemed to be easily addictive as well. Well, definitely not my boss addiction. Ding ding ding. Without realizing it, the bell in front of him rang again. Immersed in recruitment, Wanming looked up to see the first fitness blonde standing in front of him. Is breakfast ready? The morning fog had just lifted, and a ray of sunlight poured through the arched window and onto the blonde woman's body. At this point, she had changed out of that gym clothes. The pearl white bump collar suit and the shirt with the haze blue silk stand-up collar accurately outline her delicate figure and highlight the temperament of the workplace elite. Between the stand-up collar of a shirt unbuttoned for the second time, a seductive collarbone loomed, a silver keys pendant fell above a chasm, and an understatedly luxurious wristwatch peeked coldly out of a slightly rolled-up cuff. Long blonde hair was sharply tied into a high ponytail, the end of the hair arcing sharply at the shoulder blades, and delicate makeup, as if a host about to take the stage with a dazzling fluorescent light, without a single flaw. Gone is the sunny girl next door at 4:30 a.m. And the elite working woman is officially online. Wanming got up and said, Eastern food is about making it now. I've already prepared the ingredients and will have it ready for you in no time. The blonde nodded and carried her duffel bag to the dining area. Sitting on a stool in front of the bright kitchen, Wanming turned on the stove fire, scooped boiling water from a tall pot and put it into the cooking pot, then threw his hand-rolled noodles into it, using chopsticks to make a few quick hops to get the noodles to spread out. Take out 2 eggs, turn on the teppanyaki power, heat the iron plate, put the oil on, wait until the oil temperature comes up, crack the eggs and drop them on top. The sound of nourishment immediately echoed around the bright kitchen, whetting the blonde's appetite. With all that exercise earlier, she was already starving. She took a sip of the plain water in front of her and tried to watch the morning news for a while out of habit, but instead, she unconsciously looked at the teppanyaki again. How many eggs do you eat? The blonde woman looked at the egg that was gradually becoming golden and had a mind to say 2, but restrained herself and said, 1 will do. Wanming nodded, frying an egg while refilling the boiling cooking pot with cool water, adding water 3 times. Wanming picked up a noodle with his chopsticks and saw that the noodle turned from white to green. Knowing that the noodle was cooked, fish out the hand-rolled noodles with a strainer, put them into the cool water prepared in advance, quickly lift them up, drain the cool water, and put them into the noodle bowl with the seasoning already made. Knowing that they can't eat heavy flavors, the base is not complicated. Salt, a little. Soy sauce, a little. Chicken extract, scratch that don't. Message, a little. Vinegar, a little. Millet chili, well, didn't put it in for fear that the other person wouldn't be able to eat it either. Throw the lettuce into the continuously boiling noodle soup, give it a quick blanch for a minute, then strain it out and place it on top of the noodles along with the fried egg. A simple yet nutritious bowl of bok choy and egg noodles is ready. The blonde woman sat across from Wanming, not really caring at first, but when she saw the back, she just felt full of enjoyment. Wanming's movements were skillful, from fishing out the noodles into the pot to serving them in front of herself, without a single superfluous movement, but the final result that was presented made her heart happy. Green lettuce, white hand-rolled noodles, and golden fried eggs, the 3 colors blended together, and finished with a ladleful of hot green and white noodle soup. The delicious aroma of the dish came to the forefront. This bowl of bok choy and egg noodles from the Orient is a mouthful on its own. The blonde woman, who had just expended a lot of energy, couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and start eating. Have some soup first, it's good for your stomach. Wanming gave a reminder. These foreigners, they don't know anything about health. The blonde woman was a bit surprised, but she took a sip of the hot noodle soup first as Wanming reminded her. The hot noodle soup blended the flavor of the flour with a hint of sweetness from the lettuce, plus a little sourness that traveled down her esophagus and warmed all the way to her stomach, and the blonde felt like her entire body's pores opened up at that moment. Along with that, appetites opened up. She picked up a noodle and brought it to her mouth, and with just one bite, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Why is this noodle different from the ones I've had before? I can't tell what's different, but, well, it's good. Different? It's just regular spaghetti. What's so good about a bowl of hand-rolled noodles? What a fuss these geezers are making. Seeing that the other party used chopsticks very skillfully, Wanming thought that the other party should be an eagle nation who loved eating Eastern food very much. Since it's a favorite, let's give her something authentic. Wanming took out a glass bottle from the cupboard, from which he used chopsticks to clip out a few squash, put them in a flavor plate, and pushed them in front of the blonde woman. Squash tastes with a bit of sweet and spicy. It can be appetizing. It's a specialty of my hometown. You can try it. Wanming's words made the blonde woman's eyes light up. A snack from the East? Sort of. Wanming couldn't tell if squash counted as a snack or a side dish, but there was no need to argue anything about it. The blonde woman used her chopsticks to pick up a squash and put it into her mouth. The crunchy, fresh, salty, sour and spicy taste immediately exploded in her mouth. With it came a spiritual revitalization of the mind. The blonde felt her brain, which had been clearing up from the exercise, clearing up even more. The squash, is very good. The blonde woman gave a thumbs up and Wen Ming smiled and nodded. Seeing that another person was coming over and hurriedly dropped the noodles into the pan once more before starting to fry the third egg. Business looks good this morning. The blonde woman watched Wen Ming get busy and didn't continue to chat. Instead she picked up a piece of lettuce and took a bite, immediately realizing that this lettuce tasted different again from what she normally ate. When foreigners eat lettuce, they usually eat it straight raw. It's rarely hot. There are so many varieties of lettuce in the Eagle country, from those that are good for sandwiches, to those that are good for burgers, to those that are good for pesto. You could say that lettuce here is like the Oriental burrito with everything goes with lettuce. But hot? It was the first time the blonde woman had tried it. Needless to say, it was a very novel experience. However, it was the bowl of noodles that wowed the blonde woman the most, compared to the lettuce that was served hot. So strong and tasty were the noodles that she couldn't help but eat most of the bowl in one gulp. The sense of Shui on her face was softened in this moment with much more tenderness, as well as, kinky, how come it's so good? Do you still want to keep yourself hungry? The problem is that if you eat too much, it affects how fast you can think. This is a big no-no for your own career. Chapter 006 Night Demon vs. T-800. It's exciting to think about it. Yummy. So yummy. The big fat man who had just arrived beside the blonde woman also had his first bite of the rolled noodles at this time, and he just swallowed his first bite and nodded frantically. How come I've never eaten this kind of noodles before? Is this the Eastern food of the Great Qian Kingdom? What was the name of that chef you used to have? He did a good job too, but compared to you, it's a lot worse. Unfortunately, I can't have another bowl or I would definitely have another bowl. Yes, it's an Eastern meal. Wen Ming nodded, curious as to why these people were raving about a bowl of hand-rolled noodles. I'm just a normal home-cooked meal. I couldn't even make it in my hometown. Is it possible that what you guys used to eat was really bad? Besides, that's a small bowl for such a fat person. Are you sure it's enough to stuff your teeth? However, such a restrained fatty once again refreshed Wen Ming's perception of elites. People deserve to make a lot of money. Thinking about it, Wen Ming's hands and feet began to prepare the third person's breakfast. How many hand-rolled noodles can we sell today? The blonde woman finally couldn't help but ask again as well. Why does this noodle of yours look different from what we usually eat? And it tastes very different as well. I made this one myself. Wen Ming didn't know how hand-rolled noodles should be translated, so he had to explain it in simple terms. Made by hand? The blonde woman and the big fat man looked at each other, both feeling magical. This stuff, isn't it all made by machines? How can you still do it by hand? How can there be such an amazing man? Sure enough, the men of Dakian Kingdom, per capita treasure men? The third person who arrived, a non-white dude, unlike the usual hip-hop non-white dude, was dressed in a proper black suit plus white shirt. His gold wristwatch glittered brightly, and he looked like a successful person's dress. No sandwiches, burgers, milk, bacon, veggie salads or any of that. Seeing that the two people next to him were eating noodles, the non-white dude frowned. How can something like that get in your mouth? Wen Ming looked up at him, and after seeing the contempt and arrogance on the other party's face, Wen Ming revealed a nuclear good smile. Sorry, only noodles. Arrogant my ass. Do you really think you've climbed the ladder in Eagle Country? Can you believe that the two people next to you are resenting the fact that you added soy sauce to their spaghetti? Love it or hate it. The non-white dude hugged his bladder with a little reluctance. Spaghetti then? Where's the old Louis? I really like Louis's breakfast. He left his job. Wen Ming served him a bowl of noodles with nimble hands and feet, then stopped paying attention to him and got up to walk to the front desk. Someone has to check out and leave. The cost of the gym is good. It's $30 an hour. 2 hours for $60. Breakfast, on the other hand, is $31 or $39, $33 US with tax. In addition, an 18% service charge, or gratuity, is automatically added to all breakfast bills, or $46, $40 US. There were 15 people who came to work out this morning, and all of them had more than 1 hour, with the under 2 hours counting as 2 hours. Income from fitness fees is $900 US. The total number of people who ate breakfast was 3, earning $139, 20 US. The total revenue was $1,039, 2 US. A really great number, over 1,000. A happy smile appeared at the corner of Wen Ming's mouth. I hope the entire elite of Metropolis all roll like this. A 24-hour gym at a 5-star hotel is waiting for you to jerk off. Breakfast was delicious. Can I still savor this Brussels sprouts and egg noodles tomorrow morning? The blonde woman had a happy smile on her face as she checked out. Yes. Is it still 4:30 tomorrow morning? Wen Ming was very impressed with this first official client in the true sense of the word. Definitely not because the other person is beautiful. The other guy contributed 106 for US dollars to himself all morning. With such a golden master, even if he comes a little early in the morning, that's forgivable. Reception by the front desk and the chef from now on. I'm a boss now. I can't be such a social animal. Right. I come at this time on weekdays, not on weekends. The blonde woman swiped her card to pay the bill and was about to carry her bags out when her body suddenly spun in place. Are you a new employee? How come I haven't seen you before? I just got here a couple days ago. When Ming revealed a gentle smile. Please take care of me in the future. A satisfied smile appeared in the blonde's eyes. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Sending the other away. When Ming met a non-white face. Hello, that's 106 for US dollars. Will I see you in the morning? The non-white dude's face was a little less contemptuous, but still maintained his arrogance. I mean, your noodles, are they still available tomorrow morning? Oh yeah, and that squash, why does that lady have it and we don't? When Ming Yang raised his eyebrows, I still like to see you untamed. The squash is in limited supply, and the noodles are still available tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After sending off his non-white buddies, two figures walked in, and when Ming was a bit surprised. Good morning, Mr. Wick. Good morning, Mr. Win. John Wick's face didn't look too good, and the face of the woman beside him looked even worse. When Ming saw him in this state and realized that Helen's cancer should have been diagnosed. Are you picking Daisy up and walking her? It's just 7 o'clock and I haven't had a chance to walk her yet. No, I came to tell you that I may need to put Daisy here some more. John Wick glanced at his wife beside him, all love and sadness in his eyes. Helen has been diagnosed with cancer and I need to be at the hospital with her. Okay. When Ming knew in his heart that the next episode was John Wick's painful loss of his beloved wife, and even though John Wick had earned a lot of money before, there are some illnesses that can't be reversed in the end, unless one is able to use advanced technology like in some movies. When Ming, who was rambling in his mind, suddenly froze, and a certain possibility snapped into his mind. What if that space rift could link more movie universes? In sci-fi movies, cancer is no trouble at all. Even Keanu Reeves in another movie, Constantine, gets to treat cancer in a fantastical way. Further, when Ming thought of an even bolder possibility, if he found a way to save Helen, could he take John Wick, the wife-favoring monster, under his wing? Wouldn't that give yourself an extra force protection against the T-800? Nightmare vs. T-800. It's exciting to think about, but all of this assumes that space rift will link to the sci-fi movie universe, as one would like, and that one gets the people there to get one's hands on an instrument or drug to cure cancer. It all needs to be well planned. Daisy has given you a lot of trouble in the last few days, hasn't she? John Wick had an apologetic look on his face. I'm afraid 1 gold coin is not enough. I need to make it up to you. After saying that, John Wick took out 2 more gold coins, placed them on the marble countertop, and pushed them in front of Wen Ming. A few days? Wen Ming froze for a moment, having keenly heard a plural noun. Even though I failed all 4 grades, I can understand singular and plural. With that, Wen Ming thought of a certain possibility. Chapter 007 Night Demon. You don't want your wife either. Wen Ming was keenly aware of a possibility, his own world and the world of Blast Chase. The flow of time did not coincide. It's amazing that after a night here, days have passed over there. Wen Ming immediately realized that there was not much time left for him to save Helen. To be precise, there was not much time left for one to raid the nightmare. Diagnosed with cancer, it is feared that Helen will soon be counting down the days of her life. After a slight hesitation, Wen Ming decided to take a chance. Mr. Wick, can I ask what kind of cancer Helen has and to what extent? John Wick looked at Wen Ming with some suspicion. He was still happy to say more about the offspring of this old friend. Liver cancer, advanced stage. Wen Ming thought for a moment, picked up the check-in slip on the side, as well as his own cell phone, and handed it over to the other party. Mr. Wick, do you believe in space rifts? John Wick had a question mark on his face. Helen beside him also opened her eyes from her weakness and looked at the young man before her in surprise. Are you kidding me? Mr. Wick, could you please look at the time of day on my phone, and the time on the check-in sheet, and then see what you can find? Wen Ming knew that this kind of thing was troublesome to explain. After all, even he himself was still a bit confused about what was going on. But when he thought of the T-800 that was hanging out in front of his hotel last night, Wen Ming felt he needed to take a shot. Take a chance and tell John Wick that Warming isn't messing around. John Wick is not a cutie pie, but rather a top-notch killer who is a living, breathing human being. If he was allowed to come over once or twice more, especially if he came over once during the day and looked around at the cars and billboards, he would probably quickly realize that the world around him was not his old world and get suspicious. Not to mention the fact that John Wick will most likely be pictured with the T-800. When the time comes to actually meet, it's a cutie. Can guess there's a problem? 2. Instead of passively waiting for the other person to suspect you when they find out the truth, you should be proactive and sincere. And he believes that the nightmare won't be unsealed until his wife, Helen, dies of an illness and his beloved dog, Daisy, is killed. It's the perfect time to raid the nightmare. Time. The time registered here on your check-in sheet doesn't match the time shown on your cell phone. How come it shows that Daisy only stayed one night? As a top assassin, John Wick had extremely keen insight, and he quickly saw the problem between the two times, but the result left him a bit puzzled. That's not true. I've had Daisy here for 3 days, and you look at the time on your cell phone, and the time on your cell phone, does it match? Warming reminded, and John Wick's eyes snapped shut. The time is wrong too. Shouldn't it be 2009? And a cell phone like this, how come I've never seen it before? John Wick also noticed at this time that this cell phone in his hand, and the one he was using, were also clearly not from the same era. John Wick was a top killer but not a top physicist, so he felt his CPU burning like crazy in this moment. On the contrary, it was Helen on the side, who was obviously a bit more educated than John Wick and had a better understanding, who looked up to Wen Ming. Please Mr. Wen, help us explain. I'm now a bit convinced of the spatial rift you're talking about. Wen Ming nodded. Let's go to the dining area to chat. You guys shouldn't have eaten yet. I'll give you some below. Neither Mr. and Mrs. Wick are big talkers, and the two walked together to the dining area and sat across from teppanyaki. There were only 3 people who had breakfast just now, so there were still a lot of noodles left. Wen Ming skillfully boiled water, laid noodles, fried eggs, and blanched lettuce. In just a few minutes, 3 bowls of noodles were ready. Eat first, we'll talk afterward. Handing a bowl to each of Mr. and Mrs. Wick, Wen Ming picked up a bowl himself. After a busy morning, Wen Ming was also hungry. Thanks. Both Mr. and Mrs. Wick didn't have much of an appetite because of their condition, but when the colorful bowl of hand-rolled noodles was placed in front of them, both of them couldn't help but have their spirits lifted. After the first bite went into their stomachs, the Wick's eyes snapped open, and the ailing Helen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Mr. Wick, you're great at this. Thanks. For 5 whole minutes, there was only the sound of sighing and eating noodles between the 3 of them, but it could be clearly heard that the night demon was eating happily. But Wen Ming could tell that the other man was eating happily because Helen was eating happily. What a doting wife. So, Helen must be taken. I just inherited the hotel, but I'm guessing that the owner John, may not be my 3rd oldest. After the meal, the 3 were much closer. Wen Ming no longer called the other person Mr. Wick, and the other person no longer called Wen Ming Mr. Wick. The continental hotelier I know is Winston. John was gradually beginning to accept the facts before him at this point, and he also recalled Wen Ming's shock when he first heard his name and saw the gold coins. My 3rd eldest master's name is Wen Fugue. Wen Ming quickly found a topic to cut to, and then gave the 2 a general account of what happened when the 2 entered and exited the hotel, weaving in and out from the intersection in front of the hotel. The 2 just felt as if they were listening to a fairy tale. None of that is the point. The key issue is that Helen already has advanced liver cancer. And your world, where time flows at several times the rate of mine, has significantly less good treatment than over here. After all, it's only 2009 on your side of the world. Why 2009? Wen Ming just looked it up and guessed that it was because the idea for the series, The Fast and the Furious, came from an April 1, 2009 home invasion. Several men were arrested and sentenced after they burglarized a home and killed the man's small dog, who then grabbed a gun and gave chase in a car. So the timeline of John Wick's world is derived from 2009. What do you mean? John felt his mind was a bit confused. Helen on the side was thinking clearly. Wen Ming, are you trying to say that if I go back to my original world, I'll die faster? That's right, John. You wouldn't want your wife sick and dying in your arms, would you? Wen Ming didn't continue to say anything further, but just a rhetorical question made John steeply tense up. The others he didn't care about, but Helen was his favorite. This spoiling fiend quit the assassin's jungle he'd made his living on straight away for Helen. Telling him now that Helen was about to die at several times the rate if he continued back to the original world with her was something he couldn't accept in any way. Warming, tell me how to save Helen. A glimmer of desire for life rose in Helen's eyes as well. In the past 3 days, exactly after learning the news of her impending death, the only thing she could not rest assured was her favorite man, fearing that he would not be able to think straight. So she bought a puppy for John early on, wanting him to find emotional support in Daisy. Now that she had learned of the existence of the spatial rift, she was also keenly aware that there seemed to be a chance for her to continue to live sweetly with the love of her life. Warming, please help me. I don't want to leave John alone in this world. Chapter 008, How can I kill or subdue the T-800? Facing the 2 people who were madly spreading dog food in front of him, Wen Ming didn't rub it in too much. I've conceptualized 2 approaches. How about you guys listen to them? The first way is for Helen to stay here. and I'll find a way to solve her identity problem, and then I'll connect her with the best hospitals to help her with her treatment. This approach can only mean that it will be a little better than your original world treatment after all. New targeted drugs and treatments have been appearing and upgrading over the past decade or so, but there's no guarantee that the treatment will be successful. The second way. Wait. When Ming said this, paused for a moment, and looked at the nervous couple. Wait for a person from a higher universe. Wait for him to bring you a special medicine or instrument to cure cancer. Surprise and excitement flashed in the couple's eyes. If the flow of time in his own world was indeed several times that of this world, and it was indeed 16 years ahead of that world, then the medical technology over here must be far superior to that side. And if they could wait for someone from a higher universe, then the chances of curing Helen would definitely increase greatly. I need to verify the timing. John took a deep breath. Despite being retired for a few years, his habits as a top assassin still wanted to stabilize a wave. When Ming nodded, we can verify it now. I'll give Helen my cell phone and have her start the clock. You can go back over there and then come back. I'd also like to know how much our time flow is wrong. John took the initiative to propose a test, and naturally Wen Ming was very happy to do so. After all, it would help him go deeper into this magical space rift. John looked to Helen. He was a little less comfortable leaving her in such an unknown place. Instead Helen reached out and shook his hand. Go on. Warming is a kind man. I'll be safe with him. Without further hesitation, John got up and quickly rushed out of the hotel, and it wasn't long before he was rushing back in, visibly relieved when he saw Helen again before looking at the stopwatch on the cell phone in Helen's hand. 2 minutes? How long have you been there? John picked up his own cell phone. I went for 6 minutes. Then it's safe to assume it's 1 to 3. When Ming breathed a sigh of relief. So far, the plan is mostly complete. Why don't you couples go to Daisy's room and rest for a while? And it just so happens that Daisy hasn't slipped her yet. However, you look like one of our stars over here. So forget it. I'd better go and slip Daisy for you. After all, I'm paid for it. Wen Ming knew that there were some things that could not be said too thoroughly, and everything needed to be brainstormed and discussed by them themselves, so that they themselves would be able to complete the remaining grand plan of persuasion. Wen Ming didn't rush the other party to watch blistering pursuit. Who knew if the world would collapse and the characters would disappear after the other party watched it? Let's keep the people first, so we can move on to what comes after. Nightmare. In order to save your very sick wife, I wonder if you'd be willing to accept a new offer. Thinking about the future, Warming left the two wicks in the guest room to discuss it as he led Daisy, who had been holding her breath all night, downstairs. Arriving in Metropolis for a few days, when Ming had been busy taking care of the dying third Grandmaster, signing for all kinds of legal documents and formalities, and then busy contacting the cemetery for the funeral and all these things. Even though the hotel was right next to the ocean, he didn't have time to take a stroll. Now leading Daisy out the door, he caught a whiff of stench in the salty sea air. Numb nuts. Who said Eagle Country was good? The roads of the city are littered with garbage. There wasn't piss all over the street corners and in the alleys. This could be sprayed across the ocean. And this is the busiest place in the metropolis. The opposite side of the intersection is the tourist attraction Madison Square, and the famous Empire State Building is only 900 meters away from his own Iron Hotel. Standing on the roof of the Flatiron Hotel, you can easily see the famous torch-carrying statue of the goddess a few kilometers away. There is not the slightest hint of civilization to be seen in such an inch of land. I heard that the city that just hosted the Olympics is dirtier than this place. The river wasn't even in a position to hold a triathlon. How come those 500,000 never mentioned a word of this? Warming took Daisy by the hand and walked across the intersection and into the Madison Square Dog Park. Sitting on the bench, when Ming began to think about his next plan, the odds are that John will decide to stay because of Helen. But he can't count on too much, after all. More of his mind is on Helen's condition. Last night's T-800, as if it was a nightmare, had been lingering in Wen Ming's mind. Don't think he started at 4:30 a.m. And greeted every customer with enthusiasm, but half of his mind was on guarding against the T-800 suddenly barging in. Last night's run was too fast to see much standing on the top floor, and the T-800 was bare. So when Ming hadn't been able to confirm that last night's T-800 was actually the T-800 from Terminator Part 1, if it's the first one, there's something properly wrong with it. Thinking of this, when Ming picked up his cell phone and started asking DS, how can I kill or subdue T-800? These days, AI may not have as big a brain as humans, but it thinks more comprehensively than humans. After a few seconds, DS gave a couple ways to do it. To kill, you need a double whammy of physical destruction plus energy blocking. Liquid nitrogen and EMP bombs are direct and cheap killing solutions. Or you can use anti-material sniper rifles, such as the Barrett M82, and howitzers to penetrate armor and hit the batteries directly to trigger a chain explosion. Want to take over? Need to rely on the Code War plus logic cage game. This point needs to be able to crack the Skynet firewall computer with high hacking skills. One or the other is indispensable. Obviously, Taking in is so much more difficult than killing. Liquid nitrogen is on order first. As for the EMP bomb, have John go back to his world and help buy it. Right now, he has no good channels to buy EMP bombs, so he can only hope for the Night Demon. But you are in the Eagle Kingdom, where there is nothing you can't buy if you shell out the money. Considering that in the future, more dangerous people from more worlds might come, one needed to make friends with the arms dealers of this world as soon as possible. Well, provided it earns money first. You can't make any friends here without money. While Wen Ming was thinking, on the street behind him, the shrill sound of honking sirens rang out from time to time. That rhythmic humming was something Wen Ming had gotten used to after a few days in Metropolis. The 911s are out again. There's no telling who's robbing a bank again, or who's making a big deal out of saving a kitten from a tree. The former is reality. The latter is an article in a magazine by 500,000 people. It's so dangerous over here. I'll have to ask John to get myself a bulletproof suit later. Today is Monday, time is also early. Madison Square is not too many people. 3 or 3 there are some tourists. Morning runners are basically finished at this moment. Thinking of the morning run, Wen Ming thought of the group of elites in the morning again. What exactly do they do for a living? Why would you get up so early to work out? Well, should I work out myself? I've heard that people over here have a lot of stamina. You need to work on your core strength yourself. We can't disgrace the people across the ocean. Just as Wen Ming was wandering around, an urgent voice suddenly sounded behind him. I'm sorry, boss. I'm trying my hardest. I've searched all the hotels along the coastline, but their ballrooms and terraces are all rented out. Yes, I know. I'll try to find a suitable hotel. Ah, no, it's a certainty. Chapter 009 Gold with a difference of $2,088? I'm going to be a gold pourer. Wen Ming didn't care at first, but after the other party hung up the phone and whimpered behind himself, he couldn't help but turn his head. Just a young OL with a coffee cup holder in her hand and a Bluetooth headset is sitting on a bench behind herself, looking aggravated as hell but desperately trying to hold it together. There were 4 cups of coffee in the coffee cup holder and she was doing her best to keep all 4 cups from spilling. Hi, I didn't mean to listen to your call. May I ask how big a ballroom you need? I might be able to give you a hand with that. Wen Ming was surprised that he had understood all the content of the other party's phone call just now. When had his hearing level gotten so good? But it's good not to take business that comes to your door. Ha! I need a terrace for 200 people with a view of the ocean and a summer forest atmosphere. I need a terrace banquet venue that can accommodate 200 people, and it needs to have a view of the ocean and be set up to create the atmosphere of a summer forest effect. And I've searched all over Metropolis for such a venue, and it's all booked out. The young OL hastily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, but her face was clearly marked by a few moments of frustration. Beatrice will definitely fire me if I can't find it. When Ming Yang raised his eyebrows, isn't this a coincidence? Do you know the Iron Hotel? Ah, I know. The Flatiron Hotel I called last week and their front desk said their owner had passed away and was closed. Disappointment welled up on the young OL's pretty face. The hope in his heart was extinguished once again. She had just heard this handsome young man's question and thought that the other party would be able to introduce herself to a hotel that she had not yet inquired about. Who knew that the introduction would be to the Ironing Hotel? To formally recognize you, my name is Wen Ming, the new owner of the Iron Hotel. The Iron Hotel has resumed its official business this morning. I'm still a lightweight, but I can't show any signs of weakness. Wen Ming added in his mind. Really? Can I go check out the grounds? The young OL's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she tried to get up in excitement, but the 4 cups of coffee in her hands barely escaped spilling. Wen Ming's quick eyes reached out to help her steady the coffee tray. Thanks. The young OL pocketed the cell phone she was holding in her other hand inside her purse before extending her right hand and handing it to Wen Ming. Belinda Berry. The early morning sunlight, spilling over the young OL's teal-brown hair, reflected a golden glow. With a pretty face, painted with light makeup, a beige professional suit with ultra-thin black stockings, and 5 centimeters thin-heeled white high-heeled shoes, she looked like countless pretty OLs walking between high-class office buildings in the metropolis, or a big eagle country girl who had just arrived in the metropolis from the countryside. Looking at him, the shadow of a big star floated through Wen Ming's mind. Anne Hathaway. What happened to the other person just now is also very much like Andy, the heroine in The Queen in Prada. Her eyes are also as beautiful as Andy's character, Anne Hathaway, only the other person is clearly not Anne Hathaway. While she's pretty too, she's less starstruck than Anne Hathaway and more of a real OL with a different face and name. So Wen Ming was basically certain that the other party was not Andy from The Queen in Prada. This is a young OL in the real world, as was myself a few days ago, a social animal who gets yelled at by his boss in various ways. Hello. Wen Ming gently shook the other's hand. Do you need to check out the venue? Sure, but I need to drop off my coffee first. Can I meet you at 12 noon? The aggravation on Belinda's face was swept away, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but bring on a smile of relaxation and anticipation. Yes, I'm always at the hotel. Wenming nodded slightly as Belinda rose with a light footstep. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. Witnessing the beautiful OL swaying her enchanting figure away, Wenming also stood up. Daisy, we need to get back. Your master should have made his choice, and I hope you will enjoy my hotel in the future. Daisy spat out her little tongue and gave Wenming a puzzled look, before suddenly crossing one leg at his feet. I withdraw that statement. You are not welcome at the Iron Hotel. Wenming raised his feet quickly and dodged the yellow column of water. This dog, it's not cute at all anymore. No wonder he was killed. After spending more than half an hour in Madison Square, Wenming returned to the Flatiron Hotel, and Mr. and Mrs. Wick were already waiting for him at the front desk by now. Warming, I would like your help. John Wick looked at Wenming with a pleading and serious face. Wenming was ecstatic in his heart. This wife-favoring fiend was really going to stay as he thought, but he forced his face to remain calm. It's going to take us all working together. After all, I can't guarantee that Helen will be cured here, or that someone from another universe will come back again, or that someone from that universe will have a way to free Helen and be willing to help us. You know what I mean? Let's get this out of the way so we can meet up later. And Warming's clever use of the eagle word we brought them closer together again. John looked slightly sideways with a serious look on his face. It's better than going back and waiting to die, isn't it? Wenming nodded, and then reminded very realistically. If I were you, I would go back now and sell all my possessions and exchange them for gold. What was the price of gold in 2009? Let me check. Well, it was about $800 US an ounce. And now, the price is more than triple what it was back then. At $2, 888 US an ounce. Speaking of this, a sudden ecstasy appeared on Wenming's face. John, we can pour gold. The difference between the two worlds was more than 10 years, and the world of Speed Chase was not considered to be a high-tech world. Wenming had thought that the world of Speed Chase would at most allow him to get some weapons, bulletproof suits, and whatnot, but the words catching up with him had allowed him to discover the greatest potential of this movie world. It is also the greatest potential of this space rift. The gold spread is $2.088 US per ounce. It's a splash of wealth. It would be stupid as a pig to not be able to catch this. I'm going to be the poorer gold dumpers who specialize in dumping gold. Wenming quickly calculated with his calculator. 1 ounce equals 31 grams. An ounce of 800 US dollars equals a gram of 25.72 US dollars. A difference of $2.088 US dollars an ounce equals a difference of $67.14 US dollars a gram. What kind of concept is that? Do you know? It's a business that's delivered to the door, so it's a waste of time not to do it. 61 times net profit. If anyone else knew about it, they'd go absolutely crazy, even started a war over it. Compared to Wenming's face of ecstasy, John was in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? John's a killer, not very sensitive to that. Also, geezers generally don't look too good at math. That's why he's always full of questions. We're not talking about saving my wife. Why are we talking about the gold business? You're asking me, a killer, to do business? Sure you don't want me to rob a bank? Chapter 010. How many gold coins are needed? Can I get credit first? The difference of 1 ounce is 2088 US dollars. We can double our wealth several times. John, let's hurry back and buy gold. Helen did react to just how much was at stake, especially as it amounted to a fast-growing earner for herself and John, and would also greatly reduce the monetary strain of treating cancer. Nobody doesn't love money, even if Helen is a dying man. Other people's words cannot listen to his own wife's words. John immediately stood up to go to the implementation. I'll go back to sell the house. All the deposits are also all used to buy gold. This wife-favoring fiend is a mainstay of doing what he's told to do. Don't panic. You need to be wary of being discovered by others. Wenming felt that his brain had never been so clear as it was at this moment now. You shouldn't buy too much at once. You should go to different places and even different cities to buy them, and then you should send the gold quickly after each purchase. Don't wait to buy all the gold and then come over. That would be too much of a risk. The more moments like this, the less you can get carried away by the excitement. Wenming knew in his heart that once this kind of thing leaked out, even if he was as strong as a night demon, he would be torn to pieces by those powerful forces. He himself will definitely not be spared. A gold pourer is a must, but a gold pourer who is as steady as an old dog. John nodded. Any other plans? Unconsciously, this top assassin's trust in Wenming was soaring. Both husband and wife subconsciously felt that this young man was a worthy trustee. They didn't know where the feeling came from. Anyway, the two pinned all their hopes on him. Wenming now only hates that he has no money. Otherwise he will definitely take all the money out to pour gold. And now he can only dry watch John earn big money. He even moved to mortgage the Flatiron Hotel. But this hotel could not be sold, so he could not take out a mortgage either, which left him speechless. What the hell is this third master thinking? Why do you have to be a blood relative to inherit? Weapons? You need weapons. Lots of them. Some of the gold you have in that world, take some of it out to buy weapons, and keep the rest for emergencies. And your bulletproof suit, you have to wear it. You can't take it off to sleep, whether it's in your world or this one. You need strength to protect the gold, which is Helen's salvation, but only if you stay alive. Do you understand? Although he couldn't earn it himself for a while, Wen Ming didn't want John's pouring business to go wrong, so he was the first to remind the other to get weapons and bulletproof suits. No problem. John's face was intensely confident. He didn't believe anyone could take the gold from him. Wen Ming is right. This is his wife's life-saving money. Anyone who tries to rob us, give him 3 shots. Since you, the owner of this hotel, is not my old friend Winston, I should be able to get all the weapons and bulletproof suits I want over at the Continental Hotel, and I have plenty of gold coins. Your car. Wen Ming suddenly thought of the original plot. Your car is too flashy. Change to a normal car. Don't be missed by the villain. The plot of The Fast and the Furious one is that the beckoning '69 Mustang attracts the coveted attention of the gangster's prince, who then proceeds to feel up John Wick's house, rob his car, kill his dog, and eventually causes all the things that follow. Now that Wen Ming had decided to do a good job as a gold pourer, he would definitely not allow this car to lead to further follow-ups. My car? John looked out the window at the Mustang that Helen had bought for herself as a gift. Wen Ming didn't know how to explain to this top assassin the oriental wisdom of not revealing one's wealth and making a fortune in silence, but he had a better solution. You wouldn't want Helen's gift to you to be smashed and robbed by some punk who covets gold, would you? Well, I'll switch to Helen's car when I get back. At the mention of Helen, Nightmare is taken to death. Helen was on the sidelines, with a look of happiness that was even greater than her being cured. But Helen heard Wen Ming's meaning. That Mustang, you sell it too, and when I get better, I'll buy you a better one. Okay, all yours. Wen Ming pretended that he couldn't see the other party furiously spreading dog food in front of him again, and then solemnly exhorted again. The most crucial thing, come over as midnight as possible. Don't let the people in that world know about the existence of this world, and don't let anyone know about the matter of pouring the gold, or else you and I will be ushered into a disaster. If you don't think of you and me, you have to think of Helen. It's Helen's life-saving money. The two people who were showing their love all woke up with a start. Don't worry, I guarantee on my life that no one will ever find out. After chatting about business and setting up plans for the future, the three of them became closer to each other and were even in the mood to talk about some of the differences between the two worlds. Before John left, as if suddenly remembering something, so, can you make Helen's bok choy and egg noodles again tomorrow morning? Don't worry, I'll keep making it for Helen as long as she wants it. With his cooking skills recognized, Wen Ming's mood was unusually pleasant, and he made a small request of his own in passing. Can I trouble you to bring me a bulletproof suit and an EMP bomb for a few gold coins? Can I get credit up front? There was no longer any sense of surprise in Wen Ming when he once again saw John Wick disappear into the intersection in his Mustang. The only thing he's curious about is whether the world of the Fast and the Furious would continue to exist without a deranged John Wick. After all, one even thinks about the Mustang as a car. These were all sort of an experiment, and Wen Ming needed to see what followed before saying anything. Helen was not well, so she was arranged by Wen Ming to rest in a quiet room on the second floor, and then Wen Ming plunged into the recruitment work. 2088 U.S. dollars difference in gold. They can only dry watch but cannot earn, which makes Wen Ming's motivation to earn money to the extreme. That's a big reason why it's so hard for the average person to cross that line. Even if you know some of the ways to make money, you don't have that raw capital to get in. Not to mention, most ordinary people have no idea what those earning gates are. If you can make a lot of money by dumping gold, what T-800, T-1000, I'll use missiles to wash the ground for you when you come. Believe it or not, Wen Ming decided that in the future, when there were people from other movie worlds, the first thing to do would be to figure out the price of gold on the opposite side. This is definitely one of the surest ways to get rich. Wen Ming thought about how he should earn money quickly while he started interviewing the interviewers he had made an appointment with in the morning. For Belinda's banquet, 200 people were to be entertained, so it must require a lot of attendance, and she herself had to get ready as soon as possible. At the very least, when Belinda came to see the grounds later, she couldn't really be alone. You have to punch yourself in the face a few times first. Chapter 011, 100, 000 U.S. dollars, in the bank. More people showed up for interviews at 9 o'clock than expected. One might even say roll. Everyone who came for an interview had a sense of urgency on their faces, and many even said that they would be able to go to work officially right away. This gave Wen Ming a deeper perception of the current state of employment in Eagle Country. Seems like that black swan had a big impact on whoever it was, and as a result, Wen Ming had more options. Cleaner is very good interview. As long as it is done in the hotel, The image passes. Wenming directly set. The salary is $2,500 a month. It will be added later, but not by much. Don't assume that Eagle Nation people will be paid well or that 5-star hotels pay well. The truth is that the bottom feeders in Eagle Country have always lived in dire straits. The East-West reconciliation some time ago has uncovered the old story. An elementary school teacher earns only $3.100 per month. A factory supervisor earns $2.800 per month. And a waitress earns a base salary as low as $1.800. Many Eagle Staters need to work 3 jobs to support themselves. Not too many people in their 60s and 70s still trying to work for rent. Wenming's offer of $2,500 is already considered a high salary. For this wage, the corners of these cleaners' mouths couldn't even be pressed, saying that they would definitely introduce more and better peers to Wenming. Warming thanked him for this. What I'd rather see is you guys working hard, you know? The 2 cleaners immediately nodded furiously. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely clean the hotel even cleaner than our own homes. Wenming signaled for the girls to go change and go straight to work, then began to identify the porter. Doormen are paid less than cleaners. Wenming offered a salary of $2,000 and it was up to them as to how much they could earn in tips. After all, doormen don't get a lot of tips every time they park and drop off luggage. Cleaners also get tips, though the opportunities are much less compared to doormen. To them, Wenming's tone was even harsher. Keep your hands and feet clean, and never drive the customers' cars or steal their things indiscriminately, or else I will definitely send you to jail to pick up soap. The 2 porter nodded frantically in understanding. Wenming didn't know if they could do it or not. All he could do was to manage it more strictly. If something really goes wrong, he definitely won't be soft. As for the chefs, the main chef couldn't be found for a while, but the ordinary chefs were recruited, and Wenming gave them a monthly salary of $3,500 after trying their skills. The maintenance man recruited one and the salary was given to $4,500. Blue-collar skilled labor is in demand everywhere. In this way, in just one morning, Wenming had recruited 2 housekeepers, 2 doormen, 2 cooks, and 1 maintenance worker. The staff was in place and the cold hotel, all of a sudden, became a bit more popular. Unfortunately, none of the blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged receptionists were recruited. Wenming is not in a hurry. After all, this is only the first interview. There is still a wave in the afternoon. With 7 employees in place, the monthly expenses are immediately $20,500 more. And that's just the beginning. 2 housekeepers is simply not enough, and the other positions need to be filled as soon as possible. And it's a weekly salary system over here, so Wenming must earn money as soon as possible. Money, money, money. While looking at the heavenly riches that he couldn't get in the world of Blast Chase, and while looking at his hotel that was like a gold-swallowing beast that kept spending every day, Wenming's desire to make money was growing bigger and bigger. On top of his interviews, Wenming is constantly improving and updating the room information on the official website and other websites so that more people can book rooms. Before Belinda arrived, several of the new employees had all changed into their hotel uniforms and were busy in their respective positions. Hi, Warming, as a pleasant voice rang out. Wenming, who was checking the banquet rates at the front desk, revealed a big smile. Hi, Belinda. Sorry I'm a little late. You know, there's a bit of traffic in Metropolis at the moment. I brought you a cup of coffee. I hope you like it. Belinda's pretty face with a few points of embarrassment. Wenming took the coffee in the hands of the other party and said thank you. Let's go. I'll take you to see the venue. What day of the week do you use? Wednesday night. Time is running out. Wenming did some calculations. 2.5 days to prepare a large banquet for 200 people, and also to set up the scene. It was by no means an easy task. I know, but the party was improvised and there's been no way to find a suitable venue. And you know, there are some things we can't influence. Belinda's face held a few moments of helplessness, and Wenming expressed his understanding. I've seen The Queen in Prada, and I'm sure your boss is no better to serve than Miranda. You like watching this movie too? I've seen this movie no less than 10 times. Speaking of movies, a happy look came over Belinda's face. I super adore Miranda. Yeah, I thought everyone liked Andy. The 2 of them talked and walked, and soon they were riding the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. The top floor of the Flatiron Hotel. Very wide. The 3 big Moncler outlet store put all the equipment outside the machine on the side of the street. The seaside of this side of the view is wide open, without any obstacles, and has a very beautiful fountain pool. It's so beautiful. This place would definitely fit Beatrice's bill. The moment she saw the terrace, Belinda immediately let out a cheer as she took out her cell phone and looked to Wenming, who was beside her. Can I take a picture for the video? Yes, please feel free. Warming had the good sense to stand off camera and let Belinda capture the terrace in its entirety. A few minutes later, Belinda received the call, and then shouted towards Wenming with a happy face. Wenming, Beatrice is satisfied. Wenming also smiled happily. With a party of 200 people, this is going to be a big income. Looks like I'm going to have to do a good job of hiring a bunch of employees this afternoon. Having solved the big problem, Belinda's mouth could no longer be suppressed, and her whole person became bright. She talked and laughed as she followed behind Wenming, and together they went back to the front desk and began to communicate about the cost. Now in August, belonging to the peak season, so a lot of costs Wenming directly by the top. Anyway, the other side is the only choice they have. There is a bargain to be taken, not to be taken. Venue rental fee of $20,000 US for 6 hours. Banquet hospitality with catering, non-alcoholic beverages, liquor, service plus taxes and equipment rental, etc. 500/person. 200 people is $106,000 US, totaling $126,000 US. Belinda didn't hesitate much at the offer, quickly contacting the company and then signing the contract on the spot after getting authorization and contacting the company's finance to prepare the payment. Since there were less than 3 days before the start of the banquet, Belinda was quick to settle the 80% down payment, or $800, as agreed in the contract. I could tell that Belinda couldn't wait to get this thing finalized for fear of another change. Check? No. Electronic transfers. Wenming refused the check without hesitation. Chapter 012. No one can stop gold pourer me from getting rich. In Eagle Country, checks are the most common way to pay for business transactions. Even payroll is paid by check. Although the rate of payment by check has slipped with the advent of the electronic payment era, people on this side of the pond are more old-fashioned and many companies are still paying by check, and checks are usually mailed. Even if they are in the same city, they don't get a runner to deliver them. And according to the mailbox rule, a check that is dropped in the mailbox before deadline is considered paid on time. It takes ages for the check to reach the payee. Anyone who's ever had a courier from Eagle Country knows how slow it is. What's more, the check management over here is so loose that it's easy to get picked up by a fake check. But the banks aren't responsible for that. They do investigate, and if they find the payee, they'll return the money, and if they can't find it, it's your bad luck. The movie Cat and Mouse Game is an autobiography based on a true story. Wenming was reminded by his attorney, Hansen, that after a partner company pays a check, it must be reconciled regularly, or else problems can easily arise, so he won't hesitate to turn down a check when he can. Have fun working together. With $100,000 US dollars in the bank, Wenming's mood grew happier. Please send the site layout map and all the specific requirements to my email address, and I will contact professionals to come and set up. Let's add our contact information, and I'll contact you again in the future if there's a suitable event. Belinda happily exchanged cell phone numbers with Wenming and then added chat tool friends, and the pretty OL breathed a huge sigh of relief as if she had accomplished a major life event. The first one is over, and right after that I still need to memorize 200 people in the next 2.5 days, which is horrible to think about. I'm not going to be able to sleep for a few days. At this point, Belinda, like a big girl spouting and complaining to her best friend, spat without the slightest defense. I'm just a regular assistant, and I can't believe that I'm going to have to do the same kind of things that only a first assistant has to do. Just like Andy, if I get stuck like Emily, Miranda's first assistant, when the time comes, I really don't know if I'll have an Andy to help me. I think I'll go crazy on the spot. Received $100,000 US dollars. Wenming kindly to provide each other a little advice. You can start by focusing on memorizing the people with the most important identities and their families. Those are the ones your boss cares about the most, as well as the ones you think your boss doesn't know but are the ones your boss wants to know for this party. Narrow it down a bit, do a little sequencing, and I have a feeling you can cut down on some of the memorization. If you read all of these people's backstories as a piece of gossip, I think your speed of memorization will multiply again. Hearing Wenming's suggestion, Belinda froze for a moment, then became ecstatic. Ming, you're such an angel. I feel like I'm really the biggest blessing of my life for meeting you today. Being wildly praised by a big sweet chick from the Eagle Kingdom who was comparable to Anne Hathaway, Wenming's mood was also pleasant. I'm just giving you some small suggestions. They don't always work, so you can give them a try. By the way, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'll give it to you below. Belinda nodded furiously. Is it an Eastern meal? Right. There were still leftovers from the morning's hand-rolled noodles, and Wenming would never waste them. Again, it was the same omelette plus lettuce plus hand-rolled pasta, which Belinda ate to her heart's content. It's so good. You know, if I hadn't come to book the venue, I'd only have 20 minutes a day for lunch. Same as Andy? Wenming felt more and more that Belinda was a carbon copy of Andy. Unfortunately, the other person is not the same Andy from the Queen in Prada. When Anne Hathaway was at the peak of her facade, I also wonder if I'll ever get a chance to encounter the Queen in Prada universe. It's scarier than what happened to her. There's a lot of pressure to be competitive in the Met, and the slightest mistake can get you fired. Belinda quickly finished her bowl of noodles, clearly a bit underwhelmed. Would you like another bowl? Wen Ming took the initiative to extend an invitation. There's still leftover spaghetti. No, I can't have any more. It's a lot more than I usually get for lunch when I can only have one sandwich. I've realized you Dakian people are too good at cooking and enjoying yourselves. Belinda wiped her mouth and stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll send you all the requirements for the site setup when I get back, and then I'll come to you at noon on the day of the party to make a final pass at the venue in case there are any problems. No problem. Wen Ming got up and sent the beautiful OL away, then quickly went back to the front desk, found his address book, and started contacting the fabric exhibition company that the hotel used to work with. The metropolis has a developed tourism and hospitality industry, where countless large-scale parties and wedding receptions are held every day. So there are many such professional exhibition companies. After a quick appointment with a company on the hotel's whitelist, Wen Ming was about to step up the pace of recruiting when the foyer of the Flatiron Hotel gradually came to life. As the two recently arrived doormen continued to come in and out, luring one tenant after another in, Wen Ming's mouth broke into the most sincere smile. Belinda said she was his angel. How could Belinda not be her own angel? Since I met her, not only did I make $100,000 a morning, but I've even started getting official tenants. Not caring much, Wen Ming put his full attention on his hearing and speaking, trying to distinguish as much as he could between the Eagle dialects of these tenants interspersed with various accents and slang. It's nice that there are dialects of the Eagle language. For those who really couldn't understand, Wen Ming ended up going straight to sign language. No way. If you can't speak Eagle, sign language will come in. Luckily, the two Porter boys were more resourceful, and from time to time they helped out as translators, which made things a lot easier. It stayed busy like that until after 3 p.m., when the hall sort of chilled out. When Wen Ming did a couple's check-in, the background showed that he had received 36 groups of customers. The original thought was to open only one floor for business, but now 2 floors are not enough. Not bad. $18,000 in the bank, plus the gym plus breakfast income in the morning, and the deposit for the party. It's almost $120,000. It would be perfect if someone booked the deluxe and presidential suites. Wen Ming thought that his income for this day, calculated by the exchange rate, directly reached $870,000 plus, and he felt energized all over. I couldn't have made $870,000 in 5 years by myself before. I'm going to continue. Early realization of 256 rooms filled daily. That way you can make over $100,000 a day on your own in room fees alone. Toss that in and that's $1 million a day. That's 3 or 4 small goals a year, and then use all that money to pour gold. Then it's not impossible to triple it straight away and achieve 10 small goals. No one can stand in the way of the gold pourer me getting rich. Chapter 013. Boss is really a good man, with high fighting spirit. When Ming finished the lunch made by the new chef in 3 or 2 bites, then rushed back to the front desk once again to start preparing for his big interview. Many more people came for interviews in the afternoon than in the morning. When Ming morning notification of the time is relatively hasty. Some people see when it is too late to rush. So this afternoon interviews, full of people, is more than twice the morning. More people, more choices. When the people who came for interviews saw the hall full of oodles and oodles of their peers, one by one, they immediately lowered all kinds of expectations for salary and benefits. Inside roles, that's where it comes from. When Ming did it on purpose. He often feels this pressure when he interviews across the ocean. HR centrally invites interviewees and then has the interviewees wait in line outside together. Everyone goes in for a long or short period of time. Is the other side your competition? Why did he stay so long? Is it a done deal? How does this one go so fast? He's so good. He's out. What about me? This torturous wait is enough to keep lowering the mental expectations of many people. 3 hours later, the cleaners finalized 4 more, for a total of 6. 2 shifts. Barely enough for the current tenants, and we'll have to keep hiring tomorrow. The number of doormen has increased to 3, and the maintenance man has once again recruited 1. The sous chef still hasn't been recruited, but another cook and a buyer have been recruited. Purchasing gave a salary of $3,500. High pay for low pay. Well, $3,500 is a good salary. The same is in place for the gym's safety officers and fitness instructors, who are paid $3,500 and $2,000 plus commission, respectively. Both are certified, one with a fixed salary and one with a base salary plus commission. The finance manager's salary is relatively high, reaching $10,000 a month. There's no way around it. You have to be skilled in finance for this technical job, and you also have to be familiar with the various financial and tax systems in the Eagle country and help with the hotel's tax returns. And one isn't enough to keep recruiting. After an afternoon's work, when Ming finally recruited a human resources manager for $7,500 a month. The HR manager was in place to finally get Wen Ming out of the tedious interview, and Wen Ming heart miss, blonde blue eyes and long legs of the receptionist or not recruited. Wen Ming had to retreat to the next best thing, first set down 2 medium-sized big white girls, $3,000 a month, immediate start. In this way, Wen Ming was freed from the tedious work of the front desk. God knows how these foreigners can have so many strange requests. Just now, a man even called the front desk and asked for ass-wiping service. Wen Ming almost didn't rush up with Winchester in his hand. There's a big reason for paying the front desk so much, besides the fact that the two have work experience. These 2 receptionists are bilingual. One speaks Eagle plus Sia and one speaks Eagle plus Daikan. This is an essential skill for the front desk of a 5-star hotel. Ordinary people couldn't do it if they wanted to. A few hours down the road, the number of employees at the Flatiron Hotel quickly expanded to 21, and the monthly staff salary expense has been as high as $73,000 US Keep hiring, prioritize front of house supervisors and event planning supervisors. We have a 200-person banquet on Wednesday night with a very high profile. Also, the front desk and waitresses need to be replenished as soon as possible, and get bilingual ones if possible. Wen Ming sipped a glass of water and arranged a word to the newly arrived HR manager. The HR manager, a middle-aged older woman named Susie, nodded and said, "I've just asked around at my peers, and there should be results soon, but I suggest you confirm a position as soon as possible." "Boss, what position?" "Well, hold on a minute while I take care of one thing." Wen Ming was about to listen to Susie's advice, but had to interrupt and then walked to the front desk, because he'd seen the guest who'd asked for help wiping his ass go downstairs. "Where's your manager? I'm going to file a complaint against the receptionist who can't even speak Eagle." The aggressive fat man rushed towards the front desk, and the 2 front desk dames who had just arrived at their posts were obviously startled by the other, but both had worked as hotel receptionists, so they were shocked but not confused. One of the red-haired receptionists named Manhwa waved her hand towards Wen Ming, who was walking over, signaling him not to come over, and then looked at the other party. "I'm sorry, the receptionist you're complaining about has just been fired by our boss." "What?" The fat man's fire was instantly blocked in his chest and his little eyes darted around before he added, "I need to go back to my room and take a now, so you can wipe my ass." Manhwa kept a decent smile. "Yes, please tip first." "How much?" $100,000, "and if you give it, I promise to wipe you clean." Another receptionist named Rilla also smiled. "I can do that too. Just tip me 100,000 and I'll rub you all night tonight." "Oh yeah. I can also provide you with a cleaning service that guarantees you the most exclusive ass-wiping service in a 5-star hotel. Clean inside and out kind of thing. Don't worry, our tools are sterilized." The fat man's face went red as he yelled, "How can you possibly want such a large tip? I'm going to file a complaint against you too." "Where's your manager?" "I'm sorry, but our manager was fired too." Manhwa spread her hands in a loving manner. The boss didn't like the fact that they couldn't provide their clients with a respectable ass-wiping service, so he fired them all. The fat man was blocked speechless, so he angrily turned around and went upstairs. "I will never stay at the Flatiron Hotel again." Wen Ming looked dumbfounded. If the 2 weren't the wrong height and build, he'd have thought he'd seen the 2 live ones from Broke Girls. Well, there's still some fire left. After all, Max's yellow accent is unbeatable. If it had been Max, I guess the fat man could have been pissed off. "The 2 of you need to improve again." "Sorry boss, we screwed up a client." Manhwa and Rilla saw Wen Ming walk over and hurriedly apologized. Wen Ming waved his hand and said, "You guys did the right thing. Next time you meet this kind of guest, just pull the plug." Manhwa and Rilla smiled at each other and gave each other a high five. As hotel receptionists, they often encounter all kinds of strange guests, and they cope with them with ease, but they are also afraid that this young boss will hate their approach. In a society of capital, there is no dignity for a bottom class like them. It's easy to lose your job over a customer complaint. Previously they were the ones who left because of unjustified complaints from customers. Wen Ming's defense touched both of their hearts. The owner is such a nice guy. I'd heard that Eastern men were gentle, but I didn't think it was true. Why don't you guys get off work tonight as normal, and line up the morning and evening shifts tomorrow? Susie will be hiring a new receptionist as soon as possible, and then you'll be able to relax a lot. Because it was the first day of work, Wen Ming had no way to keep them on the night shift, and could only stay up this night himself. Looks like I need to go on a coffee binge myself tonight. Which coffee did Belinda buy this morning? Tastes good like that. Ask next time. It's a shame it's so late in the day. Or we could ask now. Well, really just ask for coffee. Chapter 014 This Terminator. He's really nice. We've agreed that we can go on until 12 p.m. today and do the full 8 hours. I'll come to work tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock sharp and get off at 15 o'clock p.m. Rilla will come to work at 1400 hours and get off at 22 o'clock p.m. We'll make a reasonable schedule when we've filled up. Boss, do you think that's okay? Oh yeah, boss, you can go ahead and take a nap. Mana's understanding was comforting to Wenming. Seems like the new employees are great. That's a lot of hard work. Wenming didn't try to be brave. He didn't sleep for too long last night, and today he was busy from 4:30 in the morning to now. He was already sleepy. But before he went upstairs to bed, he needed to finish listening to the advice of Big Mama Susie, who had been waiting for him after all. Sorry Susie, what position did you just say? For employees who work on their own initiative. Wenming likes it from the bottom of his heart, and Wenming is even happier when the other person can give his opinion. Just love this kind of staff. Head of security. Wenming froze for a moment, then realized what the other party meant. No position is as important as this one in opening a hotel in Eagle Country. Your advice is excellent. So let's recruit as soon as possible. I'm hoping to meet my head of security tomorrow morning. In a short period of time, John Wick didn't know if the raiders could succeed, so Wenming decided to listen to the advice. Thinking of how the bosses used to do it, Wenming gave an expression of I'm satisfied and think highly of you. Seeing that the young boss valued her opinion and was very supportive, Auntie Susie immediately said, I'm going to send out invitations, and if possible, I'll get the head of security booked for tomorrow, so we'll have security for the banquet the day after tomorrow. Wenming once again gave a thumbs up to the passionate Aunt Susie, and when the other party had gone to get busy, Wenming instructed the cook to bring a dinner to Helen's room before he hurried up the stairs and returned to his bedroom. Setting an alarm for himself at 23:30, Wenming took out his grade 4 Eagle language dictionary and began to study in silence. 3 seconds later, great snores rang out from the big bed right on time. This sleep, Wenming slept extraordinarily well, and he didn't wait for the alarm to go off before waking up hungry. He hadn't eaten in almost 12 hours. Since he'd accompanied Belinda to her hand-rolled noodles at noon. Downstairs at the front desk, Mana and Rilla were doing the hotel night audit. Seeing Wenming go downstairs, Ruela raised the ticket in his hand. Boss, a total of 55 rooms were open today, and someone just opened the presidential suite. Someone's got the presidential suite? Wenming felt instantly invigorated. Any special requirements? The presidential suite is expensive, which also means that the service is demanding and must be accompanied by a personal butler. This position Wenming hadn't been recruited yet, so he, the boss, would have to serve in person. There's only one requirement, and that's not to disturb him. But that man looks like a young governor. Mana's casual remark made the sweaty hairs on Wenming's entire body stand up. What did you say? I said he looked like a young Schwarzenegger and wore a classic leather jacket, but the style was a little old. Mana looked at Wenming with some surprise. Why did the boss react so much? Could he really be Schwarzenegger? The age is not right. Schwarzenegger is 78 years old now. Also, he came alone, didn't see his bodyguard, agent, or assistant, so it should be a copycat, right? Wenming only felt that his back, all of a sudden, was collapsed and wet with cold sweat. T-800 came to stay? The Terminator will still be staying in a hotel? Shouldn't you be busy hunting down Sarah Connor and John Connor? Obviously doesn't fit the plot. And what kind of robotic behavioral logic is it to get a room straight out of the presidential suite? Is it hard to recharge the batteries after a malfunction in the time travel process? I knew this day would come. Damn Eagle Country Express. It's so slow. If we were in the country, liquid nitrogen would have been delivered to our door by now. I'll have my new purchasing go get 2 cans in the morning. No, get it for me now. If you can't buy it, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Wenming guessed the reason why the Terminator had come to stay at the hotel while thinking about a very important question. This is a question that needs to be confirmed first. What did he pay with? Rilla opened the register and showed warming. Here, cash. Cash? Wenming looked at the 10 bundles of bills with a face value of $20 in the cash register and always felt that something was not quite right. This Terminator, he's a nice guy. Surprisingly, they are given in small denominations. In the Eagle Kingdom, whoever dares to take out 100 US dollar bills of large denomination will immediately be suspected of being counterfeit or to money laundering. This Terminator took out all the cash in 20 US dollar denominations, which allowed him to avoid a lot of trouble. I'm going to go ahead and get something to eat while you guys lock all the money in the safe and get ready for the end of the day. Although he was happy that he had pocketed another 10,000 US dollars, when he thought that the Terminator had just been on the 15th floor under his feet and was still staying in the hotel without leaving, Wenming immediately felt that there was no way to have a good evening meal. Hurriedly getting himself a bowl of fried rice and finishing it in 3 or 2 bites, Wenming began to calculate how he should respond if T-800 really made a scene. The Terminator movie franchise is about a future time when AI Skynet is out of control, unleashing nuclear warheads across the globe in a bid to destroy all of humanity. And John Connor, the leader of humanity's resistance coalition, is leading the surviving humans in a counterattack against Skynet. In an attempt to kill John Connor, Skynet sends the robot codenamed T-800, also known as the Terminator, to use a time machine to return from 2029 to the Eagle Kingdom in 1984 to kill the one who was not yet given birth to John Connor, Sarah Connor. John Connor sends warrior Kyle Reese back to 1984 to protect his mother in order to save her, and himself. As it turned out, by mistake, Kyle Reese and Sarah Connor rolled in bed, and then in one fell swoop, Kyle Reese became John Connor's biological father. The series is so classic that everyone's favorites are usually the second and third films, which is the story of John Connor after he grows up. Now that T-800 had come to stay at his hotel, it made Wen Ming miss his employee who had yet to be successfully rated somewhat more and more. "Where's John? How come it took so long to go back and buy a gold? Didn't we arrange for you to buy a batch and send back a batch first? If you don't come back, your future boss is going to be terminated by the Terminator." In the midst of various thoughts, it was time for Mana and Rilla to leave work, and the two of them did a handover with Wen Ming before waving goodbye. Waiting for the two to leave, Wen Ming locked all the doors and windows on the first floor, lowered the entrance roller shutter door to the underground garage, and was just about to go upstairs to get his Winchester out for backup when there was a sudden knock on the door of the hall. Chapter 015, Sarah, are you here to date the T-800? When Ming walked over and saw a blonde woman standing outside, it was a little hard to see the face in the dim light. "Can I help you?" The blonde woman raised her voice. "Is there any room left?" "Yes." Seeing another tenant come to the door, When Ming didn't care about the T-800 and went up to open the door, then introduced the other party. "What kind of room do you want?" "A regular king room will do." The blonde woman had a ponytail, and the clothes on her body were a leather jacket with a rather 80s style. When Ming looked at the other party's outfit, and suddenly had a trace of ominous premonition in his heart. "Your driver's license." Sarah Connor. The blonde woman fished a driver's license out of her bag and handed it to Wen Ming. Wen Ming snapped his head up and took a closer look at the other person in the bright light. A chill could not help but rise in his heart. "Sarah Connor? What are you doing here? Did you make a date with the Terminator here?" "The T-800 is here. Sarah Connor is here too. Where's your son John? Where's your husband Kyle?" "Numb nuts. It's a troublemaker. This family is a pain in the ass. The T-800 can demolish my $289 million hotel. I'm sorry, the rooms are full." When Ming pushed the other's driver's license back, and Sarah Connor was filled with confusion. "Didn't you just ask me what kind of room I wanted?" "Yes, I have a 5-star hotel here, and the remaining rooms, which cost $600 for a night's stay. I think you can go to a more suitable hotel." In order to get rid of the other guy, Wen Ming decides to be the snobbish, evil boss from the novel for once. He also made a point of raising the price by $100 US. $600? Sarah Connor was visibly stunned by the price. She's just an ordinary waitress with a month's salary. "Well, it does seem a bit expensive." Sarah Connor didn't see anything wrong with Wen Ming's attitude. In the Eagle Kingdom, Wen Ming was already considered to have a very friendly attitude. The only thing she was curious about was when such an expensive hotel had appeared in her city. Collecting her driver's license, Sarah Connor turned to walk out the door. However, just as she took a step, she turned around with some frustration. "I've been walking for a couple of blocks and all the hotels are full. And, you know, how confusing and dangerous it really is here at night." When Ming shrugged and didn't answer. "It's no more dangerous than you are." Although he still didn't know what this spatial rift was all about, staying away from danger was definitely the most important thing he should do at this stage. Especially since your nemesis T-800 is upstairs in the presidential suite doing who knows what. If he knew you were coming, he would have come down with a spray gun. "By letting you go, I'm also saving your life. If your guardian warrior, Kyle Reese, doesn't show up, I'm afraid you won't even survive 3 days. A pleading look appeared on Sarah Connor's face. "Please, can you let me sit at the bar one night? I can order a drink. How about I buy you one? I'm allergic to alcohol." "A drink? I'm afraid I'm going to be John Connor's biological father." Through Sarah's appearance, age and dress, Wen Ming could probably determine that John Connor, the leader of the Resistance Alliance at this time, should not have been born yet. In other words, the lowly beauty in front of you is Terminator 1's Sarah Connor. Wait, no, this is not Sarah Connor from Terminator 1. Wen Ming suddenly reacted. This Sarah Connor in front of me is not the likeness of the Sarah Connor character from Terminator 1. Instead, it's a lookalike of Terminator 5, Genesis' Sarah Connor character. Because the face in front of me is the face of the dragon's mother. A dragon mom who is several times prettier than that Sarah Connor from Terminator 1. Sarah Connor from Terminator 5 has been replaced with Game of Thrones dragon mom in the lead role, who also plays the 1984 Sarah Connor. Thinking about the horrifying plot of Terminator 5, Wen Ming abruptly tensed up. This dragon mom, no, this Sarah is playing Dumb and Dumber with herself. Sarah from Terminator 5 was prepared early on to take on the Terminator T-800 in 1984 because of her early exposure to the Guardian T-800 at a young age. When Ming even suspected that Sarah would pull out a sprayer later and blast the Terminator T-800 upstairs with the elderly governor. Ah no, elderly Guardian T-800, who was ambushed outside. Unsurprisingly, the future warrior Kyle Reese should be arriving soon. Who's next? According to the plot of Terminator 5, the Terminator T-800 is an appetizer, and the Terminator T-1000 and T-3000, which come out right after, are the scariest. With these two robots teaming up, it was estimated that their own Grand Hotel could be dismantled into crumbs. Sarah Connor got a little anxious as she saw Wen Ming's lack of oil and salt, and she continued to plead, "I really don't have anywhere else to go. I just lost my job." Wen Ming was a bit puzzled. Sarah Connor from Terminator 5 was raised by the Guardian T-800 all the time and never lacked for money. She shouldn't have acted so broke even if she wanted to get into the hotel. It shouldn't. Something doesn't seem quite right. Wen Ming was about to say something when the zipping sound of electricity suddenly came from outside the glass door. He glanced toward the glass door and was so alarmed that he hastily waved toward Sarah Connor, signaling her to crouch down quickly. Sarah Connor looked at Wen Ming with some confusion. "What do you mean?" However, Wen Ming couldn't be bothered to explain much at this point. He quickly reached out and covered Sarah Connor's mouth before pulling her behind the counter. How is this Sarah Connor as unresponsive as she was at the beginning of the Terminator 1 storyline? Sarah Connor was immediately struggling frantically as her mouth was covered. She was poor, but she wasn't prepared to seduce her opponent. This thick-browed, big-eyed Dakian man, who looked so gentle just now, how come he turned his face and went straight to his hands? Wen Ming was full of urgency, one hand covering Sarah Connor's mouth, one hand holding up a finger, signaling her not to struggle and shut up, and then pointing outside. Sarah Connor, who was still struggling, saw Wen Ming's gesture and that he wasn't making a move on her, so she stopped struggling a bit suspiciously, then looked up at the glass door. With just one glance, she barely managed to gasp, "That man, why isn't he wearing any clothes?" Wen Ming saw that Sarah Connor was no longer struggling, and only then did he whisper in the other party's ear, "Where's Pops? Hurry up and summon Pops to protect you." In Terminator 5, the Guardian T-800 is affectionately referred to as Pops by Sarah Connor. "Pops?" Sarah Connor gave Wen Ming a puzzled look. "My parents died a long time ago." Warming froze for a moment as he looked at Sarah Connor with some confusion. "Why are you still acting here? You're addicted to acting, aren't you?" Chapter 016, This T-800. Too brutal. Acting in what? I'm not an actor. I'm just a waitress. Sarah Connor once again looked at Warming quizzically. Why does this man look so jumpy? It's a waste of such a handsome face. Wen Ming felt a little confused. What's going on? You're not Sarah Connor from Terminator 5? Just then, another commotion came from outside, and Wen Ming hurriedly hid behind the curtains to look towards the window. All that could be seen was a shirtless, muscular man, looking around for a moment before walking towards a homeless man. He snatched the homeless man's clothes in 3 tries, followed by a honk as a 911 patrol car spotted the muscle man who had robbed him of his clothes and quickly drove over. The muscular man panicked and ran to the center of the road, disappearing into the time rift immediately after. Wen Ming looked at the other party's appearance and behavior and immediately recognized who the other party was. Kyle Reese, the biological father of future resistance leader John Connor, grabbing the hobo's clothes every time he makes an appearance. Sure enough, you're here too. Just as Wen Ming was about to whisk troublemaker Sarah Connor away in a hurry so that she could rejoin her guardian, the elevator behind her suddenly rang. Wen Ming turned his head violently, and when he saw the elevator rise to the 15th floor, he felt his head explode. Quick, take cover, the T-800 is coming down. Wen Ming knew in his heart that T-800 killed without blinking an eye, and if he let the other party see Sarah Connor as the target of the mission, he would definitely go on a killing spree. Who is T-800? Why are you avoiding him? Sarah Connor had a puzzled look on her face. Her clueless eyes were like a child's. Wen Ming looked at the other party who didn't look like she was acting at all, and an idea flew through his mind. Is it hard to believe that this Sarah Connor is not the one from Terminator 5? But Wen Ming couldn't think too much at this point. He reached out and pointed to the marble table at the front desk. Quickly go and hide under the table. Don't speak, cover your mouth, and then I'll let you stay here for the night, provided you and I survive. Really? Sarah Connor was so delighted that she darted under the marble table and then covered her mouth. This boss is so nice. I don't know why it's odd, but this is a 5-star hotel. It was amazing that he was willing to let himself stay the night. What a great guy. Sarah Connor had just hidden herself when the elevator doors opened. A big muscular man in an old-school leather jacket and dark sunglasses walked out. T-800. Sure enough, it's a T-800. Wen Ming forced himself to calm down and look down as he pretended to be busy in front of the computer. T-800 ignored Wen Ming, who was acting to the air at the front desk, and instead took a big step towards the glass door. pushed it open and rushed towards the intersection at a fast pace. Wenming hid behind the curtains and peeked out the window, and the fast-stepping T-800 took out a Uzi submachine gun from within his leather jacket, and frantically emptied his clip at the 911 patrol car that was stopping at the intersection before disappearing into the spatial rift at a fast pace. It's atrocious, Wenming gulped. This T-800, it's brutal. Empty the magazines straight away. You're learning 9/11 like a champ. Is that the T-800? Why did he kill 911? Why did he disappear into the intersection? A voice rang in Wenming's ears, and Wenming jerked his head around to see Sarah Connor coming up to his side to peek out. This woman, didn't I tell you to hide it? But now was not the time to blame the other party. Wenming looked seriously at the other party. Are you sure you don't know him? I certainly don't know any such homicidal maniacs. Sarah Connor was full of doubts. She felt that this man in front of her would always say some strange things. By the way, how come that T-800 disappeared too? Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming. Wenming took a deep breath. He was basically certain that the Sarah Connor in front of him was not the one from Terminator 5. It was most likely the one from Terminator 1. However, her look is not the same actor look from Terminator 1. While she is taller than Dragon Mom and has a hot body, this gave Wenming some new thoughts about the universes linked by these spatial rifts. And then think of the early appearance of Daisy the Beagle, who wasn't supposed to show up when John Wick from the Fast and the Furious came to his place. And then there's the obviously illogical maneuver of T-800 not being busy going after Sarah Connor, but instead spending $10,000 US to stay in a hotel that clearly doesn't fit the plot of the movie or the logic of T-800's behavior. That probably says one thing. The opposite universe could very well be the movie universe. But again, there are some inconsistencies with the movie. Something with small details that could be different. Maybe it's more realizing? Or maybe the timeline is unified? These need to be explored slowly. Thinking of an idea from earlier. A possible solution to the T-800. Wenming quickly opened the Terminator 1 movie on the front desk computer. Come on, if you want free housing, watch this movie first. Ha, watching a movie? Here? You can watch a movie here? Sarah Connor looked at what was in front of her with a look of amazement. What is this? A television set? This screen is so big. It's bigger than most of my TV screens at home. And how come this picture is so clear? This thing is called a computer and it lets you watch movies. Watch carefully, and when you're done you'll know what just happened. In order for Sarah Connor to be able to watch the movie properly, Wenming had brought her some fruits from the refrigerator and water for her. Thanks. Sarah Connor is very curious about this computer thing, but her curiosity is quickly overtaken by the plot of the movie. It didn't take long for her to gasp in surprise. No, why does this man look like the T-800 from earlier? That shirtless man from earlier also looks like Kyle Reese from this movie. What the hell is going on? There's a Sarah Connor here too? She's renamed after me? Why did that man kill Sarah Connor? Sarah Connor looked at it while looking back at Wenming from time to time, who soothed her by saying, "You read it first, and I'll explain it to you afterward." Sarah Connor just had to push down all the suspicions in her mind and patiently read on. Sarah Connor was watching a movie when a shrill honk sounded outside from a distance. Soon, a dozen or so patrol cars rushed to the entrance of the Flatiron Hotel, and hundreds of 911s rushed down from the cars with guns and loaded bullets, and then hid behind the patrol cars. Looking at the patrol car that was parked on the side of the road, the ESU's black, double-axle, heavily loaded combat trucks were also rapidly approaching at the same time, and a dozen were so heavily armed. Burly men quickly descended from them, who dispersed at the first opportunity after they got out of the trucks. This big battle could only be seen in Eagle Country movies and TV dramas before. I didn't think I'd see it after only a few days in Metropolis. Wenming hid behind the curtains and looked outside, not daring to show his head at all. The 911 often empties magazines without reason, as did the brutal T-800 just now. One must not give them any chance. Chapter 017, Testing the Space Rift Rules. After the ESU members took their positions, a patrol car then rushed to the side of the patrol car, and after seeing that there were no living people in the police car, 2 ESU members came down from the top of the patrol car. Quick, ambulance! Hundreds of 911s made sure there was no danger around, before scattering in all directions, pulling up a cordon and letting the ambulances in. A large-bellied man arrived 10 minutes later, and as soon as he stepped out of his car, a group of reporters who appeared out of nowhere quickly surrounded him. Being far away, Wenming couldn't hear what the other party was saying, and he didn't bother to listen. He was only concerned about one thing. Did anything leak out about the space rift? If the matter of the spatial rift leaked out, it was expected that this place would be taken over tomorrow, and one's hotel would no longer be able to do business. One's own grand plan of gold pouring is probably hard to realize again. In the morning, John Wick drove off and disappeared into the intersection, and Wenming wasn't too worried, because there were so many UFOs and fantastical events reported every day on this side of the Eagle Kingdom. as if aliens from all over the universe would only come to Eagle Country. At the time, even if another driver had seen it, even if the other person had gone on to proclaim something, odds are they would have been dismissed as crazy or fake news. After all, Board Eagle Nation is supercharged. But now there's 911 being killed by the T-800, and 2 of them at once. This is turning into a big deal. It is expected that someone will soon mobilize traffic surveillance and surveillance from patrol cars to see what happened. This is a law enforcement agency. Never doubt how powerful they really are. Just as when Ming was thinking about how he should react, the 2 911s walked towards the ironing hotel. Knock knock. There was a knock on the glass door. When Ming knew that things couldn't be avoided, he didn't go straight to the door, but waited for a while before walking to the glass door. Standing behind the glass door, when Ming didn't open the door and inquired through the door, "Hello guys, what can I do for you?" 2 911s, 1 white and 1 black, 1 female and 1 male. To Wen Ming's surprise, it was the white woman who spoke. "Please remind your tenants that a murderer has appeared here, and tell them not to come out at night." "Thanks, I'll remind everyone." Wen Ming nodded. Then the other man was seen to turn his head and walk away. "Gone? What's the situation? It's over?" Wen Ming looked at the scene with some surprise. "I'm waiting for you guys to pull the surveillance and question me. How come it's over? I've thought of a dozen words to respond. And you're gone?" Wen Ming felt like he was a little confused about these Eagle Country 911s. He continued to stand behind the curtains and peeked outside, only to see a large number of 911s and reporters gathered outside. And the CSIs had arrived on the scene, making for a very lively scene. After a long time, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only 2 patrol cars parked nearby. When Ming opened his cell phone and flipped through the nightly news, and soon saw a plugged news appear in the screen. Just got word that 2 911s were on patrol in the Flatiron district when they were confronted with a shooting incident. Both 911s went down on the spot and the suspect is nowhere to be found. The head of 911 in the ironing area, Brick, has stated that he has zero tolerance for such incidents and will do his utmost to track down the murderer's whereabouts. And now the Serious Crimes Unit and the Ministry of the Interior have teamed up to launch an investigation overnight. When Ming looked outside and then looked at the news in his hand, how could he not feel where the so-called full-force tracing was? But one needs to consider contacting Attorney Hansen. If the Serious Crimes Unit didn't come to find himself tonight, someone would definitely come to his door tomorrow. And then if the Serious Crimes Unit found out that the murderer had gone out from the Flatiron Hotel, the fun would be great. There's one more thing that's most troubling. That $10,000 US will probably be collected by 911 as stolen money. I earned it from the Terminator with my strength. Why should it be taken away? The problem is that Hansen's charges are also expensive. Lawyers and dentists are 2 of the most hated professions in Eagle Country. When will Jimmy the sassy lawyer cross over? I need your brother Chuck. After Wen Ming secretly spat out a sentence, he turned around and returned to the front desk. At this point Sarah Connor, who just happened to be standing up from her computer, felt her mind wander a bit. What the hell is going on? Wen Ming poured a cup of water for the other party, and then pressed the other party on the chair again. You first slow down. I'll ask you again. Are you sure you haven't seen those 2 men just now before? No, I've never seen it. Sarah Connor shook her head as she sipped from her glass. What are you trying to say? She had some guesses in her mind, but didn't dare to believe them. You're Sarah Connor. When Ming opened Terminator 5 in his computer again and quickly dragged the progress bar to the moment when Dragon Mom's version of Sarah Connor made her appearance. Upon seeing that she was actually in the movie, Sarah Connor stood up in a mischievous manner. This is me? When was I in a movie? When Ming took out his cell phone and opened Sarah Connor's wiki and handed it to her, Sarah Connor's mind was even more confused after watching for a few moments. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that you're from a universe called the Terminator movies, and you're Sarah Connor from the movies. Warming stared intently at Sarah Connor. All of this was done before to test a conjecture about spatial rifts and the rules of the movie world. Do people in the movie world, who learn the truth about who they are or have seen their movies, have their worlds fall apart and their characters disappear? This is a very important thing. Only after confirming this matter would Wen Ming be able to face these characters from the movie universe more comfortably. Judging by the results so far, Sarah Connor hasn't disappeared, so odds are that the universe over there hasn't disappeared either. This caused Wen Ming to breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he was also a bit disappointed. This means that the movie world is most likely real. It's also the same as having one less killer app to check and balance the characters of the movie universe. Looks like you still have to take out the T-800 with liquid nitrogen or EMP yourself, since she hasn't disappeared. When John Wick comes back from the Fast and Furious universe, it'll be time to show the couple the Fast and Furious franchise. I'm sure Helen would have persuaded John Wick to take a good job as an employee of the Flatiron Hotel after seeing him follow up with so many menacing experiences. Should I let Helen read it alone first? Would that work better? I'm drunk on recruiting a good employee. 2. Sarah Connor's helpless eyes looked up at Wenming, those beautiful eyes unfocused. For an Eagle Lander from 1984 who hadn't yet experienced the information explosion, her outlook on life was about to collapse. I'm a movie character? Chapter 018, This Gold Pourer. I'll do it. It would certainly have been easier to come to terms with this if it had been Mr. and Mrs. Wick instead. After all, the new age has a surprisingly big brain, and it would be exciting to know that instead. But the 80s were still extremely pristine on both the East and West coasts, and the level of education of people in Eagle Country is much lower than the 500,000 people advertise. Especially during the Black Swan, their illiteracy was staggering. It can be interpreted that way, but don't doubt yourself because you are a real person too. When Ming saw that Sarah Connor was about to break down, and not being able to think of anything else, he hastened to pacify her. Apart from you, I know other characters from the cinematic universe, and they're all living, breathing people. The only difference is that your lives have been made into different movies, but your futures, they don't necessarily follow the plots in the movies. When Ming gave Sarah Connor a general rundown of what happened to Mr. and Mrs. John Wick, which made Sarah Connor feel a little better this time. As the mother of the future leader of the resistance, the woman who personally raised John Connor as a human leader, she is stronger and wiser than one might expect. She was keenly aware of what was going on. That means if I can kill the T-800, I'll live, right? Right. When Ming was pleased that the other party was able to accept reality so quickly and realized the key to breaking the situation. What should I do? Sarah Connor looked at the man in front of her. If you helped Mr. and Mrs. Wick, surely you can help me too, right? Go back to your room and get some sleep. And then tomorrow I'll show you all the Terminator franchise movies, and then we'll talk about it. Well, I guess you can't sleep, so I'll teach you to use the tablet. Ever since he learned that there was a space rift in front of his hotel that could link to the movie universe, when Ming had downloaded all of the Fast and Furious series and the Terminator series into his tablet. As much as he trusted DS and various internet sources, he was prepared to review both series of movies 10 or 8 more times so that he didn't miss any plot points by mistake. Sarah Connor was smart enough to quickly learn how to use the tablet, and when Ming handed her the room card before instructing, "Don't ever leave your room. Just stay in your room and don't open it to anyone except me when I knock." "Nope. I can't knock either." When Ming suddenly thought that the Terminator T-800 could mimic voices, and the Terminator T-1000, TX, and T-3000 could all mimic human forms, while it's probably established that it's only the cinematic universe of Terminator 1 that's linked right now, who knows when the Terminator T-1000, TX, and T-3000 are going to come out of a rift in space, and when they do, it's quite possible to mimic themselves or the waitress and just kill Sarah Connor. When Ming hadn't wanted to take in Sarah Connor, after all, she was a troublemaker. But now this situation, T-800 have begun to live in their own hotel and casually in and out of the Kill 9/11. This conflict is expected to face sooner or later. Rather than sit and wait, it is better to take the initiative and make early preparations. It can still kill a T-800 if wrestled with. After all, compared to the original movie where Kyle Reese was alone with Sarah Connor, a drag queen, he now has 2 helpers in himself and John Wick. Although he was kind of a half-drag, he could advise. Well, he was kind of a warlord. Killing the T-800, a low-level model of Terminator, isn't a big challenge if you prepare for it ahead of time. Of course, all of the above is nonsense. Warming left Sarah Connor behind because a more important thing came to mind. Let's set a code word and change it regularly. So we'll start today's code word with "I need a regular king-size room and I'm sorry, the guest room is full." Warming's arrangement made Sarah Connor a little nervous as well, and she memorized the code word before walking quickly into the elevator. Ready to go to room 208, second floor. Easy to run. Just as the elevator door was about to close, when Ming suddenly asked, "By the way, how much does gold cost per ounce over there?" "What?" Sarah Connor had a question mark on her face. "What are you asking for?" Although she had accepted the reality that she was a movie world character, and Sarah Connor understood when Ming's strange words from before, and knew that he had saved her life at that time, Sarah was still a bit unable to accept when Ming's somewhat jumpy thinking. "Besides, do I look to you like someone who can afford gold?" When Ming revealed a hint of a smile. "Trust me, follow me and you'll make a lot of money." At that moment, the elevator doors closed, blocking out Sarah Connor's question mark face. While Sarah was gone, when Ming was stuck in a frenzy of thought, figuring out what to do about the T-800 while checking what the price of gold was in 1984. Soon, when Ming found the statistics, per ounce, $360 US, that is, $11.58 US per gram, and the next year, 1985, gold would fall down to $300 per ounce. Seeing this data, when Ming's desire to finish off the T-800 became even stronger. The spread is now 2 $528 US per ounce. And by the time the timeline over there reaches 1985, the spread reaches to $588 US per ounce. 702-8. 63 times net profit. At this moment, Wenming felt that the night demon didn't even smell good anymore. Sarah Connor is my angel. I'm going to be the gold pourer. At 4:30 a.m. Wenming, who was brushing up on the Terminator series of movies and making plans for a gold pour, was awakened right on time by a knock on the door. Wenming got up and walked over to the glass door, and then he saw a high ponytailed blonde woman in a sky blue sports suit standing playfully outside the hotel door. Good morning, you're right on time. Wenming opened the glass door to let the other woman in, and the blonde woman inquired as she walked inside. I saw the morning news, and I saw the police car outside. Were you okay last night? Thanks, I'm fine. Wenming didn't expect the other party to care about him. This was still the first person who cared about him after coming to the Eagle Kingdom. It calmed the restlessness, the uneasiness, and the excitement in his heart. Slightly. Turns out, it's not all indifference over here. That's the way it is in Metropolis. There are incidents of this sort all the time, but this is the Flatiron District, the busiest area of Metropolis, and 911 here takes the most sponsorship money, so this should pass quickly. The blonde woman's explanation gave Wenming a rough idea of the differences between the East and the West. To put it bluntly, in Eagle Country, where there are a lot of rich people, there are a lot of 911s and strong equipment. With 911 in the country, I guess they can't even pay their paychecks. Guiding the other party to the second floor fitness area, Wenming turned on all the lights here. Chapter 019, I earn hard-earned money. With more and more tenants moving in and the gym resuming its normal operations, it is believed that this 5-star hotel's gym will soon be open 24 hours a day. In time, the gym alone will contribute a significant amount of income. It's fun to think about. Still eating Brussels sprouts and egg noodles today? Wenming waited until the blonde woman had put her duffel bag away and came out of the locker room before inquiring. The blonde woman, who took off her jacket and was left with only a tight sports t-shirt plus yoga pants, was extraordinarily sunny and healthy. In her, Wenming saw a healthy beauty. She must have regular periods. The blonde woman smiled expectantly as she sniffed. Of course, if you have other dishes, I'm willing to try them as well. Wenming nodded. Then let's get you a new dish. Seeing Wenming's departing figure, the blonde woman couldn't help but feel some anticipation. New dish? What could it be? Is every Oriental man as good a cook as he is? Wenming went back to the front desk, took out the paper he had printed yesterday and put it in front of the bell, then concentrated on starting to prepare today's breakfast. He first picked out the small pumpkin that he had sent purchasing to buy yesterday afternoon, washed it, cut off the top, and then with a small spoon and knife, little by little, hollowed out the seeds inside the pumpkin, and then scooped out a small portion of the pulp, put the cut-off top back on and placed the pumpkin cup in the steamer with the lid. After getting 8 in a row like this, Wenming took out 6 more small pumpkins and washed them, peeled the skin and removed the flesh, cut them into small pieces, put them on a plate, and then put them into the steamer together. Open steam. Eagle Nation is super pumpkin loving and even has a pumpkin contest every year. So Wenming is going to prepare a pumpkin steamed egg plus red bean pumpkin pie for this morning's guests. It has an oriental flair and appeals to the Eagle Nation's favorites at the same time. 2 for the price of 1. A $31 breakfast, plus tax and tip, comes to $46.40. Folded in. 337. We can't let these foreigners tell us that our breakfast isn't worth the price. I make hard money here. After doing this, Wenming returned to the front desk, at which time customers arrived one after another. They didn't seem to care much about the patrol cars and cordons outside, as if they had nothing to do with them, and even people who knew each other well talked and laughed as they walked together up the elevator and into the gym. Wenming was once again surprised. Didn't they say that foreigners love to watch? You guys don't want to see such hilarity? Is it something to be taken for granted, or is it something that just doesn't matter? Unable to figure it out, Wenming stopped thinking about it. Earning money? No, cooking is important. More than half an hour later, the windows were slightly whitened, and the greenish-blue sky in the east began to brighten gradually. The newly arrived chef, one of whom came at this time, greeted Wenming and then entered the dining area to start preparing this morning's breakfast buffet. All the ingredients had been prepared in advance last night, and it wasn't too much trouble for him to prepare them alone. Wenming also returned to the dining area, the steamer's vapor reaching its peak at this point. Wenming turned off the fire and first took out the pumpkin cut into small pieces. At this time the pumpkin has become soft. Wenming, while it is still hot, use a spoon to grind the pumpkin pieces into pumpkin puree, then add glutinous rice flour and knead into a dough. The ingredients used for this dough were different from the flour ingredients used for yesterday morning's dough. and Wenming added a small tablespoon of cooking oil to keep it from sticking to his hands. When the dough was kneaded, Wenming covered the dough with plastic wrap and set it aside to rise. While waiting for the waking process, the pumpkin cups in the pan have gradually cooled down. Wenming took out 8 eggs and beat them. Salt, a little. Warm water, double. Strain the egg mixture through a small strainer to remove the ribbons. Then pour the whisked egg mixture evenly into the 8 pumpkin cups. Then turn on the steam again. Brush a few minutes of movie narration. Pumpkin dough has been waking up. Wenming pulled off the egg-sized dough with his hands, rolled it round and pressed it flat, wrapped it in the red bean filling left over from the previous days, and made it into a small round cake. So on and so forth. A full 60 pumpkin pies were rolled out. Looking at the red bean and pumpkin cakes neatly arranged in front of him, Wenming revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. Cooking is much more stress-relieving than watching donkey hoof repair. Remove the white sesame seeds and sprinkle evenly to coat both sides of 60 red bean pumpkin cakes. Finally, take out your toothpicks and press patterns into the pumpkin pie. At this point, the preparations are all set. Wenming looked at his cell phone. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Time flies. Estimating that the upstairs jerks were coming down, Wenming turned on the teppanyaki power supply and heated the iron plate. When the iron plate is hot, put olive oil on it. The oil came up to temperature and Wenming began to arrange the red bean and pumpkin cakes one by one on the teppanyaki. When the hot oil touches the moisture-rich crust, it immediately makes a sizzling sound, and the aroma of the red bean and pumpkin cake gradually spreads out. It smells so good. What is it? Is it a pie? As the first batch of red bean and pumpkin pancakes were being fried until golden brown on both sides, the blonde woman sat down on time on the high stool across from Wenming. Red bean and pumpkin cake, an oriental pastry. Wenming used a spatula to scoop up one, put it into a plate, and put it in front of the blonde woman. It's a bit hot, so be careful. Wenming does not want to be a hot to get rich. He grew up hearing the story of the old lady from Eagle Country who was awarded millions of dollars for being scolded at McDonald's. After being reminded of this, the blonde woman, who had been so foolish, could only hold her tongue. Just then, Wenming brought out a golden-colored pumpkin cup from within the steaming pot and placed it in front of her. Steamed egg with pumpkin. It's also very hot. Wait first. The blonde woman looked at the beautiful little pumpkin in front of her, and her beautiful blue eyes narrowed into a line all of a sudden. You still know how to make pumpkin steamed eggs? I love eating pumpkin the most. She couldn't wait to start eating. I wonder if the steamed pumpkin egg tastes like what you guys usually get. Wenming revealed a hint of a smile, signaling the other party that the red bean pumpkin cake was ready to be eaten. The blonde woman used her chopsticks to pick up the red bean pumpkin cake and gently bit into it, and the flavor of sticky softness and sweetness exploded in her mouth all of a sudden. Although the crust is fried, it doesn't look greasy, but rather adds some hard texture to this flavorful and soft sweetness. The red beans in the filling, meanwhile, detoxify the greasy crust and add to the overall flavor of the red bean pumpkin pie. Hard in a soft way, soft in a hard way. In just one bite, the blonde woman gave full emotional value once again. It's so good. The red beans in it are so sweet. It's over. I'm going to go over my sugar intake for the day, but it's really so good. As the blonde woman nodded furiously, her non-white buddy from yesterday walked over at a brisk pace and was already asking questions before the man even arrived. Red beans? Isn't there egg noodles with bok choy today? By the way, do you have squash today? Chapter 020, I am the boss. Wenming took out the second and third pumpkin cups and placed them in front of his non-white buddies and the fat man who followed closely behind. The fat man's face crumpled into a frown when he saw the pumpkin cup and pumpkin pie, and after tasting a bite, his face crumpled even more. How come you make everything I like to eat, but again, what I can't eat more of? Can I take such a delicious pumpkin and have it for dinner? Will you make dinner tonight? I'm sorry, I may not have time tonight. Wenming shook his head to express his refusal. Now that I'm the boss, if I'm still making breakfast plus and dinner for you guys like this, I'll die of exhaustion. Right now it's just that the chefs aren't all here yet, and when all the chefs are in place, I'm going to enjoy it. Okay then, I'll eat now then, the fat man's mouth said, but his movements were not slow at all, and he finished the red bean and pumpkin cake in 3 bites. One more. No more. I need to refrain. Wenming was a bit surprised. This fat guy's restraint was seen yesterday, and I didn't realize that he still restrained his intention to eat one more today. Why can't you lose weight when you're on such a diet and come in so early to exercise? Is it because you don't want to be thin? The non-white dude instead asked for a second red bean and pumpkin pie. One more for me, please. Warming sent him over a second one with a spatula, reminding him not to eat in a hurry. The blonde woman had already finished the red bean pumpkin cake by now and was eating the pumpkin steamed egg. Hearing Wenming say that she wouldn't do it in the evening, she got up to chatting. Are you on the morning shift? Not necessarily, it depends. Wenming had thought that today was still the same as yesterday. with only 3 jerk-offs coming for breakfast, but he didn't expect 2 more to come soon. The 4th and 5th pumpkin cups were quickly served. Looking at the 3 remaining pumpkin cups, Wen-ming wondered if he should make a few more. Haven't introduced myself. My name is Flora. Flora Rogers. What's yours please? Upon hearing the blonde woman's last name, a flash of surprise suddenly appeared on the faces of the fat man and his non-white buddy, but neither said anything and continued to eat the pumpkin steamed eggs. The blonde woman, Flora, looked at Wen-ming, who gestured that she wasn't in a position to shake her hand. Wen-ming, are you a professional chef? No, I'm only part-time, and I won't be cooking anymore when the cooks all arrive. Wen-ming explained a little. Flora's face clearly showed surprise and disappointment. The fat man was the first to speak. You don't cook anymore? No, Wen-ming, I love your breakfast. I'm only on my 2nd meal. From now on I want to eat your cooking every morning. The non-white buddy had put away yesterday's arrogance at this point. Why don't you do it full-time? I have a feeling that with your craftsmanship, the owner here should be able to pay you a very high salary. Wen-ming shrugged. I'm the boss. Ha! The 3 of them looked at Wen-ming in unison. How could they not expect that this handsome oriental man in front of them was the owner of this ironing hotel? That's not right. I seem to remember that the owner of this hotel is an old man. The non-white dude had a look on his face like he was familiar with the Flatiron Hotel as he thought hard and said, his last name is Wen, right? That's right, my last name is Wen as well. As I said earlier, my name is Wen-ming. Wen-ming gave a kind smile. All 3 reacted. You're the grandson of the former boss? Well, pretty much. I just inherited the hotel, so I hope you'll support me more in the future. Wen-ming nodded his head slightly in greeting, then looked at Mana, who had just arrived. Mana, you're here early. Have you had breakfast? I've eaten. Thanks boss. Marna had already changed into her front desk uniform and scanned the dining area, taking note of all the diners, then said, Boss, there will be more dining this morning. Olaf is already preparing. Wen-ming turned his head to look at the other bright chef. Olaf's hands and feet were quick and fast to prepare the various buffets. Rarely, Dagan Susie came early too, and it's not even 7 o'clock yet. She was standing at the entrance to the restaurant and appeared to be ready to help validate the tenant's room card. This was supposed to be Mana's job. This big mama Susie is great. Hearing Mana, an employee, also shouting Wen-ming's boss, Flora's 3 were truly convinced this time that this oriental man in front of them was the boss of this 5-star hotel. They couldn't imagine that the owner of this 5-star hotel would personally come to cook for the guests, and do it for 2 days. So diligent? It's true. You men in Daqian country are all the most diligent, right? The arrogance on his non-white buddy's face was gradually fading away as a slight embarrassment crossed his face, but he quickly found his balance. It's an inherited hotel. What a lucky Eastern boy. Unlike me, it's all on me. On the fat man's face, there was an even more pained expression. Mr. What? Is it true that you won't be able to eat your handmade breakfast in the future? Flora felt more and more mystified by this oriental man, but there was also some loss on her face. Such delicious red bean pumpkin cake and pumpkin steamed egg. She had never had them before, and only today she tasted them for the first time. Just like yesterday's Brussels sprouts and egg noodles. You won't be able to eat it again? I don't think so, at least not for the next few days, because the chef hasn't been recruited yet, and there's a little bit less than enough cooks here, so I'll probably be doing less when the chef arrives. Wen-ming didn't expect this fat man to love his cooking so much, but he only took it as a polite compliment from the other party. But he also liked this self-disciplined fat man, so he gave a result that made the other party happier. Great! What's for dinner tomorrow morning? The fat man's face burst into a frown. No, don't tell me yet, so that tomorrow will feel like a surprise. I love your Eastern cooking so much. The non-white dude breathed a quiet sigh of relief, and he hated to admit that he actually felt a little bit of glee in his heart after hearing that. Flora's face, like a blooming rose, was bright and colorful. I'm looking forward to breakfast tomorrow, too. I haven't figured out what I'm going to make yet. Let's wait until I see what all the ingredients are that purchasing got today. Wen-ming nodded slightly in greeting toward the trio before placing all of the fried pumpkin pancakes on top of the buffet tray for the tenants who had come for breakfast to take. The remaining 3 pumpkin steamed eggs, Wen-ming did not put them out for the tenants to eat, but took them down. Helen, instead of making Brussels sprouts and egg noodles today, I made steamed eggs with pumpkin and red bean and pumpkin pancakes. I hope you like them. Helen, John Wick's wife, who had just arrived at the restaurant, smiled gratefully. You made this yourself? It must be delicious. I love pumpkin. When you're done eating, I want to talk to you about something. Helen nodded, understanding that Warming wanted to talk to her about John Wick. The 3 florists casually glanced at Helen and all thought she looked a little familiar. Chapter 021. I like this kind of punctual punching customer. Such a beautiful woman. Who does she look like? Looks like a star. King of War or the Fast and the Furious? Can't quite remember. However, this was a 5-star hotel, and meeting a star was nothing unusual, not to mention the fact that the 3 people were not the type of people who had never seen the world, so they all lowered their heads and continued to concentrate on eating their pumpkin steamed eggs. It's so fragrant. When Ming picked up the remaining 2 pumpkin cups, picked up 4 more red bean pumpkin pies, put them on the cart, and walked in the direction of the elevator. Seeing Wen Ming about to leave, Flora wanted to raise her hand to say something, but the words stopped at her mouth. After a moment's thought, she raised her voice and said, "I'll still come in at 4:30 tomorrow morning." Okay. Wen Ming gave a happy smile. Just love clients who clock in on time like this. It's a great face and a kind person. More would be nice. Wen Ming pushed the cart, came to the 2nd floor, and rang the doorbell of room 208. "I need a regular king room. I'm sorry, the rooms are full." When the door opened and saw some redness around Sarah Connor's blue eyes, Wen Ming guessed that the other party should have watched a movie all night. "You haven't been sleeping? Well, I want to know my fate, so I've been watching." Compared to last night's youthfulness, Sarah at this time had a bit more steadiness. Her face was a bit ugly after welcoming Wen Ming into the house. "I realized that I was a bit naive last night. The T-800 was even harder to kill than expected. And, surprisingly, there are even more powerful T-1000, TX, and T-3000, and they have tried to kill me more than once. Indeed, robots are more resistant to fighting than we are." Wen Ming brought the pumpkin cup to the coffee table. "Come and try it. I made it with my own hands for breakfast. I don't feel much like eating at the moment." While Sarah had brushed up on the Terminator series and knew that she had ultimately died at the hands of a blood cancer rather than a Terminator, those days of constant fear had made Sarah realize that she feared she would never be able to go back to that simple life as a waitress. And, not only is he being hunted, but his future children will be hunted all the time. This life really makes her desperate. Taste it. There's an old saying in Dakian country that goes, even if the sky is falling, you have to fill your stomach first. When the sweet-smelling red bean and pumpkin cake was put in front of Sarah, she couldn't resist the aroma after all and took a bite. Then her eyes lit up. "Your hotel chef made this? It's so delicious." "No, I did." Seeing another person praising his cooking skills, Wen Ming couldn't help but want to float. "Is it really good? These foreigners are too good at complimenting people, aren't they? You made this? And you can cook? My God, are all Oriental men this attractive?" Sarah had completely forgotten the sorrows and worries of a few moments ago, and was thoroughly immersed in the pleasures of her sweet tooth. After the first bite of the steamed pumpkin egg, Sarah felt like it was the sweetest food she had ever eaten in her life. Bar none. "It's amazing. How is this made and can you teach me? I've always wanted to learn how to be a chef." "Sure." While Sarah was eating, Wen Ming was also eating, and when the two of them finished eating, Wen Ming wiped his mouth, and only then did he start talking about business. "To kill the T-800, you need an EMP bomb and liquid nitrogen. I've already bought the liquid nitrogen, and the EMP bomb is coming back soon. So when this is ready, then we'll set up a trap and find a way to kill him. Of course, it would be nice to have the help of that guardian of yours, Kyle Reese, able to be sent back in time by John Connor to protect his mother. Kyle Reese is naturally a formidable fighter. It would be perfect with John Wick, the nightmare. What if John Wick was allowed to train Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese again? By the way, is it possible to train yourself?" Wen Ming thought of more possibilities at once. "Once the hotel is on track, is it possible for your free self to learn some interesting skills from these movie characters? Shooting guns? What man doesn't like that?" Thinking about it, he missed his employee who hadn't even officially arrived yet more and more. "John, why aren't you back yet? Kyle Reese?" Sarah Connor frowned slightly at the would-be warrior who was destined to be her man in several movies and wanted to say something, but nodded. "Then let's find a way to reach out to this Kyle Reese." "All right, go to bed early. I don't think you'll be able to get up at noon. I'll bring you dinner in the evening, and if I don't make it, you'll call the front desk on the intercom and ask her to bring you food, and I'll ask her to code with you when she knocks on the door." Wen Ming took the tablet up, leaving it here guessing that Sarah would definitely continue to look at it. Sarah's heart warmed when she heard Wen Ming's concerned words. Thank you for taking me in and for doing this for me." "You're welcome. By helping you I'm also helping myself, and besides, I'm still waiting for T-800 to be killed before I join you in a partnership to make a lot of money." Warming didn't label himself as any kind of good guy, but Sarah didn't think so. She clearly remembers that Wen Ming was about to kick herself out without saying a word last night after learning her name, but instinctively saved her life by hiding herself before T-800 went downstairs. If Wen Ming had really just pushed himself to T-800 at that time like he said, he would have been safer. So, this Oriental man is really gentle. After leaving Sarah's room, Wen Ming knocked on the room next door. Nice. Warming put Sarah next door to Mr. and Mrs. Wick's room, room 206. Warming, why isn't John back yet? Helen opened the door to her room, and after welcoming Wen Ming into the house, she had a worried look on her face. It should be fine. He should be busy selling his house, his car, and buying gold at this time. Wenming slightly pacified the other party, but wasn't prepared to let the other party settle down just like that. Regarding the spatial rift, there are still some things I didn't make clear to you yesterday. What? Helen looked at Wenming with some surprise. Wenming picked up the tablet and placed it in front of Helen. Will this work? Helen shook her head. Her era is 2009, and the tablet for a certain fruit was released in 2010. I'll teach you first, then I'll show you a couple of movies, and after that, you might have a deeper understanding of this space rift. Like last night, when Ming taught Helen how to use the tablet, she was a much quicker learner than Sarah, and soon she was able to flexibly open the movie The Fast and the Furious. You watch first. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. It'll probably take most of the day to watch all four. If you're hungry you can just go to the restaurant and eat, and when you're done watch and wait for me to come back and explain it to you. When Ming got up and left, and before he left, he admonished, if John comes back and you haven't finished reading it, you'd better not show it to him or tell him anything yet, and wait for me to explain. Helen nodded in understanding. Although he didn't know why when Ming wanted to let himself watch 4 movies, he thought that these movies must be related to the space rift. Then take a look. Chapter 022 Rich people can be so arrogant in Eagle Country? After settling the 2 movie characters, when Ming hoofed it to the first floor, the dining area was still busy at this time, with many tenants dining, and the front desk was also busy as a number of tenants were checking out. The cleaners were set to help clean up the dining room by Aunt Susie, and the 2 maintenance men helped serve food in the back kitchen. Everything was busy but not chaotic. This Big Mama Susie is great, but Big Mama Susie had more important work to do than to waste here. Susie, you've worked hard. I'll do it here. Go rest for a while and then start preparing for the interview. Auntie Susie nodded with a smile. Boss, I just made appointments for a few front office supervisors, event planning supervisors, and security supervisors to come in for interviews, all of which are accomplished hands with work experience and ready to go. Also, supervisors for other positions in the hotel need to be identified as soon as possible, and with these supervisors, the entire hotel will be able to operate at high speed. Okay, I'll stay at the hotel for the rest of the day. And if there's a supervisor that I need to interview for confirmation, just bring him to me. But remember to keep a tight rein on it and do a good job of backtracking. The biggest challenge in reopening the hotel is people. Therefore, even if he hadn't slept all night, when Ming didn't dare to be half relaxed. Don't worry boss, I already had an initial look at these interviewees last night, and I'll be backtracking further today as well after the interviews pass. Nah, this one is called professional. She herself hadn't recruited many people all day yesterday, and today Big Mama Susie had everything planned out. No wonder they say HR is the worm in the boss's stomach. A few more roundworms like that would be better. Time always flies when you're busy. Breakfast ends at 10:30 and the rush at the front desk starts at 10:30 as well. The tenants, who had finished eating, began to go downstairs one after another to check out. Warming made his way from the dining area to the front desk, where he joined Mana in making quick work of the customer checkouts. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not, but when Ming felt that his listening level and reading and writing level were improving by leaps and bounds. Could this be the effect of the language environment? For her part, Big Mama Susie was in her office, quickly interviewing employee after employee, flying by the seat of her pants to find that perfect screw-up for each position in the hotel. When there was a suitable supervisor, she would arrange for the other person to wait for Wen Ming in the meeting area on the first floor of the com. Wen Ming, on the other hand, will see the interview, feel similar, then directly set. But Wen Ming is not iron after all, and after staying up until 11:30, he finally couldn't carry on and was ready to go upstairs to bed. Luckily, Susie had sent a new receptionist at this time, so Wen Ming could rest at ease. When Wen Ming was just about to say something to Mana, a voice rang out. Good morning, I need to see your boss. Mana, who was in the middle of her busy schedule, was a bit surprised to see the 2 uniformed brothers who walked straight towards her, but she didn't directly say that Wen Ming was on the sidelines. Instead she asked, is there anything we need to cooperate with? Wen Ming saw the 2 911s and then remembered that he had forgotten something in the morning. He had been so busy from 4:30 in the morning that he had forgotten to call his lawyer. Hanson, when you're a boss and have a lot on your plate, you just tend to forget things. No, I have to find a secretary to do it quickly. Job, there was a homicide outside your hotel last night, and we need to look into your surveillance and your tenant profiles to see if there are any suspicious people. The 2 911s had a businesslike demeanor. When Ming knew that he couldn't hide, he was about to go up to communicate. But Mana didn't eat this. Please pay attention to your words. It's the murder case that happened at the intersection, not our hotel. If you talk like this, beware that our legal affairs will complain to your superiors and sue you. Also, did you bring the warrant? When Ming snapped out of it when he heard this. Yeah, this is Eagle Country. Still haven't gotten used to it myself. But why didn't the other side show a search warrant? It's an emergency. No warrant needed. 911. I didn't expect a little receptionist to have such a tough attitude about getting rid of themselves. And they toughened up a bit. In Eagle Country, any emergency can be inspected directly without a warrant. But one must be made up after the fact. Mana didn't even lift her head. This is a 5-star hotel. Do you want these customers to complain about you? 911 blushing. They immediately saw several tenants who were checking out of their rooms, giving them warning looks. One of the tenants said outright, "If you take away the lobby video and my lodging records without my knowledge, you and the hotel will be waiting for a lawsuit together." Another tenant grunted back, "Don't even think about seeing my video and my information in your office without a warrant and without my attorney present. Even if you have a warrant, the video has to be after it's been coded under the supervision of my attorney." The faces of the two 911s became even more ugly. They looked at each other and could only slink away. A small smile appeared at the corner of Mana's mouth. Scare whoever it is. Don't know what the rich man's world is really like? Wenming also saw for the first time that rich people could be so arrogant in Eagle Country. Mana watched the other party leave and finished the checkout procedures for these two customers to send them away, then explained to Wenming, who was beside her. Previously, there had been a case in which a resident sued the hotel for providing the lobby video to a third party without informing them of it, and the court awarded damages to the hotel. That's why those of us in the hospitality industry have been trained in this way. And anyone who comes in and asks for these things, even if they have a warrant, they have to get the consent of all the tenants before they can give it to them. Boss, remember, it's the consent of all the tenants. Also, if they want surveillance, they have to be clear about the time frame. Not all of it is given to them. Not a second more. Mana's exhortations allowed Wenming, who knew little about the Eagle Kingdom, to gradually understand and adapt to the rules of the game over here. Over here, 911 is just a profession. At the top, there are the rich. Taking surveillance at a 5-star hotel is not about addressing the hotel, but all of the hotel's customers. You said the guy in the hotel killed someone, so why are you looking at my footage? Not even for public areas. What if this lady next to me gets known and it affects both of our reputations? You'll pay my legal fees and alimony in my divorce case? Yeah, that's the way people think over here. Wenming used to be a bit of a rich hater, but now he suddenly felt that these rich people were quite pleasing to the eye some of the time. Since it's such a game changer, there's no need to rush to contact Hansen, the lawyer, on his side. After all, the moment the phone rang, Hansen dared to bill himself. Wenming was relieved to go upstairs to rest. Before going to bed, Wenming instructed housekeeping, "Don't bother cleaning the presidential suite after automatic checkout first." Chapter 023, Why the Band? Wenming had not only arranged for housekeeping, but also for Mana, not to let anyone else stay in that presidential suite today. Everything would wait until he got up. At this moment, he really didn't have the spirit to check what T-800 had done in the presidential suite last night. The job of walking the dog was dumped on the porter in the morning by Wenming. No one can stop him from going to bed now. The level 4 Eagle dictionary was flipped out as usual, and Wenming was about to use it to study, but he inadvertently saw the page he had randomly opened, and suddenly realized that he knew all of the Eagle words on it. You're getting so good at reading and writing in Eagle? So, I didn't pass the exam because I didn't study hard enough, right? With a happy heart, Wenming entered dreamland 3 seconds later. When he woke up, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wenming didn't feel the slightest bit groggy. Instead, he felt that his whole body was full of strength. This feeling of comfort after a good night's sleep took him quite by surprise. How did he recover so quickly when he had only slept for over 4 hours? After washing his face, Wenming changed his clothes and came to his office. And just as he sat down, Big Mama Susie started to bring people towards the office. This is Hunter, applying for head of security. This is Robert, applying for director of event planning. This is Rosa, applying for front office supervisor. Wenming quickly talked to each of the supervisor applicants that Susie had brought in. The piece of resume and background. Susie had already done the screening, so he just needed to see if the people fit the eye. Well, to put it in internet hackneyed terms, it's all about how well people's values can be coupled. As it turns out, Big Mama Susie has a good eye for picking people, and while each supervisory position gives itself a second or third choice, basically everyone is good and has positive values. It took until 6 o'clock in the evening for the interviews to be conducted, and the Flatiron Hotel finally had a preliminary framework out. First up is the head of security and the security officer who has been vacant and is Susie's main concern. Several of the people Susie recommended are from the veteran community and have extremely strong military skills. The supervisor's salary is $500 US, while the 4 security officers are given up to $300 US. That's not a high salary, but neither is low, and Wenming's favorite is still definitely John Wick, but that's all we can do for now at this stage. It was not known if the T-800 would return next, but Wenming still instructed Hunter, the newly arrived security supervisor, try not to use force. Do you understand? These people, they can only deter those $0 purchases. Wenming will not let them deal with the T-800. They're all people with families and children. There's no need to make them fight for their lives. Don't worry, boss. Our security's primary role is to deter, not cause trouble for the hotel. Hunter, a middle-aged man with a clean bill of health, had been doing all kinds of security work since he got out of the army, and had lost his job a while back because of the Black Swan and a lot of hotel closures. Now that it was so hard to find a job again, he naturally cherished it very much. All of the hotel's previous equipment should still work, so if there's anything you need to buy, come on over to Susie's and make a request. Sending Hunter away, Warming welcomed the much-needed event planning director for tomorrow. Robert, tell me, what do we need to look out for tomorrow? Robert was a tall and thin man, and when he heard Wenming's words, he smiled and said, Boss, you need to confirm the band as soon as possible. Ha? Wenming was a bit surprised. Shouldn't it be drinks, dishes, pastries and all that? Why the band? Yes, the band. All the other preparations are no trouble, and we can even get outside help and hire extras. But a good band reflects the class and grade of our hotel, makes all the guests remember our hotel, and gets us more orders. Robert's words made Wenming think, well, it seems that one has a lot to learn. This music thing, it's so important? On the other side of the ocean, aren't they all used by the sales department to scam the leaks when they open? Can you manage tonight? Don't worry, boss. I have contact info for all the good bands in Metropolis. For his theme, is it? Leave it to me. Everyone who does event planning is brilliant. Looking at Robert's Mediterranean Sea, Wenming had only one request. Tomorrow's banquet. You must go all out. Robert nodded and headed out with the planning assistant Susie had recruited for him. The front office supervisors that Susie quoted immediately after her were all excellent, but Wenming refused to nod his head after meeting them, and at the end of the day, Susie directly asked, Boss, their resumes are great, so what exactly do you think is inappropriate? Foreigners sometimes don't beat around the bush and will speak more straight. They're really good, but I'm thinking about giving Manna a chance. Manna? Big Mama Susie was a bit stunned. Manna hadn't been interviewed by her, but had been recruited by Wenming before her, so she didn't know too much about it. Wenming told Susie about yesterday's ass-wiping customer and 911's doorstep request for surveillance and customer lists, then added, Manna is very experienced and resilient. I don't know why she was just an ordinary receptionist before, but I feel she has the potential to become a supervisor. If it wasn't for the short time she's been on the job, I'd even want to promote her straight to supervisor. Big Mother Susie pondered slightly, then said, then let's examine her for a period of time, and if it's suitable, promote her, so that the hotel staff can also see the hope of promotion. Wenming nodded. That Rosa is also good. Turn around and talk to her. Stay as well. A supervisor is definitely not enough. And then recruit the front office manager in place as soon as possible. The two hit it off. Big Mother Susie then reported the results of today's recruitment to Wenming. As of now, the hotel staff has reached a total of 60 people, including 1 front office supervisor, 6 front desk customer service people, 4 doormen, 6 cooks, handymen and waiters each, 1 cleaning supervisor and 10 cleaning people, maintenance supervisor 1, maintenance worker and purchasing, fitness instructor, and safety officer each increased by 1. Wenming looked at the list of employees on the roster and couldn't stop feeling emotion in his heart. It's only been a few days and I can't believe I already have 60 employees under my belt. Of these people, 60% are already on board and full staffing can be achieved tomorrow. The current staffing structure can only be said to meet the basic needs of hotel operations, but to achieve a truly 5-star standard, there is still a lot to go. In addition to the lack of staff, there are, for example, chauffeurs, personal butlers, cosmetologists, bartenders, all of these, and most importantly the sous chef has not been recruited. Auntie Susie concluded and then added, also, I just went to the front desk and asked, today's occupancy reached 83 rooms, and it's still increasing, and it's likely to break 100. Boss, there's an urgent need for people in the guest room and food and beverage departments. Book title changed to Hotel of the Worlds, banning the Iron Man charge. Original title, Opening Reception Dogs, I Run a Continental Hotel. New book title changed to Hotel of the Worlds, banning Iron Man's charge. The referral effect of the original title was high in retention, but a bit low in absorption. I thought about it a lot and finally settled on this one. Show the other alternatives. 1. Running a Hotel, The Exterminator grabbed me to write a favorable review. 2. Hotel Time, Uncle Wolf renewed for 100 years. 3. Running a Hotel, Megatron complained the tarmac was too small. 4. Inheritance Hotel, my tenant from the worlds. 5. Running a Hotel, my tenants are from all worlds. 6. The Hotel of the Worlds, from hosting movie and TV protagonists. 7. Running a hotel, Terminator to me as a doorman. 8. Hotel of the Worlds, from Nightmare vs. Terminator. 9. Hotel of the Worlds, banning the Iron Man charge. 10. Open Hotel, the Terminator and Uncle Wolf snatch up the doorman. 11. Running a hotel, Widow and Catwoman grab the front desk. 12. Running a hotel, oligarchs and supergirls grabbing the front stage. 13. Open a hotel, Magneto to me as an electrician. Chapter 024, smaller quantities are worth more. I know, keep hiring, go hire temps to work if you need them, and I'll be helping out in the catering department later. The increase in tenants is a blessed annoyance. With 100 rooms, that means today's lodging revenue is at least $50,000 US, and with the addition of the Ocean View Grand and Executive Suites, as well as F&B, it's likely to top $70,000, but the need for employees, too, is at an extreme. It's a matter of so many people eating and drinking. Dining tonight and tomorrow morning will be very stressful. It's a pity we don't have oversized iron pots back home, otherwise we could make some big pots of food for foreigners to try. It's the dining rush, so I'll go help too. Susie's proactivity made Wen Ming very happy, but he still shook his head and said, Susie, you've been here since before 7 in the morning, and you've been working for almost 11 hours right away. You need to rest. By the way, remember to hurry up and add employees to your administrative personnel department. I don't want to wear out such a good employee of mine. When he became the boss, Wen Ming realized that a lot of things that his boss used to say before would come out of his own mouth in a smooth manner. This feeling, Wen Ming couldn't say whether it was good or bad, but if you wanted to be a good hotel owner, this was something you were bound to learn. Susie eyed Wen Ming's refusal and no longer insisted. I'll send a few more invitations and then go back. I'll figure you in for overtime. Wen Ming got up and walked into the elevator to the first floor. On the second day of its reopening, the Flatiron Hotel gradually regained its usual hustle and bustle. Crowds of people come and go, checking in, going to the dining area to eat, and getting ready to go out on the town. Some people were holding dogs, others were coaxing children. The melodious music, echoing over the lobby of the hotel's front room, adds a touch of elegance to the scene before us. In contrast to the busy front of the house, the back of the house is a mess. Several chefs were quickly dishing out food, handymen were constantly helping with dishes and washing dishes, and servers were shuttling back and forth, constantly serving food to the dining room. There is also a buffet in the evening, but it's more of an a la carte affair, because there is no chef, only ordinary meals and pastries are served, which has caused some tenants to complain a bit. When Wen Ming arrived, the chefs were busy while greeting Wen Ming. Wen Ming nodded, then called the waiters all over. I'll be the chef. Tell the outside that today's specialty is Eastern food. Go ask them if they can eat spicy food, as well as foods to avoid. As for the morning's comment about not coming to make dinner yourself, well, who told Susie not to recruit a chef for me? I'm not taking the blame for this one. I also wonder if the space rift will send a good cook to myself. Hannibal. Never mind. Oleg. Too dirty. Scratch that. The poisoner's knife work is said to be good too, but it doesn't work either. Something will happen. How about Ramsey? Who loves to swear? Forget it. Let's just pluck Uncle. After the waiters had all gone out, Wen Ming tied on an apron and put on a tall hat, then walked into the back kitchen. There are no oversized iron pots like those back home, but the Flatiron Hotel still has large iron pots after all. At a 5-star hotel, Eastern food is a must. Not waiting for the waiter to ask for the results, Wen Ming has already taken out a large piece of 5-flower meat, thrown into the cold water to start the pot, quickly cut the green onion segments in ginger slices, and threw them into the cold water pot with the peppercorns. While waiting for the water to boil, Wen Ming cut up the peppers and other side dishes and set them aside. Then open the fire, the frying pan 50% hot, take out more than 20 beef ribs, one by one into the frying pan, over the oil color, lock the moisture after the pan, sauté the onion, celery, and carrots in the base oil, add the curry powder, soybean paste, and sauté sauce, and when the flavors come out, add the water, ginger, and allspice, and then add the beef ribs that you just browned. Yellow wine, a little, black pepper, a little, salt, a little, sugar, a little. Finally, pour the entire pot of meat plus soup into the pressure cooker and bring to a boil. After taking care of that, the pancetta over there was already cooked. Boss, the guests say it's okay to eat, but we recommend it's not too spicy. Wen Ming nodded and fished out the 5-flower meat, put it into cold water to soak for a while, and then sliced it under the knife while it was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Heat up a frying pan, add a little bit of oil, sauté the chili peppers and peppercorns, and add the sliced pork to the pan. Whether the pork is good or not, it all depends on whether the temperature of the oil is good or not. Wen Ming stir-fried the sliced pork until it was in the shape of a curly nest, commonly known as a lampshade nest, and then added the sweet noodle sauce and soy sauce, chicken extract. Well, scratch that. Message, a little. Add the peppers and other side dishes and stir-fry quickly over high heat. A handyman had helped set the cleaned plates on the counter. When Ming looked at it and shook his head, the setup is less. This pot, at least 20 plates will come out. What is a 5-star hotel? Do you really think it's as big and affordable as the restaurants back home? No, it's worth it in small quantities. A large platter with only 3 or 4 slices of gyros and 2 or 3 slices of peppers, onions, and chiles on top is the correct way to plate it. The compulsion must be pulled full circle. The handyman sniffed and immediately brought out a few more plates to make 20. The retort started up and the pretty waitresses immediately walked in and picked up trays of retorts and headed out to the outer room. When Ming swept a glance at their good figures and smashed his mouth. This uniform is a little too bloated, poorly reviewed. Let's have purchasing order a batch of chongsams for them later. Flora and her classmate, Aurel, were sitting at a square table by the window, making small talk while savoring the day's delicacies. Where's Louis, the chef at the Flatiron? Why haven't we seen him come out to say hello? Aurel, who was wearing a gray handmade suit, saw that Flora was looking left and right every now and then, a little distracted, and he wanted to pull the other's attention back, so he called the waiter over to ask. Louis left. The chef today is Mr. Win. He's preparing today's entree. Do you need me to call him over? The waitress whispered a question, and Aurel glanced at Flora, then saw Flora's eyes snap up. I thought when Ming said he wasn't cooking tonight? I'm not sure about that. He just arrived in the back kitchen not long ago. Do you need me to ask for you? The waitress wasn't sure what the relationship was between the blonde woman in the black halter dress and her boss, but asked as usual. No. What's the entree he's making tonight? The excitement in Flora's eyes made Aurel a bit puzzled. A 5-star hotel chef was just a chef, not the chef of a Mylene restaurant. Why was Flora so happy? Mr. Win didn't say, but asked us to ask. Can you guys eat spicy food? Flora immediately nodded. Yes. The waitress looked to Aurel, who nodded back. I'm fine with that. No sooner had the two finished speaking than a waiter approached with a tray of food. First entree of the day. Back to the pot. Chapter 025, the more marvels and exaggerations, the easier it is to make money. Back to the meat? While Flora was a bit surprised, Aurel frowned. I've tasted the Eastern meal of gyro meat. It's not very good. I prefer beef. Try it. Wen Ming's handiwork is great. Flora picked up her chopsticks and skillfully picked up a slice of gyro meat. In the warm light, the nest of lamps was reflected in a glistening glow, appearing unusually red in color. It's rich and flavorful in the mouth, fat but not greasy. With just one bite, Flora had a feeling that this was Wen Ming's handiwork. No one else can make this flavor. Why isn't this retort sweet and creamy? Aurel was also a bit surprised. He had expected this gyro to be made very sweet and faggy again like other Eastern restaurants, but this plate of gyro tasted nothing like what he usually got. Flora picked up the second slice of huipan meat, her eyes full of happiness. This is the most authentic huipan meat. I've eaten it when I was in Dechenghua, but I feel that the huipan meat made over there is still not as good as Wen Ming's. I'm getting a little interested in this chef. Warming, ha? Hearing Flora praise Wen Ming once again, Aurel put a smile on his face. What a shame. It's just a little short. There were only 4 pieces of back-to-back meat in all, and for the first time Flora began to miss her days in the Great Dry Land. If this were in the Great Chin country, it would properly give a big plate. After the two of them finished the first entree, they waited a few minutes for the second entree to be served. Pineapple goujons. The second dish is one that is often served in the Eagle Nation when eating an Eastern meal, and is sweet and sour, very much in keeping with the Western palate. This dish would be nothing unusual, would it? Aurel scooped up a spoonful of goujons into his mouth, followed by the second half of his sentence. How come Wen Ming is so good at cooking? This is definitely different from what we usually eat. The aftertaste of the pork in the return pot just now was all washed away by the pineapple. Flora only felt that today was too happy. When she was asked to eat by her classmate Aurel, she didn't think of coming to the Flatiron Hotel, but the restaurants next to her were all out of seats, so she had to come over here. Who knew that I would be able to taste 2 authentic Eastern food dishes in a row? This is a much better example of a chef than yesterday morning's Brussels sprouts and egg noodles and this morning's pumpkin steamed eggs and red bean and pumpkin pancakes. Wen Ming is so awesome. How did he get so good? Wen Ming is so fast. Did he do all of this? Flora noticed at this point that the waiters were serving this pineapple goujons, plate after plate, to those dining in the restaurant. The waiter just now said that Wen Ming had only just arrived at the back kitchen, but it turned out that he had made 2 dishes in such a short period of time, and not just for one table. I'm getting more and more interested in this Wen Ming. Aurel's mouth continued to smile when she saw Flora praising Wen Ming yet again, but the pineapple in her mouth felt a bit on the sour side anyhow, poorly reviewed. At this point, Wen Ming didn't realize that Flora was among the guests outside, and after making 2 entrees in a row, he looked to the pressure cooker. The pressure cooker had given off an extremely rich aroma after 40 minutes of simmering, and by the time it had finished deflating, Wenming fished out the beef and reamed it to make it look good. Well, it's definitely not because of wanting to share more plates. Pressure cooker stock, over the wok, into a large iron pot to boil, add a little salt, pepper, sugar, as well as thickened starch, the sauce simmering, pouring on the converted beef. This pot of soy roasted beef with a side dish of broccoli was enough for Wenming to split 40 plates, and there was still a big bowl left over. Well, just in time for rice. The waiters brought plates of soy braised beef to the tables and were soon greeted with rave reviews. Invite me over? Wenming, who was eating rice mixed with roast beef and sauce, was a bit surprised. Is it not good? No, boss, it's because it's so good they're placing their knives and forks parallel. The waiter's words caused Wenming to have a question mark on his face. What does it mean to place knives and forks parallel to each other? But compliments? Forget it. Do you really think that foreigners are fond of Eastern food other than sweet and sour flavors like pineapple goujons? Don't let the compliments and marketing numbers fool you. Wenming had also been praised these past few days, and for a moment he thought that his cooking was really good, and he had drifted a bit. Then he asked DS about it, and that's when he realized that wasn't the case. Many foreign bloggers gain attention by exaggerating emojis and praising Eastern food, but the actual repurchase rate is less than 20%, and the reality is that they prefer familiar food such as burgers, pizzas, and salads, even if these things have a single flavor, because they know that the Dakian people love to see foreigners' expressions of amazement. The more exclamations and exaggerations, the easier it is to make money. It's all a business now. DS's answer completely sobered Wenming from the drifting he had been doing for the past few days. Wenming thought to himself that his cooking skills were not up to that high a level, and these home-cooked dishes were not considered to be much of a rarity, so these people shouting at him to go over must still be nothing more than false compliments. So he asked, is it okay if I don't go? Sure, I'll express to them that you're busy, and chances are they'll give you a handwritten thank you card. The waiter heard that the owner didn't know much about these restaurant etiquettes, so he explained them. Thank you cards? That's a good one. If someone writes one, ask them if they'd like to post it up, and if they agree, post it on the wall outside for me. Wenming said casually, then lowered his head and began to furiously pick at the rice. This sauce, it's so flavorful. Warming still busy? Well then, is there a card? I'd like to handwrite him a thank you card. Hearing that Wenming was still busy in the back kitchen, Flora was a bit regretful, while on the side, Aurel was ecstatic as he nodded his head and said, I'm going to write a thank you card as well. Mr. Win would like to ask if you would agree to put thank you cards on that wall? The waitress asked in a low voice and Flora's hand that was writing gave a lurch before she nodded. That's fine, and by the way, could you please get me another thank you card? I misspelled a letter. Since it's posted, it's time to bring out my full level. Aurel shrugged. I'm okay with that. The two men wrote thank you cards and handed them to the waiter, along with a $50 U.S. tip. 50? Wenming, who had finished his rice, froze for a moment. Why was this tip so high? It usually comes with a thank you card and a tip of $20 to $50 US. The waiter had just explained this when another waiter brought in $50 American. Wenming raised his eyebrows. Damn, these foreigners are so rich, tipping so generously. The other chefs laughed when they saw it. Boss, don't open a hotel. Specialize in opening a Milan restaurant. I have a feeling you'll definitely be a good chef. Wenming was also happy. This is the first time I know that I cook so well. As more and more tips were being sent over, Warming couldn't help but begin to have self-doubt. So these geezers aren't complimenting me? Is my cooking really good? Someone who can afford a 5-star hotel shouldn't be so uneducated, right? What the hell is going on? DS is also not accurate? After eating the rice, Wenming first went to feed Sarah Connor. Chapter 026, this T-800, did it move its arsenal to my hotel? The mother of future human leaders, slept in the house all day, confused and woken up by Wenming knocking on the door. A mouthful of soy sauce roasted beef mixed with rice into her mouth. Fragrant. Her eyes snapped open and she frantically nodded. Wenming, why do you cook so well? You must teach me. If I learn it, I can go and become a chef in the future and never have to be a waitress again. I'm sure I'll teach you if you want to learn, but we have other ways to earn money. Now is not the time to talk about it. I got you another tablet so you can watch some more movies and go look up some information about you. Until we kill the T-800. It's all a fantasy. Sarah Connor also understood this. And after she finished her dinner, she was about to send Wenming away when she suddenly asked, will T-800 still come tonight? I can't say, but you mustn't come out, and when John comes back, I'll have him teach you to use a weapon. Warming barked some instructions and then brought Helen the other dinner. Warming, John and I are movie characters? After a day's baptism, at this time, Helen was still in a bit of a trance, and she looked at Wenming with some disbelief. To be exact, You are real people in a movie universe called The Fast and the Furious. Warming immediately took Sarah Connor, who was in the next room, and explained. Helen was slightly relieved to hear that there were other cosmic characters present. That's the way people are. As long as I'm not the only one, then everything is acceptable. Sarah Connor is also less agitated after hearing what happened to Mr. and Mrs. Wick. When Ming found that this method worked, next time a new universe character arrives, consider this the standard newbie process. Should I make a PowerPoint? Or do you mean make a video tutorial? There's no way to get employees to do this kind of thing for themselves either. Why am I so miserable? You still have to do PPT when you're the boss. Ha, is it possible for me to get DS to do it for me? I'm a genius. You should have seen how dangerous John really was after you died of cancer. So, for his sake, you need to find the courage to live. 2. Let Helen watch the Fast and Furious franchise for this one purpose. When Ming looked at Helen and said slowly, Helen, you don't want John to fall into those days of being hunted everywhere again, do you? Take Helen, and you take Nightmare. Anyone has a weakness. I sure as hell don't want him to go back to the kind of life he had before. Helen thought of John 5 years ago with some trepidation. I want him to live the rest of his life in peace. So let's work together to keep John from repeating his mistakes. At the very least, it can't be as dangerous as it is in this movie series. When Ming feels as if he has lit up the skill tree of lobbyist, how can I be so talkative? Helen nodded, then became agitated. John hasn't come back until now. Did he run into that gangster? I don't think so. It's still early in the day before John runs into him, and I have a feeling he'll probably be due back in a little while. With his mouth soothing Helen, Wen Ming was also a bit surprised. It's been a day and a half, and 4.5 days have passed over there. So how did it take so long to get there? At 9:30 p.m., Wen Ming came to the front desk. At this time Rila was doing a handover with the new front desk. Saw Wen Ming busy, joyfully said to Wen Ming, boss, the number of occupied rooms reached 102. That much? Although Wen Ming had expected it, he was still stunned by the number. This is almost at 40% occupancy, right? How did we get to such a high occupancy rate so quickly? And it's only Tuesday. Wouldn't it be a good idea to take a shot at 70% if it came to Friday and Saturday? How many on the night shift today? Now the front desk customer service reached 6 people. There is also a supervisor Rosa. Basically can cover the whole day 24 hours, but because they are all just arrived at the post, so Wen Ming still do not know if there is someone on night shift in a while. 1. So it may still require a little hard work on your part, boss, and you can go to bed in the latter part of the night when no one is around. Rilla pointed to the non-white girl next to her. This is Mina. Hello, Mina. Wen Ming reached out and shook Mina's hand. This ninny, if she didn't smile, she couldn't even find her person. The problem is, it's not an option not to recruit. Someone specializes in checking this. Hello, Warming. The non-white girl was a bit formal, and when Ming revealed a kind smile, you guys continue to hand over your shifts. I'll go to the monitoring room to take a look first. Security already had 5 people, and Hunter did a good job of scheduling, so the surveillance room was staffed 24 hours a day. But just as Wen Ming lifted his foot, he remembered something. He turned and got on the elevator and went straight to the 15th floor. After swiping open the presidential suite with his universal card, Wen Ming scanned around. The huge presidential suite has the most spacious and best view of the living room, where you can easily see the sea outside. Wen Ming didn't have the heart to see how luxurious the presidential suite really was. After all, it was his own hotel. Putting on footwear and gloves for himself, Warming stepped inside the suite. The entire living room was clean and free of any signs of use, as was the conference room, massage room, master bedroom, and guest bedroom. Wen Ming thought for a moment and went back into the master bedroom bathroom, then saw 2 large suitcases. Wen Ming reached out and pulled open the first suitcase, and just by looking inside, his mouth opened wide and he let out a silent gasp. I'm sprouting. This T-800, did it move its arsenal to my hotel? What's with all the weapons? Only to see that within the suitcase, the long and short guns added up to a dozen or so, each of them emitting an icy cold light. In addition to this there was a large amount of ammunition, and a 4-square. Wen Ming had never seen this thing before, but looking at the timer on it, he immediately guessed what it was. Time bomb. Damn T-800 for leaving a time bomb in my hotel all day and night. If this blows up, do you believe I'll fight you? Wen Ming didn't dare to touch that time bomb. He didn't understand this stuff. He was afraid that if he touched it, it would activate the bomb. Pulling the zipper of the large suitcase closed, Wen Ming pulled open another suitcase. Just after pulling it off, Wen Ming felt his kidney hormones, all of a sudden, go wild. Did this T-800 even rob a bank? A suitcase full of money, all in small denomination green bills of $10, $20, and $50. Bundles and bundles are tied neatly with leather straps. Even an OCD person would have to give it a nod of approval when they see it. When Ming finally realized where the money for T800 to open the presidential suite last night came from, old bills from the 80s are not scrapped and still have purchasing power. Small businesses may refuse to accept them, but they can be exchanged for current currency if you take them to a bank. The only thing you need to do is to register them with your driver's license. When Ming looked at the box full of money and only felt his heart beating faster. Wealthy, get rich, wealthy. Chapter 027, The Iron Man Comes to Town. When Ming's first reaction was to swallow them all, hardly even with much thought. What? Is this a T800? Don't be ridiculous. Robots don't have human rights. If this was an ordinary tenants, When Ming would not even move a finger, but would instead take the initiative to contact the customer to hurry back to pick up or contact 911, so as not to get into trouble. But those weapons and money are Terminator T-800s, not to mention how to contact the other side. It was expected that T-800 would immediately empty his magazines towards himself when he realized that he had crashed his little secret, just like he didn't hesitate to kill the two 911s on the side of the road last night. What does it say about it that it came boldly from the future in a time machine and got so many guns, ammo, bombs and money in one day and one night? It must have been robbed. As for who robbed it, it doesn't matter. Do I count this as a blackmail? Wang Ming felt dirty. My former self, who was a good young man of 5, now even dared to eat black. No wonder they say that capitalism tends to corrupt the soul. I've only been here a few days and I'm corrupted. This is a pot that must be taken by the Eagle State. Besides, I'm doing this for T-800's own good. With so many guns left here, he might go berserk and kill innocent metropolitans when he sees them. Those two 9/11s are precedent. So, I'm still the same 5. Wen Ming, who had completed his self-raid, was about to push his suitcase back to his floor, but just as he picked it up, he stopped. Taking it away like that is too much of a handle. Wen Ming put the suitcase down, then pulled his card and went out, heading straight for the surveillance room. When they arrived at the monitoring room, Hunter was on duty inside the monitoring room, and when he saw Wen Ming come in, he quickly stood up. Boss, Hunter, go get a new hard drive. I've noticed that our mainframe hard drive seems to be broken. Warming stared at Hunter, wanting to see his reaction. Hunter nodded, got up, and headed out the door without even bothering to ask more questions. Didn't even say a word about the fact that it was so late. The stores were closed, and I'm sure I couldn't buy a new hard drive. Wen Ming nodded with satisfaction. He liked this kind of employee who didn't talk much. Half an hour later, Wen Ming returned to the front desk of the hotel. Before she could talk to Mina, the new receptionist, the glass door outside was pushed open. I need a presidential suite. The bell rang and a man in a black leisure suit plus teal sunglasses with his arm around a brunette stood in front of the front desk. Presidential suite? Wen Ming's heart rejoiced when he heard that someone wanted the presidential suite. Another $10,000 US coming in today. I need your driver's license. Wen Ming raised his head as he spoke, and just as he did so, his body lurched. After experiencing John Wick and Sarah Connor, Wen Ming already had a much stronger tolerance than before. But when he saw the other party's appearance, he still couldn't help but let out a low cry in his heart. Iron Man? What's this dude doing here? Why isn't your chest glowing? Why aren't you wearing your steel suit? Is that your nano suit you're wearing? Looking again at the woman in his arms, it wasn't Pepper, but Maya Hansen. Wen Ming immediately realized that this Tony Stark was most likely the Tony Stark of 1999. The dude from New Year's Eve is told in the beginning of Iron Man 3. On this New Year's Eve, Tony rolls with Maya, the developer of the Jedi virus, and leaves Maya with scientific equations on her way out, allowing her to progress her Jedi virus research considerably. The villain Killian from Iron Man 3, on the other hand, was stood up by Tony that night, ate a cold night on the roof of his hotel, barely escaped suicide, and ended up coming back to get his revenge on Iron Man 13 years later. All the origins of Iron Man 3 came from this night. Watching the two already start kissing passionately as if no one else was there, Wen Ming had a bit of a headache as he raised his voice again. I need your driver's license, and also, $10,000 US. Tony Stark impatiently fished a driver's license and a credit card out of his arms and dropped them on the front desk. Wen Ming looked at the driver's license, and sure enough, it was Tony Stark. But that also means another thing. Sir, your credit card won't work. What? Tony looked up at Wen Ming. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what my credit card is? Change your card, please, or cash will do. Wen Ming pushed the credit card back at him. Tony's credit card must not work. It's not a universe after all, or he would have sent John back to grab the credit card himself. It's actually faster to rob a bank, but I'm really afraid that John is wanted by the world. Tony, why don't we take a regular room and I'll pay for it? Maya could see Tony's embarrassment and thoughtfully pulled out her own credit card, but this was no doubt a huge insult to Tony, especially in his younger days. No, I want to know why my credit card doesn't work. Wen Ming didn't explain, but looked at him with an air of don't go upstairs and get high if you don't have money. Harpy! Harpy! Tony raised his voice and shouted a few times, yet there was no sign of his bodyguard plus driver Harpy, which made Tony a little strange. The Harpy never leaves his side or so except when he's high. Where did he go? Seeing the embarrassment and anger growing on Tony's face, Maya hastily patted him. Honey, the Harpy's probably busy with something. Use mine first. Tony's face reddened with mischief. He had the heart to say something, but he didn't have a dime of cash on him, which was very embarrassing. However, Maya's credit card was also pushed back by Wen Ming. Sorry, your card won't work either. What? Maya looked at Wen Ming in amazement, and Tony couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Is there something wrong with this hotel of yours? On the side, Mina was also a bit strange as she came over. Boss, should I try? She was afraid that Wen Ming had made a mistake. After all, Wen Ming was a big boss and most likely wouldn't be able to use a POS. You're the boss? Tony looked at Wen Ming with some surprise, and then his emotions became more intense. Are you not going to let me stay in this hotel? Good. I'll keep you in mind. Tomorrow morning I'll have someone buy out your Thai hotel and let the bums stay for free. What a Thai hotel. It doesn't even have a little New Year's atmosphere for New Year's Eve. I'm least optimistic about the hotel business. With that said, an angry and shattered Tony grabbed his driver's license and dragged Maya out the door. Bye. Wen Ming laughed as he watched the other party leave, and Mina on the side asked with some reluctance, Boss, is there really a problem with their credit card? Moreover, why does he look so much like Robert? Robert is the actor who plays Tony Stark in the Iron Man series. The series made him, and he made Iron Man. That's why Robert is so well known in Eagle Country and around the world. It wasn't surprising that Mina was able to recognize it. Chapter 028, will Tony come up with an anti-destroyer armor? They both certainly have credit card problems. Wen Ming knew that more characters from the movie universe might come over in the future, and had to find a better excuse to hide these people's identities. Maybe the crew is coming to shoot a movie? Who cares? If they don't have money, they won't be allowed to stay. Oh yes, they may come back later. You don't have to receive them. I'll do it. Mina nodded and didn't care. At the front desk of a 5-star hotel, celebrities weren't considered any special customers at all, and were often seen, so she didn't care too much about it, and instead went about her own work. After a couple of minutes, Tony and Maya did go and return. Tony's face had an embarrassed as well as strange look on it. Where the hell is this place? Let me buy you guys a drink and we'll sit down and talk. Wen Ming had long guessed that the other party would come back, as this was not their original world at all. And while Tony during this period was a playboy, he was super intelligent, or he wouldn't have been able to write scientific equations for Maya just by watching her demonstration of the extinction virus once. Even if he didn't explain himself, he would probably figure out what was going on pretty quickly. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten around to doing my own PPT yet, otherwise you wouldn't have to be so tired. Okay. Tony's expression became even more awkward. Just now, he had clamored for the acquisition of this hotel, but in the end, he turned his face and was invited to drink by the other party, which made the always confident and self-absorbed playboy feel unusually uncomfortable. He wanted to get out of this place that was embarrassing him immediately, but the intuition that his transcendent intelligence had brought him was constantly reminding him that there was something different here and that he couldn't go. You two are scientists. You should have heard of space rifts, right? Wen Ming led the two to the bar and poured them a drink. Since it was already established that the movie universe characters knowing their fate wouldn't cause the universe to collapse, Wen Ming didn't hide too much from Tony Stark. You can't hide it for long anyway, so you might as well take the initiative and say it, which will win the other person's favor instead. You mean, we're not in the original time and space? Tony and Maya were both people of superior intelligence and immediately understood Wen Ming's meaning. Yes, so your credit cards won't work. Wen Ming said this and suddenly laughed. Next time you come to stay, I suggest you bring some cash. Of course, I prefer gold. Cash is still more of a hassle, and who knows if the bank will find out the number is wrong. We can still go back? Maya was more concerned about that, and Tony threw in a look, urgency in his eyes. Of course, you should have come from the crossroads, right? Going back the way you came will take you back to your original universe. The only thing you're not sure about is the point at which you'll go back, because it's possible that the flow of time in the two universes is different, and you can try it now. Wen Ming didn't hide it, instead guiding the other party on how to go back. In fact, he couldn't think of a good way to befriend Tony Stark. Both Helen's cancer and earning her own money would have been much easier with Tony Stark's help. At the very least, the Jedi virus that Maya Hansen worked on could have easily solved Helen's cancer problem. And if Tony had been allowed to help come up with the perfect version of the Jedi virus, then Helen could easily have been cured. Even for himself, there might be a chance to gain powerful abilities through the Jedi virus. Keep in mind that the perfect version of the Jedi virus is very powerful. It's even possible to get a suit of battle armor yourself. like that lucky non-white dude. After all, he had read similar cool novels. Everyone brushes off Tony Stark as the mayor of the newbie village. Ming had just had this thought when he met Tony Stark. But this spatial rift was not quite the same. Through John and Sarah's experience, Ming had already determined that the opposite movie universe was a real universe, and there were some people and things that were not necessarily like what was played out in the movie. The general plot may be the same, but the details are different in so many ways, and it's uncertain whether this Tony is from the standalone Iron Man cinematic universe or from the Avengers cinematic universe. If it's the former, making a friend can do more good than harm. If the latter was the case, then one would have to consider the trouble of that purple potato spirit suddenly crossing over in his cosmic battleship and snapping his fingers. Ming didn't want his $289 million ironing hotel to be lost in a single blast. Considered in this light, befriending Tony Stark is not necessarily a good thing, even if both purple potato spirits end up getting Ed. It's hard to say, though, if Tony had known about the plot ahead of time, would he have come up with an anti-destroyer suit of armor? It seems, none of the anti-armor series have ended well. Hearing Ming say that he could return the same way, Tony eagerly stood up, got up and headed out. Maya, let's go try. Maya nodded and said thank you toward warming, hurrying out the door after Tony. Ming sat quietly in the sofa, looking out. He didn't drink because he still had to be on duty with Mina, nor did he leave because he knew Tony would be back. As expected, 5 minutes later, Tony reappeared in front of Ming with Maya in his arms, and he was all excited. It's true, there's actually a real space rift here. Warming poured them another glass of wine. So, did you bring the cash back? Tony's excitement came to a screeching halt and Maya froze in her tracks. This hotel owner, what kind of brainwave is he? Looking at Ming with a clouded look, Tony felt that he was being underestimated and immediately said, I'll have Harpy pick up the money later. Oh yeah, why can't the Harpy come over? Also, the time flow I just looked at was like 1:2, and the Harpy has been over there looking for us for almost an hour. Hearing that the Harpy couldn't come over, Ming was a little surprised, but also a little pleased. Does this mean that not all characters from the cinematic universe can come over? In other words, one could not worry about the Exterminator army and Skynet army killing from the opposite side? No, we have to stabilize the hand first. Go back and test if the worlds of Blastoff and Terminator are like this. And if the hordes can't be killed, and the Harpies can't get through, can the purple potato sprites get through? I'm not too sure. It's likely that only a very few people can cross the spatial rift. Ming looked at the excited Tony and Maya and felt there was no need to delay the birth of the Jedi virus tonight, so he got up and said, do you guys still need the presidential suite? Or maybe go back to your worlds and get high? Celebrate your new year? Hearing Ming wanting to send off his guests, Tony once again remembered what had just happened when he was denied a credit card. Of course, the presidential suite has to be opened. Not only is it open, I'm going to let you be my personal butler tonight. What's your name again? The big-name playboy is just trying to get back in the game right now. Chapter 029 Another small denomination greenback. This T-800 is very elaborate. My name is Ming and I'm ready to serve you. Please settle your bill in gold. I don't think that should be too difficult for Mr. Stark. Ming does not care about this poor pride of Tony, and in no way care about the other side to hit their own face. As long as you open $10,000 US dollars a night in the presidential suite, then tonight I'm the butler as a sure thing. No one can stop anyone. Sure, it's just gold. Tony returned to his world again, and after a while, he actually did take out a gold bar and slapped it in front of Ming. Get a room. Okay, just love your good nature. However, you still have a lot of upside. The CEO of Stark Industries, heck of a playboy. It's really beneath you not to have a year-round presidential suite directly at the Flatiron Hotel. Of course, there is one more thing that must be made clear. This gold bar has to be settled at the December 31st, 1999 price. Whatever, extra counts as a tip. Tony's nostrils turned up, yet Ming just pretended not to see it and quickly checked him in, then handed him his room card. Enjoy your stay. This annoyed Tony a little, and he pondered how he should make the mysterious fellow feel a little better in a few moments. Ming swept the corner of his eye over the satchel Maya was carrying with her, and he guessed that the research materials for the Jedi virus should be there. After rolling with the punches, Tony would write down the scientific equations for Maya, and the research on the Jedi virus would surely take another step forward. Since Maya was able to come this time, that meant she would be able to come back later. This woman is a back way to heal Helen. If John found out, he would probably be willing to work for her immediately. Thinking of the desperate virus, Ming suddenly remembered someone. Mr. Stark, did you meet a scientist named Killian before you came to this place just now? He was looking for you to invest. Tony and Maya have arrived at their hotel. So where is Killian? The biggest villainous boss in Iron Man 3. Taking the wind out of his sails at this point? It can't be in your own rooftop garden, can it? It's not New Year's Eve. No one is setting off fireworks. And there are no fireworks to enlighten the poor man who almost jumped out of a building after being pigeonholed all night. So, he's not going to leap off my roof garden in one fell swoop, is he? I don't want my hotel making headlines tomorrow. Killian? I don't recognize it. Honey, did you just see it? Tony looked to Maya, who shook her head. I haven't seen it either. Wenming was a bit surprised. Could it be that he didn't meet the other party because Tony went to the wrong hotel? And how will the plot be triggered in a decade or so? It's best if you don't. And if you meet him in the future, don't offend him if possible. That's my little advice, but I know you won't listen to it. Wenming gave a kind reminder, and Tony waved his hand, unimpressed, wrapped his arm around Maya, and got on the elevator. He was in a hurry to study the female scientist's body at the moment. Even things like spatial cracks were out of mind for the time being. It's just a little scientist. So what if he's offended? You're not going to kill me, are you? Wenming watched Tony Stark's figure disappear into the elevator, silently calculating in his mind how exactly he should deal with this super genius. Well, how about trading the truth about the deaths of his father, Howard, and his mother, Maria? Tony, you don't want your parents to die in peace, do you? I need a presidential suite. Just as Wenming was about to open the DS and ask the AI's opinion, the bell rang again with a slightly hard accent, causing Wenming to freeze for a moment as he turned his head to look at it, and his expression nearly went out of control. The T-800 is back? Wenming had thought that T-800 would come back, but how could he not expect the other party to come back so quickly? He didn't come back for the money and the guns, did he? Can I have the same room I had yesterday? The large muscle-bound man's face was stiff and his tone didn't rise and fall much. Sure enough, it's just to get the money and the guns. Wenming forced himself to calm down and put on a professional smile. Yes, swipe your card? Wenming didn't reject the T-800 because he knew very well that the Terminators in the Terminator series had serious consequences if they were rejected. In Terminator 1, T-800 goes to the 911 office and asks to see Sarah Connor, and after being asked to wait a moment, goes straight to the classic line, "I'll be back." Immediately afterward, he drove right into the 911 office. With such a cranky robot, Wenming certainly wouldn't give him any chance to drive through his gate. And he heard a bit of information. The Terminator 1 universe and the real world seemed to flow through time at exactly the same rate. Cash. T-800 picked up a handbag in his hand and fished out 10 bundles of small denomination greenbacks from it. Another small denomination greenback. This T-800 is very elaborate. You're so courteous. I'm kind of at a loss as to what to do with you. Wenming gestured for Mina to count the money while he opened the room card for T-800. Sir, I need your driver's license. T-800 handed over a worn-out driver's license, and Wenming could tell at a glance that it was a random one picked up on the side of the road. Without saying anything nosy, he checked in quickly and handed the room card. Enjoy your stay. T-800 didn't say anything and walked up with 2 duffel bags. Wenming noticed that T-800's old leather jacket had a few more bullet holes in it. Who is this from? Kyle Reese? Or was it someone else? Mina, why don't you go get me a cup of coffee? Well, and yours? And yes, Hunters, make it 3. No, there's the on-duty janitorial guy, the maintenance guy. Forget it, all on duty you get a cup. Boss my treat. Wenming took out some bills from the cash register and handed them to Mina. It might be a bit dangerous out there at this hour. I'll have Hunter accompany you. With that said, Wenming picked up his walkie-talkie and called Hunter to drive Mina out to get coffee. Mina was a little confused. Don't they have instant coffee at the front desk? You can make freshly brewed coffee at the dining area bar, so why drive out to get it? Although she couldn't figure it out, Mina put on her coat and obediently went to the basement-level parking lot. When Mina was gone, Wenming sat quietly in the front desk chair. As luck would have it, within minutes, the T-800 came striding out of the elevator. Where are the 2 suitcases I left in my room last night? Wenming put on a professional smile. 2 911s came in this morning and they went to the presidential suite. The words were only half spoken, and I don't know exactly what 911 did or if this robot has ever learned to think out of the box. Supposedly the robots are locked out of their learning privileges by Skynet. The only person who can unlock this access is Sarah's future son, John Connor. T-800 looked at Wenming expressionlessly, and Wenming continued to keep smiling. A few seconds later, T-800 asked, "How do I get to their office?" Chapter 030. Sure enough, men love to see the right gun. Cross the intersection, go 3 blocks to the left intersection, then 2 blocks to the right, and you'll find it. Wenming knows nothing about it, and the main focus is one of great service. Sometimes it doesn't take too much trouble to deal with the T-800. The AI still doesn't have the brainpower of the Loki people. T-800 took a big step outside. Wenming hurriedly came behind the window to take a look, and saw that T-800 was really heading towards the 911 office. However, bizarrely, The T-800 had just stepped out less than 100 meters before it disappeared into the main road. Spatial rift rules? Wenming was a bit puzzled. Could people in the movie world not walk beyond 100 meters in the real world? Is this centerpiece a crossroads or a Flatiron Hotel? Has T-800 realized that this is not the world of Terminator 1? Will it ever come back? Wenming's mind kept pondering what the significance of this scene just now represented. His mind was spinning, and somehow something suddenly came to mind. T-800 is gone. If he doesn't come back tonight, then the 2 duffel bags he just took. This T-800, it's a real money giver. Don't blame me for being merciful if you give me a wave like that every day. I also wonder who's tougher, your super alloy skeleton or Tony's future steel battle armor. Iron Man vs. T-800. It's exciting to think about. I guess the T-800 will be abused to death. Not necessarily. Tony's fighting ability is so bad, and the iron battle armor shouldn't have as much protection as the T-800's in order to fly. Wenming waited for 10 minutes, but still didn't wait for T-800 to come back. Just as he was about to sit back down at the front desk, an SUV appeared out of nowhere from the intersection and then quickly pulled into a parking space outside the Flatiron Hotel. A majestic figure got out of the car, took 2 large suitcases out of the trunk, and walked quickly toward the hotel. Wenming was overjoyed and walked quickly towards the hotel entrance. My good employee. Ah no, John, you're finally back. Seeing the delighted smile on Wenming's face, the exhausted John Wick also showed a rare smile. Wenming, thank you for the reminder. I owe you my life. What? Wenming looked at the other man in shock, only to see John Wick patting his suit. Wenming glanced at it, and his eyes instantly narrowed. John Wick's bulletproof suit carried several shallow bullet holes. It didn't penetrate, but it was shocking. Are you hurt? No, I killed some thieves who were trying to rob a car. 2 large suitcases were placed on the ground by John Wick and pushed forward. The sound of a wheel crushing the ground resounded heavily, and Wenming guessed that it must be filled with gold. The question is, how much are you packing in here? But now is not a good time to chat. Room 208, Helen is waiting for you. We'll talk about anything in the morning. Thanks. John nodded slightly in greeting before pushing his suitcase and hurrying up the elevator. He misses his wife too much. John Wick's return had greatly increased the sense of security in Wenming's mind, and he sat at the front desk in a happy mood and continued to brush up on the Terminator series of movies, constantly discussing with DS the detailed steps to kill T-800. It's not that one is unorthodox, but one must defend one's hand. The T-800 is so brutal and kills at the drop of a hat. One must be prepared for the worst. Boss, your coffee. More than an hour later, Mina and Hunter appeared in front of Wenming at the same time. Hunter looked at Wenming and shrugged. Boss, I'm sorry I didn't get the hard disk. It looks like I need to get it tomorrow. It's been hard work, and this coffee is for you too. Wenming smiled and got up. This security chief is great, just as satisfying as Big Mama Susie. Mina, on the other hand, looked at Wenming with some confusion. Boss, don't you want some coffee? Why don't you drink again? Mina, someone's coming to work out later at 4:30. Remember to power up the gym ahead of time. I'm going to take a nap. At this time it was already 1 o'clock in the evening. Basically no one would come to check in again. Even if the guest room had any needs, it wouldn't be too busy. Mina was completely busy by herself, so Wenming decisively went upstairs to rest. He needed to get some rest, refresh himself, and prepare fully for tomorrow. Ah no, today's banquet for 200 people. As for Tony's personal butler service for the presidential suite, how do you serve at a time like this? Let me push for you? Okay, boss. However, as if God didn't want Wenming to have a good sleep, just as he was about to go up the stairs, intensive gunfire rang out outside the hotel. Wenming was so frightened that he jerked his head and hurriedly hid behind a wall pillar. What's the situation? Mina immediately got under the marble table as well, though she didn't scream or anything and hid herself well. At first glance, it looks like it's been in battle for a long time. The movement is so skillful it hurts. What have these Eagle Nation people? What have they been through? After 10 seconds or so, the gunfire stopped, and Wenming bravely hid behind the curtains and peeked out to see Kyle Reese hiding behind a car and T-800 standing in the intersection changing magazines. Terminator and Guardian Warriors fighting? Ha! Why did that car Kyle Reese was hiding in look so familiar? Isn't that the SUV that John Wick was just driving? Holy, you guys don't want to hit that SUV. It's not the '69 Mustang, but it's Helen's automobile. And if you guys leave a bullet hole in it, believe it or not the nightmare will kill it down here. It doesn't matter if he kills it down. The problem is that being ill-prepared won't kill the T-800, and instead, he risks compromising his future head of security. Boss, hide. At this time, Hunter suddenly appeared behind Wenming, who waved his hand and pointed at Mina. Take Mina and hide. Then go and instruct our staff not to come down. Without another word, Hunter bent down and pulled Mina in the direction of the stairwell. By this time, T-800 had already changed the magazine and before he could shoot, Kyle Reese suddenly stood up, picked up a SPAS 12 shotgun and blasted a shot towards T-800. Why's it at close range? The T-800 was blasted straight out. This is too much, isn't it? A scene this explosive was something you've only seen in movies before. Well, technically, it should be considered watching a movie now. However, when Ming realized that he surprisingly did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead had a vague hint of excitement. Sure enough, men love to look at the right gun. T-800 was blasted back a few steps, and just as he was about to get up, Kyle Reese added 2 more shots, and T-800's reflexes became noticeably much slower. When Kyle Reese tried to make up a 4th shot, that's when he realized he was out of bullets, and with a low curse, he turned and ran for the intersection, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 031, Is every Oriental man so hardworking? The T-800 paused in place as if it had gone down for several seconds before it restarted, then took the Uzi submachine gun and chased after it in the direction where Kyle Reese had disappeared. TCH, it's a shame. It's the classic out of bullets play every time. If I'd made up a few shots just now, I might have ed up the T-800. Wen Ming felt quite sorry in his heart, but he also knew that without the assistance of liquid nitrogen and EMP, and without the destruction of armor-piercing rounds and grenades, it would be too difficult to directly kill the T-800 by relying on the SPAS 12 shotgun alone. I also wonder if John ever bought EMP back for himself, but judging by T-800's reaction just now, the shotgun kills and just adds some stiffness to him, unless all 4 shotguns are firing at the same time, with John Wick, Kyle Reese, Sarah Connor, and myself, 4 shotguns blasting away at the same time, plus liquid nitrogen and EMP, it should be possible to put up a nice storm. I also wonder if we can get Tony Stark and Maya Hansen on board as well. 6 shotguns, definitely a more stable wave. After a few minutes, the 911 patrol car came to the neighborhood. 2 911s got out of the car with a gun to patrol. When Ming took a look at it, it was still the same 1-woman and 1-man combination from yesterday. They looked around the neighborhood with their guns up, made sure there was no danger, and got in their cars and left again. Bullet casings on the ground, they don't even look at them. It's as if they didn't even see it. Hunter, it's okay to bring Mina back. When Ming picked up his walkie-talkie and called out, soon, Hunter accompanied Mina out of the stairwell, and without much fluctuation on her face, Mina nodded towards Wen Ming before returning to her post to continue her busy work. Poor Eagle Nation. What have you guys been through since you were kids? Sometimes it hurts you guys. Boss, go back and rest. I'll stay with Mina. Hunter once again persuaded Wen Ming to leave, and Wen Ming nodded, no longer insisting. You guys keep an eye out, and if they come back, hide. Both expressed their gratitude at the same time. General bosses have long been hiding before their employees, like Wen Ming just now, letting his employees go first, and always thinking about the safety of his employees. In the entire Eagle Kingdom, there really aren't many bosses. A thought rose in both of them at the same time in their minds. This boss is so nice. What's for dinner tonight? Back to the meat. Instead of going straight back to the house, Wen Ming went to Sarah Connor's room first. The code word was right and Sarah Connor opened the door to the room. She'd slept a lot during the day, and she was still refreshed at the moment. To be exact, she had a look of panic on her face. Wen Ming, I saw the gunfight just now. With an attack like that, T-800 was fine. Can we really kill him? Of course, you've seen a few movies. You should know that the T-800 isn't that hard to beat. Warming poured Sarah Connor a glass of water and handed it to her. Thank you, Wen Ming, you're so kind. Without you I'm afraid I would have been killed by this machine monster long ago. You've saved me twice already. Sarah, who had just turned 20, was still just an ordinary person at the moment, even though she had long ago stepped into society as a waitress, and even though she would grow up to be a human leader mother and teach powerful human leaders in the future. Having only watched the movie before, she had the illusion of watching a movie even though she knew the Terminator was awesome. Having just seen Kyle Reese and T-800 sparring upstairs, the fear in her heart was infinitely amplified in this moment. She desperately needed a warm embrace to feel safe. So, she walked quickly to Wen Ming and raised that bright little face. Wen Ming, you'll protect me, right? Wen Ming patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid. The T-800 isn't that scary. When the time comes, stuff it with a dozen or so grenades and send it straight to heaven. Sarah snapped, burying her head in Warming's embrace. I'm scared less. Wen Ming raised his hands for fear of being misunderstood for taking advantage of someone, but he knew exactly why Sarah was so out of it. Putting it into perspective, if it were myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be any better off than Sarah if I had to face the Terminator's pursuit on a daily basis. It would be fine if the other person was just an ordinary murderer. The point is that the other party is a powerful, ruthless killing machine, so powerful that it's desperate sort of thing, so ruthless that it can't communicate sort of thing. It would certainly amplify Sarah's inner fears indefinitely. Although she would have Kyle Reese, a guardian warrior, to protect her, She preferred to trust Wenming, a commoner who had instinctively protected her last night, over the strange Kyle. Thinking of this, she hugged Wenming's waist even harder, as if they were kittens afraid of being discarded. Wenming's raised hands eventually fell, taking the other into his arms. Consider it your own room service. I don't know if I'll tip either. Sarah sensed Wenming's embrace, and her heart, at last, settled down a bit. I knew it. You're a good man. Good morning. Good morning. Flora showed up outside the hotel door at 4:30 in the morning, right on time, with a few expectations of seeing the tall, handsome figure, but instead she saw a non-white chick. Where's Wenming? How come I haven't seen Wenming? Flora asked, a little lost. Is this MS Rogers? I'm Mina. The owner arranged for you to be taken to the gym when you arrived and he said he'd have breakfast ready for you. Mina's explanation put Flora in a better mood. Is he going to prepare the ingredients? No, the boss just laid down to rest. He doesn't go to bed until 2 o'clock. Flora sniffed, and the little bit of loss in her heart was gone. It seems Wenming is very diligent. Is every Oriental man this hardworking, or is he the only one who's that diligent? Indeed. I heard from a coworker that he only slept a few hours all day yesterday. Mina pressed open the elevator for Flora. A couple hours? Flora was on her feet. She then remembered that the previous 2 mornings, Wenming had greeted her at 4:30 a.m. When she walked in the door, and last night he had been the chef at the restaurant. She was quite touched by the fact that she was busy until 2 a.m. And had Mina bring word that she would prepare breakfast for herself in a little while. There was also a growing fondness for this hardworking, scrappy man. Oriental men really are the most attractive men in the world. Flora put on her headphones and after moving her body around, she started jogging on the treadmill. I want to learn from Wenming and work harder. However, when we meet Wenming later, we must advise him to take good care of his health. By this time the trainer and safety officer from the gym had come to work, and they greeted Flora and watched her workout from the sidelines. The boss arranged it. Safety first. You can't risk the safety of any client who comes to work out. Otherwise, prepare for a lawsuit. Chapter 032 DS told me, you're all playing me. Wenming slept this sleep until 6 in the morning. More than 4 hours of sleep, as if charging him at high speed, made him fly back to his best. This charging speed surprised him a bit. He was only 22 years old. But this recovery power, it was really a bit abnormal, wasn't it? I've heard that a lot of bosses are incredibly energetic, but I've never heard of anyone as energetic as myself, right? Then when he thought about the fact that his Eagle language listening and reading and writing were also improving at an alarming rate, Wenming became more and more skeptical that his body wasn't undergoing some kind of strange changes. Was there something else about that spatial rift, or this hotel, that he didn't know about? Is it hard to transform yourself? But Wenming didn't have much time to think about that at this time. The number of rooms occupied yesterday reached 107. With room fees with meals and gym income, it came to $85, $339 US, which wasn't as high as the $139,000 from the day before, but that was because there was a $100,000 deposit for the banquet the day before. Excluding banquet income is doubled. Wenming slightly calculated the exchange rate and immediately became excited. 619,000. With the previous day's revenue, it's gone straight to 163 million. Revenue broke $1 million? How did it happen so fast? It's only been open for 2 days. With a revitalized mood, Wenming arrived at the dining area, where Olaf was already busy preparing the buffet with another chef. With 107 rooms and more than 200 tenants, the demand for delicious food is naturally great for such a large dining group. In fact, there were already some travelers catching early flights waiting to eat in the dining room. Wenming didn't dare to delay and quickly walked to the workbench to start preparing breakfast. It hadn't been long since I got it when a familiar voice rang out. Why are you up so early? I heard Mina say you don't go to bed until 2 o'clock. I've had 4 hours of sleep. I'll wait until noon and then I'll catch up on my nap. There's a party tonight and I may need to be busy a little longer then. Wenming looked up as Flora, who had already changed into professional clothes, sat in front of him. Flora was brighter today than she had been the previous 2 days, sitting playfully on a high stool in front of the bright kitchen in her 7 centimeters black suede pointy shoes. Her young 20-something torso properly wrapped in a double-breasted beige suit with a cinched-in cut that pinched out the fatal curves of her peachy hips and hourglass waist. Long blonde hair was worn in a high ponytail, the ends sweeping through the lingering, enchanting scent of perfume, sweet but not overpowering. The morning light sliced in diagonally through the high arched windows of the Flatiron Hotel, half dark, half light, skimming over her white skin and refracting a fine silver aura over the 3 minimalist studs in her left ear. With a height of 170 centimeters, those long legs outlined by pencil pants show the oppressive feeling of a supermodel. Today's portion of Flora is, as always, workplace style pulling full weight. You're working too hard. recruit a few more people and then take more time off. Flora made her own suggestion. Well, there may be a few more chefs starting today, so I won't be so busy in a few days. As he spoke, Wenming took out the dough that had already woken up and kneaded it into long strips. He is seen holding the ends of the dough lightly in both hands, stretching it from side to side and then letting the long surface pop up and down. The long strips of dough are put back on the board and kneaded, sticking to the dry flour, and stretched again, while naturally sagging and twisting themselves together. So on and so forth. Flora saw Wenming's movements and probably guessed what Wenming was going to do. Ramen today? Right. Do you eat the thinner ones? Or the coarser ones? Wenming concentrated on pulling the noodles. As the noodles were stretched and twisted many times, the dough became more and more difficult to pull apart. But the more it was like this, the more it meant that the noodles were on top. This is the way to make noodles that are delicious. Well, thin it out a bit, it's better for digestion. Flora watched Wenming's power-filled stretching and popping maneuvers and found them only pleasing to the eye. It turns out that men cooking is so fascinating. I want it thicker. The fat man and the non-white buddies seemed to be black and white, sitting on their asses next to Flora at the same time. Wenming nodded and placed the dough in his hands on the board, pulled off a small ball, kneaded it into a thin strip, then quickly stretched and popped it up, repeating over and over again. Just see the noodles longer and longer, more and more thin, and finally a root thin comparable to a line. That fine? That's awesome. The three of them stared at the scene in disbelief. They had thought that at most pulling it a little thinner than the pencil's lead would be considered good, but they hadn't expected Wenming to be able to pull it so thin. Wenming was also a bit surprised. It's the first time I've pulled such a thin pull, and I didn't expect it to be unbroken. The finished ramen noodles were thrown into the boiling cauldron. Wenming used his long chopsticks to make a few strokes, and then began to pull out a second dough to stretch and pop it up. The black and white irregulars glanced at each other and swallowed their saliva in unison. Wenming, can you pull such a fine one for us as well? Could be. Wenming nodded. The ramen in his hand had been pulled into thin threads once again before being thrown into the tall pot. By this time, the first bowl of noodles was cooked. Ramen noodles are pulled thin and easy to cook. Wenming fished out the ramen noodles with a strainer and put them into cool water to pass through, while putting them into a large bowl on the side. A large spoonful of the beef bone broth base, which has been simmering for hours, and 2 slices of white radish are poured over the ramen noodles. Toward the end, put on a couple of pieces of beef that were brined just last night, and scallions. Wenming placed the ramen in front of Flora. Braised beef ramen. I hope you like it. Wenming, I've realized that you're the best man in the world at cooking. The blonde OL's eyes were glowing at this point, and the black and white irregulars on the side were gulping a bit eagerly. Why does this bowl of ramen look so much better than the ramen at the Sakura restaurant? The second bowl is mine, right? The fat man patted his ass eagerly and looked over at the tall pot. The non-white buddy was keeping a close eye on Wenming even though he was reserved. Wenming quickly pulled the third bowl of ramen and threw it into the tall pot, then served the second bowl of ramen and placed it in front of the fat man. More beef, or less? Enough already. The fat man eagerly picked up his chopsticks and clumsily followed Flora's example and brought them to his mouth. Wenming looked at the fat man seriously, admiring his self-discipline once again. Why can't he lose weight? Non-white buddies did not wait too long to eat thin as a thread of handmade ramen, different from the usual noodles. Ramen into the mouth. You can clearly feel the noodles in the teeth burst of toughness and wheat flavor. The Q-bounce ramen is very strong, but not too hard to chew. The richness of the flavor made the non-white dude's entire face bloom. The expressions on the three men's faces were almost identical. Wenming looked at the other party with such an exaggerated expression and was not moved in the slightest. Don't pretend. DS told me. You're all playing me. Chapter 033, This Hotel, Something's Wrong. As the trio indulged, more and more people entered the restaurant. There's fitness and there's lodging. Wenming did not care to look at the pompous trio, one bowl after another to do, done on the counter in front of the bright kitchen. Come to eat, people want to eat, directly can end away. As more and more people eat the handmade ramen made by Wenming, the entire dining area is filled with the wheat flavor of wheat flour and the rich meaty aroma of the beef bone soup base. Other than that, it's a steady stream of sighs and grunts. Olaf and the other chef were surprised to find that people weren't busy eating at the buffet, but were actually standing in line in front of the owner, waiting to taste the handmade ramen. I heard that a lot of people complimented the owner on his entrees last night, and I didn't believe it at the time, but seeing so many people wanting to eat ramen today makes me a little bit of a believer. Hearing his co-worker Duras' exclamation, Olaf nudged toward a side wall. See for yourself. There's a thank you card from last night's customer taped there. Duras looked in the direction Olaf was pointing, only to see 24 thank you cards posted on the wall next to the entrance foyer of the dining area. That much? Let's just say that the owner is a fantastic Orientalist. Olaf lamented for a moment, bowed his head and began to continue cooking. With over 200 people dining, There was still a lot of dishes to be done, even with the boss sharing the pressure. Dearest looked at the wall and an urge to worship rose in his heart. If I had learned Eastern food from my boss, would I have received so many tips? No. Thank you cards for cooking one meal? Really looking forward to that day. Flora had eaten Sakura cuisine ramen before, but that kind of ramen was nothing compared to the ramen Wenming made. Yeah, it's a piece of. How can Wenming's ramen be so good? Why does it taste so good? The thing is, I can't have more than one. Wenming, will you still be the chef tonight? The food you cooked last night was very good. Flora could only distract herself with conversation. Thanks. Warming didn't realize Flora had come last night, and wondered if any of last night's thank you cards had been from her. After expressing his thanks, he shook his head. I'll be helping out in the kitchen, but it depends on what needs to be done, since there's a party for 200 people tonight. I know, you just said it, but, with that said, Flora pulled out an invitation from within her own bag. Tonight, I'm a guest. Wenming, who was busy with the ramen, raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Is it hard to believe that Flora is one of Belinda's clients? Coincidentally, so am I. The fat man pulled an invitation out of his shirt as well. I can't believe you were the chef last night. It's my loss that I didn't get to eat. I'm going to have to try your entree tonight. The non-white dude looked at the two with some embarrassment on his face. Why not me? Then you're welcome to stop by tonight. And if you want anything, you can come see me. Wenming silently counted. This was already the 30th bowl of ramen. But one thing he was more concerned about was that after doing so much, his arms were surprisingly not sore. This confirmed his suspicions even more. This hotel, it's not right. I made ramen this morning to test myself on this suspicion. If it were in the past, not to mention 30 bowls of ramen, even if it was just these 3 bowls from the trio in front of them, I would probably feel exhausted. Now I'm surprised that I don't feel the least bit tired. Is this hotel really transforming my body? The spatial cracks were there, so any more magical things would not be strange to Wenming. I'll have to find a way to get myself tested later. But why did third grandpa die? Doesn't he know about the space rift? Seeing Wenming busy making ramen, Flora also knew in her heart that it was not a good time to chat. She finished the last mouthful of beef bone soup, collected the invitation and got up, waving goodbye to Wenming. As she neared the door to the dining area, she suddenly said to Mana, who was verifying her room card at the front desk, "Do you have a thank you card?" The black and white irregulars following closely behind looked at each other. "Please give us one too." The trio rubbed shoulders with Tony as they left. All three were a little surprised to see Tony. Robert? What's he doing checking in at the Flatiron Hotel? Too, but all three had to go to work, so they didn't think much of it. From a distance, they heard Robert shout, "Wenming, where's my room service? I called the front desk to ask you to deliver my meal, only to have them tell me that you were actually working as a chef. I'm staying in a presidential suite, and I can't believe I don't get exclusive personal butler service. I'm going to file a complaint against you." Flora couldn't help but shake her head. How is this Robert more difficult to serve than the legend? Wenming is really working too hard. Hopefully he'll be able to recruit a couple of good cooks sooner rather than later, so he'll have a much easier time of it. Well, you can't recruit too many of them, or you won't be able to eat Wenming's food yourself. No way. Why am I loving his cooking more and more? Am I poisoned? Try my braised beef ramen. I made it myself. Wenming placed a bowl of ramen in front of Tony, who frowned. "I want a cheeseburger." "Then you go over there." Warming pointed to the side, then reached out to take the bowl of ramen away, and Tony was not happy. "I'll taste your handiwork first. I'm a foodie." It's not that Tony doesn't eat Eastern food. He loves cheeseburgers more, but he won't be happy if you take away what you were going to give him and give it to someone else. Skillfully picking up his chopsticks, Tony picked up the noodles and brought them to his mouth. Last night's physical exercise had left him hungry enough to eat a cow. Women scientists are just different. Unfathomable. Tony had thought that the bowl of ramen wouldn't be too different from the usual pasta, but when the first bite of noodles entered his mouth, he was immediately overwhelmed by the Q-tip. "This noodle of yours, it's not quite like what I usually eat." Tony, who was shattered, picked up a noodle and looked at Wenming. "What did you put here? How come it's so tasty, right?" An older woman came over to the side and looked at Wenming, who was quickly making ramen, and couldn't stop praising. "I didn't used to be a fan of Eastern food at all, but I want a second bowl now." Tony frowned, but said nothing and continued to eat. He even finished the soup after one bowl. Tony rubbed his chin, feeling a little incredulous. "The ramen of this universe, is it that good? How come it doesn't taste like what I had in that world?" "Well, it's just a little bit worse than a cheeseburger." Tony thought about it for a moment and decided to savor it a bit more to see what was so special about this facet. "Give me another bowl." Chapter 034 Gifts from the Continental Hotel. Wenming quickly brought Tony another bowl. This time, Tony ate a little slower. his taste buds thoroughly enthralled by the wheat flavor of the flour and the freshness of the beef marinade. He noticed that many people came and asked for a second bowl to eat. It seems that I'm not the only one who likes it. So, not my problem. It's this ramen that's the problem. It's the ramen in this universe that's the problem. And what amazed Tony even more was that machine in everyone's hand here that seemed to be a cell phone. How is it possible to make it that compact? Also, it seems to be a touchscreen? Capacitive touchscreen replaces resistive screen commercially available? The technology in this universe, it seems like it's pretty good. Tony, who had been ready to leave after breakfast, suddenly decided to stay for a few days. He's a playboy, and a genius, and a businessman. Like his father, Howard, Tony can easily manufacture merchandise that earns money out of it, even if that commodity is a missile. Tony was keenly aware that if he got his hands on the technology for this cell phone, his own Stark Industries would surely see its stock soar. Wen Ming, when you're done, I'd like to have a nice chat with you. Wen Ming, who was busy with his ramen, looked up and realized that Tony should have noticed something. Otherwise, this high-eyed genius playboy certainly wouldn't want to have a good chat with an ordinary person like himself just because of 2 bowls of noodles. Wen Ming thought for a moment and said, I might be busy today because I have to host a banquet for 200 people today. You've been out for so long, so I'm sure there's something going on over there. So why don't you go back and take care of things first, and then come back after you've taken care of things and arranged a time to come back? Tony also thought it was good. He was the CEO of Stark Industries after all. If he didn't show up for a few days, it would surely cause unnecessary trouble. Anyway, this world can come back again. Yes, I'll come back in a couple of days, and I hope you'll be able to provide me with the best butler service by then. Seeing Tony about to leave, Wen Ming reminded, you'd better come over at night, there are fewer people and it's safe. Wen Ming's words made the smart Tony immediately realize that Wen Ming didn't want others to know about the spatial rift. The matter itself is really not appropriate to tell anyone. He waved his hand and dashed off. At 9 o'clock, the dining rush was over, and Wen Ming first delivered a bowl of ramen to Sarah Connor, then pushed the cart again and knocked on the door of room 206. Thanks. John opened the door and thanked Wen Ming for his thoughtful service. Warming pushed the cart into the room, and seeing John's as-usual face, he couldn't help but glance at Helen. Have you spoken to John yet? It's already been said, and he's already seen those movies. Helen nodded, then thanked Wen Ming. Thank you very much. If it wasn't for your reminder, John would have been injured or even killed this time when he went back. Wen Ming remembered the bullet holes in John's clothes yesterday and couldn't help but ask, did we really need a gangster? Yes, it's the same plot from the first movie. I met that Yosef who wanted to rob the car. Helen said I could sell it, so I agreed to sell it, but he was only willing to offer $1,000 US, which I didn't agree to, and then he came to the house at night to sneak up on me. After you warned me, I went to the Continental Hotel after returning to the world and picked up my weapons and bulletproof suit and kept them on so I didn't let them get away with it that night. But after I killed Joseph, his father Vig sent for me and I killed him too. It was as if John was talking about an extremely trivial matter, but the menace of it was definitely no worse than what came in the movie. Wen Ming had only one feeling in his heart after hearing this. So there's no getting around the main plot of the movie world? The will of the world and the fast and the furious, surprisingly, allows John to meet the mob crown prince early. Although John agrees to sell the car, the other party is forced to buy it, so it directly triggers all the drama of the first movie. Still kill the prince first, then the boss. The difference is that this time John had a heads up, so he was unharmed the whole time. However, this result also made Wen Ming fall into deep thought. Is the will of the world really something that can't be violated? Then would all the preparations one had made be in vain? For a while, Wen Ming was surprisingly a bit confused. Thank you, Warming. Just then, John's voice snapped Wen Ming out of his daze, and he looked at him sincerely. I don't quite understand what's going on between these two worlds though, and I'm not sure if Helen and I are just a movie character, but I know that your reminder saved my life. You took Helen in, saved her life, and you saved mine. I owe you 3 times. Wen Ming shook his head and said, I only saved you because I wanted you to help me with my business. No, you need to stop hiding it. You've got such a big hotel. You're not short of that kind of money, whereas I'm going to need a lot of money to treat Helen, and you're doing me a favor, so I owe you not 3 times, but 4. John stood up and walked over to the large suitcase. Warming, I have brought you a gift from the Continental Hotel. It's a bulletproof suit, made to your body measurements, and I told them what you do for a living, and they assured me it would certainly fit your hotelier demeanor. The solid black suit bag was carried by John. Thank you so much. Wen Ming was ecstatic to finally get one of the most handsome pieces of equipment in the world of Blast Chase. However, John's hand splits and one set becomes 2, one social, one casual. Wen Ming didn't expect this kind of surprise. John, you're such a good brother to me. John handed the 2 suits to Wen Ming, who reached for them, yet just as he reached them, he felt his hands sink. Well, the suit is not normally heavy. Looks like he needs to work on his strength. The Glock G17C, lightweight, safe, high ammo capacity, ricochet-proof, and accurate for your hand size and for newbies like you. 2 guns were handed to Wenming, which made Wenming even more surprised. He had only wanted a bulletproof suit before, but he hadn't expected John to get him 2 extra pistols. From my world, not numbered, so very safe. John looked at Wenming with embarrassment. I know you're a serious businessman, and I'm sorry that Helen and I's arrival will bring danger to your hotel and make you have to do high-risk things, but that's the way it is in Eagle Country. Even if your world is much better than mine, how to protect yourself by force in Eagle Country is a mandatory lesson. I'll teach you how to use both of these guns, including the Winchester you hid under the front desk. John's words caused Wenming's hand, which was rubbing the Glock G17C, to lurch. How do you know? Chapter 035, High and Cold Night Demon. How did you learn to touch corpses too? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wenming felt that the question was a bit stupid. Who's on the other side? The world's top assassin. Is it any wonder that he could find himself in possession of Winchester? Sure enough, instead of answering the question, John picked up a black package that was the size of a large microwave. EMP bombs. There were supposed to be 2, and it's something I've never used before, so I tested one. The EMP bomb was much larger and heavier than Wenming had imagined. He'd always assumed that the stuff was just like they showed in the movies, and that the smallest could be button level. It seems that some of the black technology in the world of Blastoff isn't quite so exaggerated. This thing needs to be used with care. It could easily paralyze your entire hotel. John explained how to use it and the precautions for Wenming, and then pointed to the 2 suitcases. The rest of what's in there, all of them are weapons. You can take them as you like. Wenming nodded. It was something he had been reminding John to prepare for. I may also need to trouble you to do some special training on a friend of mine, as well. She's from another world. Helen should have told you that. No problem. I had that in mind. I need to bother you to help me protect Helen while I'm gone. John nodded his head, indicating that none of this was a problem. That shootout last night, it was about her, wasn't it? I saw the monster. Yeah, that's a robot. After receiving so many goodies and having to let the other party train himself and Sarah Connor, Wenming felt that he still had to talk about the money. How much? How many gold coins do I need to pay you? After all, the most popular saying in Eagle Country, friendship is friendship and business is business. As I said, these are gifts, and you've paid me a gold coin before. John looked at Wenming with a rare smile in his eyes. 1 gold coin, 1 service. No? Wenming guffawed. With that, a wave of warmth reverberated through his chest. For what it's worth, John Wick is truly a man of honor. It's worth a deeper friendship. One took the risk of telling John Wick about the space rift in the first place because one knew that the character of John Wick in the movie was trustworthy. John pulled over the last of the huge suitcases again, lowered it to the floor, pulled the zipper, and then saw that it contained dozens of gold bars neatly stacked in addition to weapons and ammunition. That much? This nightmare? So rich? Not my money. As if he were saying something extremely unusual, John said, I took this from Vig's vault after I killed him. Wenming was stunned. This nightmare? How it's not quite like what they show in the movies. In the movies, don't you always fire 3 shots in a row, blow your head off, and then turn around and walk away in style? High and mighty nightmare. How come you've learned to touch corpses too? With that, Wenming came to his senses. The movie is going to show John Wick's blazing gunfighting skills as well as his handsome figure. And in the cinematic universe, John Wick is a living, breathing human being who has always roamed the dark world. So how could he not touch a body after taking over someone's lair, as played out in the movie? Especially since his wife Helen is in desperate need of money to save her from cancer. Such a night demon is a man of flesh and blood. It also proves, once again, that cinematic universes and movies, after all, are not the same. How much does it weigh? Have you weighed it? Wenming picked up a gold bar and touched it. After 22 years of living, this was the first time he had seen so much gold. I have to say, it feels so good in the hand. 12 kilograms, 85 ounces, 12,000 grams. John had obviously done his homework since he knew he was going into business. The price of gold today, let me check, went up to $2.930 U.S. dollars per ounce, $94.21 U.S. dollars per gram. 12,000 grams is $1.13 million U.S. dollars. But the recycling price is definitely not as high, but it's not too far off. Don't count it. It's a shock. The night demon went back a few days of work, without saying anything, directly dry over 12 kilograms of gold. Even if you can't original price, that's almost 1 million U.S. dollars, which is definitely a huge amount of wealth. That gangster, so rich? It's amazing how much gold is hidden. Sure enough, the gold belt for murder and arson. I need to get you and Helen an identity and an account as soon as possible because there are still taxes and medical issues involved. So much gold. I'm afraid that one time is not finished. I guess it will be missed by someone who has a heart. Have to find more second-hand recyclers. Fortunately there are a lot of them on this side of the metropolis. We will definitely need to handle more gold in the future. So the best way to do this is to open a trading company with a CFTC precious metals trading license, and also an offshore company to avoid taxes. By the way, with all that gold, John, are you sure there won't be subsequent trouble in your universe? Wen Ming, who knows the UR text of the movie's plot, begins to wonder if this will involve an even bigger hole waiting for John to go back and fill it in. I left no survivors or traces. John's simple sentence directly silenced Wen Ming dry. Well, people are professionals. As for how it was done, Wen Ming guesses it must have been a body collector from the blast-off universe. John was so steady in his work, but Wen Ming had to say sorry to him. There is some very unfortunate news that I need to tell you. John had made so many thorough preparations, but when Ming had to tell him the bad news, the probability is that you may not be able to leave the range of this hotel. I estimate the distance to be 100 meters, or possibly less than 100 meters. What? John and Helen looked at Wen Ming in shock. What do you mean you can't leave 100 meters? That robot, T-800, returned to the movie world last night, a few dozen meters after leaving the confines of the hotel. Wen Ming told the two about T-800 going to the police station and eventually disappearing, unable to leave 100 meters, which meant no hospital. Wen Ming felt that the matter of Raider John Wick was becoming tricky. This matter has to be tested again, but I feel that the odds are that there's no way to get too far away, and this could be the limitations of the rules of the spatial rift. Wen Ming's face was apologetic. John got so many gifts for himself and he had to tell the other man that he couldn't get Helen to go to the hospital. This is undoubtedly bad news that couldn't be worse. Gives hope, yet gives despair. This kind of thing, Wen Ming didn't even feel able to open his mouth, but then he had to say it. As for Maya Hansen's Jedi virus, it took 13 years to develop successfully in the Iron Man 3 cinematic universe. Even at a 1:2 time flow rate, it would take 5 years. And the Jedi virus that was taken out 13 years later wasn't a stabilized version either. A stabilized version of the Jedi virus would have required Tony Stark's help to complete. Maya Hansen and Killian's talent has a ceiling. They can't make a perfect version of the Jedi virus. Helen shouldn't last that long. The Wicks looked at each other and John shrugged. Looks like I need to work harder for my money. What? Wen Ming looked at John unexpectedly. Why aren't you in any hurry? Isn't that a pain in the ass? Chapter 036, the world is different, but the darkness is the same. Helen could see Wen Ming's confusion and explained. It can't be 100 meters away, so we'll need to rent a long-term room at your hotel. Wen Ming froze for a moment, then reacted. This kind of trouble is nothing in the face of money. One has never yet shifted to this kind of thinking. It used to be thought that you had to go to the hospital to cure a disease. If you can't go to the hospital now, let the hotel room become a hospital and let the doctor come to your home. That's how rich people think. It seems that one needs to shift the inherent thinking of the past as soon as possible. When you put it that way, I feel as if my hotel will need a professional-grade operating room in the future. Wen Ming was thoughtful. There might be more movie characters arriving in the future. And if they too need medical treatment but can't get to a hospital, could they themselves trade medical treatment for gold? Good idea. Even the location of the operating room, Wen Ming had figured out that it would be built on the second basement level. From now on it will be called the Underground Hospital. I wonder if there's any chance of taking in some of the doctors from the famous movie universe. Who's there? Stephen Strange before he became Dr. Strange? No, too grumpy and overcharged. Sean Murphy, the autistic scholar from The Good Doctor? Communication can be a bit tricky. Rebecca from Resident Evil 0? A member of S.T.A.R.'s Bravo team, an expert in pharmaceutical refining and blending, and works as a medic within the team. The face is also superb, and the face model is said to have been made by Nabata Hamasaki. In that case, couldn't he or she also build a shooting range on the second basement level so that he or she could practice their gun skills with the movie's plot characters? This way you can practice your own gun and also use it for external business, as an entertainment revenue-generating project for a 5-star hotel, to subsidize the shooting range, maybe even make a profit. Well, if the movie characters need to practice their guns, then they can still charge gold for membership fees themselves. 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm a little business genius, but all of this costs money. Without money, all this is just a dream. One must earn money as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Wen Ming immediately got up and said, I'll go find someone to ask and see how I can solve the identity problem and the gold sales problem for you. Don't bother. John shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, your world also has a darknet. Leave this to me. Give me a computer and I'll find an expert on the darknet. When Ming was on his feet. Okay, people are professionals. These are the things that don't make it to the top, that you have no clue about. But people are light on their feet. The world is different, but the darkness is the same. It's still the same. There's nothing that can't be done with money. Now, another thing needs to be addressed. John, there's a movie series about that robot that you and Helen could watch, and the room next to it is being inhabited by its heroine, who may need some help. Speaking of which, when Ming paused, John, her era was 1984, and the price of gold in her part of the world was more than double the price of gold in your part of the world, at $360 U.S. dollars per ounce. John Wick stood up with a mischievous sigh. No need to watch the movie. If you need me to do anything, you just tell me. When Ming smiled and said, finish the ramen first. If you don't, you won't be able to eat it. Sarah Connor had an uncontrollable look of wonder in her eyes when she met the Wicks. There really are movie characters just like me. So, none of you are really movie characters, but from the movie universe. After introducing them to each other, when Ming said, Sarah needs to hide from the T-800 and the subsequent pursuit by Skynet, and John, you need money and technology to save Helen. Sarah's world allows John you to earn money faster. John's specialties can help Sarah kill the T-800, and Sarah can help take care of Helen. I, on the other hand, hope to make some money with the world you two have. So, I think we're a community of interest and can form an alliance. The three of them looked at each other and all nodded. Without your help, Wen Ming, we might end up in a miserable situation. The three had clearly realized that the core of this alliance was Wen Ming after they learned that they couldn't leave the hotel for 100 meters. There isn't one. I know, Helen, you must be worried about John's well-being. That's something I promise I won't let John rush out. We need to make a detailed battle plan before we strike. Warming looked to Helen, who looked worriedly to John, who kissed her on the forehead. Don't worry, I trust Wen Ming. Wen Ming looked at Sarah again, and Sarah's face was all touched. Thank you guys. If you can help me with the T-800, I'm willing to help you guys earn money all the time. Sarah has quickly gotten a metamorphosis after watching the Terminator movie series as well as last night's real, powerful look at the T-800, and she's no longer the clueless waitress. She knew very well that on her own, she would be killed by the T-800 in minutes. If you want to live, you must find a strong backing, and Wen Ming was the person she considered the most powerful at this stage, followed by John the Nightmare. Even if Wen Ming had been pushing John's powerful force in front of her, even if Wen Ming kept emphasizing that Guardian Warrior Kyle Reese would protect himself, but she still felt that Wen Ming was the most reliable man, and she could see that Mr. and Mrs. Wick had a lot of trust in Wen Ming as well. A man like that deserves everything he can do for him. Several people reached a consensus, and Wen Ming immediately began to assign work to several people. John, you work out the identities first, including Sarah's, and work them out together. And there may be other movie world characters coming over later. If we come across a suitable one that we can take into our alliance, we also need to resolve the identity issue. When Ming looked at John, who nodded, no problem. The identities that can be networked aren't hard to fix. Just spend the money and you can do it. The implication is simple. Money. I'll make an account of the money. Come to me with as much as you need. I'll pay for it, and then we'll settle the score when we've earned it. When Ming naturally understood John's meaning, and he wasn't prepared to let John keep advancing the money, so he took the initiative to offer to advance the money, which made both Mr. and Mrs. Wicks and Sarah's expressions much lighter. Sarah, in particular, was so moved that she was on the verge of tears. You know, she was just the most ordinary waitress, and the savings in her hand weren't even enough for her to pay the room fee for a day. When Ming finished and looked at Helen again, Helen, you're more meticulous. You and Sarah go through the Terminator movie series and the Fast and Furious movie series together. Plus go to the internet and search for relevant information. Then take that information and questions and throw them all at DS. Let the big AI model help calculate how Wick can avoid another menacing situation when he returns to the world of the Fast and the Furious. How he can kill the T-800 at the lowest possible cost. And how he can evade Skynet. I'll buy a set of top-of-the-line configurations to set up the DS671B local grand model in the name of improving the hotel's information security, and feed it all the information I collect later. AI needs to be fed, and with DS as a free and good AI, as long as the big local models are set up, Wen Ming can constantly use DS to assist himself in making a wide variety of decisions. And this DS would also become Wen Ming's secondary AI for raiding other movie universes in the future. A new era has to be adapted. Chapter 037, if you want to get rich quick, why don't you buy a lottery ticket? Helen and Sarah joined together to show that they understood, and Sarah looked ashamed. If I had known, I would have studied harder in the first place. It's not too late. You're a great woman who could raise the leader of the Rebel Alliance. Of all the people present, the least educated were John and Sarah, but while John had strong killing skills, Sarah knew nothing at the moment, which made Sarah a bit of a drag and feel like a drag. Wen Ming naturally knew how great Sarah's potential was. This woman has more willpower and learning than anything anyone can imagine. Given some time, she could definitely become a leader. Warming even felt that John Connor was nothing in front of his strong-willed mother. After arranging the two, Wen Ming then talked about the matter of gold. In the Eagle Kingdom of 84, the banknotes are not the same as they are now, and I'm afraid that if you want to get gold consistently and steadily, you're going to have to do a little bit of trading business in that world by then so that you can consistently pour money into it. We can't just do a one-shot deal. Sarah, you and Helen also need to find out what's easiest to get out of the Eagle Kingdom in 84 and not easily trace to its source, and then have DS calculate how we can create a legal, stable closed loop of gold dumping between worlds. Since he wants to be a gold dealer, Wen Ming naturally won't always rely on the dark net as a way to get out of the country. He prefers to find a legitimate way to get out of the country. And having been buying 84 gold in the Terminator universe, it's a big problem to figure out how to turn money on the real world side into money on the Terminator world side. High profits, low regulation, and no risk of traceability are the keys to being a gold poor. Just then, Sarah suddenly raised her hand. If you want to get rich quick, why don't you buy a lottery ticket? The room fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterward, Helen and John showed a look of surprise. Right, can't we just buy lottery tickets? Wen Ming's heart also beat wildly. Yeah, why don't you just buy a lottery ticket? Returning to past time to buy a lottery ticket under the same universe would cause the temporal recursion to collapse. So it comes to the fact that when you go to buy that must-have number, you are sure to encounter all sorts of distractions such as traffic jams, problems with the machine, and so on. But buying lottery tickets across universes in a parallel universe framework does not lead to a recursive collapse of spacetime. As long as the winning prize doesn't directly interfere with core historical points in the Terminator cinematic universe, such as the birth of Skynet, a high probability of safe arbitrage can be achieved by quickly transferring gains to another universe via a non-plot critical asset like gold. Temporal stability depends on operational precision and rule reverence, and the independent collapse of parallel universes does not affect the sacred timeline. In theory, buying a lottery ticket is kinda a shortcut. Now, it needs to be confirmed first that the winning numbers in your universe's past match the winning numbers in my universe. Wen Ming also wanted to try if this method was feasible. If Sarah was from the Great Xian Kingdom, this method would certainly not work. Parallel universe purchase or not. And we need to find the kind of winning lottery numbers bought by the kind of people who, after winning, don't take the money and start their own businesses but squander it in all sorts of ways so that the impact on your universe will be minimized. Wen Ming was about to open his cell phone to check when Sarah held up her hand again. The winning numbers are all in my head. What? The three looked together at Sarah Connor, who shrugged. I buy lottery tickets all the time. You know, every Eagle Nation dreams of getting rich overnight. Wen Ming opened his cell phone and searched for the winning numbers from 1984. Sarah just took one look and quickly nodded her head. That's right, it's exactly the same. I remember these winning winners very well. Several people were getting excited. Wouldn't everything be super easy if the problem of funding could be solved by buying lottery tickets? Who doesn't like it when you can make money lying down? Sarah was already longing. If there was no Skynet, I could be carefree for the rest of my life with these awards alone. John, who was a man of few words, also broke into a smile. With this money, Helen will definitely get the best treatment plan for her illness. Helen, for her part, felt a little guilty. You could certainly live a happier life without me holding you back. Ignoring the two people who were spreading dog food indiscriminately, Wen Ming's mood was pleasant. Well, everything else can be put down for now. John, you go back out there tonight and buy a lottery ticket and we'll see what happens when we try it. The only uncertainty now lies in whether or not the will of the world will let you win the lottery since you are plot characters. Oh yeah, John, you also have to guard against possible enemies. After all, you killed so many people and took so much gold. It's hard to guarantee that you won't be retaliated against by others. Helen, you guys go ahead and discuss this. We need to keep John safe. Wen Ming didn't get carried away, but took every detail into consideration as much as possible. John, don't let your guard down. Go back fully armed. You bought a lottery ticket and came back immediately after reading the results. Besides, you can't be a lone wolf anymore. That friend of yours, Marcus, is great, and since he didn't die this time, you can hire him to be your bodyguard. If you can, have the Continental get you a bulletproof car. You don't want some other guy to put a bullet in your head the night before victory, do you? Hearing Wen Ming's such prudent advice, both John and Helen's excited energy calmed down, and John nodded heavily. I'll be doubly careful. John Wick, who has seen the Fast and Furious movie series, is more poised than before, strong and scary. Seeing Wen Ming's back as he headed out the door, Sarah raised her hand again. By the way, I have another question. What? Our alliance? What's it called? There has to be a name. Wenming's footsteps paused before he raised his hand and waved it. Let's call it the Golden League. As cheesy as it sounds, it was also Wenming's dream at one time. I dreamed of someone rewarding a golden alliance in the beginning. Ah no, now want a gold alliance too. Money, 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 underground hospitals, firing ranges, machine shops, all of that costs money. It also costs money to open a precious metals company and get a license. John had promised to train himself and Sarah, and the issue of the venue had to be resolved. The two star faces, John and Sarah, were instructed never to leave their rooms at will, and if they needed to eat, to have Helen, a relatively lesser-known star face, pick it up from the restaurant, or just ask room service to bring it to Helen's room. Then, Wenming rushed back to his office. The two bulletproof suits, which Wenming tried on, fit perfectly, except for being a little heavy. After picking out a few, Wenming decided to wear the casual model first. Is this the equivalent of the turtle shell for training strength in Dragon Ball 7? I hope I'll be able to use the Kai King's Fist soon as well. After putting on a casual bulletproof suit, Wenming knocked on the presidential suite. Chapter 038 Tony, I didn't mean to green you. Hi, warming, right? Yes, hello, Maya. Wenming greeted the beautiful scientist wrapped in a bath towel. Have you had breakfast? I brought you some. Beautiful scientist, supposedly freshly showered, with wet hair. She was very tall, at least 175. The long bath towel, barely covering her thighs, barely covered the two peach blossoms. Thanks. Maya gave a cheerful smile. I just woke up from a nap and was getting a little hungry. Mind if I come in? Wenming stood at the door and politely didn't go straight in. Sure, I was just about to talk to you about the space rift. I'm interested. Maya sidled up to Wenming and let him push the cart in. As soon as Wenming entered the living room, he saw a plant that appeared out of nowhere being placed on the coffee table in the living room, while an old-fashioned laptop was placed on one side. Wenming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, I came over in a bulletproof suit. Otherwise the plant would be a lot of fun if it suddenly exploded like in the movie. This plant is the same one that Maya tested the extinction virus on. In Iron Man 3, Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, pulls a leaf out of his hand despite Maya's warnings, and ends up triggering the still unstable Jedi virus to explode on the spot. Wenming knew in his heart that this was a time bomb, so he sat far away from it. This spatial rift just appeared, and I don't really understand it, but I'd like to make friends with you. Wenming got right to the point and didn't beat around the bush because he knew that these scientific researchers didn't like to beat around the bush. In fact, your universe is very closely connected to my world, and you appeared in one of our world's movies. In the movie? Maya's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she felt like she had heard the most incredible thing. The space rift was already incredible, and now you're saying I'm in a movie in your world? Even Maya, who was a scientist, felt a sense of absurdity that touched a subdimensional wall. Wenming took out his tablet and turned Iron Man 3 on. Look at this movie. What's this? A new kind of computer? How come it's so convenient? Ha, is this Tony? Is this me? How did I end up in the movie? Maya's reaction was not unlike that of Sarah and Helen back then, but she took it in faster than the two, and after a few minutes she drew herself to her feet and rushed into the master bedroom, where she soon came out with a card in her hand. I can't believe it's true. Tony actually wrote a card for me. Wenming laughed. You turn the card over. There's a present for you from Tony on the back. Maya turned the card over in disbelief, then exclaimed, Tony wrote the scientific equations for my ultimate creature research? This equation, my God, is just perfect, and I have a feeling that with this equation, my research is about to go way up. The original prototype of the extinction virus was the ultimate creature project Maya worked on in 1999, when she and Tony had a fling, and Tony left her the formula as a PZ on the back of a goodbye card. It's only later that Maya gets carried away by Killian, or rather, the woman with the love brain, who was tricked by Killian. She was intent on researching the ultimate creature for the benefit of mankind, but was instead used by Killian to supply the Jedi virus for his ambition to control the world. Very cliched Eagle Country story. Wenming pulled the video progress bar to the second half of the clip where Maya and Tony were talking. In the movie, Maya flips over the card that is turned yellow and old, and there is the same equation written on it. Maya whimpered. Exactly the same. So I'm really a movie character? Did this space rift break the dimensional wall? To be exact, you and Tony are real characters in a movie universe called Iron Man. Wenming once again patiently explained about the space rift and the movie universe, inwardly vowing to make a PPT out of DS as quickly as possible. It's so tiring, it takes forever to explain every time. Eventually after explaining, Wenming said, I'll copy this movie to your laptop, so you can take your time to watch it when you go back. And the reason why I'm telling you all of this is because I want to make a friend with you. Hearing Wenming go back to the words he used when he first entered, Maya for once squared her shoulders. How do you want to make friends? I know that your original intention was to benefit all mankind, but you ended up being used by an ambitious person like Killian. Maybe you didn't meet Killian last night. You might meet another Wang Lian in the future. The will of the world won't let this episode go around. And even if you've held fast to your original intent, there's a chance that your negligence, by your assistant, friend, mentor, or whatever, could have leaked the contents of your ultimate creature project and prompted the birth of the Jedi virus. Or maybe someone broke into your lab and stole your work. What I'm trying to get across is that I'm willing to provide you with a fallback option that you can choose from in the future when you can't find a way back, or don't have the money to continue your research down the road. You can come to me. I'll provide you with a site and funding, and you come to me for research. I can also try to help you convince Tony Stark to help you continue to refine this research. Well, he might be a little harder to talk to, but I'll do my best. I can't say I'm not ambitious, but I consider myself conscientious enough not to strawman. When these scientists say smart, they are extremely smart. To say stupid is to simply act like a clueless child. Sometimes, it's not even as good as a little kid. It's easy to be exploited by ambitious people. When Ming didn't know what would eventually become of Maya after he gave her the uncensored version of Iron Man 3, he just wanted her to be a little more vigilant after seeing the tragic ending. The desperation virus is a good one. It shouldn't be trashed. When Ming was looking forward to the arrival of the day when the extinction virus had been thoroughly researched and succeeded. I see. Maya barely needed Wen Ming to say more before she had nodded. I'm happy to make this friend with you. You're more reliable than Tony. He'll be jealous if he hears that. Wen Ming got up and shook Maya's hand. If there's anything you need, you can always come to this world to find me. I think I'll. Wow. Maya also got up to shake hands with Wen Ming, only to have the bath towel she was wearing fall down precipitously at this moment. The absolutely marvelous figure was exposed to Wen Ming all of a sudden. Wen Ming only felt that the holy light in front of him was directly turned up to the maximum. He stared blankly at what was in front of him. That's not true. Wasn't Maya wearing a big red three-pointed thing in this shot in the movie? Why are you naked now? Tony, I didn't mean to greenlight you. If you want to blame it, you can blame Maya for running too fast when she went to the master bedroom earlier. Chapter 039, Can't float? Absolutely can't float. Boss, the fabrication company has moved in to start setting up. Robert, the event planning supervisor, knocked on Wen Ming's office door, and then reported to him, they will be able to finish the setup in about 2 hours. You said before that Party A's side would come over to check. Did they say what time they would come over? Wen Ming then remembered that Belinda hadn't agreed on a specific time with herself. I'll ask. You go keep an eye on the setup. The big sweet girl from the Eagle Kingdom flew back after receiving Wen Ming's message. I'll be there about 1 o'clock. Wen Ming was just about to put away his cell phone when the opposite side sent another sentence. Can I still taste your egg and bok choy noodles today? If I can, I won't eat at lunch. A smile appeared at the corner of Wen Ming's mouth. I can give you a taste of a new dish, braised beef ramen. That's great. I'll be there on time. This Belinda is an angel. Whenever you have leftovers of your own ingredients, you come and help out. After taking care of these chores, Wen Ming continued to be busy with recruitment matters with Big Mother Susie. A large number of waiters were needed for this large party of 200 people in the evening. However, Wen Ming would rather have more than less, so he notified Robert to contact the event company and hired quite a few temporary waiters and cooks from there as well, as a way to fulfill the needs of today's banquet. This temp, cheap and good, so busy that by noon the hotel was once again staffed. 3 bartenders were confirmed. Housekeeping expanded to 20. Fabric management to 2. Planning assistants increased by 1. Chefs and servers all expanded to 12. And 2 each were recruited for the spa esthetician and driver. The administrative and human resources department was quickly expanded with 1 training supervisor and 2 human resources assistants. In addition to which a legal assistant was recruited to specialize in all types of legal matters for the hotel. The security staff was also increased by 2. In addition to hiring a salesperson, and Robert, the event marketing director, as well as 2 planning assistants to make up the marketing department. By now, the entire hotel has been staffed with a full 100 people. Big Mama Susie is scary efficient. This afternoon, 90% of the staff will be available, and we can have all of them on board tomorrow. For the evening banquet, the staffing piece, I guess it's just the waiters and cooks that might not be quite enough. After all, we have to take care of the hotel roomers' meals, so we'll have to get Robert's side to bring in temporary staff. Big Mother Susie's face didn't show any fatigue at all. Instead she was in high spirits, and when Ming revealed a happy smile, Robert has already gone to make the arrangements. Susie, it's a lot easier for me with you around. This is what I should do. Next step, I will help you recruit 2 suitable assistants. 1 to focus on your work and 1 to take care of your life. I need to check with you though. Do you need a general manager to run the hotel? Aunt Susie was euphemistic, but when Ming heard the other party's meaning, for hotel management, one does not specialize. Before, he was at most a small supervisor of an ordinary hotel, but now he has to manage a 5-star hotel, which is by no means so simple. Trick. Wen Ming didn't have any thoughts of resisting Aunt Susie's suggestion. Leave the professional to the professionals. And, one needs to free up more time for more important things. For example, pouring gold. Another example, gun practice. Also for example, researching the lottery. Big Mama Susie breathed a sigh of relief. In 2 short days together, Big Mama Susie had already perceived that this young boss, more than all the bosses she had ever seen here, was willing to listen to advice and never pointed fingers. Arguably, the ideal boss. She would love to see that the Flatiron Hotel, a century-old establishment, could continue to be restored to its former glory and once again become an iconic hotel in the metropolis. Wen Ming, your handiwork is fantastic. You're so good at cooking. In the dining area, after looking at the site setup, a satisfied Belinda, with a cheerful smile, kept praising Wen Ming's braised beef ramen. Wen Ming sat across from her, smiling and listening to the others' compliments. Well, none of this can be trusted. Commercial touting only. But how come the corners of my mouth can't help but turn up? Can't drift. Absolutely can't drift. How's your list of 200? Memorized? After using your method, I feel like I've memorized it all. The smile at the corner of Belinda's mouth got even bigger at the mention of the list. A lot of these people were already public figures, and I had known them before. And then I memorized their families and their deeds, all of them as gossip. And I found that 2 or 3 times I was able to write it all down. Wen Ming, I want to thank you properly. Can I buy you dinner tomorrow? Of course, it's an honor to dine with such a beautiful lady. In response to the invitation from the beautiful woman, Wen Ming agreed with alacrity. There's still 20% of the final payment that hasn't arrived yet. Customer relationships must be maintained. It's so hard to be a boss. Still have to eat with clients. After dinner, Belinda and Wen Ming walked outside together. Just as they reached the entrance hall, Belinda saw the thank you cards posted on the wall. She said with some surprise, Wen Ming, so many people are praising you. There wasn't even a single one when I came here on Monday. Wen Ming turned his head to look and was also a bit surprised. At some point, nearly 100 thank you cards had been posted on the wall. How come so many? These foreigners, do they really like their own cooking? The thing is, these meals aren't rare, and it doesn't make sense for DS to lie to himself. I don't think these foreigners like Eastern food that much. Wen Ming was a bit confused, but Belinda was already excitedly walking to the bar. Please give me a thank you card. I want to thank today's chef Wen Ming. The waiter smiled and handed him a thank you card. Looking at Wen Ming with the fire of gossip burning in his eyes, these newly hired employees had already learned all the gossip about Wen Ming, the boss, in the shortest possible time. Single, no parents, an entire ironing board hotel all to myself. Simply the most perfect golden bachelor. Now a pretty OL, after having lunch with her boss, is all excited about writing her boss a thank you card, which has implications that make everyone wonder if the boss is getting off the hook. I have to tip you. Belinda playfully wrote as she took out a 20 US greenback from her handbag and shoved it into Wen Ming's hand. Thanks. The corner of Wen Ming's mouth curled up slightly. It's not a bad feeling. Really. After dropping off Belinda, the time had come to just after 1 p.m. Wen Ming once again went to the surveillance room and then took the elevator to the presidential suite on the 15th floor. This time, it wasn't the Tony and Maya one. Instead, it's the T-800 one. Chapter 040, This Child Deliverer of Wealth. How cute. That's right. T-800's room has been automatically checked out and T-800 has not returned. So the bag that T-800 carried in last night became lost again. Wen Ming stepped inside. This time, Wen Ming carried the 2 bags directly to his office. The 2 bags this time are just regular duffel bags compared to the first one. Opening one of them, all but one pump-action shotgun M870 were all types of ammunition. Obviously, the ammo was for those guns from the day before. In another bag, another time bomb was placed, as well as dozens of bundles of greenbacks. Seeing the greenbacks, Wen Ming grinned. This money-giving boy is so cute. Can't even bear to destroy you. Will you be coming back tonight for another presidential suite? Wen Ming took out all the greenbacks from the big suitcase from the night before and the duffel bag today and counted them. And there were as many as 230,000 US dollars. I also don't know which bank or mob lair is at the T-800 end. Guess the odds are better for a gangster's lair. They look like a lot of money, but because they are all in small denominations, the total is not very high. 230,000 US dollars is also enough for Wen Ming to officially start the gold pouring program. What is the first step to start with? Well, bring Sarah Connor back safely to the Terminator 1 universe in 84. In the afternoon, the Golden Alliance team of 4 met in Wen Ming's huge office. Helen searches for information using Warming's computer, and John Wick explains the use of firearms to Warming and Sarah, and teaches them to disassemble and assemble them. I've taken a serious look at the Terminator series, and I've already read about the method Helen found to extinguish the T-800, and overall, this T-800 isn't that hard to kill. As a top assassin, John expounded on his thinking. The T-800 CPU is in the hardest part of the head, and the battery is inside the sternum. The safest way to kill it is to use an EMP bomb first, which will put the T-800 down for a period of time, which could be 10 or tens of seconds. Liquid nitrogen can slow down its movement, but it doesn't necessarily crisp up the T-800. The T-1000 is rather afraid of liquid nitrogen, so liquid nitrogen can only be used in conjunction with it, and you can't expect too much. We can then use the Barrett M82 to snipe its eye and chest cavities and armor-piercing strikes to its CPU and battery like in the opening of Terminator 5. At close range, the most lethal way is actually to throw an aluminum thermite grenade at the exposed metal skeleton to ensure complete CPU or battery destruction. Terminator 1 also had a grenade shoved into the T-800 to detonate its body, which is an attack we can do after we're forced into close melee combat. In fact, as long as you can destroy its eyes, that is, the radar vision system, he's no different from a live target. Its body skeleton is super alloy, its eyes are not, and it can use magnetic metal dust and graphite dust bombs in a way that interferes with its signaling sensors. In addition to this, a police UV dazzler can be used to trigger a protective shutdown of the sensor. So, the eyes can be our key breaking point as well. All in all, the T-800 is pretty broken, and I don't know if it's a movie setup issue, but all of these ways to kill the T-800 are things we can try to make sure it's foolproof. After all, reality is not a movie. Hearing John's battle plan, Wen Ming couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Nah, this one is called professional. John went straight for the surest and most direct attack on the weak spot. The pistol has almost zero deterrent effect on it, and the Winchester and pump-action shotgun M870 can put a stiffening effect on him, but the real lethality is limited to a match. So this afternoon I'm going to teach you the use of the pump-action shotgun M870 first, and then I'm going to teach you the use of the pistol. After sorting out the combat scenario, John went into his weapons mastery and began to carefully explain to the two men the specifics of using the pump-action shotgun M870. As if Sarah had a natural affinity for these weapons, she quickly picked them up and used them with style after almost 2 looks. This made Wen Ming feel compelled to lament that a daughter of heavenly destiny was a daughter of heavenly destiny. It was like Sarah was born to fight. However, Wen Ming's performance also surprised John. In his perception, Wen Ming was just a lucky young man who had gotten lucky with his inheritance, but he had never expected that his learning power would be so strong. In just 10 minutes or so, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the gun. The only thing left is the practical exercises, that is, shoot to kill. Watching Wen Ming and Sarah's learning progress so quickly, John even had to wonder if he was still the gifted snatcher praised as a genius by his teacher or not. How did these two get so good? With the pump-action shotgun M870 learned, it's time for the pistol. Drawing, holding, disassembling, combining, and maintaining guns. Warming and Sarah were like sponges, quickly soaking up all of John's knowledge. When he met such a good disciple, John naturally taught with vigor. Time rushed by, and just as Wen Ming was excitedly and quickly drawing and stowing his gun, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Boss, the banquet is about to start." Wen Ming woke up like a dream. He looked at the clock. It had already come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The chef, himself, has to work. "Susie, when the hell is my sous chef going to be in place?" "Tonight at the Flatiron Hotel, there are luxury cars at the entrance, dressed in formal gowns and lavish dresses." Guests stepped onto the steps into the Flatiron Hotel on a brand new red carpet, surrounded by many long guns and cannons. The flash barely stops, flashing one after the other. On the roof, by the terrace fountain pool, Belinda stood behind an exquisitely dressed middle-aged woman, accompanying her as she greeted all parties of visitors, feeling like her face was going to stiffen with smiles, but not daring to let up in the slightest. This is Mr. G. Rogers, a famous man in the investment world, who loves to travel the globe, but he travels to examine the markets of various countries, as he is best at international stock investments. His favorite thing about physical gold is that he carries a lucky gold coin with him at all times, and next to him is his daughter Flora Rogers. Upon seeing Beatrice turn her head slightly sideways to herself, she immediately introduced her to the visitor. "Flora, you are so beautiful, and this champagne-colored dress of yours tonight is just gorgeous. Mudge, have you been traveling again lately?" Beatrice had the warmest smile on her face and greeted the father and daughter who were walking together. "I've recently returned from the Great Dry Land, Beatrice, and I'm looking forward to your heavy dose of news tonight." The white-haired G. Rogers smiled as she exchanged words with Beatrice, while Flora flashed a decent smile, listening in the entire time after the pleasantries and not interjecting at random. Chapter 041 Boss, you'll be off the hook tonight. When the pleasantries were over, Flora left her father. It was social hour and he had too many people to talk to. "Which of tonight's meals did Warming make?" standing in front of the buffet, looking at all the delicacies. Flora was a little unsure. This mung bean cake, it's made by Wenming. Just then, a slightly familiar voice rang out. Flora turned her head to see the breakfast hitchhiker, the fat man of the trio, holding a dinner plate and slowly savoring a golden mung bean cake. How do you know? Flora asked as she submissively picked up a piece of mung bean cake and placed it on her plate. It's simple. I've tasted all the other pastries and this is the only one that tastes the best. The fat man had a matter-of-fact look on his face, which made the corners of Flora's mouth turn up slightly. Well, you have a point. Using a spoon to gently dig into the sandy mung bean cake, into the mouth, a sweet smell accompanied by full of mung bean fragrance between the lips, long and light, sweet but not greasy, dense and powdery, the classic flavors of oriental pastries, and the dry heat brought on by the scorching heat is washed away in this moment. With just one bite, Flora fell in love. Wenming is such a good cook. Whoever marries him will be blessed for the rest of his life. Anything else? Flora's appetite was opened by the mung bean cake and she couldn't help but glance at the other delicacies. The fat man shook his head and said, I haven't gone to taste anything else yet, but there's a good chance that it's not being made, because when I look at those dishes, they're all the same dishes that ordinary five-star hotels make. A flash of disappointment passed through Flora's eyes. Why didn't you do anything else? I came here on an empty stomach on purpose. Well, should I go down to the first floor to find Wenming? Flora was a little dumbfounded at the thought. There was a lot of food here, but in her eyes, it was far worse than Wenming's handiwork. Well, I simply just want to eat something delicious. Just then, the fat man suddenly came. Do you want to go to the restaurant on the first floor and let Wenming make you something delicious? This party tonight, it could go on for a long time. Flora's already wavering heart couldn't hold back any longer after hearing the fat man's goading. She looked up in her father's direction and realized he was clambering about with a couple of older men. The old men were old acquaintances. She knew them all. There was no need to greet them. Beatrice, the host of the party, was still greeting one guest after another. There's no need to bother with these guests for now. Do you want to come along? Flora looked to the fat man, who shook his head. I've eaten too much already today to continue. Well, then I'll go eat something delicious by myself. Flora nodded. She had noticed something about the fat man's self-discipline habits over the past few days, so she said nothing more and walked straight to the elevator. Seeing Flora go, the fat man handed the unfinished mung bean cake in his hand to the waiter at the side, then wiped his mouth with a napkin and walked towards the stairwell. Wenming, who was cooking in the back kitchen, was making tonight's entree on the fly. The chef still wasn't in place, so he had to continue to greet all of today's houseguests with his hometown dishes. Never mind whether these people really like the food or not, these are the chef's dishes of the day. Even if he was busy as hell, Wenming had no complaints, because the number of lodging customers tonight has reached 110 groups. And after tonight's banquet, there will surely be some guests who will decide to stay on the spot because of drinking, or the two people who see eye to eye and go downstairs to get a room to roll in bed. Plus it's still a couple hours until 12 o'clock and there are sure to be new tenants checking in, so the number of openings tonight will probably top 150. Thinking of this, Wenming's movements of turning the pot upside down became strong and powerful. A bright flame flickered and then went out, and after 10 seconds or so, he divided the pan of kung pao chicken into 20 plates. The pretty waiters immediately picked up their plates and delivered the delicacy to the tenants outside. When a waiter came back, he said to Wenming, who was preparing the next dish, Boss, a customer named Flora wants to ask you if there is any chance to taste the food you made for tonight's banquet. Flora is here? Wenming looked up at the waitress, who nodded and said, she's right outside. She said that if you don't do it for the banquet, then she's prepared to eat a little here before going up. Wenming turned his head to look at the large oven and nodded. You tell her that the delicacy made for the banquet will be served soon. It's the pumpkin that she loves to eat. The waiter did not go after hearing this, but looked at Wenming with a thick fire of gossip, making Wenming look a little puzzled. What's wrong? Boss, you Dakian people are too subtle. You'll never find a girlfriend like this. The waiter smiled and said, a beautiful lady, who left straight from the party and came to the back kitchen to look for one of the chefs. This means she wants to meet you. Ha? Wenming looked at the waiter doubtfully. Is that what it means? That's right, boss. Go on, go meet Flora. You'll be off the hook tonight. Before the waiter could say anything, a few chefs on the side had already come over with a smile. Boss, you're not still a virgin, are you? I've heard that Dacian men are very conservative. Wenming's cheeks reddened slightly as she reprimanded. Hurry up and go cook. These Eagle Nation guys, they're so full of themselves. No, it's too social. The chefs returned to their stoves with a smile, and Wenming looked at the waiter, who did not half extinguish the fire of gossip in his eyes. Wenming had to lift his foot and walk out the door, and the waiter instantly followed with a smile. Hi Flora. The moment he saw Flora, Wenming only felt his eyes light up. Flora, tonight, wore a champagne-colored silk evening gown, the flowing fabric flowing in stellar ripples with each step, the fishtail hemline narrowing abruptly from the knees, outlining the voluptuous curves of her peach buttocks in a thrilling way. The backless design reveals her shoulder blades as thin as butterfly wings, her long blonde hair in a delicate bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down and twisted around the hollow of her collarbone, mirroring the cold light of the triple-layered pearl necklace around her neck. Blue pupils and the diamond tassel earrings refracted cat's eye stone-like illusion. Waist cut so that her waistline and the dress hidden. Thin straps strangled snow-white round shoulders, as if a goddess statue draped in modern neon dress. Not bad. Wen Ming felt for a moment that he had seen a goddess. You are just so beautiful tonight, Wen Ming exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Flora's cheeks blushed slightly as she said with a smile, "Thank you. I just ate the green bean cake you made. It was very good." Chapter 042 Boss, the ball flower is here. The two men commercially blew each other off, and the waiters busied themselves with serving the food while keeping their ears open to eavesdrop on the gossip from time to time. The boss is not stupid. Come up here and you know how to compliment people. Looks like the boss is definitely off the hook tonight. Anti-smiles appeared on the faces of every waitress, and Auntie Susie stood at the entrance to the dining area with a somewhat restrained anti-smile on her face. I made your favorite pumpkin tonight, but I don't know if you like it this way. Wen Ming pointed in the direction of the back kitchen. It's already baked and will be served out soon. Flora's eyes lit up, a twinge of something different in her mind. It was made especially for me? An eagle woman like Flora will say whatever is on her mind. Wen Ming nodded. You said you were coming tonight. If you hadn't said you were coming, I wouldn't have remembered to make any entrees. Flora smiled cheerfully. This moment was like a hibiscus blooming, and Wen Ming only felt that the entire restaurant lit up in front of him. I'll eat downstairs then. Flora looked to Wen Ming. Want to accompany me? Wen Ming nodded happily. Yeah, isn't it just a chef's escort service? I get it. There's a tip. A plate of pumpkin wrapped in tinfoil was brought up by the waiter. Flora watched with great anticipation as Warming personally peeled back the tinfoil to reveal the golden pumpkin inside. What is this dish called? I don't think I've ever seen it in Dichien. Pumpkin octopus rice. Wen Ming used a spoon to peel off the pumpkin skin, and the pumpkin, which had been baked for several minutes, immediately exuded a rich sweet fragrance. Flora, who already loves pumpkin, had her eyes popping out. However, to her surprise, after Wen Ming lifted the lid on the top of the pumpkin, the 8 treasures rice, which consisted of glutinous rice, black rice, red beans, red kidney beans, raisins, pine nut kernels, pumpkin seed kernels, lotus seeds and other ingredients, exuded an even more rich and sweet aroma. The sweet aroma alone was enough to whet Flora's appetite. Many of the tenants in the restaurant had their eyes on them as well, and some were even calling out for waiters already. You're so creative too, aren't you? What a beautiful pumpkin octopus. Look at the list first. There are no things you are allergic to. Wen Ming still had the cue cards ready in case something went wrong. No, I can eat it all. Flora couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and scoop a spoonful of octopus from the top, removing a layer of pumpkin flesh in the process, and blowing gently with her fiery red lips. She quickly cooled the octopus before bringing it to her mouth. In an instant, the popping glutinousness of rice, the softness of beans, the toughness of wheat, and the sweet aroma of pumpkin, heavy and rich flavors, blossomed in the mouth at the same time. It was so delicious. I feel like you're better than a chef at a 3-star Milan restaurant. Flora forced a thumbs up without reception. The corner of Wen Ming's mouth curled up. Flora gives full emotional value every time. It's really too much of a compliment. Diners like this, trouble a few dozen more. What surprised Flora the most was that every bite of the pumpkin octopus rice tasted different, and every bite was a surprise. It made her completely bury her head in pumpkin bliss and never want to look up again. The waiters all smiled their anti-smiles as they watched the scene. The boss seems to have conquered this beautiful woman. You're working late tonight? Flora had eaten a small half of the pumpkin octopus, and her stomach was already a little full before she stopped. It was so good. I want more. She looked at the dining room full of houseguests and thought of the guests in the rooftop garden, and felt a little sorry for Wen Ming. It's okay, there's one more entree to go. I can rest when it's done, and we're having outside help tonight so I don't need to be in the back kitchen all the time. Even if he was the straightest man of steel. Wen Ming heard Flora's words, and he laughed. If you don't get drunk upstairs later, would you mind coming down to the bar to have a drink with me? See you in a bit then. Flora got the desired result and happily got up to say goodbye to Wen Ming. When the waiters saw Flora leaving, they came over with smiles. Boss, can we help you with something? Do your jobs. Wen Ming shook his head. These foreigners, they were too self-conscious. You've only been on the job a day or two. Why do I feel like you've all known me for over a decade? Wen Ming was about to walk into the back kitchen, but it turned out that Aunt Susie at the door suddenly floated in. Boss, do you need to use the presidential suite tonight? I'll have the cleaner go over it again. The aromatherapy will definitely be the best, and the candles will be lit in advance for you. Wenming was completely defeated. Susie, you need to get off work. You don't get paid overtime for working late tonight. Big Mama Susie smiled and looked at Wenming. Don't worry, boss, I'm working overtime voluntarily. Wenming didn't bother to say anything else. Himself and Flora had only met 3 times. Ah no, 4 times. It's also all about being busy cooking for yourself and busy eating for others. How is it possible to get laid tonight? Just then, Rilla flashes in and frees Wenming. Boss, the ballflower is here. Ballflower? Who's ballflower? Wenming didn't react for a moment. Mocha. Rilla had a strange look on her face. There's something strange about this Mocha, though. How strange? Wenming looked at Rilla, who shook her head. This Mocha looks young. I remember she must be 60 this year, and it looks like she's scared of life. Wenming froze for a moment, then took off his chef's hat, took off his chef's uniform, and handed it over to Auntie Susie, then walked quickly to the front desk. Only a young woman in a black dress was standing in the corner among the busy crowd of receptionists, with a few hints of caution and trepidation on her face, as if she was looking at some devilish sight. With the experience of John Wick and Sarah Connor, Wenming looked at the other party's pale and somewhat weak face, as well as the multiple temperaments of innocence mixed with beauty, and sexiness blended with Englishness, and probably guessed who this was. Hello, is your name Marlena, please? Oh yes, do you speak Eagle? I'm Marlena, and I speak some Eagle. Marlena was immediately surprised to hear her name called and looked at the man in front of her. I think you're from a place called Sicily, right? Wenming's clear question brought a happy smile to Marlena's face. Right, it's Sicily. May I ask where is this place? I just came out to buy a loaf of bread. How did I end up here? Wenming laughed. That's a harder question to explain. Are you hungry? Hungry. Marlena gulped. She hadn't eaten in 3 days, said she was going to buy bread, but in fact she didn't have a penny in her purse. I'm the owner of this hotel. My name is Wenming. Wenming reached out and pointed in the direction of the restaurant. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. Then I'll open a room for you. You'll stay here for the night, and we'll talk again when you're rested. Oh, and by the way, I don't need any payment from you. I don't want to be paid. The beautiful legend of Sicily takes place in the spring of 1941, and Marlena's husband's death in battle would have been the following year, 1942. How much is gold an ounce coming in at this time of year? I'll have to look into it later. What was the most valuable thing during the war? Cigarettes? Or alcohol? Also, there seems to be a lot of treasure that Mustache left behind late in the war. Where is it all? Chapter 043, These are walking gold. Marlena's face wore a puzzled look on it, and she didn't know what to say. Everything looked luxurious here, like a dreamy paradise, and the fact that there were people who wanted to treat themselves to dinner for free without any payment made her feel something completely different from what she felt in the small town in Sicily. In the small town of Sicily, there is only greed, covetousness, and jealousy. This man, on the other hand, just now had nothing but admiration for beauty and the sincerest of smiles in his eyes. Is he an angel sent by God to save me? You shouldn't have eaten well for a long time. Don't eat too much. Have some congee first. Wenming looked at Marlena's long hair and thought back to the plot. Now she should not have fallen yet, because cutting her hair short and dyeing it red was characteristic of the beginning of her fall, but it shouldn't be far off. Hunger was crushing her will step by step, and that lawsuit was the last straw that broke her back. It's also the beginning of the whole sinfulness of the movie. The beautiful legend of Sicily is about a young woman named Marlena, whose beauty attracts the covetousness of the men and the jealousy and rejection of the women of a small town in Sicily during World War II. Marlena's survival struggles after news of her husband's death in action, and she ends up being falsely accused of hooking up with a dentist, and her lawyer helps her win her case, but demands that she use her body to pay for the lawyer's fees. It was from this night that Marlena completely bowed to reality and sold her body for survival. Subsequently Marlena becomes the officer's mistress, but when the officer's side loses the war, she is dragged out into the street by local women who have been jealous for a long time, tearing her clothes, cutting off her hair, beating and insulting her, and finally has to leave her hometown. A few years later, her husband returns from the battlefield with a broken arm, searches for Marlena all over the place, and finally returns home with Marlena. When the women saw that Marlena was no longer magnificent, they instead warmly accepted Marlena's return and presented her with various gifts. It's a movie that's full of human evil, and Marlena's beauty is just the ultimate contrast to all that ugliness. Sensing Wenming's kindness, Marlena gratefully said thank you, then lowered her head and couldn't wait to start drinking the simple bowl of porridge. Looking at the beautiful woman eagerly, Wenming once again thought of the other party eating bread in the movie. This woman, in fact, has always held herself in high esteem. Even though she hadn't eaten for a long time, she was still dressed up when she went out, without any frivolity. If it were not for the death of her husband in battle and the cascading pressures of having her source of income cut off, her father blown up, the ostracization of the women of the town and the covetousness of the men of the town, etc. It is probable that she would not have finally given in to her lawyers. Thinking of this, Wen Ming said, "Eat slowly, you won't even have to suffer from hunger in the future." What? Marlena looked up in surprise, and she looked at Wen Ming with some disbelief. Wen Ming nodded and said, "You eat well first. When you finish eating, I'll arrange your room for you, so you can have a good night's sleep and wait for tomorrow for everything." 2 lines of tears suddenly welled up in Marlena's eyes. She had been desperate, even to the point of giving in to the men who lusted after her beauty, when she didn't expect to be offered food all the time. During the war, the undead, like themselves, simply struggled after they had no one to rely on. Thank you so much." Wen Ming waved his hand and handed her a tissue to wipe her tears, then instructed Auntie Susie to go and get a room for Marlena, and to pay more attention so that no one else would bother Marlena. Although Big Aunt Susie was a bit puzzled as to how this woman looked so much like Mocha in her youth, he still nodded his head in response to Wen Ming's arrangement. "Don't worry, boss. Go ahead and cook the food. The customers can't wait." Wen Ming then remembered that his dishes were still stewing on the stovetop, and he hurriedly put on his chef's hat, put on his uniform, and hurriedly walked into the back kitchen. The final course, a sweet and sour pork. Previously Wen Ming had already fried the pork fine steak, put in soy sauce, rice vinegar and salt, and simmered it over low heat. It's been simmering now for a good 40 minutes and it's time to reduce the juice soon. Using chopsticks, Wen Ming picked out all the green onions, ginger, and star anise inside, then reduced the sauce over medium heat and reduced the soup until it thickens, finishing with a little more pan vinegar sprayed on the side of the pan. 40 plates, because there were so many people. Wen Ming opened fire and made 2 large pots at the same time. Eastern food is just so convenient. More can come out at once. The handyman on the side immediately set out the plates one by one, and Wen Ming scooped out the brightly colored sweet and sour pork with a large spoon, a plate and a spoon, 1 scoop of 3 or 4 ribs, 40 plates just about all full. Sprinkle with white sesame seeds. The aromatic sweet and sour pork is ready. Next, it's all yours. Wen Ming removed his chef's hat and chef's uniform and retraced his steps back into the dining room. There was another ball flower waiting for itself there. Marlena had by now finished a bowl of porridge, a loaf of bread, some pastries and salad, and she had a sweet and sour pork. A contented smile appeared on her face, the first time she'd had a full stomach in months, since her husband's death. Satisfied, she pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her handbag, and just as she put them in her mouth, she was snatched away by the quick-eyed Wen Ming. "What's wrong?" Marlena's face held a few moments of confusion and disbelief. Wen Ming shook his head. All the men in Legend of a Beautiful Sicily fight to be the first to light Marlena's cigarette, but none of them take it away from her. It's pathetic. However, Wen Ming taking away Marlena's cigarettes wasn't all because he didn't like women smoking. "Smoking fines here. I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was such a rule." Marlena's face wore shame, embarrassment, and doubt. Wen Ming took the room card handed over by Aunt Susie and put it into Marlena's hands. "Let me send you to your room to rest first." Marlena nodded, then followed Wen Ming out the door. Surprised looks were thrown around by customers and waiters alike, simply because Marlena is so beautiful. Ballflower Mocha's face value, in the beautiful Legend of Sicily to reach the peak. Teasing flavor coupled with her undead dress, can be said to be walking eye-catching beauty. There were some reporters hovering in the lobby of the first floor who raised their cameras to take pictures of Marlena, but they were pulled into the elevator by Wen Ming's quick eyes. In the future, a check-in rule must be added that the ironing hotel is not to be photographed freely. Soon, the second floor arrived. Wen Ming led Marlena into room 210. "Well, that is, next door to John Wick, my future head of security. Although you're not on duty yet, I'm most comfortable leaving delicate beauties like Sarah and Marlena in your hands. These two are walking gold. John, you don't want Helen's condition to be delayed, do you?" Chapter 044 Laura Crawford. "I don't have a lot of time right now to explain everything that's happened to you, so just think of it as a time travel. You shouldn't go out as you please for a while, because there are a lot of unsuspecting people out there, like the men and women in your town. You know what I mean?" Wen Ming admonished Marlena, then turned on the TV for her and showed her how to use it. Marlena looked at the magical television set and gaped. "What is this? Beautiful ball flower." This moment as if a clueless little girl suddenly saw a wonderful science fiction world, the novelty and curiosity, so that her beautiful eyes firmly stared at the TV screen. "Long time cannot move away. I'm going to have someone take care of you later. Her name is Sarah Connor, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her." Seeing that Marlena was a bit overwhelmed, Wen Ming thought it would be better to let Sarah be a guide. "Unfortunately, I haven't gotten my PPT done by DS yet. It must be rushed onto the agenda." "Thanks, I won't go out and wander." Marlena looked at Wen Ming gratefully. She could sense that the man in front of her was completely different from those men in the town. The way he looked at himself was very clean. Warming nodded in greeting, then turned and left Marlena's room to find Sarah. Sarah was diligently grasping every second to practice the use of her gun, and when she heard about the newcomer, she immediately went into Marlena's room, clutching her tablet. When she saw Marlena, she let out a continuous gasp. Wow, you're too pretty, aren't you? Thanks, you're pretty too. Marlena saw Sarah Connor and gave a heartfelt sigh of approval as well. You just came over. You might not be too clear about a lot of things. When Ming just asked me to show you the movie The Beautiful Legend of Sicily first. Sarah picked up her tablet with gusto and skillfully opened the movie website. 2 days after crossing over, Sarah was becoming more and more proficient in the use of modern computer tools, and she was curious as to what kind of movie universe this woman, Marlena, came from. A movie? This thing can watch movies? Marlena opened her fiery red lips wide in amazement and some disbelief. In her day, movies were only available in theaters. Marlena, who had long since been penniless, had even forgotten the last time she had gone to the movies. Isn't it amazing? I was surprised when I first saw it, too. Seeing that Marlena was as surprised as she had been at first, Sarah instantly felt much more comfortable, and guessed that Marlena must have come from a bygone era, just like herself. I also wonder if her era is as dangerous as her own universe. Marlena moved over to Sarah's side and looked down at the mysterious machine in her hand, her doubts growing. Where the hell am I? Have we really come to heaven? Can I meet my husband here? Boss, for the banquet on the top floor, would you like to meet with the organizer, aka Beatrice? Seeing Wen Ming finally walk out from the busy back kitchen, Robert, the head of marketing activities, hurriedly walked to him and proposed, "This is necessary for you, boss, to broaden your network and add new sources of customers. Wait for me to get a change of clothes, just in time for me to meet the band and see where I've been spending my American dollars." Wen Ming is a man who listens to advice. Robert, of course, had to go himself since he suggested it. Went upstairs to the bedroom and took a fighting shower to get rid of as much of the grease smell as he could. Wen Ming looked through his closet and realized, to his surprise, that he only had 2 formal suits, both of which John had also brought for himself from the world of the Fast and the Furious. He thought about it and put on the social model. The social set, a dark gray with diagonal stripes, made Warming even feel like Winston from the Fast and the Furious the moment he put it on. The tailor at the Continental must have made the suit to Winston's liking. It's kinda classy, though. Wen Ming put on his suit and was about to raise his steps to go outside when a figure suddenly appeared behind him. You're the owner of this hotel? The sudden sound in the silent room startled Wen Ming. He snapped his head around to see a tall reddish-brown-haired woman in a tight athletic tank top standing behind him, looking at him playfully. There was something odd about her accent, an authentic Liechtenstein accent to be exact. Looking at the Browning and HK-USP match pinned on either side of the other party's slender thighs, Wen Ming only wondered if the space rift had gone crazy tonight. How do you send over 2 universes in a row? Does that mean that spacecrack you're going to have a party too? Laura Crawford? Wen Ming's question made the woman froze. How do you know who I am? Confirmed. It's the lead actress of the Tomb Raider movies, Lara Croft, gaming icon and the most successful character in game-to-film adaptations. This face, it's Angelina's face. Since you were able to get into my room, you should have had doubts about how you got here. Warming knew in her heart that Laura was an intelligent and adventurous woman, so she wasn't going to beat around the bush with the other woman. Laura nodded. I wonder if I've been doing the legendary time travel. It was clear that Laura was able to perceive the present situation more quickly than the Wicks, Sarah Connor and Marlena before her. She had even guessed that she was time traveling. Highly educated and well-versed in archaeology, Laura is really not your average person. To be exact, it's something like traveling through a space rift. You can still go back to your world. If you don't believe me, you can walk to the crossroads where you came from, and from there you'll be able to go back. Hearing that she could still go back, Laura was relieved to be able to do so. Thanks. I need to verify that first. With that, Laura went to the window, opened it, and jumped right out. Wen Ming was startled. This is the 16th floor. Straight jump? He walked quickly to the window, and then saw that Laura had landed firmly on the street, and then quickly disappeared into the intersection. How did she do it? Tomb Raider game Wen Ming played, Tomb Raider movie he also brushed. The question is, Lara Croft so powerful? Surprisingly, he jumped from the 16th floor unharmed. Wen Ming looked down at the window and finally found a mark on the windowsill that seemed to have been scratched by some kind of claw. Turns out it's a grappling hook. Wen Ming breathed a sigh of relief and was about to close the window when out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently skimmed a red figure that burrowed into his office window. And the masters? Who's that? Wen Ming hurriedly closed his bedroom window, then quickly walked towards the bedroom door. The moment he put his hand on it, his feet lurched, turning his body in place. Wen Ming went to his safe and opened it to take out the 2-block G17 CS that John had given him, taking off his suit, holstering his guns, putting both guns in their holsters, and redressing his bulletproof suit. Wenming picked up the landline again and dialed the intercom. John, my office has a visitor. Give me a minute. Chapter 045 Ada Wong and Widow's Confrontation. Hanging up the phone, Wenming took a deep breath before taking out a Glock G17C, holding it in one hand with the muzzle pointing to the ground, and unscrewing the door to the room. The corridor outside was silent, with only bright lights reflecting in every corner of the corridor. Wenming followed John's teachings, aiming his gun forward with both hands and walking slowly along the corridor. By the time he reached the office door, light footsteps sounded on the stairs behind him. Immediately afterward, John came out of the stairwell with small steps. The night demon was also holding a gun in both hands, and when he saw Wenming, he nodded, signaling him to open the door. Wenming reached over and entered his fingerprints on the combination lock, and with a snap, the office door opened and John rolled tactically and got inside, with Wenming right behind him. The two had just entered when they saw the eerie scene in the room, and this scenario was something that Wenming had never expected anyway. Mom messed with Fokker. Space cracks. There's a party at the Flatiron Hotel tonight. Are you having a party too? There were no lights on in the room, but the lighting of the surrounding buildings, as well as the perimeter lighting of the Flatiron Hotel, illuminated the scene inside the office. Clearly, a pretty woman in a red evening gown with a neckband, a 5.7 pistol in one hand and a small crossbow in the other. 5.7 pistol aimed at a fat man. The small crossbow was aimed at a fiery red-haired woman dressed in black leather. The fiery red-haired woman, holding a Glock 26 in one hand, aimed each at the fat man and the woman in the red dress. The fat man also had two Glock G17CS in his hands, aimed at the fiery red-haired woman and the red dress woman. Seeing Wenming and John enter, the three people in the room who were confronting each other instantly tensed up. Everyone flew backward. John also didn't realize that there were so many people standing in the room, and he didn't know who better to point the gun in his hand. Wenming's reaction was much faster. John, point the gun at the fat guy. John turned the gun around without saying a word. The fat man tensed up all of a sudden. Whoa. Wenming, what do you mean? Why are you pointing your gun at me? I'm here to help you. I'm the one who noticed these two women sneaking around trying to get into your office. Yeah? Wenming raised his hand and turned on the lights in the room. These people, again learning from the movie's plot, have lights that don't turn on. The sudden lighting made all of the few people in the room a little uncomfortable, but the few people were well trained, so they weren't affected much. On the contrary, Wenming was almost not dazed out of his eyes. Careless, no wonder y'all don't turn on the lights. But Wenming quickly returned to normal as well. Looking at the three people in front of him, Wenming had already roughly guessed who the two beautiful women were. King Ida and Black Widow. Looks like Space Rift is really having a party today. First, we sent Marlena, the bulbous flower from The Beautiful Legend of Sicily. Just delivered the sex goddess that is Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. Now it's delivered two sexy agents in Resident Evil's Ada Wong and Black Widow's Natasha Romanoff. I wonder, too, if there will be others sent in later. The fat man was also a little surprised at this point as he looked at the two beautiful women as well as John. Why do you all look so much like stars? Yeah, Ada Wang in the red evening gown looked around with her eyes before landing them on Wenming. Are you the boss here? The fiery red-haired Natasha also looked over at Wenming with a question in her eyes. John probably guessed at this point that the few people in front of him should be people from other movie universes as well. But he didn't say anything, and instead aimed his gun at the fat man as Wenming had wanted. Wenming's pistol was also pointed at the fat man, and instead of answering Ada Wang's question, he laughed. I thought that you would have to eat my cooking for a few more days before you jumped out of your skin. The fat man looked shocked. What do you mean? I do love your cooking. Yes, this fat man is the same fat man who comes to breakfast after jerking off with Flora and his non-white buddies these mornings. Don't pretend. I suspected you the second time I saw you. Wenming's words made the fat man even more puzzled. Suspect me of what? Wenming laughed softly. You wildly praised me for making good food while being so restrained about not eating more. You have such a fat body and you jerk off so much iron every day, yet you can't lose weight. And you said you'd meet me tonight for the main course, but never showed up. With all these inconsistencies, do you really think I'm an idiot? The fat man froze at his words, the kind smile on his face finally disappearing. I didn't expect that you, an orphan who has never been trained, would have such a fine mind. It's not that I have a fine heart, it's that I have a brain. Wenming shook his head and didn't tell the other party. From a moment DS had told himself that 80% of the time when a foreigner said he loved Eastern food, he was probably lying. He had begun to suspect this pompous acting fat man. He even suspects all the people in the restaurant who write thank you cards to themselves and reward them for spending money. Of course, there are exceptions. Flora loved Eastern food. He was able to guess. After all, Flora used chopsticks with a very authentic gesture, and between the words, more than once revealed her experience of living in the Great Shin country. The non-white dude didn't like it at first. but then he changed his attitude somehow. But you could tell he was just eating it fresh. The only one who poured out every compliment as if he didn't want any money was this fat dude. Wen Ming was a bit floundering at first, but DS's answer made him realize, this fat dude, there's something wrong. AI doesn't lie, it pleases at best. It's only people that lie. Thanks to DS, there's an old saying in the Great Xian country, if you don't have anything to offer, you're either a traitor or a thief. Wen Ming thought that the home-cooked dishes he made would at most give these foreigners a taste of freshness, and would never reach the point of making this fat man such a hot favorite. The story of the crow drinking water is one that I grew up hearing. The little fox wants to eat the meat in my mouth. I'm clear as day. So although Wen Ming enjoyed the fat man's bragging, he had always been a little wary of this fat man inside. Now that he saw that the other party had entered his office with a gun, then never mind what he was here for. It was certainly okay to take him down first. Well, I didn't realize I was so broken. As a matter of fact, you make really bad Eastern food. Oh no, it's all your Eastern food that's bad. Don't you realize that there are fewer Eastern restaurants than Indian restaurants? I eat so little at a time just because I just can't. The fat man's face showed undisguised disgust. You know what? Every time after I leave from here, I have to find a place to eat again. If it wasn't for the mission, I really wouldn't want to take one more bite of your cooking. Wen Ming shrugged his shoulders. Although my cooking is not as good as a 5-star chef, it's not that bad, right? However, Wen Ming didn't continue to talk about this topic, but instead looked at the two beautiful female agents on the side. Chapter 046, John, do you know anything about interrogation? Two beautiful ladies. I am the owner of this place. My name is Wen Ming. I don't know what you guys are trying to do in my room, but I thought we could get together and take this fat guy down first. I promise that after I take down this fat man, I will never hold you two accountable and will let you leave safely. You guys don't want me calling my security team right now, do you? I don't want to see such a beautiful lady get hurt in any way. Hearing this, Ada Wong and Natasha looked at each other, before simultaneously aiming the guns and crossbows in their hands, at Fatty. No. The fat man had already realized that it was not good since Wen Ming had just opened his mouth. Who knew that the other party was able to easily talk these two beautiful women? He looked at this situation in front of him and wisely raised the gun in his hand and slowly placed it on the ground. Please don't hurt me. I'm just a regular business spy. Kick the gun over and get on the ground with your hands behind your back. Wen Ming didn't rush forward. He knew well some of the movie sets where he was counter-killed. So after waiting until the fat man had done everything he said, he made a gesture to John, who quickly stepped forward, took out 2 black ties, and bound the fat man's hands and feet. That's professional, even carrying around the tie-down thing. I thought you were going to strap him down. Can we talk now? Natasha saw John busy with this and looked over to Warming. However, Warming waved his hand before walking behind the door and fumbling for a baseball bat. All 3 Johns looked at Wen Ming with some confusion. Wen Ming handed John the baseball bat. Break his arms and legs. The fat man directly exclaimed. No. Wen Ming, you can't do this to me. Natasha and Ada Wong's gazes towards Wen Ming were finally a little different. Previously, they had thought that Wen Ming was at most a young man who was somewhat intelligent and a little afraid of death. But now it seemed that he was a person with a great idea and a ruthless heart. Wen Ming didn't know what a few people were thinking, and he was only doing this to stabilize a wave. Ties? He'd seen too many movies and TV shows with these reverse plots of anticlimactic spies escaping. In his case, it would never be allowed. To be a man, you must be steady. John was a silent enforcer and didn't care about the fat man's yelling. His hand rose up and his stick fell, and the fat man's limbs immediately snapped into 8 pieces. The fat man was almost fainting from the pain, and he stared viciously at Wen Ming with his neck itching to eat him alive. However, Wen Ming was even more ruthless than him. Knock him out, the fat man wailed, then passed out happily. Ladies, I know where you have come from and I know that you are now desperate to return to your world. I don't have anything of value in my office, which is just a box of guns and ammo and some change. If you're interested you can take it, if not you can leave now. Seeing that Wen Ming had no intention of communicating with these 2 beautiful women down the line, John instinctively took out his pistol again. Natasha and Ada Wong looked at each other and spoke at the same time. How do we get back? Wen Ming pointed out the window. Did you guys come from the intersection? Right. The 2 sexy female agents nodded at the same time. Just walk back the way you came. The 2 women looked at each other and simultaneously withdrew the guns and crossbows in their hands. Ada Wong tumbled down from the window with a flip of her heels, but Natasha didn't hurry and looked at Wen Ming with interest. It seems like you know a lot about this temporal rift. Natasha, as a super agent, is more knowledgeable than Ada Wong and Laura, so she guessed she had experienced a space rift as soon as she arrived at this place. Just now, she turned around and realized that all other places were flat, except for this ironing hotel that was facing the space rift, which was a bit peculiar. As to what was peculiar, she couldn't say. but she had an instinctive gut feeling anyway. As it turned out, after arriving here, she did find the key person. Wen Ming shook his head and said, I just happened to see it a few times, and the truth is, I just want to be a hotel owner and run my hotel properly. Natasha stared at Warming, who was frank and open, and finally Natasha nodded and leapt from the window as well. This time Wen Ming didn't bother chasing after it. Both women are extremely skilled super agents. Laura is safe and sound, and they're even less likely to have a problem. John, do you know anything about interrogation? With all the people gone, it's time to deal with the commercial spy. I can try. John didn't pack his bags, but Wen Ming trustingly handed the fat man over to John. I need to go and deal with the host of tonight's party, and keep an eye on the front desk. T-800 could be back any minute. There's a bit too many movie leads coming tonight. Please do me the favor of interrogating him to find out what he's really here for and who he's hired by. John nodded and stomped on the fat man's broken arm, and the unconscious fat man immediately woke up in pain. Let's talk. Wen Ming put the twin guns away and placed them back within his safe while trying to calm his wildly beating heart. Just now it seems that he carries the whole field. In fact, inwardly has always been afraid of Ada Wang and Natasha too suddenly out of the blue. More afraid of the fat man stormed up to hurt people. He didn't even dare approach the fat man after his hands and feet were tied up, instead having John break the fat man's hands and feet as a way to put an end to the fat man's potential Jedi counterattack. In the end, Wen Ming was just an ordinary person 3 days ago, a lucky average person at best. Wen Ming never thought that he had the kind of kingly aura that the male protagonists in novels had. Being able to form an alliance with John and Sarah was mainly because these two had asked for it. If Helen got better, if the threat of Skynet was gone, these three would probably go back to their old world soon enough and die of old age. Now that the space rift had sent so many characters from the movie universe at once, it made him feel as if things were getting a little out of rhythm. Marlena was just an unarmed woman, and her arrival didn't pose much of a threat unless Mustache came along with his tanks and airplanes along the rift in space. Wen Ming is confident that through deeper interaction with Marlena, he can make her a member of a new cinematic universe in the Golden League. Laura wasn't too hard to handle either. She's just an archaeology buff. Well, archaeology enthusiasts with better hands and shooting skills. The Tomb Raider universe has some mysterious forces, but it's generally pretty safe. With John Wick, the Night Demon, shaking things up, the likelihood of befriending her is very high, and Lara Croft is quite powerful in the world of Tomb Raider, so a bit of hard work on the raid should develop her into a member of the Golden League as well. Not so with Ada Wong. Chapter 047, 4,000 US dollars. How expensive? Ada Wong, the mysterious agent, appears again and again in the Resident Evil series, serving Umbrella, the corporations, while helping to save the hero and heroine, and backstabbing her mysterious employer, Simmons. Her position when Ming was still a bit confused. He couldn't guarantee that Ada Wong, after learning the truth about the space rift, would not sell the information here to Umbrella, the ultimate boss company of the movie universe, and draw an attack from the opposite universe. And, who knows if Ada Wong, the biochemical fixer, carries the TNG viruses. That's why Wen Ming was cautious about the Resident Evil world that Ada Wong was in. Natasha, the super agent, was more trouble. Unsurprisingly, she, like Tony, is from the great superhero universe of the Avengers. The world is too high-powered, with lots of rule-level monsters and treasures, as well as invincible heroes and villains. Wen Ming hadn't thought about how he should communicate in depth after contacting Tony, so at that time, he used the excuse that he had to be busy with the banquet today and asked Tony to go back first, and when he was ready to meet next time, he would communicate properly. Now that the space rift had sent Black Widow to Natasha again, he was really afraid that the next person to come over would be the purple potato sperm exterminator. If that man who snaps his fingers all over the place loses one of his own, won't my $289 million in assets be cheapened by that remaining 50% for nothing? Therefore, Wen Ming felt that a cautious attitude should be taken at this stage regarding the Avengers as a cinematic universe. With his current strength, he must be cautious and cautious again. The word stable is the word of the day. Gathering himself together, Wen Ming didn't change out of his bulletproof suit, but instead took the elevator directly to the roof terrace garden on the top floor. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard a lilting quartet. Listening carefully, Wen Ming shook his head. That's $4,000 US dollars. That's expensive. Seeing Wen Ming's appearance, Belinda's eyes snapped open, and she quickly approached her boss Beatrice. Beatrice, this is the heir to the Flatiron Hotel. Its present owner, Metropolis's newest, Wen Ming, from the eastern country of Dakian, whose third grandfather has just died, and who has taken over the hotel less than a week ago. He made the green bean cake and pumpkin octopus rice for the buffet tonight. He's a good cook. Beatrice nodded slightly before breaking into a big grin. Mr. Weth, I'm so happy to see you. The decoration and preparation tonight is just perfect. I really enjoyed eating the pumpkin and 8 treasures rice that you made with your own hands. It was so delicious. Beatrice surveyed the young man in front of her, seeing that he was as long as a bamboo, his tall bones holding up a handmade suit of dark gray twill, with cold silver threads wandering out between the material in a faintly starched pattern. The precise lines of the suit undulate with the shoulder blades, creating a silhouette of the shoulders and neck that is on the border between youth and maturity. Dark hair was trimmed into sharp, graduated layers, revealing a sun-kissed, light wheat-colored forehead as the broken hair on the forehead swept over the crest of the brow. Eyebrow arch like a sword blade slanting into the temples. The tail of the eye slightly raised profile and the lift of the eyebrow leaked out a few minutes of laziness. A pair of pupils like obsidian immersed in a cold pool, so clear and cold that it can be reflected across the silhouette of the person. The lips were well defined, and the natural upward curve always gave the illusion of holding a smile. Such a handsome young man. Even Beatrice, a Westerner, found it pleasing to the eye, and Belinda on the side didn't take her 2 eyes off. Thank you, and I hope you and your friends enjoy this wonderful evening. When Ming brought a glass of champagne from the waiter and clinked glasses with Beatrice in polite conversation, he didn't believe a word of the other man's compliments. After what happened to the fat man, he believed even less in the words of these foreigners who complimented him on his cooking. When Ming's arrival drew the attention of many people, although Wen Ming's industry was only one, the Flatiron Hotel, this 5-star hotel located in Manhattan, the economic core of the metropolis, was not something that an ordinary person could afford to open, not to mention how high the revenue will be. Just the excellent location and the century-old history of the store are enough to make the value of this hotel far more than other 5-star hotels. To say that Wen Ming is the new kid on the block in Metropolis is an understatement. After all, Wen Ming is a billionaire, and Flora was the first to notice Wen Ming's arrival. She quickly walked up to Wen Ming. Wen Ming, the pumpkin 8 treasures rice you made tonight was just fantastic. My father was praising you. Your praise is an honor. Wen Ming returned with a smile, then nodded slightly towards Beatrice in greeting. I'm going to the restroom. Beatrice nodded. I'm going to have to trouble Mr. Wen to come up to the stage and give a speech before we open later. Wen Ming expressed his gratitude, and then only then did he walk with Flora to a corner of the terrace. Belinda. Ha! Belinda was staring at Flora's figure all the time, and when Beatrice called out, she shook herself out of it and hurriedly looked at the new guest, and when she saw the other person, she actually couldn't remember who the other person was for a moment. Who was he again? Can't panic, can't panic. Use the Bagua method that Wen Ming taught me. There it is. This is the new editor-in-chief of Metropolis Weekly. His wife just recently cheated on him and is in the middle of a divorce case, so you mustn't mention his wife. Is it not quite the right occasion? Blowing on the warm sea breeze, Flora looked up at Wen Ming's handsome face. She felt her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few times after seeing Wen Ming come out in this outfit just now. She didn't expect Wen Ming to be even more attractive after changing into a formal dress. She admitted that she was not a face painter, but she couldn't help that Wen Ming also had excellent cooking skills. 1 + 1. Now 3. It's okay, I'll probably have to face it a lot in the future, so let's treat this one as a rookie test. Wen Ming held the champagne and looked at the sea that had darkened in the distance, dark as if a beast was waiting for an opportunity to devour itself. Flora laughed. The first time I went to a party with Daddy, I couldn't walk and barely stepped on my own dress. Hearing Flora talk about her dilemma, Wen Ming's slightly tense mood gradually relaxed. He felt like he was always in a relaxed mood whenever he faced Flora. He couldn't help but talk to Flora about some of his childhood antics. Now and then Flora giggled at his amusement. As the prettiest goddess of the night, Flora was made to giggle by an oriental boy, which immediately attracted the attention of many young talents in the scene. Many people were asking around who this man was, while Flora's classmate, Aurel, walked over at a brisk pace. Flora, won't you introduce me to this new friend of yours? Wen Ming looked at the other party's proud as a peacock demeanor and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is the delightful but cliched facepalm episode next? Wen Ming, this is Aurel, my classmate. Aurel, this is Warming. Flora smiled as she introduced the two to each other before reminding them. Aurel, he made the gyro meat, pineapple goujons, and roast beef with sauce that we had last night. He also made both the green bean cake and the pumpkin octopus rice tonight. It dawned on Ali who the man in front of him was, and he took a closer look at the other man. The face piece is complete by itself. The body piece, the district's sous chef, crushes it. Wen Ming, I know you. You're the new chef at the Iron Hotel, right? I even wrote you a thank you card yesterday. Well, you could interpret it that way. Hearing the other party say that he was the chef, Wen Ming didn't argue. He felt rejection and hostility from the same sex. Wen Ming was a straight man of steel, but he understood men. By mentioning the thank you card, the odds are that the other guy is reminding himself that he tipped him yesterday. Sure enough, this strong sense of urban domination drama and urban fiction fait accompli has archetypes in the real world. It's inexplicable, though. I came up here to make friends and get clients. Why are you so hostile? By the way, I'm told that this kind of overlord skit from the Great Xian Kingdom is very popular in the Eagle Kingdom right now. You're not gonna give me the Flora is your fiancé. Stay away from her line, are you? Chapter 048, The Code of Everlasting Life? The last chapter, with the 400-word ending added, was moved from this one, mostly to meet the 100,000 word smart push word count requirement a day early, so you can update on yesterday's content. Orel, warming is a great. Flora also seemed to have heard the implication of Orel's words. She frowned slightly. She was displeased with Orel for belittling her friend in such a way, and was about to open her mouth to explain something when she was interrupted by the voice of G. Rogers in the distance. Flora, come, I'll introduce you to a good friend of mine. Sorry, my dad called me. Seeing her father's eagerness, Flora glanced apologetically at Wenming, who nodded. Go ahead, I'll drink some wine by myself. Flora left quickly, but Orel didn't make any declarations, but smiled. Flora's father is a 10 billionaire, US dollars, not your Dakian coins. Wenming laughed. Well, I'm a billionaire too. American knife. Orel's smile froze for a moment. What the hell? Aren't you a chef? How did you become a billionaire? Who the hell are you? However, Wenming was already too lazy to pay attention to him at this point and turned to Robert. Is there enough wine and meal? Enough, not only enough, there will be plenty left over. Robert explained. At these kinds of parties, people socialize and cater, and there's a lot of alcohol left over at the end of the meal. All drinks are recycled, and for meals, if they are unopened, ask our staff if they want them, and if they do, give them out for free. If it's open, it all goes to the homeless. Wenming's arrangement froze Robert for a moment. Alcohol recycling is base manipulation. Unopened food given to employees for free was something he had never seen before. Typical hotels use them for the next day's breakfast buffet meal or for secondary sales. And it's opened and he's handing it out to homeless people? Is this to be a great kindness? Are you sure, boss? You have to realize that neither the employees nor the bums will necessarily appreciate it. And if they don't give it any more in the future, they'll make trouble instead. Robert's kind reminder made Wenming grateful. Do as I say. I was taught from a young age that I can't waste food. And if my parents see me throwing away so much food, they'll spank me. Well, they can't see it anymore. But I can't help it. Do the same for future banquets. And don't publicize this to the public, so that these rich people won't think otherwise. After saying that, Wenming handed the champagne in his hand to the waiter at the side, and then walked towards the small stage. He saw Beatrice waving at him. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a special guest this evening, the owner of the Flatiron Hotel, the illustrious young man, Mr. Wenming. Beatrice saw Wenming walk over and then grandly introduced Wenming towards the stage. Wenming walked to the speaker's podium amidst a round of applause. He looked at the many bigwigs on stage, none of whom he recognized except Flora and Belinda. But that's okay. Thank you, Beatrice, and thank you all for coming. It is an honor for the Iron and me to be a part of today's event, and I think Beatrice is sure to make it a wonderful evening for you, and I hope you all enjoy the music and the deliciousness of the evening. Thank you. Flora's mouth smiled with pride as she watched Wenming compliment Beatrice while not forgetting to politely bless the guests in attendance. Wenming is great then. Belinda stood at the side of the stage, looking at the side of Wenming's face and couldn't stop cheering for him. Come on, you'll be fine for sure. The brief speech, which ended quickly, was greeted with a polite round of applause even though Wenming hadn't deliberately advertised. The faces of the bigwigs present wore polite smiles, unable to tell if they were happy or angry. But Wenming also gradually began to walk into the sights of the bigwigs of the metropolis at this moment. Some of the bigwigs who were familiar with the Flatiron Hotel had some inexplicable looks in their eyes. Orel looked at Wenming, who was speaking on the stage, and his eyes froze a little. What's the situation? Are you really a billionaire? Aren't you a cook? How come you're the owner of the Flatiron Hotel? Is there a billionaire like you who cooks for his clients himself? I heard he just inherited the hotel a few days ago. What a lucky man. I saw Flora and him very close just now. They're not dating, are they? The whispers coming from the surroundings made Orel gradually come to his senses, and when he learned that Wenming had inherited this hotel, his heart balanced out a little. Who doesn't have a rich old man? When I inherit the family fortune, I'll surpass you in minutes. Thank you, Mr. Wenming. Next, let's move on to the main topic of tonight's banquet, the Code of Longevity. Wenming, who was in the process of getting off the stage, heard this theme and his feet dodged, almost not falling to the ground. What the hell? The code for immortality? So, this company of yours is a flim-flam pharmaceutical company, right? Wenming couldn't help but shake his head. So many billionaires gathered together. It turned out to be to participate in the healthcare company's conference marketing. I thought it was only the country that had the kind of old men and women who come to hear the code of longevity in order to claim their eggs and end up being fooled into cutting the leaks. But it seems that the people of Eagle Nation are just the same. And even the multi-billionaires are not exempt from this. Maybe this model came to the country from Eagle Country. Warming looked at the white-haired man next to Flora. That was her father. The other man was listening with rapt attention to Beatrice's passionate speech. When Ming shook his head and lifted his foot into the elevator, returning to his office. As for Beatrice's speech, the code for immortality? Oh, have you recruited yet? When Ming stomped into his office, the fat man was sitting on a solid wooden chair, his limbs hanging limply, and his body was tied with ropes. It seems that John also learned something from Wen Ming's behavior. Steady as she goes, so she doesn't get in the gutter. He would have been one of those solid players who took 2 shots and had to make up one for his head. John, now, is even scarier. Confess, confess. I'll tell you everything. Without waiting for John to speak, the fat man had already said sharply, I was hired by the Wanjie hotel next door to you. They asked me to find all your information and see if there is any evidence of your crimes. They want to screw you and then take over the Iron Hotel. Hotel Vinhee? When Ming thought back slightly and remembered that the other party was a 5-star luxury hotel right next to the Flatiron Hotel. The Flatiron building faces north, directly across from Madison Square, and the Vinci building is on the south side of the Flatiron, with the 2 buildings in close proximity. While the Flatiron building is a century-old building, the Vinci building is a new building built only in the past 20 years, which is 36 stories high, a veritable 100-meter-tall building. Do you believe it? Warming looked to John, who shook his head. I can't say. Wen Ming nodded. I don't believe it either. Keep fighting. Chapter 049. I'm telling the truth. Why doesn't anyone believe me? The fat man was on the verge of tears. How could he not expect that this young man would be so ruthless? Having confessed himself, he even let that demon beat him. How can you do that? The fight continues at the drop of a hat. Let's talk about it. However, Wen Ming went downstairs without looking back. In his mind, such a commercial spy must have suffered the most rigorous training. They certainly won't confess easily in an ordinary interrogation. So there's certainly nothing wrong with continuing to fight. The party was still going on, but the time had come to just after 9 o'clock in the evening. He wasn't sure if T-800 would still be here tonight, but he still felt better sitting downstairs himself. After all, the space rift was a bit jerky tonight, sending 4 universes in a row. I also wonder if Black Widow, King Ida and Laura will return it later. Well, it's best not to come back. The front desk customer service Rilla saw Wen Ming coming downstairs and came over with a gossipy face. Boss, how come I didn't see your female companion? Rilla, if you keep talking, do you believe I'll fire you? Wen Ming's face was expressionless, but Rilla said smilingly, Boss, you won't. Why? Wen Ming looked curiously at Rilla, who looked at Wen Ming with a grateful face. Because you're a good person, boss. Gee, there goes the good guy card again. Robert has just informed us that no owner has ever been willing to give us food for free before, even if it's leftovers from a banquet. We eat lunch and sometimes we even have to pay for it in installments or use lunch credits. Rilla whispered, Boss, you're the most heartfelt boss I've ever met. Wen Ming couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken for these poor people at the bottom of the Eagle Kingdom when he heard about installment payments and lunch loans. I used to think they diversified their ideology, but then I realized why there are so many vegans. Turns out it's not that you don't want to eat meat, but you can't afford it. I used to wonder why they liked canned food so much, and 500,000 told people that it was more nutritious. Then I realized that it's not that they don't like to buy food, but they can't afford it. Wen Ming kept lamenting in his heart that the people at the bottom of capitalism were so pathetic. He probably went to Dechengua thinking that he had gone to heaven, but on his mouth he said, the reason for giving you food is to make you work harder to earn money for me. We don't believe it. Rilla smiled and shook her head. Boss, don't pretend. The fear of being spanked by your parents is also a reason you made up, right? You are really too good at comforting people. Wen Ming was stunned. I'm telling the truth. How come no one believes it? After an hour or so, the party upstairs finally broke up. Many guests, filing out of the elevator, talking and laughing their way out of the hotel. There were also a number of people who walked up to the front desk and asked for a room. Wen Ming cheerfully stood at the entrance of the hotel, sending off every guest. Instead of offering to sell his hotel, he presented an accompanying gift. A small gift box of oriental pastries made by his own hands. Wen Ming, thank you so much. In your Dakian language, you have brought my banquet to a successful conclusion. Beatrice saw the accompanying gift handed up by Wen Ming and praised it. Congratulations on a successful presentation tonight. Don't want money for compliments. Wen Ming is also not stingy. Aside from Belinda, he did not forget. Belinda, your performance tonight was great. Belinda took the accompanying gift handed over by Wen Ming. Her big eyes smiled into a curved moon. Thank you. I'll pay the final payment as soon as possible. Wen Ming smiled happily, waiting for that. This Belinda is truly her own angel. I'll be sure to honor her properly at dinner tomorrow night. Well, one's angels have so many now, it all needs to be toasted back. As Flora walked down with her father, surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw the accompanying gift. Warming, what's this? I made the pastries myself. I hope you like them. Warming passed the companion over, then reached out to shake Flora's father's hand. Hello, Mr. Rogers. Hello, Mr. Wav. Tonight's meal was very good. I enjoyed it very much. And next time I have the chance I'll definitely come here to savor your other handiwork. To Wen-ming's surprise, G. Rogers blurted out a fluent Daxian. I'm surprised you speak Dakian so well. It's more authentic than even I do. Associated with Flora's extremely standard chopstick holding posture, Wen-ming probably understood the reason why Flora loved Eastern food so much. So, Flora's Dakian language should be pretty good too, right? It's amazing that this treasure girl never flaunts it in front of herself. That's a great character. I like Dakian country very much and have made a lot of investments in Dakian country. G. Rogers chatted a little and then was about to leave in his car. However, Flora lingered. Dad, you go ahead. I'm meeting Warming for a drink. G. Rogers turned his head to look at Flora, only to see Flora standing playfully by Warming's side. Not halfway there, G. Rogers glanced at Wen-ming and nodded without saying anything more, bowing his head and getting into the chauffeur-driven limousine. At 11 o'clock in the evening, all the guests had left, and the staff on duty immediately went into the busy finishing work. The housekeeping quickly cleaned up all the garbage, and the waiters divided the remaining drinks and food into 3 types according to the way Wen-ming had arranged them earlier. All the drinks were recycled, all the open meals were packed and given to the homeless people on the side of the road, and the unopened food was uniformly sent to the catering area, where it could be picked up by the staff on duty. Every employee on duty has a happy smile on their face. These foods are top-notch ingredients that cost a lot of money and have a lot of leftovers. Everyone taking back that one share would feed them for days. Don't take more than you need. People, leave some for your day shift co-workers. Aunt Susie stood in the dining area, organizing the distribution of the food, and not one person objected to her reminder, all cheerfully expressing their appreciation. You should thank the boss. Aunt Susie pointed in the direction of the bar, and a group of waitresses all gossiped at once. Susie, do you think the boss will get off tonight? I feel sure it's okay. That beauty even stayed alone for a drink date with her boss. I can already smell the putrid odor of a relationship. Flora is so beautiful, and I feel so right about a woman as beautiful as her being with the boss. Big Aunt Susie looked in the direction of the bar and also showed her aunt's smile, but she still looked sternly at the many waiters. Don't talk about the boss behind his back. Be careful of losing your job. The many attendants spat out their tongues and cheekily changed their clothes for the subway ride home. Just as they stepped out of the hotel, they were chattering again. I bet the boss won't have the strength to get out of bed tomorrow. Such a nice boss. I'd love to keep him out of bed too. When you put it that way, we really should find a chance to thank the boss properly. Chapter 050, The Mystery of the Chivalrous Shadow, and the Joker. Big Aunt Susie finished distributing the food and, along with Robert, put the leftovers in the freezer to wait for the employees who will be working tomorrow to pick them up. She instructed the kitchen handyman to go to the back door and distribute the open food to the homeless, and then went back to patrol the roof. And when she was sure it was cleaned, she left for the day. Robert also wanted to say goodbye to Warming, but was whisked away by Aunt Susie. Don't be a light bulb. No, I want to be a wingman for the boss. I'm afraid you've scared off the boss's girlfriend. In the bar, there were a number of men and women sitting scattered in the warm light. There were pairs of men and women, as well as odd combinations of men and women. Wen-ming didn't care to look at those people, but instead looked at the slightly drunken and beautiful woman in front of him. I really admire your self-discipline. I can't do it to wake up at 4:30 every morning to exercise, but I'm afraid you won't be able to get up at 4:30 to exercise tonight with all the drinking you've done. It's okay to take a morning off once in a while. Flora rested her chin on one hand and looked at Warming. Tell me more about your childhood. I love hearing about your school days. You were so much fun to talk about just now on the terrace. What a straight man of steel, talking about fitness, and you're not with me. Wen-ming recalled and shook his head. Actually, most of the time is reading and writing homework. But my favorite is a summer camp. Hearing Wen-ming chatting about the past, Flora's eyes began to blink brightly. The Wen-ming at this time had an aura that made people's moods tranquil, making them extraordinarily engrossed. Same as when he cooks. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was thick. Outside the bar, a group of homeless people are fighting over a pile of food. The handyman distributed them while chiding. Don't grab them all. You all have a share. This is the food that our hotel owner gave you for free. You should be thankful. And I haven't heard you say thank you until now. The homeless who didn't get their hands on the food looked at the food in the hand of the handyman and responded with a casual thank you without a trace of sincerity. The hobos who got their hands on it gobbled it up while avoiding the others and fleeing elsewhere, as if they were afraid that someone else would fight for it. A few of the less filthy vagabonds, after receiving their food, bowed slightly, said thank you, and then turned to walk toward the far side of Dixon Park, where they had their improvised tents. The newspapers. The handyman cursed and cursed. Asterisk 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 messes with Fark. I told you the boss shouldn't sympathize with these assholes. What's your boss's name? Suddenly, a low voice rang out from the noisy crowd. Wen Ming. The owner's name is Wen Ming. The handyman casually responded, then chortled again. Don't argue, you people. The boss said that whenever there is leftover food in future banquets, he will leave it for you as well. And later, the low voice sounded again, where there seemed to be a lot of doubt and disbelief, as if he didn't expect that there would be such kind-hearted people in this world. The owner of the voice looked up at the Flatiron Mansion, only to see a beam of brightening light reflecting the entire Flatiron Mansion in this dark late night. Gentle and uncluttered, he took the open packet of toast and a ham that the handyman handed him and said thank you. No politeness or sincerity could be heard within his voice as he glanced once more at the Flatiron Mansion before turning toward the intersection in the distance. The ragged clothes, fluttering continuously with the summer night winds, were like a giant bat's wings, spreading and merging. Soon he disappeared into the intersection. None of the handymen who were handing out food or the bums who were scrambling noticed his departure, and he didn't see that a man in a clown suit was also huddled in the crowd at that moment waiting for the handyman to hand out food. Excuse me, do you need a stand-up comedian? The handyman froze for a moment as he looked over at the other man, only to see that the other man was looking at him in a clown suit, a green clown hood, clown makeup, and the food he had just distributed in his hand. The handyman frowned and was about to casually refuse, but thinking of the food he had in his hands, he said, our boss is a good man. Wait a minute, I'll ask the boss. He's having a drink at the bar. The Joker's mood relaxed and he struggled to grin a smile. The handyman finished handing out the food and turned into the bar. He walked straight to Wen Ming's side and whispered, Boss, there's a clown actor outside who says he wants to apply for a job as a stand-up comedian. I think he just lost his job and didn't leave after receiving the free food you gave out. Clowns? Stand-up comedians? Wen Ming's entire body violently tightened. Numb nuts. Is Space Rift really having a party tonight? Why did you send me this ancestor? How many is this tonight? Fifth. Wen Ming had the intention of having the handyman reject the other party, but he knew very well that after rejecting him, the other party would finish blackening before long, and then carry a gun and come back to collapse himself. It wasn't like he could let John kill him in public. Once he let the Joker get his chance, it would definitely bring out the evil and all the negativity within all the employees of the hotel. The Joker has negligible force, but can destroy a city with one man. Even if they die, they can still leave behind a scourge like Two-Face. You invite him in, be polite in your tone of voice, and tell everyone else to be polite too. People who have just lost their jobs are very sensitive. Molly, please have a glass of wine ready for him later while I go upstairs and get a book. Warming signaled the bartender, then apologized toward Flora. Excuse me, I'd like to take a few minutes to meet him. It's okay, you're too kind. I'll be waiting for you. Go on. Flora nodded cheerfully, not only not angry, but happy. Through the conversation she had just had, she then learned that Wen Ming had actually asked his employees to give out free food outside, plus the fact that Wen Ming was willing to give someone who had just lost his job an interview, late at night like this, and had told the handyman and all the staff to watch their words and protect that clown actor's pride, made her appreciate Wen Ming's character even more. He's such a nice guy, how can he be so good? When the Joker learned that the owner of this 5-star hotel was willing to give himself an interview, he was so excited that he barely danced. He straightened his clothes and tried to remove his hood, but the handyman said gently, no need to take it off. Our boss said to do it in the most relaxed way possible for you. The Joker was a bit surprised as he pointed to his face. I haven't taken my makeup off yet. Would that be too rude? No, it won't. Our boss is very easygoing. Have you ever seen a boss who gives out free food to his employees and free food to the homeless? Keeping in mind the boss's arrangement, the handyman tries not to hurt the other man's ego and gives all sorts of compliments to the boss. The owner is such a nice guy. Hopefully, I'll be able to work at the Flatiron Hotel for the rest of my life, even if it's just washing dishes for the rest of my life. Indeed. No, Joker didn't realize that this hotel owner was also giving out free food to his employees. Thinking about the fact that he had just lost his job today because of the gun thing and the fact that he had been docked the billboard fee earlier, he suddenly expected more from the owner of this 5-star hotel. He must have been a kindly old man. It has to be. Chapter 051. So, this clown is not that sick? The Joker expected the other man to let himself in through the back door, yet the handyman let him into the lobby. The doorman on duty enthusiastically pulled the glass door open for him, entering the lobby of the opulent 5-star hotel. There were not many people coming in and out of the lobby at this time, but the ladies who were on duty at the front desk, all of them showed a kind smile to him. No one discriminated against what he was wearing or cared about his profession. It was as if they were dealing with a normal client. All of this made him think he was in a dream. That receptionist's smile seemed like her own neighbor. Sophie. Joker smiled back. The receptionist on duty warmly pointed him in the direction of the bar, and he walked in slightly nervously, led by the waitress to a square table and sat down. Hello, what's to drink? Boss is buying. Molly smelled a hint of odor coming from the other woman's clown suit, and instead of mocking the other woman for anything, she asked the other woman with a smile. The boss has arranged it, so don't irritate each other. Have been unemployed myself. The owner is such a nice guy. A glass of water. Joker felt himself getting even more nervous. The big boss was going to buy himself a drink? Hello, I'm Wen Ming, the owner of the hotel. What's your name please? A voice rang out and a handsome young man appeared across from him. Joker's eyes widened in surprise. He thought he was bound to meet an amiable old man, but he didn't realize that the other party was just a young man much younger than himself. My name is Arthur. Arthur Flack. Joker nervously stood up and shook John's hand. Relax, don't be too formal. When Ming heard the other party's name, then looked at this makeup and the position the other party wanted to interview for, and probably determined where the other party was from. That Arthur from the Joker. Also the Joker. Batman's lifelong enemy. Or maybe not. After all, Arthur died in Joker 2. Or maybe not. Who knows if he'll be king for Joker 3? Won't Batman be lonely if he doesn't come back to life? In the Joker film series, Arthur is a comedian whose life is in trouble. He is introverted, sensitive, lives with his mother, and is chronically plagued by her mind control and physical ailments. He has always tried to please others, but always met with ridicule, bullying and lack of understanding. After a series of life blows such as wage garnishment, job loss due to a gun dropped during a performance, serious illness of his mother, misunderstanding that Batman's father, Thomas Wayne, is his own father, subway assault, fantasizing that his female neighbor is his girlfriend, a failed stand-up comedy debut, and being used by his idol as a punchline, coupled with his own mental illness, which breaks down Arthur's psychological defenses one step at a time. He began to rebel against those who had bullied him, from the three men in the subway to his mother to talk show orator Murray, and went straight to killing madness, ending up in Arkham Asylum. DC Comics is just so breathless, not like others Marvel play family fun, move deep into the inner world of superheroes and tragic childhood. Gotham devotees and real-life viewers alike wanted to see the ugly king take the throne in Joker 2, and the director ended up breaking down the dimensional wall. No clowns, just Arthur. You're the clowns. Everybody's a clown. This also led to the box office failure of Joker 2. How many people in the audience cared about Arthur? People just want to see the ugly emperor. Now Arthur, by the looks of things, shouldn't have had a complete mental breakdown yet. After all, he hasn't put on his signature red suit yet. But when Ming wasn't sure he had now killed the three men who had beaten and bullied him on the subway. If it's been killed, it's likely to have been converted to a clown, and if it hasn't, then Arthur, at this time, isn't incorrigible. To put it bluntly, Arthur is a poor man who lacks a father's love and a normal mother's love. Now that the other party had come to audition for a stand-up comedian, when Ming guessed that the odds were that the other party had just gone through the drama of performing at a children's hospital, dropping a gun, and then being swept away by his boss. This is his worst luck. A moment of breakdown after his workplace betrayal, his workplace bullying, and a critical moment before he becomes the ugly emperor. I heard that you want to be a stand-up comedian. How about that? Do you have any acting experience? When Ming tried to keep his tone light and approachable, it was especially relaxing when he saw that John had also shown up at the bar. I don't have experience performing stand-up on stage, but I'm learning, and I write a lot of segments. Arthur rubbed his hands together nervously as he looked expectantly at the young five-star hotelier in front of him. I thought I'd try a public performance to show you how it works. Or maybe I'll tell you a joke right now. How do you feel? Warming remembers that it was Arthur's dream to become a stand-up comedian. He often fantasized about being flipped by his idol, talk show star Murray, and performing on stage to countless audiences. But his mental illness makes him laugh maniacally when he gets excited, which makes it impossible to make people laugh as his carefully prepared segments are interrupted when he gets on stage. This is a fatal problem. Mr. Fleck, may I call you Arthur? Warming signaled Molly to add another cup of hot water for Arthur. Yeah, not the iced water that foreigners love to drink. It's okay. Arthur sat up straight and crossed his fingers over his own chest, trying to look less nervous, but he knew that the man across the table was about to announce the results. He unconsciously gripped his fists, and then he became aware of an uncontrollable smile building up at the corners of his mouth. It's over. Arthur knew he was going to be sick. It made him even more nervous, but the more nervous he got, the more he wanted to laugh. And he was about to laugh almost uncontrollably. Take a deep breath. Take a sip of water. Relax. It's not a hard thing to do. When Ming took the hot water from Molly and handed it to Arthur, my mom told me that if I get excited, I must take a deep breath and then take a sip of hot water before I talk. Thanks. Arthur hastily took a deep breath and took a sip from the glass of water. Miraculously, The loud laugh that was about to come out of his mouth somehow stopped hard. Arthur wasn't sure if it was the fact that Warming had mentioned the word mom, but it was just so inexplicable that he didn't want to laugh. It made him a little strange and a little pleased. One's own illness, not hopeless? Wenming was slightly relieved to see that the other party did not go crazy and laugh. He himself had just tried to interrupt the other's agitation, not expecting him to be in control. Who knew that clowns really didn't laugh out loud? So this clown isn't that sick? That must be it. He looked into the other party's eyes and said with a smile, I'm willing to give you a chance to perform, but since you have no experience in performing on stage, can you accept to start from a small stage? Small stage? Arthur was a little puzzled as to what the little stage meant. He didn't know whether to get excited or not for a moment. Is this a successful interview? Or not? Chapter 052, The Actor's Self-Cultivation? It's just, not too big of an audience kind of thing. You know, 5-star hotels. Unlike those theaters, we need something a little more intimate and demanding, so I thought I'd give you a little bit of a head start. Wenming gave a you-know-what expression. It dawned on Arthur. I see. It's a show for rich people. I know they don't like to be bothered. Yes, that's right. Wenming smiled and said, I can invite a few friends to come. You prepare some small segments first and try to perform for them. If they are satisfied, I will add some audience for you. What do you think? This should give you some stage performance experience, and I can organize a larger audience for you when you're completely ready. There is an old saying in Dakian country that the road should be taken one step at a time and the meal should be eaten one bite at a time. What do you think? Arthur was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Mr. Wenming. Is it okay if I come to the show tomorrow? How could he not have expected that he would be so successful in finding a new job today? He was so excited he was on the verge of laughing like crazy. It made him rush to take a deep breath before taking another sip of hot water. Why don't I want to laugh again? What's going on? How come I'm not having an attack? Drinking hot water is so good? Is drinking hot water the magical cure of the great Qian country? Don't worry about it yet. I can pay you a week's salary up front so you can focus and go back to work on some segments for your first show, and get more prepared. Wenming fished out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Arthur. Is cash okay? With a check? I'm afraid it's not very safe. You know, there are a lot of check fraudsters out there that love to steal checks, and those banks are always so unreliable. Yes. Arthur didn't expect the other party to be so thoughtful, even taking the initiative to pay his salary in advance. This boss, isn't he too good? Has he or she had a lucky break? They all say you're a great guy. Your staff says you're a great guy, and you've solved a big problem for me. Happy as he was, Arthur didn't even care how much Wenming paid him. The moment he took the envelope, Arthur's excitement built to a critical mass once more, and a wave of uncontrollable laughter was about to burst forth. Take a deep breath, take a sip of water and relax. You deserve it. Seeing that the other party was once again agitated, Wenming hastily signaled the other party to control their emotions. Then the other guy really didn't laugh. Wenming once again wondered, is it really possible to control such a pathologic disease? Unable to figure it out, he didn't think much of it, but continued to look at Arthur. After Arthur took a deep breath and drank his water, his emotions did slowly calm down, and he felt a bit incredulous himself. I'm surprised I'm not sick again. Is it because of this boss? He understands me too well. He's so good at calming me down. He's my best friend. Oh no, it's my best boss. Thank you, boss. Then I'll go back to preparing the segment and I'll leave you to your wonderful evening. Arthur got up and was about to leave. However, Wenming reached out again and signaled for him to hold off, instead picking up a few books. I've taken the liberty of preparing a couple of books for you that should help you in your performance, and I hope you'll enjoy them. Oh, thanks so much. Arthur took the book Warming handed to him unexpectedly. The Actor's Self-Mastery? Think I've heard of this book. I've always wanted to buy one before, but I didn't have the money. Everybody Can Talk in 5 Minutes? The Stand-Up Comedy Workbook? These are books about stand-up comedy acts? This owner is such a great guy. These books and the segments in these books should be great. There's just one problem. Boss, I don't know any Northern Union or Great Qian language. I only know a few simple Northern Union letters and Great Qian words. Arthur was a little embarrassed. Wenming smiled and nodded. Therefore, I have also prepared an Eagle Qian dictionary and an Eagle Union dictionary for you. Arthur, to be an admired stand-up comedian, one must be erudite. Don't limit yourself to just one cultural category or one person's form of performance. I know you must have your own idols and genres you adhere to, but I would suggest that you take in the best of all worlds. The higher your eyesight and the more cognizant you are, the more you can become a master stand-up comedian. Arthur's dream is to become a stand-up comedian. He studied hard until his dreams were crushed. Mimic the performance style of stand-up comedian Murray by parodying his segments. During this time he was very diligent and studious, but Murray wasn't a very good idol, and it was disappointment in him that caused the Joker's faith to crumble and he shot him in public. That's why when Ming immediately thought of this method of stabilizing the other party's emotions when he learned that the other party had come to apply for a job as a stand-up comedian. Never mind that it's an outrageous method. Anything that works in favor of Arthur's dream can definitely work. I'm such a little wit. Arthur felt when Ming's heartfelt desire to accomplish himself, which warmed his heart, and he nodded heavily. Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely read these books well and grow into a stand-up comedian that satisfies you as soon as possible. When Ming got up to see Arthur off, and as he was walking to the bar, he suddenly remembered something and called out to Molly. Molly, get me a serving of food. Molly answered and took out Susie's divided food from behind the bar. When Ming put the food into Arthur's hands and kept patting his hands, we have an old saying in Dechen country, only when you have enough to eat will you have the strength to work. You must cheer up. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Arthur was so touched he didn't know what to say as he clutched the paper bag of food and a couple of books with a thick envelope on top. All he knew was that he couldn't stop bowing and thanking. He felt like this night had been like heaven. The owner, Wen Ming, is his own angel. He could barely hold back the tears in the corners of his eyes, but he managed to force himself not to laugh madly. It made him feel even more like he was in heaven. Otherwise, why don't you laugh yourself? Growing up, Arthur had seen so much indifference and ridicule, especially since he had gotten sick and was loathed and not understood by everyone. Everywhere he goes, he carries a card explaining his condition to others so they don't get the wrong idea. Tonight, however, he didn't have any chance of pulling out that card. Tonight's experience had swept away the gloomy emotions he had felt today when he was betrayed by his coworkers and dismissed from his job. He was even in the mood to start fantasizing about the praise he would receive from the audience when he came to perform next week. One is finally going to get praise from everyone. Just as Arthur was about to turn to leave, when Ming called out again. Wait a minute, keep the money, put it in your clothes pocket, and cover the food so that those with bad intentions don't see it. Arthur was even more touched, and once again he thanked him profusely, shoving the money into his shirt with his hands. As a result, he was so flustered that a Smith & Wesson M36 revolver suddenly fell out of his arms. Snap! The sound is crisp, but the scene was quiet for a moment. Chapter 053, Joker, I'm going to be a stand-up comedy master. John, who was alerting the side from a distance, stood up in a mischievous manner. Flora, who had been watching, covered her mouth in surprise. Molly barely shrieked, terrified. Arthur's hands scrambled to pick up the revolver, but Wen Ming's hands were quicker. When Ming picked up the revolver and then looked at Arthur, who was fidgeting and wanted to open his mouth to explain but didn't know what to say. Arthur, a smile is our greatest asset, not these cold weapons. When someone rejects our smile, we shouldn't return it with a bullet or anger. That would make us look incompetent. And if the other person doesn't smile, that must mean they are sad inside because their life is also a tragedy. It's not his fault or ours that others don't laugh. So, we have to learn to be tolerant. When Ming patted Arthur on the shoulder, as if he was feeling sorry for himself, and as if he was encouraging Arthur, he had never felt more possessed by a movie star than he did in this moment. Arthur mumbled, not knowing what to say, but Wen Ming's passage touched him very much. Yeah, we don't laugh, not because the segments aren't funny, it's because we're sad inside, because we're a tragedy in our own right. Is a smile our greatest asset? Love that line so much. At this time, Wen Ming picked up a book in Arthur's hand. Look, this book talks about doing comedy and not caring too much about what other people think. And every master stand-up comedian is a master of self-hatred. I've seen a stand-up comedian who loves to make fun of his looks the most, and he's all but become a famous actor in our great dry country by making fun of himself. Look at me. I'm often teased about my poor cooking, but I take it as a sign of encouragement and then continue to work on my cooking skills. Don't be swayed by other people's emotions. We should live for ourselves. I believe that one day I will become a master chef. I'm also sure that you can be a master of stand-up comedy as well. Warming chicken blood made Arthur's blood boil. He felt that Wen Ming was simply the most understanding and caring person in this world. In this moment, it was as if one had found the direction of life. Arthur's smile could no longer be contained. For the first time in his life, he felt like he wasn't laughing to please someone else, or laughing because he was guilty of something, but he was happy from the bottom of his heart. The owner is such a nice guy. Arthur went away happy. He was light on his feet and couldn't resist the urge to dance his favorite steps, but he held back. I can't be complacent. I'm not even close to the boss. The owner is so young to be the owner of a 5-star hotel, and not only is he not arrogant, he's also so down-to-earth. Not only did he give himself money and food, but he also gave himself spiritual food and the best treatment he could get. If such a person is not pleased, what can he or she be pleased with? I'm going home to study hard. No one can hold me back. Arthur, who was in a happy mood, walked quickly across the intersection and into the subway. Just as he sat down, he saw 3 men in suits, molesting a beautiful single woman. Arthur didn't bother, but pulled out the Eagle Dry Dictionary. The boss is from Dakian. It's definitely right to learn this first. I'm going to be a master of stand-up comedy. Seeing that Arthur was gone, John quietly disappeared into the bar, while Flora looked at Wen Ming with a surprised expression. Wen Ming, you're really great, diffusing a crisis so simply. Wen Ming was also a bit scared afterward. I also didn't expect him to have a weapon on him, but I believe that he didn't bring it on purpose. It must be because unemployment has pushed him to the brink. While comforting Flora with his mouth, Wen Ming knew clearly that the gun was what Arthur had deliberately carried on his person. Whether or not it was brought at the onset, after he got the gun, he was like a 3-second man who got the power pill and had the courage to face everything. Many criminals get the courage to commit further crimes only after they are given swords, guns, sticks and arrows. At the end of the day, criminals need these things more than anything else to give them a bottom line. You're just too kind, giving him money and food and books. I've never seen a better boss than you. Those words you just said were so philosophical. I'm going to write them down. Flora could hardly stop with her words of praise. Wen Ming sweated. That's my fear of death. Who knows if he'll suddenly pull a gun and kill someone. The gun is fast at 7 paces. And the gun is accurate and fast at 7 paces. Though with John on the sidelines, women's didn't dare to bet on it. I'd been unemployed too. And it's a lot better to help someone than to destroy them, isn't it? Wen Ming smiled and changed the subject. What's your favorite sport? Sailing? Skiing? I seem to do all of them, but I can't say which is my favorite. I just like sports anyway. Flora didn't want to talk much about other people either. She started talking about when she went on vacation in the winter. As the hours passed, the men and women who were drinking kept getting up and going to their rooms, hand in hand. Gradually, a couple of men and women were left. The two of them didn't know how much wine they had drunk, and each other's faces. They had some redness. Wen Ming, can I visit your office? Sure, but, no. Wen Ming's wine sobered up at once, and thinking that there was another business spy in his office who was being beaten up, he stood up hurriedly. Flora, I suddenly remembered that there were 2 other guests waiting for me in my office. I'm really sorry. I'll get you a room. So go ahead and get some rest. What? Flora's face was full of questions. What do you mean? You have 2 more guests? It was Mina and another receptionist on duty at the front desk tonight. When they saw Wen Ming walk over with Flora, a fire of gossip lit up in the hearts of Mina and the new receptionist. Get a room. Getting a room. Getting a room. Mina, get me a business room for Flora. Okay. Mina quickly got a room and couldn't stop muttering. Why don't you go to your bedroom on the 16th floor? Is your master bedroom not big enough? Wen Ming took the room card Mina handed him, then led Flora upstairs, waiting until she reached her room. He helped insert the room card, then politely said goodbye. You have a good night's rest. What would you like to eat in the morning? I'll eat whatever you make. Flora had some regrets in her heart, but she said goodbye to the other. She had actually prepared herself mentally, or else she wouldn't have taken the initiative to propose visiting Wen Ming's room just now. Unfortunately, it was disturbed by 2 unexpected visitors. But looking at this situation now, the men of the Great Qian country are really very gentlemanly and genteel. They care more about relationship development. This feeling, it's great. Thinking of this, the smile on Flora's face became even brighter. As long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. I'm not mocking you, yo. The corner of Wen Ming's mouth curled up, while the fat man's fake compliments were instantly recognizable. Flora's compliments, however, made him uncontrollably intoxicated. Then wait for the surprise I have in store for you in the morning. Wen Ming walked briskly towards the elevator to the top floor. Chapter 054, Are you 2 acting out a blockbuster movie here? Recruitment? Confess. I'll tell you everything. The fat man was completely confused at this point. Stop hitting me. I even confessed that I peeked at my neighbor's shower. Wen Ming looked to John, who still shook his head. I'm not sure. He's hardly different from what he just said. Wen Ming nodded. Please knock him out. Ha? How could the fat man not expect to have to knock himself out when he was in this condition? Before he could say anything, he fainted again with happiness. Warming looked to John. John, we need to do an experiment. It's vital that you try to see if you can bring him to your world. And if you can bring him in, then try to see if you can bring him back, because it involves me being able to go to your world. Wen Ming had long wanted to have a good test of the various rules of the space rift, and in particular, he had always envisioned himself entering the movie universe to experience the flavor of a different universe. Of course, dangerous universes are definitely off limits, like Resident Evil and The Walking Dead, for example, this kind of bio-apocalypse. Then there's Terminator 4 After Judgment Day. These are universes he would never want to be near. Does Sakura Nation's action universe not smell good? Or is it the domestic universe of fairy hegemony movies that isn't sweet? Well, the Immortal Overlord movie. Scratch that. Maybe it was used to sacrifice the heroine to heaven. Even the Sword of the Immortals series isn't safe. John nodded. That was one thing he wanted to know. as he also wanted to see if he could bring Wenming back to help him with his business. He's just a killer himself. It's just too hard to put yourself in business. So without saying a word he picked up the fat man and was about to walk out. Seeing this scene, Wenming was a bit surprised. John's power is too much, isn't it? Such a heavy fat man, at least 200 pounds, was easily picked up by him? How is John Wick in this movie world more over the top than in the movies? This power, it's a bit unconventional, isn't it? It always felt like something wasn't quite right. John, wait a minute, that's all the power you had before? Wenming asked if he didn't understand, and John looked at the fat man in his hand, and then at his own hand, and was a little surprised. Walter? How am I supposed to pick him up? Wenming could see that John was also puzzled, and immediately realized that there was something wrong with this spatial rift. When you went back to kill the gangsters this time, was your strength this strong? No, I'm the same as I used to be. No, I'm a lot slower than I used to be. After all, it's been a few years since I've worked out. John shook his head. This time back, John felt a little old. It's amazing how much effort it takes to kill a few gangsters. In the old days, it would have left the gangsters in the dust in minutes. And how did your strength suddenly become so great? Wenming had a premonition that the space rift seemed to be updating another rule. I'm not really sure. I felt like it was originally my power, and I adapted to it easily. John carried the fat man. But then again it's kind of counterintuitive because I could never have carried someone this heavy before, especially since I'd been retired for so many years. Neither could guess, so they had to attribute the change to the fact that the space rift had a magical power that was transforming him. But it's a good thing, and it's not the time to think about that. Wenming pointed aside. Take my exclusive elevator. There's no surveillance there. We need to find a way to set his disappearance aside from the hotel. 10 minutes later, the fat man's car drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot, quickly rushed to the intersection, and disappeared without a trace in the next second. Wenming stared intently at the intersection and shouted yes in his mind when he saw that there was no fat man's body left behind. It seems it's really possible to travel through the past. A few minutes later, the fat man's car drove back. He didn't come back. When Wenming saw John again and was about to high-five him in celebration, he was greeted with a result that left him in disbelief. Wenming was puzzled. Didn't come back? The car's back, but not the guy? The rule of this space rift is that you can only go there and not back? Just wait a moment. I'll try again. The car disappeared again and soon returned. This time, it was still just John. Confirmed. He can't come back. The car can come back, but he's staying put. There was a masked disappointment on John's face. This meant that Wenming could not enter his world to help him, nor could he enter Sarah's world to help her. This also made many of the previous ideas, especially some of the plans of the Golden Pourer, into a fiasco. Looks like we need to be more united from now on. Wenming was thoughtful. The space rift is a one-way passage for people in the real world and a two-way universe for people in the movie universe. So if you want Sarah Connor and Marlena to help you pour gold, you'll need these two women to make money in the movie universe by their own means. It certainly adds a great deal of difficulty. You grab your gear, go back over there and buy a surefire jackpot ticket like we planned before, and see what happens. Failing the first test gave Wenming an ominous feeling about the second test. Will the world will of the cinematic universe screw up again by having a central character of the plot buy a lottery ticket? John nodded and quickly went upstairs to say goodbye to Helen and bring his gear before taking the fat man's car and getting ready to drive to the intersection again. On his way out, John asked, "What about that guy?" "Whatever. It's not coming back anyway." John nodded and the car started. Warming. What? Your meals are delicious. Helen and I love them. Thanks. Wenming's mood turned pleasant. I told you it wasn't that bad. Just as he was about to turn around and head back to the hotel, a gunshot rang out abruptly. Wenming reflexively crouched down and hid behind a car on the side of the road. This Eagle country is a little too chaotic, isn't it? Why are there so many gunfights? No wonder Mina was so skillful at hiding yesterday. She was almost familiar with it herself. Day N of missing home. Wenming looked up and quietly peered out, and immediately saw T-800 and Kyle Reese exchanging shots again. Kyle Reese was in a very sorry state, seemingly injured and walking a little badly. T-800 wasn't much better. His iconic leather suit was in tatters by now, and the bionic tissue on his body, in many places, had been destroyed, revealing a cold, silver, super-alloy endoskeleton. Both sides went back and forth, fighting for a few minutes before Kyle Reese once again fled back to the Terminator universe in disarray, and T-800 still chased after him with his Uzi, just as he did yesterday. Are you two acting like I'm in a blockbuster movie? Doing this every night? Wenming sked. Instead of being busy chasing Sarah Connor, T-800 is chasing Kyle Reese all over the place. Did you find out that Kyle Reese is John Connor's biological father? Poor Kyle Reese. I hope you can hold on. Chapter 055, The Call of the World Will of the Cinematic Universe. After waiting for a few moments and noticing that there was no sign of the sparring partners returning, Wenming got up and headed back to the hotel, instructing Mina and the new receptionist to be safe before he stepped into the elevator. How come the boss isn't with his girlfriend? When Wenming's figure disappeared into the elevator, Mina and the new receptionist immediately came together to mutter, "How did it happen so fast? Didn't they just get a room? I thought they were just getting out of the shower at this point. Why do I feel like I'm not doing it when the boss hasn't even changed his clothes? No way? Great Xian men are so conservative? If it were our Eagle Kingdom men, there would be a lot of gunfire tonight." Wenming didn't go straight to rest after going upstairs, but went to Sarah Connor first. Sarah wasn't in her room at the moment. She was staying with Helen in Marlena's room. Seeing Wenming arrive, Sarah hurriedly stood up. "Wenming, I saw T-800 in Kaori's." "Well, I was just downstairs too. You need to keep your gun with you at all times." "Helen, John should be back soon." Wenming looked at Marlena, only to see that this earthly creature didn't have much fear or uncertainty at this moment. Instead, there was a lot of elation. "Thank you, Wenming. I now know that my husband is not dead." The sight of her husband not dead made her happier than if she hadn't eaten for 3 days and suddenly got a free meal. One finally has something to fall back on. As for being a movie character, what's the use of thinking about those things when you're starving to death? It's a good thing, isn't it? Wenming revealed a gentle smile. "Sarah should have already told you everything, right?" "Yes." Marlena nodded, and then said, "I don't want to be a plaything for those men, and I don't want to be the object of the women's revenge. I'm willing to earn money for you, even if it's just as a waitress for you. I'm very capable and I'm willing to learn." Her eyes were heavy with longing. She is desperate to change her miserable fate. Marlena was well aware that if she hadn't met Wenming, she would most likely have bowed down to the men of the town, just like they do in the movies. She didn't want to go on her knees and lick the disgusting men of the town. Wenming sensed her strong will and was about to say something when Sarah, who was on the side, stood up in a mischievous manner. "Wenming, I suddenly have a strong impulse, as if my world is trying to call me back." "What?" Warming and Helen and Marlena looked at Sarah in amazement. Sarah spun eagerly in place, and it took her a long time to think of the words she could organize to describe the feeling. "It's as if an hourglass suddenly appeared in my mind counting down the minutes, and then was telling me that I must go back tonight. Well, it's just a countdown feeling. Can you guys get it?" Wenming took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was now 0:01. "It's just past 0 in the morning." A guess flashed through Wenming's mind. "Does this mean you can't leave your universe for 72 hours? Yeah, that's what it feels like." Sarah almost jumped up. "I feel certain that if I don't go back tonight, there will be irreversible results." Wenming's face froze all of a sudden. The protagonist of a movie universe can't leave his world for 72 hours? Wouldn't that mean that a lot of one's previous plans would have to change again? Besides, Sarah Connor had only just completed her initial training in the use of firearms and hadn't practiced with live ammunition yet. So would she be taken out by the T-800 if she went straight back like that? Wenming then remembered something else. "Helen, what about you? Do you have this feeling?" Helen shook her head. "I don't feel that way. Is it because it's not even the last 24 hours? I remember John and I came in the morning." "Yes, you guys came back in the morning, so I guess we'll wait until morning to find out if you'll be called back too." Wenming's words caused Helen's already pale face to take on a bit of fear and unwillingness as well. "I had found hope for life, but I didn't expect to have to go back to that cannibalistic world." Marlena listened to the conversation between a few people and felt like breaking down all of a sudden. "I have to go back to that cannibalistic town? Geez, why are you doing this to me?" She had thought she had come to heaven, a world where no one coveted her beauty, where no one envied and ostracized her. There was the super-tempered owner, Helen and Sarah, who were willing to be her friends, and most crucially, there was the food she most wanted to eat. She's hungry and scared. She was really afraid to go back to that cannibalistic town and suffer hunger along with all the malice she suffered every day, especially since she also learns that she will end up a whore while her beloved husband is still alive. This is simply the cruelest torture in the world. She was almost falling apart. "Wenming, save me, whatever you want me to do." Marlena's beautiful teal brown eyes were all filled with tears as she desperately wanted to escape her miserable fate. "Don't worry yet. You can come back again when you get back. We don't know yet how long you must stay back before you can come back, but it shouldn't be more than 3 days. John has proven many times that it is possible to come back immediately. What's uncertain now is whether you've been over here so long that you'll have to go back for so long before you can come over again." 2. Warming tried desperately to calm Marlena, and Sarah and Helen gave sympathetic looks. Of all the people on the scene, Marlena was the saddest one. Not knowing before that her husband was still alive, she had to bow down in order to survive. Now that she knows her husband is still alive, she has to suffer that kind of pain, the kind of torture that could drive her crazy. "Don't worry, even if you go back, I'll have enough food and water for a month, Enough to last you until the day you return. Warming walked over to Marlena and sat down beside her, unable to stop giving her courage. With food and water, you can do whatever you want. Thanks. Thank you so much. Marlena didn't know whether she should be happy or sad at this moment. Her charming eyes couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears, and finally couldn't help but fall on Wenming's shoulder and cry bitterly. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and tomorrow we'll talk more specifically about how to change your life. After all, it's going to be a long time before your husband returns. Wenming gently patted Marlena's back, then looked at Helen. Helen, will you be able to stay with Marlena all night tonight? No problem. You and Sarah go get ready. Helen was understanding and knew that Sarah Connor needed comforting more than Marlena. After all Marlena is missing is food, and Sarah is dealing with being hunted by a Terminator in 24 hours, one that only requires money to fix. One on the other hand is going to fight for his life. Chapter 056 6 Rules of Space Rift. Sarah gave Helen a grateful look before following Warming out of Marlena's room. Go back to your room and wait while I go get your gear. Wenming admonished Sarah, then quickly stepped onto the elevator. Sarah looked at Wenming's back as he hurriedly left, with a strong feeling of emotion in her heart. Since crossing over, the man had protected himself at all times and never complained about anything, talking smack about making himself earn money for him. In fact, Sarah could clearly perceive that the man had a gentle and kind heart. After leaving Sarah, Wenming was thinking fast all the way. Nowadays, the rules of spatial rifts had been gradually sorted out a few by him. 1. Not everyone from the movie world can come over. And at this stage it seems that those who do come are important plot characters and cannot leave the movie world for 72 hours. 2. The people in the movie world, after watching the movie and knowing where the plot is going, will not disappear or cause the movie world to collapse. 3. The plot characters in the movie world can't go beyond 100 meters in the real world, and the center point is suspected to be a crossroads. 4. The main plot of the movie world can't be bypassed, and will be triggered in a different form if forcibly interfered with, but it should be possible to change the plot, which needs to be tested again. 5. People and things in the real world can go to the movie world, but people can't come back. 6. After the movie's plot is over, the plot characters will be physically upgraded to an undetermined degree. Those 6 rules are, for the most part, established. Now it's up to Helen to be called back when she arrives in the morning as well, and for how long she needs to stay when she gets back. Articles 1 and 6 are not yet fully finalized and are subject to refinement. Wenming seriously doubted that the spatial rift should have allowed Sarah Connor and Helen, who were about to stay for the full 3 days, to wear back immediately, as John had done, and to make sure that John would be the same way in the future. If John had to go back for 3 days as well, wouldn't his own plan to be the #1 security supervisor go out the window? But looking at the way things are now, John should not be called back like Sarah was, as long as he goes in and out of both worlds frequently. These are all just guesses and will depend on subsequent testing. The key now is to keep Sarah Connor alive, otherwise one's dream of being a gold pourer can only be put off again. Here's the pump-action shotgun M870 and 200 rounds of ammunition you practiced with yesterday afternoon. These are the 2 pistols that you carry with you, and I've got your holster and bullets for you to put on now. As soon as you get back over there, go out in the countryside and practice with these guns with live fire. This is an EMP bomb. John has taught us how to use it. You'd better use it after you find Kyle Reese. There's $230, 000 US here. The rest is for gold in addition to your daily expenses. But that's not the point. If you have time, buy it. If you don't, save your life first. Oh yeah, and here are 2 more time bombs. Well, half an hour later, Wenming kept showing Sarah Connor an assortment of weapons, ammunition, bombs, food, and greenbacks. He took everything he could think of, everything he could use. Wenming asked for only one thing, that Sarah would return safely. This is a key figure in pouring your own gold, while knowing that the plot still requires her to live until her blood cancer strikes. Who knows if the movie universe will necessarily go the way the movie plays out. As he puts 2 time bombs into Sarah Connor's suitcase, his mouth is suddenly gagged. Wenming was kissed off guard. He tried to push Sarah Connor away, but Sarah clung to him like an octopus. With that, he felt suffocated. Sarah pulled him with her and together they collapsed into the king-sized bed. And when she saw that Warming still looked like he was at a loss for words, Sarah rolled over on her back and looked at Warming in a condescending manner. I don't know if I'll come back alive. In Sarah's eyes, there was a strong sense of fear and madness, and she didn't wait for Wenming to say anything as she directly went into a seizure. Warming resisted for 3 seconds before mentally saying a silent apology to Kyle Reese. I'm sorry, big brother, I didn't want to. You hang in there. Sarah will be there soon with the ammo I gave her to help you. I'm well prepared with ammunition. 6:30 a.m. The non-white buddy sat on a high stool in front of the bright kitchen with a strong suspicion in his eyes. What's the situation? It's not the weekend. Where's Flora? Where's the fat dude? And, where's my chef? Wenming? Why don't you come? We can do without the food hitch, but why isn't the chef coming? Luckily, the non-white buddies soon met Wenming, who had hurriedly arrived. This morning, what's for dinner? The non-white buddy showed a rare smile when he saw the spirited Wenming. I was ready last night. Wenming took out a ball of dough that had risen well, pulled off a small piece from the top, and then rolled it into a long strip that was thin on both sides and thick in the center. Roll from one end, keep rolling to the center, and finally roll into a circle. Tighten the closure and flatten it. After placing it on the griddle, go ahead and pull off a piece of dough and start kneading and rolling it. What's this about? With a fragrant breeze, Flora, dressed in a beige OL outfit, sat on a high stool. The workplace style is once again pulled full circle. Beautiful as always. Where'd you get that outfit? Wenming was a bit puzzled. Meat loaf. Did you have a good night's rest last night? It's so cozy, I don't even want to get out of bed. Flora's eyes held a smile as she stared intently at the man who was scowling and busy. Serious man. So handsome. The non-white buddy glanced at the two with some suspicion. Why did it feel like the two were having a somewhat less than decent conversation? Did something happen at the party last night? Oh yeah. Where's the fat dude? Why hasn't he come yet? Don't leave me here alone as a light bulb. Wenming's hands were fast, but in a moment's time, he had made 30 pasties, and he put them all on the iron plate burner. The neatly arranged pasties are like 30 white armored soldiers waiting for parade. By now the first pastry had begun to bulge, and Wenming took a spatula to turn it over. Immediately after that, flipped the dough for the second and third pastry in turn. When all 30 pasties had been flipped, Wenming took out the pancetta and beef that had been brined and braised for several hours just last night. One pot of the same. The moment you lift the lid, a tantalizing aroma of meat permeates the entire dining area. The tenants and jerk-offs who were dining couldn't help but shrug their noses, and then they all turned their heads in Wenming's direction. Are you a porker or a beefer? Wenming looked at Flora, who smiled and said, of course it's pork. Pork meat buns are authentic. The non-white buddy felt like an extra light bulb on the sidelines. Hey, you didn't even ask me? Wenming's eyes turned to him, and the non-white dude took a finger and nodded at the pastry. I'll take two, one each of the pork and beef ones. Wenming nodded and took out 2 knives and 2 spoons respectively. First, a large piece of pancetta is scooped up with 1 spoon, then quickly chopped with a knife. Want chili and lettuce? Chapter 057, Becoming a Boss. Naturally I won't keep idle men. Want. Flora and the non-white buddy spoke up at the same time. Wenming took out a green pepper, chopped it together with the panko filling. Then with another knife and another spoon, he fished up a chunk of beef, the same way, and made a good beef stuffing. At this point, the pastry has completely puffed up and crisped up. Wenming picked up the spatula and quickly flipped all 30 pastries once again. After waiting 2 minutes, he picked up the first pastry, cut a slit across it with his knife, put a lettuce leaf in it, and then put the chopped paneer filling plus chili into it. Finally, scoop up a small ladleful of broth and pour it inside the pasty. Meat loaf, I hope you like it. Wenming wrapped the first meat sandwich in greaseproof paper and handed it to Flora. Thanks. Flora's eyes smiled into a crescent moon, and she found herself enjoying more and more the feeling of being the first to be handed the prepared delicacies every time Warming handed them to her. The non-white buddy looked at Flora lightly biting into the crispy crust plus of the rotten and fragrant pork filling. He had not yet eaten in his mouth. Can already imagine that this meat sandwich is absolutely delicious to burst. In fact, his imagination wasn't wrong at all. When Wenming handed him the meat bun, he couldn't wait to take a big bite, and as a result, that wheat flavor of the pastry mixed with the meat flavor almost instantly gave him a feeling of happiness surging from his mouth to his head. It was just so delicious. How can there be such delicious food? Our burgers don't even compare to this meatloaf. Many of the tenants and jerk-offs were also dumbfounded as they came together and waited for Wenming to make the third and fourth meatloaf. Whenever a meatloaf was ready, immediately a hand, white, black, brown, or yellow, quickly reached out to take it, not even waiting for the meatloaf to be placed on the plate. 30 meatloaf buns were taken away in the shortest possible time. The tenants who had not yet gotten their mouths full could only stand on their tiptoes to watch Wenming quickly make the pastry while enduring the intrusion of the delicious smell of meat, wheat, and the sound of rapid swallowing in the neighborhood. It's too torturous. What's the long wait for such good-smelling food? The second batch of 30 was done very quickly. Flora on this side had just finished her delicious meatloaf, and Wenming on the other side had already started flipping the 30 pasties. Seeing that Wenming had been busy and needed to go to work herself, Flora knew in her heart that she couldn't continue chatting, so she got up and waved her hand at Wenming. I'm going to go now, so take care of your rest. Good, and you take care of your rest, don't get exhausted. Wenming looked up and returned a big smile. The non-white dude who was nibbling on his second beef stuffed meat sandwich blushed even darker. Why don't I go? 300 to 400 people dined, making the entire restaurant unusually busy. After Wen Ming made a total of 90 meat sandwiches, he stopped making them, because the existing chefs are more than enough to handle the current clientele. The number of occupants last night had just been told to him by Mina. 161 rooms. Occupancy rate reached 63%. That's close to the overall metropolitan average, and more than the 150 rooms one would have predicted. The income from lodging alone amounted to $80,000 plus US, even without the $230,000 sent by the T-800. The hotel's revenue has reached $385,000 in the past few days. The days are getting better and better, which keeps Wen Ming energized. After he was done with his busy schedule, he found Big Mama Susie, who had just arrived at her post. Susie, for the recent hires, I need you to do a more in-depth background check on the employees. Those who have already been successfully recruited will also need to do a new back check, and go to a third-party company to do it. Wen Ming sat behind his own desk, his face never looking more serious. With just a little thought, Big Mama Susie understood what Wen Ming meant. Boss, is there a commercial spy coming? Wen Ming nodded. HR really is the worm in the boss's stomach. By just mentioning it herself, Big Mama Susie already understood why she was doing it. Such a great employee to use. I'll step up the memorization. Big Mother Susie's face was serious. She didn't expect someone to send a commercial spy so soon, and she didn't even expect Wen Ming to discover the other party in such a short period of time. It seems that both the opponents and this new boss of his own are very uncomplicated. Sending Susie away, Wen Ming called out to Hunter, the head of security. Last night, someone came into my office. Wen Ming's one sentence scared Hunter so much that his face turned white. His face was all stunned. How could that be? I've been personally watching the surveillance last night. Wen Ming knew in his heart that the three women, Laura, Ada Wang and Natasha, were by no means existences that Hunter could deal with, but a business spy like the Fat Man was not something he could tolerate. Even if the Fat Man was also a professional business spy, Wen Ming needed to take the opportunity to put everyone on their guard. Find the security hole and plug it. Do you understand? Wen Ming's gentle and not-so-serious voice made Hunter's face solemn. Don't worry boss, I'll do a full check. After Hunter went out, Robert walked in. Boss, you wanted to see me? Yes, I'll be having dinner with Belinda today, and you'll have to remember to call in the final payment tomorrow. Also your marketing department needs to find more banquet and event resources for our hotel as soon as possible to keep our hotel ballroom and rooftop terrace busy. When you become a boss, you naturally don't keep idle hands. The number of tenants generally does not have explosive growth. And the ceiling is there, 256 rooms even if all full. General services suite, deluxe suites, ocean view rooms and so on are all counted. The income from the accommodation is only a few $100,000 US dollars. One banquet alone has the potential to earn 100,000 plus, and Wen Ming will certainly not relax his attention on this piece. Susie should be able to add 3 more salespeople to your staff today, and a few of you will have to work together to try to make up one of our trio of hotels at the Flatiron, along with the rooms and food and beverage departments. If you can do that, I'll promote you to marketing manager. Wen Ming's blank check was opened, and Robert immediately got excited like chicken blood. Don't worry boss, I will talk about a large banquet again in the shortest possible time. No, I want it every day. You have to have faith in yourself. Wen Ming signaled Robert that he could go about his business after he gave him a shot in the arm. With that, Wen Ming called Mana into his office again. Wen Ming had always had a good feeling about this flexible and resilient receptionist. Mana, I want you to help me. Mana's red hair was coiled behind her head and she looked very spry. Hearing Wen Ming's words, she looked at this new boss of hers with some confusion. Boss, what do you want me to help you with? Chapter 058, John. Returning from buying a lottery ticket. I discovered that there are commercial spies in our hotel, and I'd like you to keep an observant eye out for them and find them for me while you're chatting with the staff. For people like Susie, Hunter, and Robert, Wen Ming only retained 30% trust, but for Mana, he had 50% trust. He trusted this receptionist he had recruited more. No problem, boss. As soon as Mana heard this was the case, she patted her waves, causing a surge. It's something we've seen a lot before. Those commercial spies can't hide for more than a few days before they reveal themselves. We've had experience with that. Thanks. Wen Ming didn't mention his intention to make Mana a supervisor, nor did he say how he would thank Mana. It was all just beginning, and he wasn't in a hurry. If Mana was truly serviceable, he wouldn't shortchange her. And if Mana had problems too, then he wouldn't have much to lose. Thinking of this, Wen Ming suddenly realized a very crucial issue. Catering. If there really is a commercial spy, then anyone who is tampering with their kitchen is a big problem. Thinking of this, Wen Ming picked up the phone and dialed the intercom. Hunter, install surveillance for the kitchen and dining room. There can't be any dead spots, and the system has a separate mainframe. Okay boss, does the bar need it? Need to. Make a list of all the places you think need additional surveillance. Go ahead and purchase the equipment. After arranging all this, Wenming breathed a little sigh of relief, then got up and went to bring today's breakfast to Marlena and Helen. After a night's rest, Marlena's emotions had calmed down a bit, and although she was still a little afraid of going back to that sinful town again, her heart was in the right place, and the source of her bottom line was none other than Wenming. Wenming, I'm willing to work for you. I can work for you as a waitress or help you transport gold for you in that world. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I just need to be able to eat. Without waiting for Wenming to open his mouth to say anything, Marlena said the result of her night of thinking. She knew in her heart that she had nothing but this beautiful skin, but she still wanted to work hard to show her worth. I believe you. Wenming's gentle smile was like an angel from heaven in Marlena's eyes, filling her with joy. She knew Wenming had promised to save herself. There is hope for your own future. Wenming is such a great guy. Helen, do you feel anything now? Wenming looked at Helen, and to his surprise, Helen shook her head. No feeling at all. Marlena's face showed joy at hearing this. Is it possible to not have to be summoned back to the cinematic universe by the will of the world like Sarah Connor? Is it possible to do it yourself? It's been 48 hours now. Wenming was a bit confused about the rules of the spatial rift. Sarah Connor can only stay for a maximum of 72 hours, and Helen is slow to be summoned by the world after 48 hours have passed. Is it because you were supposed to have died in the plot of that world? Warming speculation made Helen nod uncomfortably. It's possible. I was supposed to be the one who would die of illness in the Fast and Furious movie. Now that the plot has run its course, it doesn't seem to matter if the plot character, goes back or not. The three of them discussed for a while, but did not come up with any concrete results. Just then, John suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. John, Wenming and Helen stood up at the same time. John nodded his head toward Warming in greeting, then reached out and hugged Helen for a deep kiss. Wenming coughed lightly and turned his head to look at Marlena. These two are spilling the beans here again. There was an uncontrollable envy in Marlena's eyes as she missed her husband. The kiss ended and John looked over at Wenming with a helpless look on his face. Wenming, the lottery ticket didn't work out. Can't buy it? Although Wenming had already mentally prepared himself and expected the worst, he couldn't help but feel disappointed when he learned that buying lottery tickets wouldn't work. This is a shortcut that really can't be taken. Not a single piece of good news since yesterday. The news that left people helpless backfired one after the other. First, he can't go to the cinematic universe himself. Second, Sarah can't stay for the full 72 hours with all these plot characters. And finally, his plans to get rich in the lottery are in tatters. It is really breathless. John was also a little frustrated. Yes, I was affected by all sorts of mishaps on my way to buy a lottery ticket. I even went so far as to run a red light, but the end result was still a broken machine at the lottery station. Sure enough, a plot character going to buy a lottery ticket triggers a strong disturbance in the world's will. Wenming thought about it and suddenly came up with, you can try to get that fat guy to buy it. John sniffed as he shrugged. I already killed him. Wenming was stunned. Killed? That fast? I don't even know what his name is yet. Yeah, I don't know how, but I couldn't help but shoot him just by looking at him. And, since he couldn't come back, I didn't want him to tell anyone about the existence of the space rift, so I killed him. It was as if John was talking about a trivial matter, but Wenming was keenly aware that there was something wrong with John's words. You said you couldn't help but want to kill him? Right, and anyway, my mind can't help but think of him as an enemy when I see him. John doesn't seem to notice the problem. Wenming realized the problem at the first moment. It seems that the fifth rule needs to be adjusted. Rule number 5? The three Johns looked at Wenming suspiciously, and Wenming stated the few rules he had summarized, then added, the fifth rule was originally that people and things in the real world could go to the movie world, but could not come back. Now I guess it's time to add the addition that people in the real world are likely to be sidelined by the will of the world when they arrive in the movie world. John drifted off. Is that why I saw him when I got back and couldn't resist trying to kill him? Right, odds are it's because of that. After all, he wasn't supposed to belong in that world. Wenming couldn't help but rub his temples. It seems that there are a lot of limitations to the spatial rift. The only good news is that Helen wasn't forced to be summoned back. John and Helen smiled at the same time. Indeed, this is definitely good news for them. I don't know what it is, but it's good news in the end. And once again, Marlena's face was filled with worry. Time is limited. John, and today you need to boost both Sarah and I on all fronts to try and get Sarah a little more power to protect herself when she returns at midnight today. Wenming paused at that. Last night after you left, T-800 and Kyle Reese had another firefight in front of the hotel. If T-800 shows up at the door again tonight, we can combine our efforts and exterminate him early. Yes, for Helen's sake, John must not allow anything to happen to Sarah, an important member of the Golden League. Wenming called for the diner waiter to bring breakfast for the three. Then he went out and swiped open the door to Sarah Connor's room. Chapter 059, If you're good, you go, but I won't. Dragon Mom. Ah no. Sarah Connor is still in a deep sleep at this point. She had a contented smile on her face, all pale skin with some signs of battle. Sarah, John's back and we need training. When Ming picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, sat on the edge of the bed, and yelled at Sarah to get up. Sarah's long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes in confusion, seemingly still a little unconscious. Seeing Wen Ming, she instinctively reached out and wrapped her arms around Wen Ming's neck. I'm hungry. I brought you breakfast. You feed me. Yes. Wen Ming got up and was about to reach for the breakfast on the coffee table when Sarah reached out and pulled Wen Ming hard back into bed. An hour later, Wen Ming and Sarah and Marlena, all in one piece, were in Wen Ming's large office, being trained by the night demon. Yes, Marlena was also pulled in for training by Vim Min. Marlena, you can't depend on others if you want to change your destiny. I can give you food and I can give you a gun, but how you live is up to you. You don't want to be reduced to a men's plaything women's vent like in the movies, do you? With the will of the world not allowing itself to travel to the cinematic universe, a lot of previous plans would have to be discarded, and it also means that in order for Marlena to be a good gold mover, it would have to be overpowered. Wen Ming would never waste such a good opportunity. This was a course taught by the night demon himself, the kind you can't buy with money. Marlena didn't bother to look at the gun that Wen Ming handed to her, but looked at Wen Ming fixedly. Wen Ming, thank you. Instead of fear and dread of the town and uncertainty about the future, there was a strong sense of courage and conviction in her eyes. She wants to get off her knees. The thought had never been stronger than at this moment. Wen Ming nodded and signaled John to begin. Because of time constraints, John went straight to the most direct form of combat: how to draw, fire, and change bullets quickly with a two-handed grab. How strong is the recoil of the pump-action shotgun M870 and how to shoot it quickly without hurting yourself. The second is the use of grenades. Time was too short for the original battle plan, which was likely to be carried out by Sarah Connor alone. Kyle Reese is injured and it's unknown if he can rejoin Sarah and still protect her. Both Warming and John are reminding Sarah not to get her hopes up. While Wen Ming was learning on the side, he taught Marlena to disassemble the pistol and assemble it with his hands. Aside from the generic explanations, this basic operation doesn't even need to waste Nightmare's time. All of John's energies must now be focused on Sarah. John kept drilling Sarah on how she should use these weapons to do the most damage to the T-800, and Marlena learned it so carefully that she didn't cry out a word of pain, even when her white fingers were dirty from the motor oil in the firearms, and even when they were almost scratched, because she knew very well that in 3 days, 2.5 to be exact, she would have to go back and face that dangerous town as well. All you can learn now is to save your life. Marlena studied hard, and Sarah even harder. Although she couldn't shoot the actual gun, she tried to memorize every detail that John talked about and kept repeating the drill, trying not to make the slightest mistake. At lunchtime, when Ming went downstairs to make some entrees for the tenants before returning to the office to bring lunch for a few people. After lunch, John said, "Now, I'll go take a nap. We'll reconvene in an hour and practice until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And then Sarah, you're going to take a 5-hour nap. Adequate sleep is what will give you enough energy to deal with all the unexpected situations when you get back. Oh yeah, you'll also need a pair of running shoes. Warming, you need to go get Sarah a pair of shoes that are easy to run in. I'm going to teach her to snake around later. And clothes, preferably leather or denim. And I'll make a trip back in this noon hour to get her a set of ladies' body armor." When Ming nodded and picked up the phone to call the receptionist. "Mana, I need you to go buy 3 sets of clothes for me." "Oh no, 6 sets. I'll send you the sizes and requirements. You don't have to work in the afternoon. Bring the clothes to my office by 3 o'clock. Hearing Wen Ming call, John couldn't help but shake his head. Well, being the boss is convenient. One phone call and someone is there to run an errand. Unlike myself, I'm bitterly running up and down the stairs by myself every time. Hanging up the phone, Wen Ming looked over at Sarah and Marlena. "Write me your body measurements, including underwear. And by the way, what colors do you like?" With the passage of time, all preparations were in order. John made a trip back to the world of the Fast and the Furious in full gear, bringing back a set of women's body armor and a used car in the afternoon. John could have gotten a bulletproof car if he hadn't run out of time. Wen Ming also inquired about car dealers in the afternoon, but unfortunately bulletproof cars all need to be ordered in advance and cannot be bought in stock. Sarah counsels Wen Ming instead. "It's okay, compared to the clumsy me at the beginning of the movie. I'm now basically prepared and most importantly mentally prepared, and have seen the T-800 many times. If I can't come back right away, I'll find a way to get to Kyle Reese as soon as possible." Wen Ming nodded. "Don't pin all your hopes on him, and don't be heartbroken about 911. Guide the T-800 as far as you can to 911 and let the large force blast it. And don't worry too much about whether or not the T-800 will end up being captured and triggering Judgment Day early. The Terminator movie series has informed us quite clearly that Skynet is destined to be born, that Judgment Day is destined to come, and that instead of struggling needlessly, you should protect yourself. Through John's experience, when Ming basically confirmed that the main plot of the movie world, the probability was that it could not be bypassed. The overriding plot of the Terminator series is that Skynet sends Terminators to put an end to the birth of a human leader, and whoever that leader is, he and his parents are going to suffer. Terminator 6, Dark Destiny is a movie about a new human leader being born after the murder of human leader John Connor and being hunted down again by Skynet. It's a doggerel, but it also represents the one thing that's at the heart of the series. Sarah has seen the entire series and has come to realize that she is not the only choice for the birth mother of the future human leader. As long as the so-called greater good is dropped, as long as one gets through the crisis of the first movie and doesn't roll with Kyle Reese, then Judgment Day will still come. But the Terminator will be irrelevant. Don't worry, DS has taught me a lot. If 911 doesn't work, I'll go to the big guns. If the big guns don't work, I'll go to the White House. Seeing that Sarah didn't have a head iron, when Ming revealed a satisfied smile, that's the way it should be. Don't make yourself out to be a savior. The planet can spin without anyone. This is the modern young man, and the staple is a you're on. I'm not on anyway. Chapter 060 Boss, you're on the entertainment page. Boss, you're on the entertainment page. In between the afternoon's training, when Ming took the time to interview some employees and supervisors, and Big Mama Susie placed a newspaper in front of Wen Ming after he finished interviewing a janitorial supervisor. A newspaper? Does anyone still read this stuff? Wen Ming was a bit surprised. What era is it? You can still see paper newspapers? He picked up the paper and saw that the entertainment section, which Susie had turned over for him, had a large black headline along with a paragraph. Big title, Mocha and billionaire Wen Ming enter hotel elevator hand in hand. New romance suspected. Article content. Last night, supermodel and actress Mocha showed up at the Ironing Hotel, dressed in her classic Legends of Sicily outfit, and entered the elevator of the Ironing Hotel hand in hand with the new owner of the Ironing Hotel, billionaire Ming Wen. According to sources, Wen Ming and Mocha also had dinner together in the restaurant of the Ironing Hotel, and the two of them had a good time talking to each other. And Mocha is suspected to be in a new relationship, except that there seems to be a bit of an age difference between the couple. It is understood that the new owner of the Iron Hotel Wen Ming's age is only 22 years old, while Mocha's age is already 60 years old. Her eldest daughter are already 20 years old. This forgettable love, I am afraid that it is difficult to last. Warming, a metropolitan nouveau riche who just last week inherited the Flatiron Hotel and reopened the century-old establishment this past Monday, has had a tumultuous end. Wen Ming couldn't help but get a big head when he saw the content of the article. Although I expected this situation to occur, I didn't expect it to come to light so soon. Looks like we'll have to find a solution later. I don't know if cos culture is popular over here or not, but anyway, Marlena is in a state where she's just a 26-year-old young woman, surely better than 60-year-old Mocha, and we'll have to go hard in that direction. That's the biggest difference between the cinematic universe and the movies. Mocha was 36 years old when he acted in the beautiful Legend of Sicily, but he still performed with the flair and youthfulness of a newly married young woman. The movie universe seems to be more in line with the real situation. A 26-year-old newlywed young woman is certainly going to tickle the desires of men all over town more than a 36-year-old woman. This is complete nonsense. The other party doesn't even have a picture. They are writing little essays completely out of thin air. And that lady is just a Mocha impersonator. When Ming coughed lightly and pretended to throw the newspaper aside without thinking, Big Mama Susie had a smile in her eyes. I think so too. Do we need our legal assistant Lilith to send them a lawyer's letter? Of course, if I don't vocalize it, I'm sure I'll be perceived as weak-minded. When Ming showed a strong look, even if it's not for my sake, it has to be for the sake of that beautiful lady, and I'm sure Mocha herself would be tired of such a scandal coming out of thin air. I don't want to annoy a potential big star client. Also, I'm not one for the limelight. Tell them to stop reporting on me freely. I'm not a big star or a public figure. I'm going to inform you that from now on, no photos are allowed at the Iron Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel, in and out of which are the powerful, big stars, rich and famous people. What if we shoot something we shouldn't? God knows how these people dig up all their biographies. When Ming suspected that he was surrounded by more business spies than he thought, but he wasn't too worried about being photographed by a reporter about it. Not to mention the fact that the age is not right, the star's schedule is not right, and people will just take it as a copycat, and even if it is, it's not that unusual. After all, this is a 5-star hotel, and it's not uncommon for a star to live here. One just had to keep an eye out and not let them run into each other face to face. In the future, John, Helen, Sarah, Marlena and the rest of them will all have to change their image and keep as low a profile as possible. Well, Tony's a big pain in the ass. Gotta use euphemisms. Big Mama Susie nodded, all teasing in her eyes. I'll set Lilith up. Boss, you better send Flora a message to clarify. Flora? Wen-ming was stunned. Why did you send her a message? Without explanation, Big Mama Susie smiled and turned away. In the back of his mind, he was wondering if this boss was a straight man of steel or if he hadn't broken through that membrane with Flora yet. Didn't we say we had a room? Is it hard to believe that it's really a pure friendship? Oh, how can there be pure friendship between a man and a woman? The boss must be shy. I've long heard that men in Dakian are shy. It's a pity. I should have found a Dakian man to marry back then. 2. Wen-ming thought about it, but listened to the advice and sent a message over. After waiting for a moment, there was no message back from there. Wen-ming looked at the time. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't think so. Don't people over here take naps? Remembering his evening appointment with Belinda, he sent another message to Belinda. Where to eat at night? The opposite side goes straight back in seconds. I'll take you to a nice place. Wen-ming raised his eyebrows. He hadn't really been anywhere else in Metropolis for so long. As the hotel is gradually getting on track, you have more and more free time to yourself, and you can relax once in a while. In the past, there was no choice but to be a social animal. Now that you can earn money, you have to learn to enjoy it. Rosa, arrange for Drew to prepare the vehicle and go out with me at 4:30. Plus I'll need him to pick me up after dinner tonight. Okay boss, I'll have Drew wash the car. Wen-ming doesn't have an Eagle Country driver's license yet, and he doesn't plan on driving himself. We're a driver too. Those luxury cars at the Flatiron Hotel can't just be for customer service. Why do you have to go on the subway? What? A cab? Forget it. After taking care of his chores, Wen-ming went to wrestle with Sarah for a while. Decent. John considered all sorts of scenarios, and the most extreme close quarters he considered. He had Wen-ming as a target, constantly explaining to Sarah how fast and accurate she should shove the grenade into the T-800's body, and how to take out the T-800's chip and battery at the right time. It's harder, but it's a possibility to consider. Destroy the T-800's bionic tissue with incendiary or liquid nitrogen first if possible. Don't use the EMP right off the bat. It'll buy you more time. Of course, if you can blast both of its eyes in the shortest amount of time, your chances of survival will increase dramatically. Sarah nodded and watched the movie clip on her tablet, keeping in mind how to disassemble the T-800's chip and battery. Although she wouldn't necessarily use it, she would keep in mind any maneuver that would improve her chances of survival. Wen-ming had to say goodbye to Sarah after staying with her for a while. I need to go have dinner with a client. Go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Helen, who was watching the two, always felt that something was not quite right. Is it? You don't think so? Well, it's possible. I'm sorry, I can't have my cell phone during work hours. I just got off work. Ignore the Metro Times. Their entertainment section is never reliable. No, not all of their content. No one will believe them. Mocha's agency won't even pay them any attention for a second. Wen-ming received a message from Flora in reply as he rode in the Iron Hotel stretch limousine. Seeing Flora's words, a smile appeared at the corner of Wen-ming's mouth. Flora is such a good and understanding girl. Hi, chatting with Flora all the way to 5 o'clock. A pretty girl in a long green dress pulled open the car door and sat in. Hi. Warming. Chapter 061. The wind here is $500. Hi, Belinda. Wen-ming put away his cell phone and looked at the beautiful woman. Where are we going? The gradually westering sunlight, refracted through the glass walls of Manhattan's high-rise buildings, spilled inside the limousine and onto Belinda's teal-brown hair. The long, lake green skirt fit perfectly around the slim waistline, and the hemline, as it just covered the knees, revealed the pale calves. Belinda used nude-colored nail polish-coated fingers to pin her crushed hair behind her ears, revealing earlobes adorned with geometric studs, and a V-shaped cutout at the clavicle that loomed over her collarbone, holding up a cleavage. Belinda today is youthful with a touch of seductive charm and fashion. The Riverside Cafe, right next to the Breen Bridge. Belinda gave the name of the restaurant, and Wen-ming rang the intercom to tell the driver, and Duru immediately responded. I know that restaurant. It's about 30 minutes away. The Breen Bridge, as Belinda called it, was the famous bridge often seen in movies and TV shows, and the one that, along with the statue of the goddess, was often destroyed by various disasters that prioritized strikes. Busy today? The two had already met 3 times and Wen-ming had made noodles for Belinda twice, so they were considered to be quite familiar, so it was natural for Wen-ming to ask about her work. Super busy. Last night's speech was a success. Beatrice's office hasn't stopped getting visitors today, and the coffee machine I'm in charge of is going up in smoke. When it comes to work, Belinda always has something to talk about. Wen-ming made small talk while secretly shaking his head. It's amazing that so many rich people believe in stuff like the password to longevity, when it sounds like something a pharmaceutical scammer came up with. No wonder the Eagle Kingdom has produced a medical fraud blood goddess in the form of one drop of blood. I wonder if this Beatrice will become the next goddess of immortality. Two people chatting. the limousine soon came to the door of the River Cafe. The porter opened the door. Wanjie and Belinda came to a sea of flowers. This restaurant is most famous for its flowers and its river view. You can see hundreds of flowers inside and outside this restaurant, the most vibrant flowers in every season. Across the river outside its windows is Manhattan, the economic and cultural center of the entire Eagle Kingdom, home to the metropolis Central Business District and the highest concentration of skyscrapers in the world. Well, you have the Iron Hotel in the mix. 100 years ago, the Flatiron Hotel was also the tallest building across the river. The night view is superb. The restaurant was first opened on a tugboat, and since business was quite good and people even chartered it for weddings, it was fixed, and the window seats still retain some of the original tugboat's design and furnishings. Belinda led Wanjie into the middle of a sea of flowers at the bridge escape of Bryn Bridge, and as she walked, she introduced him to the specialties of this restaurant. Wanjie smelled the pungent fragrance of the flowers and his mood immediately became sweet and pleasant. He even had an urge to do the same with his own hotel. The previous setup was too dull, not cozy at all. Well, write it down and copy it later. It's a good thing you're wearing a tie. We wouldn't have been able to sit in the window seat without it. Belinda joked playfully before choosing a square table by the window with a nice view and sitting down. The square table was simply set up, with a pot of unknown flowers and a small table lamp on the table, which added a lot of romance. The whole atmosphere is elegantly decorated, and the small table lamps are so dated at first glance that one can look at them and feel as if time has stopped here. This store has been open for a long time, hasn't it? Supposedly for decades. The waiter brought the menu, and Wanjie looked at it with some surprise. Fixed menu. You can only order an additional 3 a la carte items or 6 of the chef's signature dishes. Fixed price, $195 US. Single, alcohol not included. The price, surprisingly, is high. And, at that price, is it something Belinda can afford? For 2 people combined, with drinks, it's estimated at $500 US. That's certainly a very hefty price for a small assistant. Wanjie looked up a bit hesitantly at Belinda, who was currently ordering with great interest, and she chose the chef's signature dish. Wanjie, you must try the foie gras and duck breast, which are the signature dishes here. The lamb carpaccio was also very good, as well as the pasta. Oh yeah, the pasta here might not be as good as the handmade pasta you make, but you can try it. Seeing that Belinda was so familiar with this restaurant, Wanjie nodded and handed the menu back to the waiter. Please bring me the same one, the waiter answered. Belinda saw the waitress leave. Then she spat out her little tongue and whispered, "Actually, it's my first time here, and I've seen it many times on social media. I've done my homework." Wanjie couldn't help but smile heartily when he saw the other party's playful gesture like a girl next door. When I was in the Dacian kingdom, I often did the same thing. Look long and hard at other people's positive reviews on review sites before picking a special date to eat at a restaurant you've been wanting for a long time. We're the same. As if she had found her soulmate, Belinda broke into a big smile, illuminated by the square lamps on the square table. Belinda, at this point, was almost the same Andy who had gathered with her friends at the restaurant. Andy from The Queen in Prada. Self-contained, easy, relaxed, and uninhibited. It brought out its truest nature. Such a Belinda, I must say, is very attractive. The waiter came over again and asked in a low voice, "May I ask what you two are drinking today?" "Today's recommendation is a Ripasso red wine, and we also have champagne." Wanjie looked to Belinda. "As you wish." The Ripasso wine bar. Then, Belinda seemed to be in a very good mood as she happily ordered wine and another juice. Soon the waiter began to serve the food. For dining here, one dish is eaten before the next is given. The two chatted as they ate, from Belinda's work to her life, from the Flatiron Hotel to the various cultures of the East. It was a pleasant meal for both. The foie gras and duck breast recommended by Belinda were really good, and Wanjie thought he couldn't compete with them, which made him want to recruit the right chef more and more quickly. Goat cheese baked potato, sauce short rib beef brisket, crab cake anchovy shrimp, and lobster and seafood soup can only be described as average, and Wanjie thinks he can dump the other half of the street. The goat was too stinky, the brisket was old and salty, and the anchovy shrimp was okay but lost the flavor of the shrimp itself. Wanjie got some of his confidence back. The Dacian people are still very good at making these things. It had to be said that the $195 meal, although the amount of each plate was very small, it couldn't help but have a lot of dishes, so Wanjie felt a little full. The skyline of Manhattan across the street at first light is amazingly beautiful. The once twin sister buildings are no longer visible, but the existing skyscrapers make up a dazzling light show that you can't help but be mesmerized by. Such a sight made Wanjie couldn't help but think of the Pearl Tower in his hometown. Wanjie had also blown the wind from the observation deck across from the Pearl Tower before. The wind there, free of charge. Here's the wind, $500 American. At dessert time, a chocolate cake in the shape of a bridge was brought up. Here's today's giveaway. wishing the beautiful lady a happy birthday. Chapter 062, The Serious Crimes Unit is here. The waiter's voice made Wenming jerk his head up. It's your birthday? Yeah, didn't you just say that you would only go to a long-desired restaurant on a special date? I've been starving myself for months for this meal. Wenming couldn't help but smile. It's a birthday, so I'm sure I want to order my favorite. This Belinda, so much like a girl next door. Very comfortable staying with her. Thinking of this, Wenming looked at the cake in front of him again. Make a wish. Yes. Belinda clasped her hands together under her own chin and closed her large, soulful eyes. Wenming signaled the waitress, who immediately walked over to the pianist and asked her to change the tune. Okay, I'm going to cut the cake. To the tune of the happy birthday song, Belinda sliced the Brin Bridge chocolate cake in half with great anticipation. The first portion of the cake, she shared with Wenming. In the reflection of the square lights, Belinda had a happy smile on her face and her whole being shone brightly. Wenming looked at the other party's coquettish smile as she handed over the cake, and his heartbeat violently accelerated a few times at this moment. Saying thank you, Wenming ate while looking down and messaging his driver. Drew, I saw the paper today. After eating the cake, a satisfied Belinda wiped her lips and looked at Wenming. Wenming shook his head helplessly and said, that's all just journalists writing nonsense. It's true that good things don't come from bad things. Why don't you do more publicity for my hotel? Why write this kind of lace? I believe you. Belinda flickered her long eyelashes and said with a smile, actually, that would kind of promote your hotel, wouldn't it? Wenming couldn't help but lose his smile. It could still be interpreted this way? Actually, I'd rather not have. It seems like I could really use a stunt like this to promote my hotel. Wenming's head became steeply clearer as he thought of all these people coming over from the cinematic universe, all of whom were big stars when they were at their most current and red-hot, even younger and more energetic than in the movie. After all, movie actors have to look young. The characters of the cinematic universe, however, don't need to pretend to be young. This is evident by the fact that Marlena is only 26 and Sarah is only 20. John is also younger than Keanu. After all, Keanu was 50 when he played John. Helen would look at a 50-year-old retired killer? Don't tease. The comic book version of John Wick was born in 1964, which is just a few days off from Keanu's birth. John would have been 45 in 2009 by the timeline. But John Wick in the movie universe is clearly in his 30s, which is a more realistic age for real life. So what if Sarah, Marlena, and John were all packaged as impersonators? Anyway, the age is not correct. Then change the hair and makeup, and publicize that all the staff of the Iron Hotel are celebrity impersonators as employees. Wouldn't that solve the problem of Sarah's and their identities, save them from having to hide inside the house, and solve the problem of some prying eyes? Thank you, Belinda. You are truly my angel. The more Wenming thought about it, the more excited he became, and he felt that whenever he met Belinda, something good always happened to him. Belinda's cheeks were flushed as she laughed. You helped me out big time too. And twice. The two smiled at each other, and a subtle feeling crept over the soft piano. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours of free-flowing conversation, and when they finally got up to leave, they were both a bit underwhelmed. Want to go for a drink? Belinda looked at Wenming with an expectant gaze in her eyes. Wenming looked at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. How about going to my hotel bar? It's a bit quieter there. Belinda readily agreed. Wenming saw Belinda take out her credit card, and he didn't bother to stop or offer to pay for it. Even though the service charge and tax for the meal was incredibly high, almost 28% plus, he didn't do much. Today's dinner was very monumental for Belinda. There was no need to break this good mood of hers. The two walked out of the store together and the stretch limo was already waiting. After getting on the car, Belinda suddenly let out a startled sound. Wenming, how do you do it? You can't have a birthday without flowers for company, can you? Wenming sat in the back seat and looked at the large bouquet of roses on the shelf between the back seats, and had the heart to say that the driver had bought the wrong ones, but he braced himself to indicate that it was a special birthday gift. Will this cause any misunderstanding? Thank you so much. Belinda looked at the red roses with a happy glint in her eyes, and a little present. Wenming picked up a small gift box under the bouquet of roses and handed it to Belinda, mentally praying that Duru wouldn't buy it indiscriminately. Belinda opened the gift box with great joy, and when she saw the silver glittering star and moon necklace inside the gift box, the joy in her eyes directly erupted. It's so beautiful. Wenming, you're just too good at choosing gifts. Wenming had a smile on his lips, but in his heart, he secretly decided that this driver could never be wanted. Quit tomorrow. I'm just messaging you to get me a birthday present. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? God knows what's going on in this driver's head. Luckily, it's not a ring. Otherwise it's a real wash. Warming, can you help me put it on? Belinda picked up the necklace, her bright eyes looking at Wenming. Sure. Wenming received the necklace. Belinda turned around cheerfully. Her bare back was displayed in front of Wenming, and a fresh perfume smell then drifted into the tip of Wenming's nose. Wenming put the necklace through Belinda's long neck and clasped the clasp for her. Belinda raised her head and looked at Wenming's handsome face. She closed her eyes slightly. Her long eyelashes, fluttering gently, seemed to become slightly more rapid like her breathing. Just when this atmosphere was about to reach its peak, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. The charming atmosphere was instantly broken. "Excuse me, I have to take this." Wenming saw that it was opened by the receptionist and hurriedly said sorry to Belinda. Belinda nodded curtly and sat quietly. "Boss, the Major Crimes Unit is here. They're here with a search warrant and want to access some surveillance footage." There was helplessness in Rila's voice, and Wenming outright refused. "You tell them that our surveillance system has been broken for a few days, and the new hard disk hasn't been bought back yet." "Okay, boss. Last time it was 2 911s. This time it's straight to the door with a search warrant from the Major Crimes Unit." It seems the deaths of the 2 911s had to come to an end. Chapter 063, These unruly people really want to harm me. Belinda heard that Wenming had something to go back to take care of, and she said thoughtfully, "Why don't we skip the wine tonight? I'm already having fun." "Well, I'm sorry about that. Would have liked to talk to you longer." Wenming rang the intercom and explained to his driver, Drew, to drop Belinda off at home after dropping himself off at the hotel. "Do you have any plans for the weekend? Are you going to keep busy at the hotel, or are you going to take a couple days off?" Belinda very naturally started a new topic, and Wenming then remembered that tomorrow was Friday. When he was a social animal in Oceania, he had never enjoyed a double break. "Want to go out and have some fun? The question is, will someone come through the space rift again? Also, could there be commercial spies sneaking in?" Wenming suddenly realized sadly that even if he was the boss, it seemed that he couldn't spend the weekend peacefully. "I'll probably still be busy with the hotel. You know, it just reopened and I don't have a general manager who can help me share the load yet." Belinda's brow furrowed slightly. "Then you need to rest properly as well. You need to learn to take care of yourself. How about I walk you to the park on Sunday afternoon? Even if it's just a half-day vacation for yourself, it's still good." Looking at the concern on Belinda's face, Wenming couldn't help but warm up in his heart. "I'll see you Sunday afternoon then." When Wenming returned to the hotel, the people from the Serious Crimes Unit hadn't left. A non-white buddy and a white buddy, as if they were black and white, were waiting for themselves. "Hi, I'm Lindsay. This is my partner Harry. We're detectives with the Metropolitan Major Crimes Unit." The two men shook hands with Wenming and then handed him the warrant. Wenming took a closer look. "It is indeed a request for the Iron Hotel to cooperate in the investigation of the murder of 2911 to access the surveillance. The time period does have a clear range as well. I'm sorry, and I'd love to cooperate with you guys, but our surveillance system is really down." "Hunter, did you take 2 detectives to look at it?" Wenming looked at Hunter, who nodded his head. "I've just explained and showed them the monitoring room, and they've confirmed that our monitoring system is broken." Wenming spread his hands towards the 2 detectives. "I'm having Hunter purchase new hard drives and having him upgrade our entire hotel surveillance system. As you know, I just took over this hotel and a lot of things need to be refurbished." Lindsay stared at Wenming, carefully observing Wenming's expression, while Harry on the side grunted. How could it be so coincidentally bad? Wenming, who originally had a gentle attitude, his eyes snapped to this detective. "Do you want to take back that sentence you just said?" He heard the other man's words, thinking that the other party would not leave after looking at the surveillance room and continued to wait for him. Wenming's eyes narrowed. The Eagle Kingdom is a place that has never been very discriminatory against the Dakian people. The Great Dryads have to come in behind their non-white buddies. In their minds, the Dakian people are the easiest to extort. As long as they scare each other a little, they can get the other party's filial piety. Because the Dakian people will not learn from the non-white buddies, moving to make trouble, usually choose to put things to rest. "I would rather send a red packet than affect my own business." "So, you guys are trying to blackmail me?" Harry's face hardened for a moment. He had the presence of mind to say something when Lindsay, who was beside him, hastily pulled him back. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wynn. Harry's just a little annoyed about this murder business. He didn't mean anything by it. All the other surveillance is down, and your hotel surveillance was our last hope, and now that hope is gone, too, which is why he's a little out of sorts." "Not trying to blackmail me?" Warming nodded slightly and ignored Harry, instead looking at Lindsay with some curiosity. He didn't understand what Lindsay meant by what he had just said. Lindsay helplessly spread his hands. "I don't know what happened. All the surveillance around the intersection that night, all failed, and in recent times, the surveillance in this neighborhood building has been going down a lot. That's why Harry said how it was so coincidentally bad. There was already less surveillance and now it's all broken, which is why Harry's in a bit of a hurry." Wenming froze. "All the perimeter surveillance is down? What's with the coincidence? Could it be the time rift? Or did the T-800 come with a jammer?" And, does this mean that a lot of things are out of evidence? Surveillance in the Eagle Kingdom is already scarce. So is it possible that none of these movie characters' entries and exits are now being recorded under the influence of a mysterious force or device? Is that why that headline post by Marlena doesn't even have a picture? However, when Ming didn't dare to show a look of elation, his face was full of astonishment, without any sign of hypocrisy. In fact, he was really surprised. It does seem a little strange. After Lincer and Harry observed for a while and realized that when Ming did look completely unaware of the situation, both of them couldn't help but feel some disappointment in their eyes. This case is likely to be a big one. There's a big fuss going on over in the media right now about this, and a couple of legislators are taking advantage of the opportunity to come out and make waves. A legislator took the opportunity to propose banning guns, constantly touting the benefits of a gun ban bill. One legislator advocated for the protection of Metropolitan's Second Amendment right to bear arms, and that Metropolitans should be able to protect themselves with guns when even 9/11 couldn't do so. Earl Mason, the head of Metro 9/11, gave a death warrant that the case must be solved in the shortest possible time to give the victim's family an explanation. The truth is, these politicians are all just putting on a show to get a bigger profit over the deaths of September 11th. However, no matter how much the people at the top fought and died, everyone had one demand, and that was to solve the case as soon as possible. Even if some legislators would privately prefer that the case never be solved, there is a look of urgency on their faces. With a helpless look on her face, Lindsay casually asked, "So, was Mr. One at the hotel that night? Did he hear something at the hotel? Or see something?" Wen Ming was about to say no, but when he saw that the two were staring at him closely, he was once again on guard. "What do you guys mean? Are you interrogating me? You brought a warrant for a surveillance device, not an arrest warrant. Damn, these unruly people of the Eagle Kingdom really want to harm me." Although Wen Ming did not know much about these criminal investigation techniques, but the two men's demeanor was in his eyes, and he knew in his heart that he couldn't show his cowardice, so he sent off the guests directly and was very nonchalant in his words. "Next time you come back, please make an appointment with my lawyer first. Tomorrow my attorney will also go to your offices to file charges with your superiors and the Department of the Interior. Your names are Lindsay and Harry, correct?" Both detectives had an embarrassed look on their faces. "It's over. This Qian Lian, how does he know the law? And, not a softie. Trouble." Chapter 064. Sarah, come on, punch. The two detectives were in no way expecting the kid from the east to be so perceptive. Not only did he deflect their attempts time and time again, but he showed them the billionaire's counterattacks without mercy. If the lawyer had been present just now, all the words the two had just said would have immediately been defined by the lawyer as illegal interrogation and inducement of confessions, and there would still be no dispute about it, because Wen Ming only had the obligation to cooperate with the investigation and surveillance, without any obligation to answer any of their questions. Just now, Harry had deliberately performed that kind of gesture and words just to test Wen Ming's reaction. The two of them were singing black face and red face, and after letting Wen Ming's guard down, Lindsay took the opportunity to try to ask some questions about that night situation, and incidentally, to confirm whether Wen Ming had an alibi or not. But how could they not expect that this person who had just come to the Eagle Kingdom for a few days would be so perceptive? "Aren't you Dakian people the most afraid of things?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Weth, we didn't mean anything else just now." Lincer wanted to argue a few words, but Wen Ming had already gotten up and walked towards the elevator. "Hunter, from now on, I won't allow the two of them to set foot in my hotel for half a step, please." Hunter beckoned and several large men immediately surrounded the two detectives. Lindsay and Harry screamed in their hearts, knowing full well that if they couldn't get Wen Ming to withdraw his charges, they might suffer. They did this kind of thing all the time, especially when facing some of the Dakian people, and it was tried and true, but I didn't expect to run into an iron plate this time. Yet Hunter was adamant, and it was clear what he meant. "What happened to the detective? All you have is a warrant. The search incident is over. It's drop-off time." The two detectives looked at each other and slunk away. "Lilith, have I disturbed your rest?" After Wen Ming walked into the elevator, he directly called the hotel's legal assistant. "Lilith." "No, what's up, boss?" Lilith's youthful voice rang out. "There were two detectives just now." Wen Ming told the story, then arranged, "Tomorrow morning you don't have to come straight to work at the hotel, but instead, you'll go and find Hansen, and then together you'll go to the office at the Metropolis 911 headquarters, and find the person in charge of them to file a complaint against them." "Boss, why wait until tomorrow morning?" Lilith's words surprised Wen Ming a bit. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I'll make that call for you right now to the person in charge of them." "Boss, you're a billionaire. How can the people in charge of them sleep well when you're being bullied?" Lilith's tone of voice, one that took it for granted, made Wen Ming wake up like a dream. "Almost forgot. I'm a billionaire. Even if there's not much liquidity, that's still a billionaire. You eat and drink my food and you want to ride me in on my head? Then please, Lilith, toughen your tone. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure someone calls you later to apologize. And those 2 detectives will be suspended at the first opportunity. How bossy can rich people be in Eagle Country? 10 minutes later, a call came to Wen Ming's cell phone. Hello, Mr. Win. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. I'm the head of Metropolis 911. Earl Mason. Hello, Mr. Mason. Wen Ming didn't expect that the other party would really call the phone over. It seems like the rules of the game over here are so abjectly rich people first. I just heard about 2 detectives who gave you some trouble, and I apologize. I have suspended both of them. Earl Mason came up and went straight to the point, and the corners of Wen Ming's mouth curled up slightly. It's true that money is king here. Capitalism sure does tend to corrupt 5 good young men like me. However, Wen Ming didn't revel in it at all. He knows very well that this is a realistic society. If one is no longer capable of earning money, then the other person will immediately flip out. If one doesn't sponsor 9/11 anymore, then the other side must have a different face as well. There is no love in the world without a reason. I don't want anyone else to be this reckless next time, and I don't want to see either of them in my presence again. Wen Ming forcefully expressed his attitude, and Earl Mason immediately expressed his understanding and sincerely issued an invitation. We have a reception tomorrow night and would like to invite your participation. About what? This year's Summer Street Carnival. You know, it's an annual event in Metropolis. Wen Ming was silent for a few seconds. Summer Street Carnival. What the hell is that? Seeing that Wen Ming didn't say anything, Earl hurriedly added, you can bring your female companion along. There are a lot of Metropolis celebrities and their families attending tomorrow night. I can bring a female companion? Wen Ming knew very well that since he was going to open a 5-star hotel in Metropolis, these receptions were a must. Sure, Earl Mason's voice was much lighter when he heard Warming let up. That means this thing is over. Just 2 little detectives. Turn around and send them to the countryside. Metropolis is full of detectives who want to move up. A billionaire like Wen Ming must be fought for to stand so that his own chances of staying in office next year increase again. As for the 2 dead 911s, isn't it just about money? As long as we make these rich people happy tomorrow night, money is no object. Wen Ming didn't bother Sarah Connor's rest, but wanted to go back to his room, only to see that Sarah Connor was still in her office. Sarah, you need to rest. Wen Ming frowned and walked up, locking the screen of the tablet in her hand. Sarah craned her neck to look at Warming. I can't sleep after an hour. Wen Ming was also a bit helpless. After all, this point in time is not the time to go to bed. Forcing Sarah to rest is definitely not going to help her sleep. It's like jet lag. The more I try to sleep, the more I can't. It's harder to get up instead. Then lie down for as long as you can, too, so you have the energy to face tonight. Or you won't even have the strength to carry those backpacks. Sarah reached out and grabbed Warming's leg to bring him closer to her. I have a way to fall asleep fast. What? Come on, charge. You're crazy. You're not going to have the strength to get out of bed. Then you'd better hurry. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I'll find an umbrella. Don't delay. You didn't the first time. Why should you this time? Straight on. At 11:30 p.m. Sarah appeared fully armed in a black SUV. The SUV had been bought from the used market after John had sold the commercial spies car when he went back to buy the lady's bulletproof suit. The reason why he didn't buy a new car was because John knew that a new car, even if he bought it, would be an old car after 2 or 3 shots. And if the vehicle is too new, or a 1999 model that shouldn't be there, it will be a live target instead. Professional killers, that's how careful they are. The car's primary purpose was to help Sarah with her large suitcase, EMP bombs, liquid nitrogen, an assortment of grenades, a variety of guns and ammo, and even an RPG and an anti-material Barrett filled the backseat to the brim. John, Helen, Marlena, and Warming all appeared at the same time in the corner of the parking garage on the second basement level to see off Sarah, who was wearing a bulletproof vest. Chapter 065, as long as I can live, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Don't skimp on the grenades. Throw the T-800 when you see it. Leave the RPGs and Barretts to Kyle Reese to operate. Sarah nodded furiously as she hugged Helen and Marlena goodbye one by one, shook John's hand again, and finally couldn't help herself, hugging Warming, who was still bugging her, and kissing him hard before getting into the driver's seat. I'm leaving. Marlena and Helen saw the scene and couldn't be bothered to read the gossip. They both felt a little hard inside. Although they didn't spend much time together, they both fell in love with the young girl with her innocent nature. Both couldn't help but shed tears at the thought of the other going back alone to face that monster-like robot. Everyone is suffering. Helen faces the death threat of cancer, and Marlena faces the ill will of the men and women of the entire town. With the same life, the tears were as much about worrying about Sarah as they were about themselves. Compared to Helen, who didn't have to go back to the Fast and Furious universe, Marlena couldn't stop her tears even more when she thought that she was going to make the same journey home in 2 days. With the rumble of the engine, Sarah stormed out of the underground parking lot. "Why don't you guys head back? I'm going to go wait in the hall for a while and see if she can come back according to our test plan." Wen Ming was also a bit hard to look at, although the earliest first glance regarded Sarah Connor as trouble, but in the subsequent time together, the two did not just break through that layer of membrane, but also made each other side by side and could be entrusted as comrades. Now that he was watching the other party go back to die, all of his previous battle plans could not be used, which made Wen Ming feel that reality sometimes really made people helpless. The good thing is, compared to the opening episode of Terminator 1, Sarah is well prepared and familiar with the various ways to kill the T-800, so if the rendezvous with Kyle Reese goes well, I'm sure it should add a lot of life to the situation. Back in the lobby, Wen Ming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the intersection. After a long wait, there was no wait for the black SUV. It seems that the rules of the Space Rift are about to be updated again. Plot characters who stay for the full 72 hours do not return immediately after returning to the cinematic universe. Thinking about this, Wen Ming began to think about Marlena. Marlena's universe wasn't dangerous, and as long as she was careful not to get blown up by a bomb, and had plenty of food and water, she didn't have to worry at all about the lecherous but timid men and the jealous but also timid women of that town. Should we send Marlena back immediately, or train for 2 more days? Thinking of this, Wen Ming decided to go and have a good talk with Marlena. Knocking on the door of Marlena's room, the beautiful undead, the beautiful flower of Sicily, was still a little moist within her eyes. When Marlena saw Wen Ming arrive, she hurriedly let him into the room and poured him a glass of water. "Wen Ming, what's the matter?" Wen Ming told Marlena about Sarah not coming back straight away, then said, "It seems that after staying for 3 days, it's not possible to come back straight away from there like John did. So I'd like to ask you for your opinion on whether you'd like to practice for 2 more days properly or go back first with the food and water I've prepared for you." Although Marlena had also expected it, she was also a bit flustered after hearing that Sarah really didn't make it back immediately, and she couldn't help but grab Wen Ming's hands. "Warming, I don't know what to do. You tell me what to do and I'll do whatever you want. You saved my life, do whatever you want me to do as long as it keeps me alive. Good morning, Flora. Good morning, Mina." Flora appeared outside the hotel door at 4:30 in the morning, right on time. With a few moments of anticipation, she wanted to see the tall, handsome figure, but instead she saw Mina. "Mina, where's Warming? Is he still just sleeping?" Flora didn't lose too much ground this time because she knew Wen Ming was diligent. It was just a matter of habit to look for the other side just now. "Yes, the boss shouldn't be asleep until after 1 in the morning, but he said he'd have breakfast ready for you." Mina looked at Flora, the fire of gossip blazing in her eyes. In everyone's eyes, Flora is basically the ironclad main house, but last night the boss seems to have gone out on a date with another woman. I heard it was a woman named Belinda, so much so that everyone was a little unsure of what was going on. Combined with Wednesday night, everyone was a little skeptical that Warming wasn't rolling in bed with Flora. This makes it confusing as to who the main court is, but the more people get high on CP, the better. Although Big Mama Susie had given strict orders that no one was allowed to talk about the boss behind his back, privately, everyone's little group was chatting up a storm. The people who are standing Flora's way right now are the most numerous. After all, the boss could have done without getting up so early to cook for the past 2 mornings, but still, he had instructed to make sure to tell Flora that she would cook for him. What kind of woman would a man go to such lengths for? The answer, girlfriend. The wife can't even. Licking dogs doesn't count. How can the owner be a dog licker? Hearing Mina's words, Flora's mood was instantly pleasant. She naturally knew that the staff of the Flatiron Hotel was getting bigger and bigger, and there was actually no need for Wen Ming to cook breakfast for herself anymore. But his repeated exhortations showed that he was different in Wen Ming's mind. With a happy heart, Flora took off on the treadmill. At 6 o'clock, Wen Ming appeared in the dining area on time. Greeting a few cooks, waiters, and cleaners, Wen Ming made his way to his workstation. Take out the pork rind soup from the refrigerator that had been prepared in advance last night. These defatted pork rinds were first diced and steamed for 2 hours last night by Wen Ming, and then chilled in the refrigerator for 4 hours. Place in a food processor and crumble to a crumbly consistency. 2 fat 8 lean pork front leg meat, given to the handyman to chop into meat. Wen Ming took this time to roll out the dough. Mince the meat, add chopped green onion, minced ginger and mix well clockwise. This mixing is very important. Short mixing time. The meat mixture is not strong. Eating is loose. At the end of the mixing, add the skin jelly, a pinch of salt, a little sugar, white pepper, a little, some each of soy sauce, sesame oil, and cooking oil. Finally stir together well. Take a bun skin that is thick in the center and thin at the edges. Put a spoonful of filling into it. Squeeze the skin with one hand and rotate it with the other. Keep pinching the noodle and keep turning it. Soon a small dunking bun was wrapped. Looking at the dunked soup dumplings that were so perfectly shaped, Ming couldn't help but give himself a compliment. Cooking for myself is getting better. It's like your own level of eagle language and physical strength. Could it be that this is the same mysterious force that is affecting you? One by one, the dunked soup dumplings were quickly molded, and Ming placed them in the steamer one by one. Gather 10 in a cage and fire immediately. Ming's hands were quick, and by the time Flora sat down in front of the bright kitchen, he had wrapped nearly 10 cages. Ming, I'd really like to learn how to make an Eastern meal from you. Flora watched as one regimented dunking bag after another quickly took shape in Ming's hands, thinking that Ming at this time was just too handsome. How could his fingers be so coincidental? And it's so long. Ming took out a flavor plate and placed it in front of Flora. Jealous? Eat? Chapter 066. These two people just hooked up? Flora nodded. It's edible. And I know that dunking buns need to be eaten with vinegar and chili peppers to be good. Chili is not always necessary, but vinegar is. At the very moment when the non-white buddies but sat on the high stool, the first cage of dumplings was taken off the steamer by Ming. He put the steamer directly in front of Flora. Pork dunking buns. I hope you like them. I like to eat anything you make. Flora's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and his non-white buddy felt his teeth sink in, so he could only say without words, why haven't we seen that guy in the past 2 days? Flora, who was biting into the skin of her blown-up dunking bun, sniffed and looked up at her non-white buddy, then shook her head. I don't know, maybe she changed jobs? Hiss, it's so hot and delicious. The crystal-clear dunked soup buns, in which the rich soup rolls back and forth. After gently poking the skin of the buns, the rich soup immediately flowed out. Flora picked up the flavor plate and brought the soup to her mouth. The aroma of the meat exploded in her mouth all at once, and she just felt like her taste buds had never blossomed like they did in this moment. Oh, warming, it's so good. And the thought that I'm going to be off tomorrow and the day after to eat your breakfast makes me feel like I might as well come to work. The thing is, with my job, overtime doesn't work. Flora's admiration was met with a two-handed nod from her non-white buddy, this dunking dumpling. It's great, it's so good. I feel like it's much better than yesterday's meatloaf. At this time, the non-white buddy had long since lost the arrogance he had when they first met. Hamburg? Toast? Sandwiches? Salad? To hell with it all. I want to work overtime tomorrow too. Ming took advantage of the fact that the two of them were eating the dunked soup dumplings, and scooped out 2 bowls of sticky A-treasure kanji in a small bowl from the kanji bucket on the side. And at the same time, he took out a card and put it in front of Flora. Take a look at the ingredients on it and see if there are any of your allergens. And if there are, you can't drink this bowl of 8-pack kanji. The traditional practice of 8 treasures kanji is to pick up and wash barley rice, white kidney beans, red beans, mung beans, etc., and cook them half-cooked. Then put in rice, millet, yellow rice, and then simmer them over a gentle fire. When the porridge is simmered to the right consistency, add pre-cooked red dates, chestnuts, peanuts, jujubes, almonds, walnuts, chestnuts, lotus seeds, lilies, cinnamon meat, raisins and other ingredients. But, such a good dunking companion needs to face a very troublesome and tricky problem abroad. People over here have a very high percentage of sensitization to things like peanuts, almonds, walnuts. That was why Ming had purposely removed these sole ingredients when boiling. There's no way around it, not without castration. It's definitely a big mess if you really eat something. Spare a thought. Ming also made a point of protecting himself by printing a large list of materials at the front desk and suggesting, in red letters, that there was a risk of sensitization, and taking watermarked photos. He does not want to let these foreigners porridge to get rich. Flora looked carefully at the cue card, then nodded. I'm all right with that. The non-white buddy's face scrunched up when he read it. I'm allergic to red dates. Ming spread his hands and handed Flora one of the 2 bowls. It's amazing that there are still allergies to dates. The non-white dude's face became even more pained. Why? Why am I allergic to dates? I want to drink 8-ball porridge. The 8-treasure porridge, which has been boiled for several hours, is brightly colored, soft and sweet, fragrant and attractive, smooth but not greasy. Each ingredient retains its original shape, but as soon as it hits your mouth you realize that it is not hard at all as you would expect, but instead, chews gently. The 8-packed porridge traveled down the esophagus and into the stomach, quickly ironing out the entire stomach and soothing it. Flora felt the pores of her entire body stretch open at this moment, more so than if she had just worked out for 2 hours. This bowl of porridge is so good. Non-white buddies watching from the sidelines, their eyes drooled, and they could only ruthlessly stuff a dunking bag into their mouths to satisfy their cravings. Hiss, it's hot. The waiter came over at this time, carried the porridge bucket out, and then put it on the buffet plate. At the same time put the big reminder card aside, and there was a special waiter standing aside, reminding everyone who came to serve the porridge. At the same time, cage after cage of dunked soup dumplings were taken out. and the tenants and jerk-offs who came to eat one after another were immediately attracted to the amazing food. First up, the jerk-offs. Now that the jerk-offs know that the new owners of the Flatiron Hotel make a good breakfast, they've grown to love coming to the restaurant, so they take the fastest. Next is the tenant. Some of the tenants had been staying for a day or two, and they all knew that this Eastern meal was different from the usual fare, so they weren't slow. As the restaurant resounded with the rising and falling sounds of sucking on the dunking bag soup, later tenants couldn't help but reach for it as well. Herd mentality is just that. Whenever I see people lining up to get the same food, I have to get in line, regardless of whether I've eaten it or not. Wen Ming quickly wrapped the xiaolong bao while looking over at Flora, and when he saw that Flora had finished 5 dunked dumplings and stopped eating, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you have time tonight?" The waiter who stood aside to manage the 8-packed kanji hastily pricked up his ears. What's the situation? Is this a date? Is the boss finally taking the initiative? The non-white dude was already annoyed that he couldn't drink the 8-packed kanji, but now he was even angrier. The soup dumplings are good enough. Don't stuff my mouth with dog food, okay? Flora guessed what was going on as well, and she said with a gleeful face, "Of course I did. It has to be there without it." When Ming weighed his words, "I've been invited to a reception tonight. It's about the Summer Street Carnival. I wonder if I'd have the honor of inviting you to be my date?" Saying this, Wen Ming paused for a moment, then added, "You know, I just came to Metropolis. I don't have many friends over here, and I'm afraid I'll be rude at this reception." The waiter stood aside and grabbed his little fist. "Right, that's it. The latter sentence is added too good, and with this type of date, it was the easiest way to get up there and do the deed after dropping Flora off at home at the end of the reception. Yeah, just do it." There was an uncontrollable jealousy on the non-white dude's face. These two just hooked up, and why didn't I get an invitation this time? Could it be that I'm not trying hard enough? Of course, it would be an honor. Flora's eyes smiled into a crescent moon, and she felt that the invitation was even better than this morning's dunking. Is he finally taking the initiative? Should I be more reserved? I've heard that men in Dakian don't really like girls who take the initiative, but isn't it not good to be too reserved? What the hell am I supposed to do? No, I'll ask on Little Sweet Potato later. This app from the Great Shan country is super hot in the Eagle country these days. We're all fast-talking refugees. Chapter 067 Widow is here again. Wen Ming was relieved when he received an affirmative answer. Then where will I pick you up this afternoon? Home or the company? I need to go home and change into a tuxedo. Flora thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you come to my house at 6 o'clock tonight and I'll send you the address?" Wen Ming just wanted to say a good one, but on second thought, he was asking for the other party's help, so he couldn't show no indication. "Why don't I accompany you to buy a gown?" The waitress almost jumped out of her skin when she heard it from the sidelines. Yeah, that's the right way to start a relationship. It doesn't matter what you buy, it's the company that counts. Looks like the boss isn't a man who doesn't know how to have a good time. This wave, give you a 99. The non-white dude on the other side felt like an extra as he viciously shoved a dunked soup dumpling into his mouth, followed by another scalded wah 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 hiss, too hot. When Ming glanced at him and wondered if he was trying to get rich by ironing. I heard that there was a new version of Get Rich in a Hot Tin a couple of days ago. A well-known small coffee brand has been ordered to pay $50 million to a delivery man who was severely burned when the lid of his hot beverage cup was not properly secured. Should I refuse to have this guy over for dinner in the future? I've heard that non-white buddies blackmail people very aggressively. Yeah, well, why don't you pick me up at 4 o'clock, and I'll send you the address of the office. Flora also didn't expect Wen Ming to take the initiative to offer to accompany her to buy clothes. Her eyes were all happiness and joy. What's wrong with him today? Why this sudden enlightenment? That's too good, isn't it? No, I have to be reserved and not scare him off. Just as the little red bubbles continued to rise and rise in the air, a beautiful woman with fiery red hair sat her but down on a high stool. Wen Ming, please bring me a cage of dunked soup dumplings, as well as 8 treasure kanji. Hearing someone speak Dakian, Wen Ming, who was looking down to wrap a bun, raised his head, and then he froze. The non-white dude had forgotten at this point that his mouth was being burned over and over again, and he looked at the woman beside him with some surprise. Flora turned her head to look as well when she heard someone beside her speaking Dakinese, and then she too froze. Scar, what are you doing here? When did your Dakian language get so good? Wen Ming took out the flavor plate and placed it in front of Widow's sister. Want vinegar and chili? It's confirmed. It's Natasha, not Scar. This face is still green. The body hasn't reached its peak explosion stage either. Probably just about 20 years old. He didn't know how long the other had been here. Maybe last night, or maybe she had just arrived, or maybe she hadn't even left either night. But Wen Ming believed that with the strength of the other party's super agent, he had probably already learned almost everything about this universe. The question is, does Flora know Scar in the real world? Hi, It's been a long time, and that's all I have to say. Of course, I love vinegar and I love chile. More for me please. Natasha's Daxian was so authentic that she couldn't hear the odd accent at all, but she naturally cut back to Eagle and greeted Flora warmly. For a moment it made Warming think that the other person wasn't Natasha, but Scarlet herself. However, her following words made Wenming even more convinced that this super agent had already familiarized herself with this world. This time, I will never burn my tongue on a dunking bag. Scarlet is nicknamed Soup Bun after she burned her tongue when she first came to Dakian to eat soup buns in 2011. And then Dakian's netizens gave her this nickname. Scar loves the nickname, even more than Widow. After all, Widow belongs to the movie image, and Tomboy belongs to a personal term of endearment. Flora and the non-white buddies might not be able to hear anything, but Wenming had already understood that this super agent was in code with himself. Wenming picked up a cage of Xiaolong Bao and placed it in front of Natasha, allowing the other party to enjoy it. Wenming, I love eating your breakfast the most. When will you give it to me down there? Don't you like to eat it too? Natasha eats her dunking buns while chatting with Flora and Wenming. Unfortunately, Flora needed to go to work, and after a couple of chats, she had to say goodbye to Natasha, and then to Wenming. Wenming, see you this afternoon. See you this afternoon. Non-white buddies eat dog food, while watching the authoritative media repeatedly named the world's sexiest woman, the world's 100 most influential people, with the Eagle country's entertainment industry, the first beautiful breasts, and for many years the world's highest paid actress woman. And Wenming talk and laugh. The woman who has been honored by the authoritative media as the world's sexiest woman and one of the world's 100 most influential people, and who has been named the most beautiful breasts in the entertainment industry of Eagle Kingdom and has been the world's highest paid actress for many consecutive years, is laughing and joking with Wenming, feeling bleeped out in my mind. Why do I get the impression that this Scar is interested in Wenming? Isn't he your best friend's boyfriend? Ah no, they're not done yet. So, this is the second Phoenix playing with the dragon? Damn, why is the bun filling sour today? This black-hearted Wenming must have used overnight meat. I'll be sure to give him a bad review later. The non-white buddy had originally eaten a cage of dunked soup dumplings and was ready to go to work, but ended up eating another cage of hard-boiled soup dumplings. In fact, it's not just him. The men throughout the restaurant unconsciously lined up in front of Wenming's bright kitchen. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the dunking buns made by Wenming. A few, in an eager mood, sat directly in Flora's original seat. Nice, it's the high stool next to Natasha. Wenming only felt a headache. The scene reminded him of the classic scene from The Beautiful Legend of Sicily, Marlena smoking and a dozen lighters being handed to her. He hadn't even figured out how to cover up these characters from the movie universe himself. And then this Natasha shows up at the restaurant so high profile. Aren't you agents all gutter rats? And I don't have any intel here that you can steal. Wenming could only pretend that he didn't see through these men's minds, and when 30 cages of Xiaolong Bao were wrapped, he stopped making them, removing the 4 cages. Wenming brought 4 more bowls of 8-bowl kanji and placed them on the cart, ready to go upstairs to feed Mr. and Mrs. Wick and Marlena. Natasha saw Wenming leave and didn't follow, but slowly and methodically ate her dunking bag. She hadn't really wanted to eat much, but somehow the dumplings were out of this world delicious. How come it's so good? Is this world's Eastern food better? Let's eat first, and then we'll talk afterward. Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled at her non-white buddy on the side. Hey, I forgot my cell phone in my room. Can I use yours to check something? The non-white dude nodded his head furiously in a hurry. Yes, yes. The few men on the side all showed envious looks. This guy, so lucky. I'm not going to keep you from going to work, am I? Natasha asked thoughtfully as she used her cell phone in a slightly awkward manner. The non-white dude shook his head furiously. No, it's fine even if you don't go this morning. Do you want me to teach you how to use it? Natasha nodded with a smile. Then please teach me. You know, I'm not very good at these things. The non-white dude was ecstatic. What kind of luck am I having today? Ha ha, Warming, you have Flora and I have the goddess Scar. I'm just asking you if you're convinced. In just 10 minutes or so, Natasha had already familiarized herself with this touchscreen phone and all the apps in it. Half an hour later, she knocked on the door of Wenming's office. Chapter 068, I am from Black Widow. Hi Natasha. Hi, Warming. Natasha, dressed in a tight black leather jacket, sat across from Wenming's desk with relaxed ease, exuding an aura of deadly seduction. It must be said that Natasha is worthy of being recognized as the world's sexiest woman by many authoritative media, and her every move carries a fatal temptation. Wenming considered himself no saint, so his gaze was diverted from time to time. 91-63-91. Already very close to the 90-60-90 of a sex goddess, nearly the golden ratio. It seems clear that you've come from a movie universe. Natasha was not surprised to see Wenming's undisguised gaze. She had long been used to it. The only thing that surprised her was the naturalness of the other woman's gaze, the purely natural focus on something beautiful, and the other person didn't go out of his way to hide his gaze in the slightest, like some people do. This is a man of considerable restraint, and a candid man. Nice. I also watched a movie called Black Widow, but unfortunately it was a bit short to watch all the movies about me. Natasha had some regret in her eyes, and when Ming laughed, I can get you a room, and you can finish the movie properly without bothering my tenants. Are you the only one in this world who knows about the existence of space rifts? Natasha keenly understood Wen Ming's subtext. Odds are, I'm not quite sure if anyone else knows, but as far as I know, I seem to be the only one. However, there have been commercial spies coming in and out lately. The same fat man you ran into on your last visit. I still haven't figured out if they're trying to hijack my hotel or this space rift. I also wonder how many commercial spies are working as employees and roomers in my hotels. So, I want you to lay low. After all, you are the sexiest woman in the world. I don't want two Scars meeting in my hotel. I didn't know Flora and Scar were friends, and you could have easily aroused suspicion by rashly meeting up with her today. When Ming was honest and open, but also made his request directly. You don't want to attract the attention of both the capital power and the state power in this world, do you? It's okay, I can pretend I'm a celebrity impersonator. After all, that Scar is older than me. Natasha's eyes were all smiles. Oh yeah, I was talking about age. Elsewhere, I'm bigger and better than her. You just complimented me, didn't you? When Ming remembered that the setting in the Black Widow movie was different from the one in the comic. How old are you? Don't you know it's ungentlemanly behavior to ask a woman her age? Natasha rested both of her long legs on Warming's solid wood desk, her extreme charisma completely radiating. The allure of a black leather jacket is not something anyone can resist. When Ming tried his best to suppress his emotions, only if I know how old you are can I speculate which universe and time period you came from. No need to speculate. I'm from the Black Widow. Natasha waved her hand. The days when there was no footage in the movie Black Widow. To be exact, when Ming understood. Black Widow is the story of Natasha's past before she was sent to the Red House for training with her sister Yelena at a young age by her adoptive father, and the story of Yelena pulling her sister Natasha along with her in destroying the Red House after 20 years, i.e., after the reunion civil war, when she is given the red antidote that can free all the Black Widows from the control of the Red House's leader, Dreykov. Since Natasha says that she comes from those days when there were no cameras in Black Widow, that means one thing. So, you're still under Dreykov's control, right? Natasha nodded. Good. I watched the movie and realized that I am now just one of so many Black Widows being controlled. Natasha's face held a hint of sadness. All of her charm all but dissipated at this moment. The rapid change in temperament made Wen Ming couldn't help but want to go forward and take her into his arms to comfort her. But Wen Ming suppressed this impulse, knowing that this was the charm of the world's sexiest woman herself. A knitted brow and a smile can affect one's mind and heart. Redheads are not just words. The Hulk couldn't carry it, let alone himself. If he couldn't control it, then he would be food for this Black Widow's mouth. What are your plans? When Ming coughed lightly and digressed. Can I stay at your place? I really don't want to go back to that world. Natasha put away her long legs, her tearful eyes filled with a pitiful look. In that world I was just a controlled puppet, constantly killing people I didn't want to kill. On days like this, it's just a killing machine. I want to have a life of my own and I want your help. Surely you can help me, right? Such a seductive sexy Yukai, opening her mouth to request to let herself help. When Ming wanted to agree to the words that almost came out of his mouth, but when the words came out of his mouth, he stopped hard. He didn't know why he suddenly had so much determination. I can't help you much, and besides, you can only stay in this world for a maximum of 3 days at a time, so you might as well not waste your time performing in front of me. The tears in Natasha's eyes instantly disappeared. Wen Ming, you're not at all like what I've inquired about. Your employees all say you're a good person, a great person. Wen Ming spread his hands. You're a Black Widow. I'm afraid you'll bite me to death after you've eaten me dry. Dealing with the Black Widow, how could Wen Ming not keep an eye out? He'd been on alert since he'd seen the Black Widow in the morning. Female Black Widows would bite their male mates to death immediately after they were happy, and Natasha naturally understood the warming stunt. She licked her lips. Biting? I'm good at it. Well, this Black Widow even knew this kind of great Qian language terrain. Wen Ming only felt that he was as clean as a blank sheet of paper in front of the other party. Let's have a serious chat. I, as a person, don't really like to bend the rules like this, and I've just told you very frankly something about the space rift, and I've also told you a rule about the space rift. I'm also willing to tell you that there are a few other universes in my hotel. I do help them, but they're also helping me get some gold, gear, or whatever. After all, I want to earn money and I'm not helping them unconditionally. In the process, we tested out a few rules for space rifts, all of which I can share with you. Now, please tell me, what you want, what you can give me. Wenming crossed his fingers with his hands and placed them under his own chin, looking earnestly at Black Widow. Chapter 069, Black Widow's Settlement. Wenming knew that the Natasha in front of him was not yet the Widow's sister from the time of the reunion or the Widow's sister who later became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. For a time, and even more so, he knew that he couldn't play with his mind's eye but couldn't play with these super operatives and killers who had received all sorts of elite training since they were young, so he could only take out his biggest weapon. Makoto. Sincerity for sincerity. Don't feel this is stupid. In fact, it's a very simple and practical trick. Natasha may still be a cold-blooded, heartless Black Widow at this time, but Natasha has the distinction of being as easily impressed by sincerity as John Wick or Tony Stark. Maybe that's the persona often used in foreign movies, but so is the real world, and by treating people with honesty, you can eventually impress ordinary people beyond those who are born villains. Natasha, seeing that Wenming was smarter, wiser and calmer than she thought, also put away her disguise. Well, I only had one idea after watching Black Widow, to save my sister and destroy the Red House. Seriously? Seriously? The two men looked at each other, both carefully recognizing whether the other was real or not. Wenming was frank and fearless. Natasha's eyes were brimming with clarity. After staring at the other party for more than 10 seconds, Wenming opened his mouth and said, "There are about 7 rules that have been discovered in the spatial rift now." The rules that had been previously summarized were refreshed last night by Wenming after he sent Sarah away. 1. Not everyone in the movie world can come to the metaverse. Only specific plot characters can come over. 2. People in the movie world can go in and out of the meta-universe frequently and freely, but if they stay in the meta-universe for 72 hours at a time, they will be forcibly recalled by the will of the movie world, and after returning to the cinematic universe, one does not immediately return to the metaverse. Individuals excepted, such as Helen. The exact reason is uncertain and may involve other rules. 3. The people in the movie world, after watching the movie and knowing where the plot is going, will not disappear or cause the movie world to collapse. The main plot of the movie world can't be bypassed, and if it is forcibly interfered with, it will be triggered in a different form, but it should be possible to change the plot, which needs to be tested again. 4. People in the movie world can't go beyond 100 meters in the metaverse, with the center point suspected to be a crossroads. 5. People and things in the metaverse can go to the movie world, but people can't come back. After arriving at the movie world, the people of the metaverse are likely to be ostracized by the will of the movie world, triggering the people in the movie world to hunt them down and kill them, which is to be tested again. 6. There's no way for the movie world to get rich by buying a lottery ticket, and it's uncertain for the moment if it can be bought by someone from the meta-universe. 7. The flow of time is different in every world, and it is uncertain whether the flow of time affects human aging. Previously, Wenming had always referred to the world he was in as the real world, but then he thought about the possibility that this would cause these travelers to be uncomfortable, so he gave the real world a codename, Metaverse, to differentiate it. When she heard that Wenming and his partner had already tested the rule of buying lottery tickets, Natasha was dumbfounded. "It seems that you are very short of money." Wenming spread his hands. "A hotel of this size requires a lot of money, and with John needing to heal his wife, Marlena needing to feed her and her future disabled husband, Sarah will need a lot of supplies if she wants to survive in the future post-apocalyptic world." Saying this, Wenming looked at Natasha again. "If you want to save your sister and destroy the Red House, you certainly can't do it without money either." Natasha nodded. She's just a controlled agent. To be honest, she probably had less money in her pocket than even Sarah, because all the Black Widow's money belongs to Derikov, the head of the Red House. Don't even have an account of your own. Upon hearing the 7 rules, Natasha had basically determined that the most fundamental centerpiece of her desire to break free from the Red House's control was the young man in front of her. "I can find a way to get some gold. You know, when I do missions, I often meet rich people. In the past, the money would have been required to be turned in, and I could have found a way to avoid surveillance and sneak some in." Wenming nodded. "Your mind is controlled. I'm not sure if you'll tell Red House Chief Drikov about what's going on here when you get back. We can only pray that you'll be able to hide it from him for the time being, and that you'll be able to find an antidote to get rid of the mind control quickly. Now that I know of the existence of this thing and the weakness of this mind control, I will certainly try to avoid Drakev and find this antidote." Natasha stood up with great confidence. "There's nothing I can't get if I want it." Wenming couldn't argue with that statement. Indeed, in the world of comics, there's no man you can't take if you want to. Even Hulk can. In the real world, little ES fall under your stone skirt. Why don't you go back for a while, so you don't trigger the 72-hour mechanism? Wenming took out a tablet from a drawer and handed it to Natasha. "Here is all the information about you, including comics and movies. Make sure you keep it safe. If Drykov gets it, you're dead." A flash of surprise flashed in Natasha's eyes. "You were ready for this?" "Yes, I started preparing it when you came in the night before last, and I thought you'd have learned how to use the thing by now. In Wenming's drawer, there were also several tablets. Those were the preparations he made after meeting the characters in the movie world. I don't have time for PPT, but I can still download movies and information. Well, it's all done by Helen and Marlena. They do it, and it's the equivalent of me doing it. Nothing wrong with it. Go back and train Ballflower Marlena to be your own personal secretary. It's nourishing, and it's capable, and it helps you pour gold. It was just so happily decided. I'm such a good boss. No wonder your employees say you're a nice guy. Now I want to send you a nice guy card too. After the business was finished, Natasha couldn't help but unleash her instincts to tease Wenming again. I don't have any gold to settle for you right now, and I was wondering if I should let you experience it? The sexy goddess walked over to Wenming's side. Look, biting. I'm good at it. Want to try? Wenming's heart skipped an indisputable beat. This woman, so foul. You need to go back. Natasha came up to Wenming's ear, her imperial voice carrying extreme charm. Really don't want to try? My age. It's even younger than you think. I just graduated from the Red House. Guess how old I am now? Hearing this, Wenming couldn't sit still any longer. He coughed lightly. If there's nothing else, you'd better go back as soon as possible. I guess Drakev is looking for you everywhere. Also, I need to know your side of the timeline and the flow of time. It's important. Remember, next time you come over it's at night if possible. That prevents you from being seen by other people. And try not to let anyone in the real world see you, just in case Scar really comes after you. Natasha giggled lightly when she saw Wenming forcing himself to shoo himself away as well. I see. You only have that flora in mind, don't you? Chapter 070, Metaverse Store. After finally sending the widowed sister, the earthly creature, away, Wenming took a few minutes to calm himself down. He wasn't sure if deeper contact with Natasha would attract the covetousness of Dreykov, the leader of the Red House. But Natasha's second visit to his door also meant that even if he refused to make contact with Natasha, the Black Widow would cross over again and again. Instead of being passive, lay back and enjoy. Nothing more than whether the benefits Natasha can bring to herself from the Black Widow universe can outweigh the risks she brings. It's not like plot characters can just come over whenever they want anyway. An ordinary Black Widow coming over probably wouldn't be enough for the power-enhanced John to beat up alone. What else could Natasha bring to the table besides gold? When Ming reflexively thought of the giant flying fortress from Black Widow, it would be really awesome-ito get that thing. The Ironing Hotel could probably just be upgraded to a 10-star hotel. The next best thing is the Super Soldier Potion that Black Widow has been injected with. This potion has given the Black Widow far superior physical and mental abilities, enhanced her immune system as well as her resistance to blows, and slowed down aging considerably. If you get this, you'll be able to mass-produce an army of Black Widows. As for the Widow's Sting, a gauntlet-type weapon that fires bullets, microbombs, tear gas globes, up to 30,000 volts of electricity, and a Widow's Hook. That's not bad either. It's definitely cool to figure out how to mass-produce it and then use it for yourself and Sarah, Marlena, and John's defense. Well, it can also be used to hang in hotels to sell to other travelers. Yes, when Ming had decided to dump black technology from various universes while dumping gold, just because the hotel is a little short on merchandise available for sale right now, with only one bulletproof suit from the Fast and the Furious taking the cake, doesn't mean there isn't a market for it. Black Widow and Ada Wong would definitely like to purchase a set. Tony would definitely like to get a customized set. Maybe customizing 10 or 8 sets is not a problem for this rich man. It would have been even better if he had worked harder to get him to customize a few more sets for Pepper and Happy. When the time comes, we'll have a leather model for Black Widow, a Cheongsam model for Ada Wong, and Laura can have a tank top model tailored to her and a wrap skirt OL model for Pepper. This one item alone would have earned itself a lot of money. If you can raid Black Widow, then Super Soldier Potion, Widow Sting, and Bulletproof Suit will go on the shelves together, and your own Meta-Universe store will be officially open. These weren't just Warming's pipe dreams, he'd already negotiated the price of the bulletproof suits with John. $50,000 collected. $150,000 out. As for how much John makes out of the $50,000, Warming doesn't care, but for $150,000, it has to be the gold of the purchaser's universe that buys it. That's right, Warming is not only going to make money on the suits, but also on the gold spread. But all of this had to be done slowly. After all, when Ming wasn't entirely sure if the current Black Widow was being controlled by Dreykov to talk to him or not. This was also the main reason why when Ming had just rejected Black Widow's special settlement method. Who knows if the other guy will suddenly give himself a special mind control or something when he bites. However, Natasha has gone into deeper communication. So will Iron Man have to open up next time he comes? That arrogant Nini. But she hates it when people lie to him. It's better to be sincere with a big client like this. After thinking about it for a while, Ming decided to turn around and ask Marlena, his inner secretary, to properly organize all this relevant information for himself, and then he began to summon Big Mother Susie. Susie, has the sous chef been recruited yet? Susie nodded. There were 6 interviews this morning and I was just about to bring them to you. Then let them go down and make 3 dishes each, and then let our staff go to a blind vote for the 3 best ones to stay. Ming was about to say that he wouldn't go, but thinking about it, he said, I'll be there then, and I'll vote, too, so I don't need to add to my vote. Okay, boss. Big Mama Susie told her assistant to go and work on this matter, then added, we've pretty much recruited the sous chefs for the positions of hot chef, cold chef, and dessert bakery in the past few days, but we haven't been able to find a suitable one for the executive chef. So boss, you're going to need to work part-time for now, designing the menu for the next week. Ming rubbed his brain, letting me, a great Chien, design the Eagle Kingdom menu? Aren't you making it difficult for me? Boss, you can use the DS, with a real-time reminder from Auntie Susie. Ming slapped his head, I almost forgot. DS can create recipes. That's not right. Don't you Eagle Nation people not use DS? The more capitalists ban it, the happier everyone is with it. Ming couldn't help but smile. I didn't realize that Big Mama Susie was still so rebellious at her age. Sure enough, every Eagle Nation is a lazy man. Favorite thing to go up against in the White House. That's where the splashy traffic of small sweet potatoes comes in. The two of them chatted a bit more about the hotel's staffing and current personnel. After 5 days of preparations under the great summoning art of Big Mama Susie's rush, the Flatiron Hotel is now getting on track. All key positions have at least 1 carat. The housekeeping manager arrived on board and both the housekeeping supervisor and fabric management were increased to 3, bringing housekeeping to 25. The number of cooks reaches 22, handymen 9, servers 18, bartenders 4, and with the addition of the 3 sous chefs who will be inducted and selected today, the food and beverage team reaches 56. Once all 3 sous chefs were on board, then the morning and evening shifts would basically be no problem at all, and he or she would be able to detach themselves from the restaurant and focus on the metaverse store business. The number of front desk customer service in the front office department reaches 9, which fully meets the basic configuration of 3 shifts with 3 people per shift. If he didn't need to keep an eye on the visitors from the Space Rift, Ming would hardly need to appear at the front desk in the future. Procurement and drivers in the logistics department have been increased to 3. The recreation center has 4 fitness instructors and 4 spa estheticians each, while there are still 2 safety officers. This way, the house guests and outside clients who jerk off, practice yoga, swim, and beauty treatments can all be basically taken care of. At a later stage, Ming also plans to add some new entertainment items, such as haircuts and massages. But the first order of business is to get the underground range up first. Once he got the underground shooting range, not only would the tenants have something to play with, Ming could also practice his gun properly. These days you can only go to a professional range to practice first. The finance department was expanded to 7 people, with the addition of an audit supervisor and an auditor. There are just so many things related to money and assets in a hotel of this size, whether it's purchasing or front desk or restaurant. Ming wasn't going to be stupid enough to believe that every single one of them had clean hands. So the head auditor picks a non-white dude and the auditor picks a white chick. The main fight is won, actively stirring up hatred between everyone and the audit, including within their department. The administrative personnel department remains at a 5-person configuration. Big Mama Susie wasn't in a hurry to add people to her department. I'm going to wait for your 2 assistants to arrive before I do a big sorting out of the entire store's staff, and try to make sure that I don't keep any idlers in every position. For such a good employee, Ming naturally praised him. Susie, with you around, I'm just too much of a worrywart. I'll make sure to raise your salary next month. Thanks boss. Foreigners are the ones who don't know how to be modest. And Aunt Susie's face filled with even more creases when she heard about the raise. This boss is so nice. The total number of employees in all departments amounted to 148. Monthly personnel payroll expenses alone amounted to a horrifying $492, 200 US. And it's a weekly paycheck over here. So it's a weekly expense of $123, $000. The number, which puts pressure on Ming. And that's just personnel expenses. There are also daily expenses for ingredients, linens, consumables, utilities, insurance, taxes, and a variety of other things. I feel a headache just thinking about it. Every day you open your eyes, it's money. Well, the number of rooms occupied last night was 137, with revenue of $96, 500 US dollars and an occupancy rate of 53.5%. It's down a lot from Wednesday, but the overall momentum is still good. After all, Wednesday was because of the banquet. When you look at it this way, you must have these parties more often in the future to increase occupancy. After voting on the dishes of several chef applicants with Big Mama Susie, Wenming publicly announced the top 3 sous chefs who sang their votes to be inducted. After taking care of all this, Wenming immediately called over Robert, the head of event planning. Robert, I went to the River Cafe restaurant for dinner yesterday. I thought they had a great floral atmosphere and I wanted to enhance the overall ambience of our hotel. You develop an all-round ambience enhancement program for the hotel restaurant, hotel rooms, hotel front lobby and other areas, in addition to the regular setup, but also the setup program for all marketing nodes in the coming year. Don't think it's summer and Christmas is a long way off. You should have the whole town and all of them thinking about how to book a Valentine's Day suite at our hotel right now. Do you understand me? Becoming the boss. Wenming immediately took the words of the previous boss who tortured the planning and sales as they were. Okay boss, I'll make sure I get it out by the end of this month. Robert nodded, knowing full well that these things were supposed to be planned ahead of time. At the end of the month? No, it's Friday of the following week, a week from today, and I'm going to have a weekly meeting to discuss your program. I've heard that you Eagle Nation people love to go to work and touch the fish. This time, you must be shown the way a Dryad boss manages his company. Now that there is no general manager to manage, Wenming can only go at his own pace. Next week, there's going to be another weekly meeting? Robert felt like the sky was falling. A week? How is that possible? I've been working on a program like this for over a month. I just said that getting it out by the end of the month is already double the efficiency. I expected to get compliments. Who would have thought that the other party would be so demanding? And what the hell is a weekly meeting? Chapter 071, no problem. The boss is the god of volumes. Yeah, next week. Wenming opened today's headline and showed Robert. See, all the iron rice bowls in the Eagle Kingdom are now going to write weekly newspapers as well. Robert's face turned pale. In the morning he was still laughing at those iron rice bowls. This time finally ran into a hard enemy. In the future no longer be able to flaunt, also have to be the same as their own. Pinned his tail, fearful of being dismissed at any time. As a result, I didn't realize that it hadn't been a while, and I was going to turn into a cow or a horse too? I heard that this is all a trick that the richest man in the world learned from the great Shenlong Kingdom. How is it that we need such a role in all walks of life in the Eagle Kingdom? Ah no, the boss is from Dakian. There's nothing wrong with that. The great Dryads are all rolled gods. Who said the boss was a nice guy? When you're the boss, you can't be a good person. However, Wenming didn't end there, but kept adding burden for him. How are the banquets and activities talked about? I just started. Robert's head is spinning. Didn't we just talk about this yesterday? Robert, I think highly of you. Don't you want to be a manager? Don't you want to get a good salary? The big fat man of more than 1 meter 9, feeling like a big dinosaur that had been beaten with chicken blood at this time, raised his chin. I want to. Wenming patted him with satisfaction. Go on then. I believe in your potential. You'll definitely liven up our banquet hall this weekend. Robert exclaimed. Boss, don't worry. Fighting Robert strides out, back to the marketing department office. Immediately called his 2 planning assistants and 4 sales all to his side. Boss, under the requirements. This weekend, must get at least 3 banquets or activities for our hotel. No, Robert, do you know what day of the week it is? It's Friday. The 6 men felt like they were seeing a madman. How is it possible to go and fix 3 parties in one day? Not only do we have to take care of the 3 banquets or events, but we also have to make a plan to enhance the overall atmosphere of our hotel by the end of the day next Tuesday. And we're going to have a regular meeting within our department on Wednesday morning to discuss whether or not this plan is feasible. And each one of you is going to have to make a set. Tuesday? How is that possible? The 6 men felt like the sky was falling. How can you possibly do that when you're going to talk about events and banquets and write a program for the whole year and have a meeting to discuss it on Wednesday? I'm sure you guys can do it. The boss told me that he's going to promote another planning director and a sales director out of you. Robert remembered what his boss had said, and he immediately lived it. Don't you want to be supervisors? Don't you want to be paid well? The 6 men looked at each other. What's going on with the supervisor? Is it evil? Seeing that the men were not yet motivated enough, Robert immediately took out his cell phone and flipped to the headlines. Look for yourselves. Even the ironclad guys are getting mass layoffs. 60,000 people. That's the total number of iron bulls forced to voluntarily resign this month. And it's still going on. That crazy president. Ready to sack 230,000 people. The rest of the people who weren't sacked are now going to be writing weekly reports. So, you guys don't want to lose this hard-earned job, do you? The mandatory technique blasted out, and all 6 of them were energized. We'll get started right away. The entire marketing department's phones were ringing like crazy at that moment. Robert gave a satisfied smile. It's really hard to be able to support yourself in this day and age. It's hard for people to find a decent and fairly well-paying job, and no one wants to be out of the game, and everyone wants to move up the ladder. It has to be rolled up for no one else but yourself. Also rolled up is the catering department. When Ming met with the 3 chefs in his large office and then threw out a direct sentence. You 3 and the other chefs who will be coming soon. In the next 3 months. Whoever has the highest rate of favorable reviews and whoever can produce the highest performance. I will promote whoever to be the food and beverage supervisor and take a share of the restaurant's dividends. Whoever does well enough in the next year, I'll make them executive chef and take a higher cut of the restaurant. The eyes of the 3 sous chefs, who had just finished the induction process, were miserably red. This boss, so generous? We'll definitely work on that. The 3 chefs looked at each other, each seeing the fight in the other's eyes. This catering supervisor, I'll be the one to do it. Half an hour later, the entire catering department of cooks and handymen were all completely buzzing like chicken blood. The sound of everyone chopping, banging, and washing dishes, clattering and stopping. The waitresses were still wondering what was going on, and then they were summoned to the boss's office. I need a supervisor for you people. The 18 pretty waitresses looked a little puzzled at the boss standing in front of them. When Ming knew that these waitresses were less knowledgeable than those in other positions, but they were the most realistic. A supervisor's salary, a base salary of $3.500 U.S. dollars, is a base salary increase of $300 U.S. dollars per week over what you are currently earning. This supervisor, born from among you people, hearing that they could get an extra $300 US a week. All the waiters' breaths heaved at once. Boss, is it true? Executives talk about careers and aspirations, mid-levels talk about upward mobility, and bottom levels talk about wages. These waitresses are the most realistic because they are also under the most pressure to survive. Really? I'll have Susie appraise you, and in 3 months' time, whoever does a good job will be the head of this service. When Ming seemed like a big bad wolf waving a carrot, and the 18 white, black, brown, and yellow bunnies all had red eyes. This supervisor, I'll be the one. Big Mama Susie was shocked to find that the entire hotel, all 147 employees except herself, looked like they had been beaten up. Every corner was wiped clean and bright, and every waiter was serving food with all 8 teeth, so you could see the tonsils. Every dish was beautifully presented, and even the slop bucket at the back door was made neat. Several employees from the engineering department, carrying tools, carefully checking every line and carefully maintaining all the elevators and rooms, with such a fighting spirit that those who didn't know thought they were involved in a sophisticated aerospace project. What's wrong with all these people? Big Mama Susie looked over at her men. The men were busy inviting people for interviews, and when they heard Susie's question, a human resources assistant named Tana covered her cell phone and said, "The boss promised promotions and raises to all the employees this morning." Big Mama Susie froze for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. Okay, I thought this boss was a doormat, but now it's so easy to roll everyone up. It seems like stigma is really a big mountain in the heart. What a great movie from a great dry country. Still, this is a problematic way to motivate purely by promotions and raises, and it tends to discourage failing employees. You also need to help your boss refine this incentive program yourself. Thinking of this, Big Mama Susie looked to her 2 assistants. Each of you make an incentive program for the hotel staff and give it to me next Tuesday. Chapter 072 Brother Holds a Grudge. Next Tuesday? Both assistants were stunned. Tomorrow is the weekend. No work. I have a busy interview on Monday. Big Mama Susie nodded. Don't you want to get a promotion and a raise just like them? The 2 little assistants were immediately pumped up. No problem. Auntie Susie nodded with a smile, then returned to her office and began interviewing assistants for Wen Ming. The boss is working too hard and needs someone to share his workload. By the way, what does the boss want from his 2 assistants? Aunt Susie picked up the phone and called Wen Ming, who froze when she heard Susie's question. What's there to ask? Blondes with long legs? Of course. Well, if they're from Ardakian, that's fine too, but the requirements are the same. Big Mama Susie nodded. I see. Long legs, huh? After a busy morning, Warming chatted with John about gold and identity during his afternoon grappling training. It's been resolved, and in a week's time at the most, we'll be full-fledged residents. We can get all the gold out of the way by then. And then I'm going to launder that money from you by falsely opening the presidential suite. What do you think? Of course, I'll give you a cut. Wen Ming couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the darknet just had a lot of tricks up its sleeve. It's done so quickly. Who says it's all phishing in there? So he also had good news for John. I've made an appointment for Helen with one of the top specialists in liver cancer, whose treatments are said to be the best in the Eagle Kingdom today, and they'll be able to come to the door to see how Helen is doing next Monday. You prepare Helen's medical records and black out all the time information on them. John's mouth couldn't help but break into a happy smile. Thanks, Wen Ming, I owe you another favor. No, John, we're allies, aren't we? Warming knew in his heart that he and John had to make friends, so he didn't take credit for it. Yes, the Golden League. John had never felt happier about joining this Golden Alliance than he did at this moment. After your identities are resolved, I'll get an offshore company and a precious metals trading company and get you all as employees of the precious metals trading company so you can dump money and gold more easily. Back in the day, we could get some other precious metals as well. Exactly until the company is all set up. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll do whatever you want. John was well aware that he was a killer, and that business was no good at all, so he volunteered to be an errand boy. After the two chatted for a while about what was going to develop next, Warming was dropped to the floor again and again by John, who had gotten serious. Marlena stood aside and continued to familiarize herself with the pistol. The pistol in her hand, a Sig Sauer P365, 10+1 rounds of high-capacity 9mm ammo, far superior to comparable single-row magazine pistols. This not only enhances firepower continuity, but also maintains excellent concealment, making it a full-size pistol in your pocket. Marlena was a lady, and even though she was 173 centimeters tall, a large-sized pistol was still not very convenient to hold in a place like Sicily. That's why John chose this compact pistol for her. John came back from the world of the Fast and the Furious without his lady's pistol, which was released in 2018, so John bought two for Marlena directly on the dark web. 4 to be exact. Helen also has two. As for Sarah, this small caliber pistol doesn't mean a thing to her. 2 Sig Sauer P365s, one in a holster on the outside of Marlena's thigh and one in her handbag. The main focus is one of concealment. Marlena was now the one practicing the use of the two pistols. John had a few hundred rounds of ammunition for her and told her to go back to the beach and secretly practice shooting to experience what it was like to shoot live ammunition. Marlena practiced the actions of disassembling, assembling, drawing, and putting away the gun very carefully, making herself as familiar with it as possible. After practicing guns, practicing physical fitness, even if you're just starting out, is better than doing nothing at all before. When she was tired of practicing, she joined Helen in learning about the world. Compared to Helen, Marlena, who has a difference of more than 80 years of information, is almost a blank sheet of paper, and anything that everyone takes for granted sounds very new to her, and she feels like she's changing dramatically every minute of every day. In 2 days, she even learned to type, even if it's a one-finger meditation. This flower of Sicily is quietly undergoing a transformation. In response, Wenming was very satisfied. Cheer up. I look forward to you becoming my personal secretary soon. Marlena, who had been worried about her situation when she returned, gave a shy smile. I'm looking forward to the day I'm officially on duty as well. This smile, as if the white lotus blooming under the moon, elegant and elegant, reveals a trace of unspeakable charm, but also as if the buds waiting to bloom, gently exudes the fragrance. I'm really worthy of the nickname Ballflower. By the time 3:30 in the afternoon rolled around, when Ming had changed into a social bulletproof suit, gotten into a stretch limo, and headed to the address Flora had given him. Wall Street? When Ming looked at Flora with some surprise, Flora laughed. What? I don't look like a Wall Street elite? I'm just a little curious. Don't you all open at 9:30? Why do you have to get up at 4:30 in the morning to go exercise? When Ming asked the question he had wanted to ask on Monday morning, because I'm going to get in shape for the whole day, from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. I have to be highly focused and process a lot of information at every moment, and if I get up late, my brain is in an unconscious state, which slows down my reactions a lot. You know, 1 second slower and it could be millions of dollars. There are some people who don't get up as early as I do, but we all need to be at work an hour or two early to make all the preparations before the market opens, and to watch several channels of news at the same time in order to keep up with all the latest developments. As a matter of fact, I was in fighting shape from the moment you left your hotel. Only then did Wenming realize that the elites here were even more rolled up than he had imagined. Well, I realized you guys are the roll gods. Thinking of those big shots who come to their hotel early in the morning to jerk iron. All of them are the elite of the annual income of millions of dollars and $10 million on the Wall Street. Wenming shrugged his shoulders. This money, it seems that it is not as easy as it seems. Wenming suddenly thought of a crucial question. Not many people come to me every morning to work out. Where do the others go? Wenming had always wanted to keep his gym buzzing 24/7, and now that he finally knew who the morning wave of jackasses were, he was naturally trying to figure out, like Yuri, the hero of King of War, how to get the rest of them to come and spend money at his place as well. Flora, half without thinking, answered directly, Hotel Vin, next door to you. Why? Hearing about the Wanjie Hotel again, Wenming thought of the fat man who had already been exterminated by John in the world of Blast Chase. He's the commercial spy sent by the Vinci Hotel. Of course, it's possible that it's not, but Wenming had already subconsciously considered himself an enemy as a neighbor. Now that he heard that such a large group of clients were working out next door to him, Wenming subconsciously wanted to snatch them all. It's not because of anything else. Brother holds a grudge. Chapter 073, A man is a boy until he dies. The equipment issue is one aspect, I guess. After all, the fitness equipment at the Flatiron Hotel hasn't been updated in a long time. The biggest reason is probably the good coaching over there. Speaking of which, Flora gave a disgusted look. They got a couple of girls with nice bodies. You know, there are more male traders on this side of Wall Street. In the words of their private gossip, admiring beautiful women every morning is also a quick way to boost their active minds. Wen Ming understood. Okay, men are teenagers until they die. Even though these elites make millions and millions of dollars or more in US dollars a year, the pursuit of the good is still no different from that of ordinary men. I've heard that the financial world is even more chaotic than the entertainment world plays. Now that he knew that his target customers were these financial elites, then he would let Big Mama Susie recruit a few pretty fitness trainers over later. After figuring out what had been troubling him for a few days, Wen Ming's mood was also pleasant, and he looked at the beautiful lady. Does it mean that from Friday after work, you guys go into a relaxed state? Sure, I'm going to get some rest from now until Sunday night. Flora's pretty face had an uncontrollable amusement. Everyone on Wall Street goes into a state of relaxation starting Friday night. Sure, there are those who get busy going on vacation with clients, but overall, Friday night is the beginning of happiness. Then it seems I have to say sorry for taking up a night of your happiness. Warming apologized a bit, but Flora smiled. As long as I'm not sitting in front of those 8 big screens, I'm just relaxing. Wen Ming nodded with a smile. Tonight, I'll strive to make you a little happier. The stretch limousine pulled up in front of a low-profile building. Wen Ming and Flora got out together and pushed open the glass door to enter, immediately arriving inside a huge shopping mall. Let me see if I can find you an evening gown that matches your beauty and temperament. Li Yang, Dong Rui, you two hurry up. I have to hurry up and pick out a suitable professional outfit. Inside the mall, a tall woman in a yellow dress was urging 2 men and women. I don't want to give my boss a bad impression on my first day of work tomorrow. Time is still early. What's the hurry? Not just a small hotel owner's assistant. If I say, you might as well come back to China with me. Come to work in our family's hotel. Our family owns several hotels. A man in a casual shirt with a slightly cynical look walked towards the woman in the yellow dress. Beside him was walking a long-haired woman in a red dress. The long-haired woman looked at the yellow dress woman with a few moments of jealousy hidden in her eyes, but she had a smile on her face. Li Yang, Wanjie is different from us. She has relied on herself since she was a child, and even when she came to study in Eagle Country, it was because she relied on her own scholarships. You first let her go here to the hotel to exercise a little bit, until she learns something here, then go back to help you is not too late. Li Yang nodded somewhat indifferently. What he cares about is not where Wanjie goes to work. What he wants is Wanjie as a person. Dong Rui naturally knew it well. She walked to Wanjie's side, took her arm and said, do you have enough money on you? Do you want me to lend you some? Hearing this, Li Yang immediately said, borrow what? What clothes you want to buy? I'll buy them for you. Thanks, I have the money to buy my own. Wanjie shook her head and rejected the kindness of the 2 men as she quickly walked into a clothing store and began to pick out the clothes she would wear to work tomorrow. Dong Rui, it's been 2 months since graduation. Why haven't you fixed it yet? Seeing Wanjie enter the clothing store, Li Yang stood outside the door and glared at Dong Rui beside him. Dong Rui was a bit helpless. I had thought that her scholarship was almost spent. After all, after graduation she had no source of income, and I suspected that she didn't have the money to buy a ticket back to her home country. Who knew that she suddenly got an offer? Find out what hotel she went to and what her salary was. The paycheck from a bottom job over here is basically not going to support her living in Metropolis and churning her out as much as possible. Li Yang with a vicious tone. I don't believe she can still live in this capitalist world without money. Dong Rui laughed. Don't worry, I'll make sure she obediently climbs into your bed. The 2 men exchanged words in the Dacian language, not noticing in the slightest that a pair of men and women of outstanding temperament walked by. They were talking about how they were going to set up to hurt that girl? Isn't that right? Flora looked at Wen Ming in amazement and asked in a small voice. I didn't mishear my Dacian language, did I? There's no mistaking it. It's the classic rich kid chasing a poor girl from a web novel. Let's just say that reality is always darker than imagined. Wen Ming didn't bother to look at the pair who were making all sorts of plans, but he heard the conversation between the 2 clearly. The name Dong Rui, why does it feel a bit familiar? Besides, weren't you discussing the plan a bit too loudly just now? Do you really think that no one here understands Dacian? Flora's mind was a bit overwhelmed. Do you want to help remind the girl? Wen Ming looked at Flora a little strangely. Didn't they say everyone in Eagle Country was cold? Why are you so enthusiastic? You don't have a saintly heart, do you? He thought for a moment and said, this kind of bureau is very difficult to break. You can pretend to try on clothes and then have a quick word with her. It's up to her to prevent it. Of course, I'll just remind. I won't do anything else. Flora walked happily into the clothing store, and Warming breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just being kind. It's good that it's not a sainted mother's heart. Wenming stood not far away from the window and pretended to look at the clothes on the models in the window, while Li Yang and Dong Roy were still chatting about whether or not they should get drunk tonight by celebrating Wanjie getting a job and getting her drunk. Warming heard it enough to want to go in the door and remind the poor woman, "You treat them like girlfriends and best friends, and they are scheming to devour you. Li Yang, do the three of us want to be together tonight?" Ha! Wenming, who was pretending to look in the window, froze for a moment, and he turned his head to look at the two men, only to see that the woman named Dong Roy was looking at him in astonishment. "You are?" Wenming looked at the other party with some confusion. "I'm Dong Roy, we went to high school together. This is Li Yang, we were in the same class." "Right, there's Wanjie is here too." Dong Roy looked at Wenming with great surprise. "Why did you come to Eagle Country?" "Dong Roy, Li Yang, Wanjie?" Wenming carefully recalled his classmates, feeling somewhat impressed but not much. He could only pretend to remember. "Hello guys, are you guys studying in Eagle Country here?" While greeting, a trace of doubt flashed under Wenming's eyes. "What a coincidence! You can meet your high school classmates in a mall in a foreign country? And three at once?" Wenming, who had just experienced the matter of commercial espionage, was subconsciously sensitive. With that, he couldn't help but laugh softly. If anyone could get their high school classmates to come near them as business spies, that would be too much of a godsend, wouldn't it? And three at once? Aren't you being a little sketchy yourself? "Yeah, we just graduated." Dong Roy was a self-starter and walked over cheerfully. She looked over at Wenming, her eyes full of wonder. "It's only been 4 years since I've seen you. How did the classroom scum become so handsome? And, with that outfit, it looks like it's a success." Li Yang also seemed to remember at this time. Wenming who sits in the last row? "Yeah, he's tall, so he always sits in the last row." Dong Roy remembered something and greeted Wanjie towards the store. "Wanjie, look who's this." Wenming. These 2 days are transition chapters, padding the content of the 3 Moncler outlet store, soon into the Traverser plot. Know that you do not want to see the reality of the plot, but the padding or have to pad a little. The back of the reality of the plot will be less and less. Wenming need to earn money first. Chapter 074, Who found such a stupid actor? Wanjie, who was communicating with Flora, looked at Dong Roy with an ugly face. How did she not expect that her high school classmate plus good girlfriend, but also Li Yang is ready to prepare behind the scenes ready to screw themselves? When she heard Dong Roy's call, she didn't even bother because she felt nauseous, but when she heard the name Wenming, she looked out the window in dismay, and then she saw a long figure in a dark gray, dark striped suit standing in the bright lights of the mall, purely hand-cut bump collar as sharp as a cold weapon, dark lines wandering like the midnight sea floating broken silver. The young man's unique harsh skeleton wrapped just right, both the calm texture of the cedar wood annual cycle, but also with the tension of the birch when the new branches of the cocoon, but also the calmness of the pine wood is not afraid of the wind and cold. The cold white leather glowed mother of pearl against the gray-toned fabric and the light, and the rippling starry eyes under a pair of sword brows were looking at themselves through the glass window. Warming? Wanjie looked at the figure outside the window in surprise, not bothering to think about her disgusting BFF plus classmates, and walked out joyfully. "Why are you in Eagle Country?" Wenming's eyes lit up when he saw the woman walking out of the clothing store, only to see a pretty girl in a goose-yellow chiffon dress with spaghetti strap sandals standing fixed in front of her. The ankles exposed under the hem of the skirt are as slender as carved white jade, and her tall figure is wrapped in the waist-cut skirt, which suddenly blossomed into a full and smooth curve under the waistline that can be held in one hand. As she flicked her long black hair back behind her shoulders, she revealed a butterfly necklace adorned with crushed diamonds, the sparkle falling right into the slightly concave nest of her collarbone. The gelatinous face is embedded with a pair of autumn watery eyes, willow leaf eyebrow under the flow of rubbing the starlight of the eye color. The tip of the nose is small and straight, shell teeth bite the lower lip through the lip color dyed light pink, smile in the depths of the pear eddy brewing honey. Well, Wenming finally matched the woman in front of him with his high school memories. Squad leader, Koto mine? Flora, who was close behind, looked at the two with some surprise. "You know each other?" Wenming was also surprised, but still introduced her. "These three are my high school classmates. This is my former class president Wanjie, and these two are Dong Roy and Li Yang. This is my friend, Flora." Wenming introduced several people to each other. Although he didn't have a deep impression of Dong Roy and Li Yang, he still had a deep impression of Wanjie, the class president. Nothing else, often rushed to turn in papers. Well, that and being pulled to carry the flag. Yes, literally carrying the flag. Whenever there was a school sports day or something, he was the one who carried the banner for the class. Li Yang also completely remembered at this time, and then he exclaimed, "That's the Wenming whose mom and dad died before the college entrance exam?" When these words came out, the originally lively scene of high school classmates recognizing each other immediately went cold. Even Flora looked at Li Yang with some surprise. I don't know much about the etiquette of your Dakian kingdom, but aren't you going a bit overboard with this kind of talk? And, when Ming's parents died? His grandfather died too. Doesn't he have any family left? Flora looked at Wen Ming with a lot more sympathy in an instant. Wanjie, who was already in a bad mood from the news brought by Flora, was even more fed up with this classmate at this point. She was afraid that Wen Ming would be pained by the mention of her sadness, so she quickly asked, Xiao Ming, when did you come to Eagle Country? Wen Ming didn't bother to look at Li Yang, nor was he too lazy to do so. I've only been here for 10 days, not even half a month. His heart, which was still a little wary, let go at this point. It should just be a coincidence. Otherwise how could they have gotten such a stupid actor? Are you here for school or work? Sort of works. Wen Ming didn't deliberately try to show off or anything. In fact, apart from Wanjie, he wasn't familiar with either Dong Rui or Li Yang, and he couldn't even recall who these two people actually were. It's also just Dong Rui's name that sounds familiar. High school friends are like that sometimes. In high school, everyone is buried in studies. Even a gym class is not always available. 10 minutes between classes, either busy asking the teacher questions, or with a few playful classmates or tablemates to go to the bathroom to socialize. In a class of 70 to 80 people, there are only a few who can play. Add to that the fact that after college, they learned to primp, and many of their female classmates accomplished the transformation of ugly duckling to white swan. By the time she graduated after her senior year, her female classmates had changed even more dramatically. Boys may still retain some student spirit, even in professional clothes, still a little green, but female students must be the fastest to complete the transformation of professional OL temperament. Changes in appearance, temperament, and conversation also made many of my classmates who were originally very familiar with each other unfamiliar. Not to mention, not familiar with it in the first place. I just got a job too. We can come out and sit together later. What's your super signal? Let's add it. Wanjie took out her cell phone to add Wen Ming's super letter, and Dong Rui also came over, adding it while asking, where do you work? When Li Yang saw Wanjie being so warm to Wen Ming and Wen Ming ignoring himself, he was a bit embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Just a poor boy with no father or mother. What's wrong with even coming to Eagle Country? I guess the paycheck isn't enough to support myself. On the contrary, this friend of his was a little too pretty. I had never seen such a beautiful Eagle-lander in my own 4 years of college. Hello, I'm Li Yang. Can I add my contact information? Li Yang thought of the fact that foreigners like to be straightforward, so he was prepared to be direct. No, I don't want to. Flora was indeed direct and rejected him outright. Wen Ming could see the boredom in Flora's eyes, so he waved his hand at the three of them and said, you guys go ahead and shop. We'll talk online later. I still have to accompany Flora to buy clothes. It's just high school classmates, and we don't know each other well yet, so there's no need to talk much. What's more, this Li Yang and Dong Rui are not good people. Wen Ming even more do not want to stay here more. Okay, we'll talk sometime. Wanjie looked over to Flora with gratitude all in her eyes, and Flora smiled and waved her hand at her. See you later, bye. Wanjie also waved his hand towards Flora, and when the several people parted ways, Dong Rui exclaimed in a low voice, how did he come to Eagle Country? Isn't he the one whose parents died in a car accident and almost couldn't get the tuition for college? Maybe she's here to be a chauffeur or something. That woman just now looks like she's from a very good family. Li Yang snickered from the sidelines. Wanjie frowned and was about to say something when his cell phone rang. They will later drag you to dinner and drinks in the name of celebrating you for getting a job, and finally drug you a little. Wanjie then remembered what Flora had just reminded her of, and she was about to send a thank you to Wen Ming when Dong Rui, who was on the side, suddenly said, Wanjie, you found a job today. Let's go to the bar and have a drink to celebrate. Wanjie's entire body stiffened at the words, only feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body was freezing cold, cold from the outside in. Are you going to drug me for a drink afterward? Wanjie glared at the two with an expressionless face. Dong Rui was shocked, and Li Yang also blushed in embarrassment. What are you talking about? Let's just stay out of touch from now on. With tears in the corners of her eyes, Wanjie walked quickly to another store in the distance. Chapter 075, This Belinda. What an angel. Plants. Li Yang looked at Wanjie's back with a grimace, and was almost furious. How did she know? How the hell did she know? Dong Rui was also dumbfounded. When she saw Li Yang's furious appearance, she was deeply afraid that he would take it out on herself, and quickly said, it must be that Flora just now. No, it's Wen Ming. He was standing not far from us when we were talking. He must have overheard it and told Wanjie. Li Yang looked at Wen Ming's back in the distance with uncontrollable anger in his eyes. This meddling bastard. I'll make you look good. Find out where he works for me. I'm going to make it impossible for him to live in Eagle Country. Good. I just added his super mail. I'll ask. How come he didn't go through? I saw him pass Wanjie's friend request with my own eyes. Dong Rui looked at her cell phone with some surprise at the super letter. What's the situation? You added Wanjie but not me? Is it because she's prettier than me? It's true. You men are all big piggies. You can't take your eyes off a pretty girl when you see one. How am I worse than Wanjie? I don't care. You go find Wanjie now and tell her that someone is definitely making up rumors. Li Yang looked at Dong Rui viciously. If I can't get her, you don't want to live well either. I'm on my way. Dong Rui couldn't be bothered to think about Wenming anymore and lifted her foot to chase towards Wanjie. How about this dress? Flora had changed into a black evening dress and was twirling in front of Wenming. The design of the black evening dress is simple and elegant, and the strapless style aptly highlights her sexy collarbone and shoulder neckline. The fitted waistline perfectly outlines her delicate figure and a pair of slender legs are hidden. A splash of red lips contrasted with the black gown, making her face even more vivid and glamorous. It's perfect. You'll catch the eye of all the guests tonight. I have a feeling, however, that something is still missing here. Wenming withdrew his gaze from gazing out the window at a few of his high school classmates in the distance and got up to walk over to Flora. What's missing? Flora looked up at Wenming, only to see him remove a gift box from his shirt pocket. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you. When Flora saw the silver broken star necklace in the gift box, she let out a surprised whimper. I love it. As you like. Wenming nodded with a smile. The driver, named Drew, didn't let himself down this time. I'm not firing you back. Can you help me put it on? With a sparkle in Flora's eyes, Wenming readily agreed. It would be my honor. Taking the necklace from Flora, Wenming stood behind her. A sweet but not too strong fragrance flooded into Wenming's nose. Wenming did not look away. Put on the necklace for Flora. The beautiful flower of Wall Street immediately completed the final step of the finishing touch. Pretty? I have a limited eagle vocabulary and can only say one word. Perfect. Thanks. Flora had a bright, colorful smile on her face and her eyes were watering. I still need to do my hair, so I may need you to wait a little longer. It's okay, go ahead. I'll take care of some work here. Warming watched Flora leave with the hairstylist, then looked down and messaged Robert. Seeing the necklace reminded him of something. Robert, did you get the final payment? A few minutes later, Robert returned a message. Boss, the other party has transferred money. Wenming broke into a happy smile. The 20% remaining balance on the $126,000 is $25. 200. Belinda is so giving. Thank you, Belinda. Why are you thanking me? Belinda seconds back. I just received the transfer. Isn't this what I'm supposed to do? Wenming revealed a happy smile. He was about to reply to the message when another message came from the opposite side. Remember the Sunday afternoon engagement. I'll take you out. Wenming couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth anymore. Thank you. This Belinda. What an angel. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wenming and Flora walked out of the mall together, with Flora dressed up and an extra wristwatch on Wenming's wrist. It was a gift from Flora. When the two of them got into the car together, Li Yang and Dong Rui happened to chase Wanjie, who had bought clothes, out of the shopping mall, and a few people were only a few meters away from each other, and Dong Rui was sharp-eyed, and immediately saw the two of them. Wenming, Li Yang, isn't that Wenming? Li Yang's eyes also had their own radar and quickly saw the blonde goddess. Yes, that's Flora, that stretch limo. Dong Rui carefully recalled the little flying man badge on the front of the car and whispered, is that a Les Mirage? Yes, it's a Les Mirage, a multi-million-dollar Les Mirage. Li Yang also recognized the limousine, and he was a bit shocked. How is it possible? Isn't he an orphan? No, this car should be Flora's. Yes, it must be. The two were delayed so much that Wanjie had already disappeared into the crowd with a quick step. Li Yang was in less of a hurry to chase Wanjie. Think of something. See if you can find a way to meet that Flora. Li Yang throws the task to Dong Rui, who is in tears. I didn't even add Wenming's super letter, and you're asking me to help you chase this rich blonde girl? How can I help? In the limousine, Wenming withdrew his own eyes and was somewhat silent. Ran into it again. It's too much to be with three old classmates today, isn't it? I hope I'm not overthinking this. Retracting his eyes, Wenming looked to Flora. Do you want to pad your stomach first? At 7:40, Flora took Wenming's left arm and together they appeared on the red carpet in front of the lobby of the Hotel Wanjie. Nice. It's the Venture Hotel next door to the Iron Hotel. It's good to see you. War Mind. Earl Mason topped the Mediterranean with a face of creases in layers. Wenming couldn't help but think of Will, the head of 911 in the American show Crime Finale. Gives the exact same feeling. By the way, he also played the owner of the Daily Bugle in Spider-Man, and his emojis went viral in the Great Dry Land. I don't know when I'll be able to host the Little Spiders either. That said, what merchandise could Spider-Man offer his meta-universe hotel? Hello Earl, nice to meet you. This is Flora, Flora Rogers. Wenming shook hands with the other party and greeted them. then introduced the female companion beside him. Miss Rogers, your father is G. Rogers? Earl Mason looked at Flora with some surprise, and Flora smiled. Yes, my father is none other than G. Rogers. Earl had originally been a bit underestimating Wen Ming, the metropolis newcomer, and only thought that the other party was a lucky kid. But now that he saw that Wen Ming's female companion was actually the daughter of G. Rogers, his attitude suddenly warmed up. I'm very honored to have Ms. Rogers for tonight's cocktail party. Wen Ming, we'll be sure to have a good chat later on. Wen Ming nodded slightly and walked into the hall with Flora. Thank you, you've elevated my status and position a lot. I'm your date today. The two smiled at each other before walking over to the buffet table and starting to eat something. The reception started at 8 o'clock and the time to get into the swing of things was 9 o'clock, so the two were ready to fill their bellies first. As for socializing, there's no rush. However, instead of him rushing, someone else approached. Hello, Wen Ming, I'm the owner of the Wanjie Hotel, Willie Hansen. To make a poll, Ada Wong is from the Resident Evil series of games, and there are a couple of bug-class weapons in the Resident Evil games, the Infinite Bullet Desert Eagle, Li 5 submachine gun, Grim machine gun, and ATM-4 bazooka, and I'm a little hesitant to hang on to these infinite weapons in the Meta Universe store. If you want it, deduct 1 here. Don't want it, deduct 2 here. Anyone with ideas about pricing can post them here. If there are other ideas, comment here. Crowdfunding to write a book and get high together. Chapter 076 Assassination. Wen Ming looked at the other party's springy smile, lifted the champagne in his hand and touched it with the other party. Hello, it's an honor to be your neighbor. The smile was the same as the fat man who had been the business spy before. Wen Ming was smiling on his face, but in his heart, he had already raised his guard to the extreme. Me too. The smile at the corner of Willie's mouth seemed to freeze there as if it couldn't be melted at all as he chuckled. Both of our hotels need to contribute to this summer street carnival. That's for sure. Warming has learned what a festival the Summer Street Carnival is. It's one of the biggest parades of the summer in the Met, with rock climbing, zip lining, running, biking, walking, dancing, parading, musical performances, and other activities similar to the Mermaid Parade in June, but a little more on the sporty side. Every year, the Summer Street Carnival closes one of Manhattan's main streets for 7 miles, or 11 kilometers, from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. to vehicular traffic. The exact dates are the 3 Saturdays in August, which this year are August 10th, August 17th and August 24th. The Flatiron Hotel was not involved in the pre-preparation of this event before because of the death of the 3 Grand Masters, so the opening of the Summer Street Carnival tomorrow, August 10th, has nothing to do with the Flatiron Hotel. Now that Wen Ming has inherited the Flatiron Hotel, then Earl Mason naturally wants to pull this newcomer in to show his face as well, as a way to curry favor with Wen Ming while gaining his support. With no competition from the Flatiron Hotel, the Vinci Hotel is one of 6 rest stops in this Summer Street Carnival. Don't think that this rest stop is a laborious endeavor, but know that this event, every year, attracts at least 300,000 people from the Metroplex and even the Eagle Country, and many tourists participate as well. It was definitely an event in Metro Manhattan. Wen Ming also eyed it, but he knew that tomorrow's first event had nothing to do with him anymore. However, he was in no hurry. With 300,000 people walking through the door, with a little bit of advertising, you can get a 99% occupancy rate, not to mention a 100% occupancy rate yourself. There's heat, don't rub it in. After Willie greeted Wen Ming, he didn't let Wen Ming off the hook, but smiled and asked, recently, a person has gone missing, and his family is looking for him everywhere. Yeah, shouldn't we call 911 when people go missing? It just so happens that Earl is in charge of that. Wen Ming looked surprised. When I was in the Great Qian country, I often heard that whenever someone went missing in the Eagle country, 911 would mobilize the entire city, or even the entire country, to search for them. I've also heard that an aircraft carrier will be deployed to save a man. That missing person would surely get our 911s to go all out to find them, too, right? The smile on Willie's face faltered slightly, and he was just about to say something when Wen Ming was already greeting Earl Mason. What's wrong? Warming? Earl Mason approached with a puzzled look on his face. With a serious look on his face, Warming said, Earl, Willie said that a man has recently gone missing and his family is looking for him everywhere. I guess that would be 911's job? Don't we pay taxes to keep us safe? What? Earl put on his question mark face and looked over at Willie. Willie almost couldn't hold back his outright foul mouth. This kid from the Great Qian Kingdom, why doesn't he follow the rules? I'm just testing you. What kind of operation is this? But then Willie had to defuse the awkward situation. Earl, the missing person is a friend of mine. According to me, according to his family, he disappeared while attending a party at the Flatiron Hotel on Wednesday night. Yeah, Earl turned his attention back to Warming. The old and cunning man sensed that there might be something going on here. As long as something is going on, I'll reap the benefits. Flora also realized that Willie was throwing dirt on Wenming. She looked worriedly at Wenming and pulled in gently, signaling him to be careful. Wenming patted Flora's hand and laughed. Shouldn't you go to the organizer of the banquet if you go missing while attending it? It seems that Willie has quite a few clues. I suggest Earl that you ask Willie more often. Maybe he even knows what time the other guy disappeared. Wenming's anti-general directly made Willie whole and speechless. Why is this young man so eloquent? Earl immediately heard the crux of it, and he laughed. Tonight we're mainly talking about the Summer Street Carnival, and if the family of that missing person does come to report it, we'll definitely be doing everything we can to find out what happened to him. Warming raised his glass. Earl, Metropolis is definitely the safest city in the world with you watching over it. Here's to Earl. Earl's face, full of creases, grew even more in the moment. It's our duty as Metro 911. Willie raised his glass with a leathery smile in return. To Earl. To Earl. At 10:30 in the evening, when Ming and Flora walked out of the Wanjie Hotel together, since the Flatiron Hotel was right next door, when Ming didn't ask his driver to pick him up again, but was going to walk back with Flora. Tonight's party was very dull and boring. The main reason was that none of the people at the scene knew each other, and when Ming didn't know what to talk about even if he wanted to talk to someone. If it wasn't for Flora's nudging from the side, when Ming came close to saying the wrong thing a few times. Needless to say, it was a very wise decision to ask Flora to be his date tonight. Warming, you have to be careful with Willie. After walking out of the hotel, Flora's first words were to remind Wenming, he's not a good person to deal with, and the process of Wanjie Hotel's rise to power is not a bright one. Wenming's heart warmed, don't worry, I'll pay attention. In the Eagle Kingdom, Capital has many tricks up its sleeve, and they even dared to kill the auditors of the White House, so don't be careless. The two of them walked and chatted. Flora's eyes had the slightest amount of unconcealed worry. Wenming nodded. Before I came to the Eagle Country, I already had a mental caution. Before Wenming finished his words, a sudden burst of roar came from the distance, and a black motorcycle sped up. The tactics commonly used by killers in movies immediately surfaced in Wenming's mind, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Wenming, who often watched movies and TV shows, knew that such killers were usually stupid cannon fodder NPCs who were knocked off their feet by car doors or hit the wall. But Wenming knew that he was not one of those omnipotent protagonists. Thanks to John's training over the past few days, his reaction speed had improved a lot. The moment he saw the motorcycle rushing aggressively, he reflexively pulled Flora with one hand and hid behind a car. Don't care if the other person is or isn't. It's always right to hide. To make sure, Wenming simply shielded Flora underneath him and pressed his broad back against the car. Flora was taken aback, and before she could say anything, the popping of the motorcycle's exhaust and the roar of the engine had closed in on her. A few meters away, the black motorcycle screeched to a halt. The rider in the car, wearing a black helmet and a black leather jacket, actually drew a Uzi submachine gun literally from his back, aimed it at the car they were hiding in, and frantically pulled the trigger. Bullets instantly shattered the window glass of the car, and several bullets grazed Wenming's ears and flew past, hitting the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Wenming only felt that the blood in his body suddenly went cold at this moment. Surprisingly, it really is a stabbing. What do I do? Just in the nick of time, a silver figure suddenly flashed out from in front of the car. Raising his hand, he fired a shot that blew the motorcyclist right off the bike. Chapter 077. Did T-800 just save his life? The black leather-clad gunman was taken by surprise, and after falling backwards from his motorcycle to the ground, he raised the gun in his hand and tried to return fire at the silver-colored figure. The silver figure took it in stride, the Colt Python in his hand, aiming another shot at his opponent's head. Bang! The black leather-clad gunman went completely silent. The silver figure turned his head and looked around for a moment, and when he was sure there weren't any armed and dangerous people around, his eyes swept over to Wenming and Flora, who were hiding behind the car. What's going on? The shooting just now happened too fast. Flora wanted to scream, but Wenming covered her mouth. She looked at Wenming with some shock. Wenming pressed her head so that she could hide her figure as well as possible. Don't talk, don't raise your head, hide it. The silver figure of this one was instantly recognized by Wenming. It's a T-800. I think the T-800 was hiding in the front of this car just now. What's it doing? Is it ambushing someone? It showed up here. Where's Sarah? Where's Kyle Reese? Could Sarah have been killed by the T-800? Did the T-800 just save his life? Or is it just too much of a coincidence that the T-800 mistook this shooter for one that came to kill it? Also, who is trying to kill himself? It's Willie from the Wanjie Hotel? Or who? Will T-800 kill himself to silence him? Flora's body trembled uncontrollably in Wenming's arms, and Wenming, whose mind was spinning rapidly, was no better. Just now it was just a car ride away from death. The nearest bullet almost grazed his own ear and hit the ground. Even though he had a bulletproof suit to protect himself, he didn't have a bulletproof helmet for his head. For a moment, Wenming felt like he had met Tainan. Wenming tried to calm himself down because he knew that T-800, the god of killing, hadn't left yet. After a few days, the bionic tissue on T-800's body, except for the head, seemed to be falling off, and it looked like it had been through all sorts of great battles. Looks like Kyle Reese is quite capable. Or maybe the T-800 has already had an encounter with Sarah, and the bionic tissue on her body is all lost to incendiary bombs or liquid nitrogen. Anyway, at this point, the T-800 is pretty woefully out of shape. T-800 put away the Colt Python, then stripped the leather jacket off the black leather-clad gunman and put it on it. The silver figure was immediately concealed. Wenming peeked at the scene and had a ridiculous thought in his mind. So, T-800, you're not trying to save me or defend yourself, but you're trying to grab this leather jacket? Big bro, how much do you love wearing leather? Are you programmed to have a leather jacket that is a battle dress? T-800 reverted to camouflage mode after putting on his leather jacket, and he once again looked at Wenming and Flora behind the car before striding over. Hello, I need a presidential suite. Wenming looked at the other party dumbfounded. What the hell? You just killed and robbed the leather jacket in front of me. How come you turn around and ask me for the presidential suite? Are you sure you're not in a hurry to go after Sarah? Or has Sarah been killed by you? Nope. This is the third time T-800 has asked for a presidential suite. Why is this Terminator so obsessed with getting a presidential suite at my ironing hotel? This behavior, it seems strange. It always felt like something wasn't quite right. When Flora heard T-800's words and tried to look up, Wenming hurriedly pressed her head and made her hide in his arms, then tried to make himself show 8 teeth. 10,000 U.S. dollars, credit card, or cash. T-800 walked over to where he had just hidden, picked up a small bag, and fished a bundle of greenbacks out of it. That's good. Or small bills. Okay, go ahead and go to. Wenming took the greenbacks, and before he could finish his sentence, the siren of a 911 patrol car sounded not far away, and flashing lights were rapidly approaching. T-800 turned his head and looked around, paused for a second, then quickly picked up the black motorcycle that had fallen to the ground with his bag in hand, rumbled to life, and disappeared in the blink of an eye into a distant intersection. Gone? Wenming was a bit puzzled. This T-800 didn't seem to act logically from the movie. Shouldn't you have stayed and fought 911 the hard way? What the hell are you doing here tonight? Purely to save my life? Well, for saving your life, the presidential suite will be reserved for you tonight. It's safe for now. Wenming let go of his hand that was pressing Flora's head, and Flora's white, small face appeared in front of him. Don't be afraid, the other side is dead. Wenming held Flora's shoulders and tried to soothe her. I'm fine. Flora was a lot more calm than she thought she would be. She was still shaking a bit, but she wasn't losing her cool. Apart from the initial panic, it's now completely calmed down. Wenming couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being the daughter of a 10 billionaire. Wenming took off his bulletproof suit jacket and draped it over Flora, giving her safety while adding a bit of warmth. Even if it's a summer night and the temperature is still high. After putting on her coat, Flora was visibly better as she asked, should we go back now? Not yet. You stay here. Wenming stood up and walked over to the black-clad gunman, stripped off his helmet with force, then took out his cell phone and took a picture of the other man, then sent the picture to John. John, this man just tried to kill me. Ask around on the dark web to see what's going on. Where are you now? There was a chill in John's voice. Someone wants to kill Wenming? Looking for death. I'm just between the Flatiron Hotel and the Vinci Hotel. You and Helen and Marlena don't come down. I'll be back later. The killer is dead. Wenming gave a general overview of the situation, telling John that the T-800 had killed the other party and that he shouldn't worry. After hanging up, Wenming called Earl again. Earl Mason, what's the matter? Ming dear, didn't we just split up? Earl Mason's words were laced with relief that tonight's reception had been a success and that he had gotten a lot of promises from people who would definitely support his re-election. How rude of this ironing hotel owner to call me by my full name. Forget it. I'm in a good mood, so I won't bother with you, young man. I've been shot at outside the Vinci Hotel. Earl froze. All he could feel was as if the blood in his body was completely frozen at that moment. What? Wenming didn't explain and just hung up, ignoring the other person's reaction, and then called his legal affairs Lilith. Lilith, get all the papers in Metropolis buzzing. Don't worry, boss. They'll be happy to cover it. There was concern in Lilith's tone. Are you okay, boss? I'm fine. You need to come by the hotel tonight for an extra shift. I'll get you overtime pay. Wenming hung up the phone and turned to look at the Wanjie Hotel. The 100-meter-high building, like a lion, lying on its back, looks out in the direction of the sea. In its wake, the Flatiron Hotel, a centuries-old establishment, is like an inconspicuous little baby panther. The clamor was rising at the door of the Hotel Vinhee, and the balding Earl Mason came briskly in this direction with a stony face, followed by Willie, who had withdrawn his grin. Several 911s ran ahead of him, speeding toward where the gunfight was taking place on this side, and a patrol car buzzed in the distance with a whine, 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 and whine, whining and whining, rapidly heading toward the area. The fastest one, the one that had surprised away the T-800, had stopped in front of it. The night sky of Metropolis was as bright as day, and 911's helicopters lit up with huge searchlights, approaching rapidly in this direction. A news helicopter emblazoned with the abbreviated letters of the Metropolitan Times was also flying in fast. The entire ironing area was buzzing with activity at this moment. Chapter 078, I need $100 million for shock absorption. American Knife. Wen Ming is under attack. After John Wick hung up the phone, he didn't immediately wait in the house for Wen Ming to come back, but spoke in a deep voice to Marlena, who was working on her physical fitness, and Helen, who was organizing the information. The two people who were busy with their own work all stopped their movements, and there was an undisguised shock and panic on their faces. Wen Ming was attacked? Any injuries? He's the biggest thing we have to rely on in this world. What would we do if something happened to him? You all take your guns now. Take Wen Ming's exclusive elevator back inside your room's bathroom. Stay together. Point your guns at the bathroom door. Don't go anywhere. And wait for me to come back. When I come back, I'll match the code with you guys. And if it's the wrong code, you guys just shoot. Both women nodded in panic, hastily grabbing their own weapons and magazines and walking into Wen Ming's exclusive elevator. John admonished the two men as he pulled a suitcase from under Wen Ming's desk, stuffed full of various guns. He pulled a long box out of it, lifting the lid of the box. There was a 1,124mm long L96A1 sniper rifle parts lying inside. John quickly assembled the sniper rifle, fitted it with a silencer and scope, opened the mounts, and then moved a small table over to the glass window of Warming's huge office. Opening a window and setting up his L96A1 sniper rifle, John quickly tuned the scope and soon had a clear view of Wen Ming's figure in a white shirt within the scope. Where's his bulletproof suit? John moved his gun gently and saw the pretty woman in a bulletproof suit behind Warming. Then he saw the gunman lying on the ground. The gunman's clothes were stripped off and his shoes and helmet were gone, leaving only a large pair of pants on his body. Tossed beside his hand was an Uzi submachine gun. One look at the gunman dressed as a gangster doing his job. Thinking back to the business spy from Wednesday night, John guessed that it was likely that the Venture Hotel next door was still making a move. He moved the muzzle of his gun again and quickly searched for a suspicious target. Unfortunately, the view is limited and you can only see halfway down the street. John was in a hurry but not in a hurry. He quickly lined up a circle. When he was sure that there were no other gunmen around, he put away the L96A1 sniper rifle and then took the elevator to the first floor with a big stride, and swiftly walked towards the direction where Wen Ming was. He didn't run for fear of causing a 911 stress reaction. At the same time, Hunter, with a few security personnel, rushed out of the surveillance room and ran in the direction of Wen Ming. Ming, my dear Ming, are you all right? Earl Mason came forward eagerly, his face full of concern. Wen Ming looked at the other party with a cold face. Earl, with something like this happening less than 100 meters away from you, I think it's hard for you to explain to the VIPs attending the reception tonight, and I guess it's also hard to ensure the safety of the summer street carnival tomorrow. Two big hats came down on his head, and Earl's face turned completely blue, especially when he saw that the Metropolis Times news helicopter was rapidly approaching, and was so angry that he almost didn't break into a fit of rage. Who the hell got this reporter here? And how did it get here so fast? Those dignified big shots at the cocktail party were sparing their lives, and no one came over. But this incident would definitely be spread by the reporters to everyone's ears in the shortest possible time. This is an absolutely fatal blow to one's ability to do so. This is Manhattan, the place with the most rich people in Metropolis. A shooting here would get itself absolutely hosed. Just as Earl was about to say something, his phone rang. Picking it up, Earl Mason's face went straight to black. Excuse me, I need to take this call first. It's from Mr. Rogers. He should be worried about his daughter. Wen Ming nodded, then pulled Flora aside. Willie stood his ground and looked from side to side before dropping his gaze to the gunman on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that the gunman's helmet and clothes were stripped off. Then he looked at Wen Ming. Wen Ming was also staring at him. Willie walked over with a heavy face. Wen Ming, I didn't expect this to happen. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know and I'll do everything I can to help you. I'm in shock and need $100 million for shock suppression. American dollars. Wen Ming didn't make nice with Willie and directly put forward his conditions. Willie's mouth dropped open. No, this young man from the Great Shin country, Why is he not following the rules again? I'm just being polite to you. What do you mean by mentioning 100 million to me? I'm sure the Slayer has quite a few assets he could use to keep you down. Willie gave a few dry laughs and stepped aside. Warming lazily ignored him and looked down at Flora. Still scared? I've been better. Thanks for saving me. Flora squeezed out a small smile. But Warming could tell that the ever-smart and capable Flower of Wall Street was in desperate need of comfort. I'll take you home first. It's okay. It should be safe now. Just finish up here. Flora shook her head. Not in a hurry. She knew very well that Wen Ming couldn't leave yet. Just then, John had already taken a big step forward. Wen Ming, let me protect this lady. Thanks. Wen Ming's heart warmed when he saw John appear. It's still the nightmare that can be relied on at critical moments. Hunter also brought his men over at this time. He strangely glanced at John, feeling that this man looked a bit familiar, but the other party stood in the darkness of the shadows, making it less clear for him to see. He walked straight to Wen Ming. Boss, I heard gunshots. Thanks. You don't need to be here. Just go secure the tenants. Wen Ming didn't expect Hunter to come over as well. It seemed that these retired GIs were more trustworthy than many others. After expressing his gratitude, Wen Ming urged Hunter to hurry up and take the man back. Hunter confirmed that Wen Ming was okay, before taking the security staff back to the ironing hotel. Ming, I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Earl finished answering G. Rogers' phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face tinged with embarrassment. It's a good thing this shooter didn't shoot. The problem is, the shots were fired, and it's still a half shot. This is definitely considered a big deal in his district, especially since there's a summer street carnival taking place tomorrow morning. This story will definitely make the headlines tomorrow morning. All citizens will wonder if they can actually work to secure this event with at least 300,000 participants, and definitely questioning that even billionaires get shot less than 100 meters from the head of Metropolis 9/11. So what about them? While everyone knows that Metropolis has a high crime rate, it's one thing to know it and another to have it brought out as an issue. This will definitely hurt Earl's re-election. Earl even wondered if this was his competitors screwing with him. I don't want an explanation. I want a guarantee. Can you give it to me? Can you give it to Flora? Wen Ming's eyes, with a stern look, did not give face to the other party just because he was the head of Metropolis 9/11. This time of year, it has to be strong, but any tone of voice that is weaker will be fooled. This is what the third master taught himself before he died. Chapter 079, Marlena, Wen Ming, I have feelings. Earl trailed off. He wanted to say he could give it, but he was afraid to, because this shooting tonight, it happened so coincidentally. From his years of experience, it was obvious that someone wanted this new owner of the Iron Hotel dead. As for who it is, it could be Willie from the Vinci Hotel or it could be someone else. It was simply normal for Wen Ming, a fatherless, motherless, and unsupported person from Dichien, to be coveted for his $289 million hotel. It's not that easy to get a foothold in Metropolis, but Earl is also clear. Must give assurances, do not give assurances, simply cannot pass this hurdle, but also will make other rich people disappointed in him. You can rest assured. I will set up 3 patrol cars outside your hotel, to ensure your safety. Wait a moment, it is the congressman's phone. Earl felt like he was going crazy. Who in the world would want to assassinate Wen Ming? A Dakian? You said you. If you want to kill, you don't pick a good time to do it. Do you know who the woman next to him really is? That's Mudge Rogers' daughter. These bigwigs definitely weren't running around calling about the attack on Wen Ming. Wen Ming also realized this, and he turned his head to look at Flora beside him. For the first time, I realized how much energy the 10 billionaires really have. I'll take you home. The congressman had called, and Wen Ming realized that he didn't need to stay here any longer. He nodded slightly toward John, who quickly disappeared into the darkness. Flora not noticing in the slightest when John was gone. Only after getting into the Les Mirage limousine did Flora take a few sharp breaths, tears in her beautiful eyes, her whole body shivering once again. The fear and awe that had been suppressed for so long completely exploded at this moment. My fault. I shouldn't have chosen to walk back. This assassination should have been directed at me as well. I've given you a fright. Wen Ming reached out to hold Flora's small hand and took the initiative to admit her mistake. Flora shook her head and buried her head in Wen Ming's arms, sobbing softly. Wen Ming wrapped his arms around the Flower of Wall Street and kept gently patting her back, trying to calm her down as much as possible. Neither spoke, but it was as if they were in constant communication in the silence. 4 911 patrol cars, escorted in front and behind the Les Mirage limousine, sped through the streets of Manhattan. 20 minutes later, the Les Mirage limousine pulled up under a large building. This building sits on the north side of the Great Metropolitan Park and enjoys the most beautiful views. The price is also beautiful. The cheapest 2-bedroom apartment costs millions of dollars, inch by inch, so to speak. And at that moment, underneath the building, G. Rogers, who had a head full of white hair, was standing straight there, watching when Ming and Flora walked down from the car together. Dad! At the sight of G. Rogers, Flora's eyes, which had stopped crying, reddened again. G. Rogers reached out her arms and embraced the daughter who was taller than herself. It's okay, it's over. Flora nodded and stood up straight. Daddy, Warming saved me. He was hiding me underneath him. G looked over at Wen Ming with an expression that didn't ripple much. Wen Ming knew very well that this father, for him, the man who had dragged his precious daughter into a dangerous situation, not to be furious on the spot was already a sign of a very high level of connoisseurship. He was able to understand. If it had been his own daughter, he probably would have rushed up with Winchester in his hand by now. I'm going to head back. There's still some things I need to take care of at the hotel. Wen Ming knew in his heart that the time now belonged to the father and daughter of the family, so he didn't stay much longer. Nodded towards the two of them, turned around and got into his own Les Mirage and left. G said nothing as he watched Warming's back, pulling Flora around and walking into the foyer. Your mother and your sister are waiting for you upstairs. Dad, you should at least say thank you for me. Flora was a little disgruntled and G shook his head. The other side is targeting him. From the moment he inherited the Flatiron Hotel, he was doomed to suffer such a situation. But his first choice was to protect me, to pin me down and put his back to the gun. Just like you protected Mom back then. Dad, didn't you? Flora had annoyance in her eyes, and G's body, which was moving forward, paused as he looked up at his daughter. Unbeknownst to me, the good daughter who obediently went to Dakian's language class every day, practiced the piano, and practiced gymnastics, was already much taller than herself. Looking at the other woman's stubborn expression, which was the same as his wife's, G was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'll ask Earl to raise the security level at the Flatiron Hotel. Thanks, Dad. Flora was ecstatic. She threw her arms around G and happily headed for the elevator. G couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After Wen Ming rushed back to the hotel, he went directly to John's room. The three were waiting in the room. Seeing Wen Ming safe and sound, Helen and Marlena breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Wen Ming expressed his thanks towards the three, especially John. Thank you so much for tonight. Wen Ming, we are all members of the Golden Alliance, aren't we? John nodded his head toward Wen Ming in greeting, then said, From now on, when you go out, the bulletproof suit should be with me at all times. You're a billionaire. You have to have your own personal bodyguard. Wen Ming was amenable to good advice. I'll have Susie do the hiring. A week ago, Wen Ming was just an ordinary man. Even after inheriting a 5-star hotel and becoming a billionaire, he failed to transform in the shortest time, because in the eyes of Wen Ming, this $289 million worth of big hotel and cannot be sold. Their own account is only a few $100,000 US dollars, but also have to be used to pay wages, buy ingredients, wash cloth, buy consumables and so on. A billionaire with less than $100 million in savings? Tonight's encounter, however, made Wen Ming realize that his understanding of billionaires might be a little off. Just as John had told himself earlier that he couldn't leave the hotel, so let the best doctors in the Eagle Kingdom make house calls. This life of his own is worth far, far more than it was a week ago. When a few people finished talking, Marlena finally couldn't hold back. She stood up and walked over to Wen Ming. Warming, I'm feeling it. Warming snapped to Marlena, and the Wicks realized what was going on. Your world is calling you back? Yes, my universe is calling me back. I came on Wednesday night and it should be 48 hours past now. There was an uncontrollable panic on Marlena's face, and even though she had received John's initial training, she was still scared at this point. She was afraid to go back to that cannibalistic town. Don't be afraid. It's not clear why Helen wasn't called back, but what happened to Marlena has made it certain that the characters of the cinematic universe's storyline must go back to their world within 72 hours. Now that it is a fact, panic and fear are useless. Wen Ming held Marlena's shoulders and kept passing on her confidence and strength. Relax. I'll have food and water ready for you when it's daylight tomorrow. Unlike Sarah, you just need to bring your Sig Sauer P365 and those men are nothing to fear. Anyone who messes with you, you put a bullet in him. Chapter 080 An Underground Hospital. Is that what this means? The world of Legend of Sicily is as safe as it is dangerous. Through combing through the past 2 days, Wen Ming instead felt that what Marlena should be most worried about was not the lustful men and jealous women in the town. What she should be most worried about, instead, are the officers who are coming to Sicily? Those mustachioed henchmen, after arriving on the island, did wrong and made mischief. As the flower of Sicily, Marlena will eventually be unable to resist the covetousness of these officers. Even if she doesn't fall as far as she did in the movie, they are really daring to kill. And even after dodging the mustachioed officers, the Eagle Country GIs came next. Their military discipline is not as good as one would expect. When you go back, determine the time flow and then come back in the shortest possible time. Wen Ming flipped through the information he had previously compiled on his tablet and found a picture. Ronaldo, This teenager who is in puberty and has a crush on you. If you don't mind, you can develop him into one of your men. Don't be too repulsed by him if you mind. There's still some time before your husband returns, and you'll need help in that world during this time. He's weak, but he should be able to help you with a lot of things if you give him the courage. You can go through him, sell a little food out for money, and then buy a ship's ticket to Eagle Country proper at that time of year, where it is safest during the war. Marlena nodded heavily. I know, I'll find a way to get closer to the boy. The legend of Sicily is from Ronaldo's point of view throughout, and the most descriptive part is Ronaldo's fantasies about Marlena, and in the end, it is Ronaldo who tells Marlena's husband what happened to Marlena. To put it mildly, Ronaldo was the least bold lickspittle among Marlena's many coveters. By utilizing this teenager, Marlena would no longer be alone. Apparently, Marlena, after knowing her fate and having been through so much, also understands that she has to do something if she wants to stay alive. Even if it's something you used to hate doing. Go back to your room and rest first. John, tomorrow during the day, please continue your training on Marlena. When Ming looked at John, who nodded. No problem. Marlena is also a member of our Golden Alliance. Marlena sniffed and hurriedly expressed her gratitude towards John. She knew deep down that she was almost a dispensable existence in this Golden League, even less than Sarah. Sarah was being hunted by the T-800, but she was a modern person anyways. It was too hard to get gold for the Golden League by yourself in Sicily in those war years. Helen, on the other hand, couldn't help but sigh inside. All bitter women. I also wonder when Marlena will be out of her misery. Also, the T-800 shows up. Is Sarah still alive? After returning to his room, Wen Ming was thinking about the same thing. The way the T-800 looks today, it proves that it has certainly been through a big battle. What's uncertain now is whether or not Sarah did it. Even more uncertain was whether Sarah was still alive or not. After thinking about it for a while, Wen Ming once again thought about that killer tonight. Was it sent by the Vinci Hotel or not? First a commercial spy, then a killer sent to shoot himself in the street. They just can't wait to take over this hotel? Or perhaps they were trying to dominate this spatial rift? Thinking about it, Wen Ming had some trouble sleeping. He flipped out his 6th grade Eagle language dictionary and began to study in silence. 3 seconds later, great snores rang out on the big bed right on time. The next morning, Wen Ming didn't get up early to go to the back kitchen to cook. He knocked on the door of Marlena's room after a good night's sleep. The door to the room opened in seconds straight away. Apparently, the flower of Sicily has been up for a long time. Wen Ming, let's get started. There's no rush. Let's eat first. Wen Ming's gentle voice gradually calmed Marlena, who had been nervous all night. This young man always gives a strength that makes one brave to face everything. She picked up a slice of pizza, thought about it, and clicked on her tablet to swipe through the movie The Beautiful Legend of Sicily again. The two just finished their breakfast together in silence, and when Ming dropped Marlena off in the activity room next to his large office before heading down to the basement level. There's already a head of the remodeling company waiting here. I need to have a professional-grade operating room done, as well as 3 exam rooms, and 2 wards plus lounge and an office. The head of the remodeling company gets it in seconds. An underground hospital. Is that what it means? The person in charge of this renovation company is from Dakian. Wen Ming looked for it on purpose. Remodelers on this side of the Eagle Kingdom are so abrasive. How can they be as good as the infrastructure fiends? Right, this is a place dedicated to providing medical care for my hotel guests, so I need to make it top of the line. And the soundproofing has to be the best it can be. Wen Ming admitted it with a big smile, and pointed above his head again. The same location on the first floor. I also need to make a professional-grade underground shooting range, and top-notch soundproofing as well. Wen Ming originally wanted to build the underground hospital and the underground shooting range together, but then he thought that if he did so, the fierce men who were doing surgery might rush out with their guns and take out the range customers who were interfering with the surgery, so still decided to do it in 2 layers. This is also for the entertainment of the tenants, isn't it? The head of the remodeling company immediately said he understood. Such rich people, they have seen a lot. As long as the money is given, there is no renovation that cannot be done by the people of Dakian. Good, that's what it means. Also, I need to make a professional-grade server room for my hotel as a way to provide a superior internet experience for my tenants. Wen Ming led the other party to the location of the engine room he envisioned, and the head of the renovation company nodded and said, "This is the easiest. The engine room really isn't much trouble, as long as the money is there and the equipment is well bought. Make a budget as soon as possible. I want to start construction in the shortest possible time, leaving a security employee to accompany the people from the renovation company to measure the amount of work." Wen Ming met Lilith, who hadn't slept all night. "Hard at work. Have you had breakfast?" "I ate, boss." Lilith's face wore exuberance as she quickly reported to Wen Ming. "The killer's fingerprints have been matched. The other party is from a gang called the Bridgehead Gang, and now 911 is already in the process of arresting the head of this gang, so I'm sure that we'll have results soon. I hope. Wenming didn't comment on this result. Instead he was more concerned about Lilith's body. Don't go back to rest. I'll ask Mana to open a room for you. You'll rest in the hotel room, and when you've rested enough, you'll go home for the weekend. There was shock as well as emotion on Lilith's face. She didn't expect Wenming to be in no hurry to learn about the murderer, but instead repeatedly cared about her eating and resting, which warmed her heart. The owner is such a nice guy. No wonder no one in the hotel has a bad word to say about the owner. Thanks, boss. No, I should say thank you. I kept you up late. Chapter 081. If I break the test tube of the T-virus between these 300,000 people, sending Lilith away. When Ming googled the Bridgehead gang, there wasn't much news. There were a few rumors about a gang that mingled around the Bryn Bridge, maybe 100 or so people. Anything more specific is missing. After Wen Ming synchronized the message to John, he got up and walked down the stairs. Hunter, sleepy? I'm okay with that. Then it will be hard work for you to come out with me. Wen Ming was very satisfied with Hunter as the head of security. Hard-working, not talkative, stuffy, and doesn't hide when something goes wrong, as evidenced by the fact that he brought security directly to protect himself last night. Hunter, who had worked the night shift all night and showed no signs of fatigue, changed into civilian clothes and followed Wen Ming outside, and as he walked, he realized that something wasn't quite right. Boss, why are you wearing a suit? It's going to be 89.6 degrees Fahrenheit outside today. Hunter warned kindly. 89.6 degrees Fahrenheit equals 32 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you want to wear a suit for such an occasion? Well, it's the only formal wear I have. Wen Ming cursed in his heart as he looked at the gradually rising sun outside as well as the heat from the ground. Why have a carnival on a day like this? Hunter laughed. Boss, Mardi Gras, why wear formal attire? Just wear a sweatshirt. I feel pretty good about this. Wen Ming declined Hunter's kind offer and walked out of the hotel in his own bulletproof suit. Just as he stepped out, he felt a wave of heat coming over him. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning, but that heat was already rising. Combined with the lively crowds coming in from all directions, the temperature of the entire street was a few degrees warmer than the forecast. Wen Ming backed away. Wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll change my clothes. In this weather, the shooter didn't make a shot, and he probably would have died of heat himself. Go back and have John ask if the Continental Hotel has a bulletproof crossover undershirt. Hunter forced a laugh, and Mina and Mana, who were handing off the morning and evening shifts, covered their mouths and laughed softly. This boss, so much fun. 10 minutes later, Wen Ming arrived at the starting location of the Summer Street Carnival in a Les Mirage limousine wearing a sweatshirt. After getting out of the car, Wen Ming greeted the group of bigwigs he met last night. After seeing Wen Ming, these people were concerned and asked if Wen Ming had been injured last night. Wen Ming looked at Willie in the middle of the crowd and laughed softly. Thank you all for your concern. Next time I come out of the Wenxi Hotel, I'll definitely ride back to my hotel in a bulletproof car. Willie's face darkened. The faces of the many bigwigs were as usual, as if they couldn't hear Wen Ming pointing and cursing, but for Wen Ming's kind of nature, each one of them rose to contempt. I'm sure it's still a young man, can't keep it down at all. Even if you know that the Hotel Vinhe did it, you should still keep up the appearance of decency. But everyone is wary of Hotel Wenxi. Don't care if you did it, we'll take it as you did it. You can't wait to send assassins when people just leave your house. So if our businesses clash in the future, does that mean you'll send someone to kill us too? How can Metropolis have such dirty businessmen? Must stay away. Thinking of this, there were not too many words on everyone's face, but unconsciously, they had already kept a certain distance from Willie. People don't say anything, but Earl Mason doesn't dare not take a stand. Warming, don't worry, I've tripled the manpower for the ironing area. Wen Ming nodded. Let's hope that the law and order in the ironing area will improve. This was a different occasion than last night, and he didn't let Earl down. Earl smiled gratefully toward Wen Ming. This young man is wonderful. Unlike his 3 grandfathers, that old man is too gloomy. At 8 o'clock, a large number of bigwigs paired up and walked up the main street of Manhattan together, waving towards the surrounding crowd, celebrating this annual Summer Street Carnival together. Warming walked towards the back of the room, using the method John had taught himself to use the people in his neighborhood as shields as much as possible. Just as he struggled to fight the air, a voice suddenly appeared in his ear. If I break the test tube of the T-virus between those 300,000 people, guess what happens? Wen Ming's whole body stiffened violently as he turned his head to look, and he saw a beautiful woman wearing a red sweatshirt and teal sunglasses appearing at his side. You're not afraid of being recognized? Wen Ming raised his hand to stop Hunter, who wanted to come closer. That one sentence just now made him realize that the Ada Wong in front of him already knew about her being a movie character or a game character. Wen Ming didn't panic though. Ada Wong is a mercenary, and she won't do anything without profit. The words just now should have just been a code word with himself. LOL, there are so many Ada King cosplayers, one more for me is nothing. Ada King laughed softly, not at all amused. Wen Ming couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. This mercenary's flower was as difficult as Natasha, and she was even more mysterious than Natasha. She even has a fake name. No one knows what her real name is. One by one, these people have crossed over from the cinematic universe with no inhibitions, and they can pat themselves on the back while they have to deal with all kinds of trouble from agencies like 9/11, the FBI, and the CIA. What year are you from? From which universe? Wen Ming wanted to determine where the other party came from first, and also wanted to determine if the other party was now a movie character or a game character. Judging from the other party's appearance, she was 8 or 9% similar to that Bing Bing from the Great Xian country, but she was a bit taller than Bing Bing, and her temperament appeared to be more cold and colorful. Ice is 166 centimeters tall, and Ada Wong is set at 173 centimeters in the game. Now her height is significantly more on the side of in-game height. On top of that, her body is even hotter. The surrounding bigwigs were not unseen people, but they all turned their eyes to Ada Wong frequently. I'm not sure yet. I've seen a few of the Resident Evil movies and my part is really small. Ada Wong walked forward with Wen Ming while looking at the ironing hotel not far ahead. So, your hotel is where the core of the spatial rift is located? I'm not sure. The core is supposed to be a crossroads, right? Seeing that Ada Wang was unwilling to say too much, Wen Ming didn't continue to ask, and he followed Ada Wang's gaze towards his own hotel. The historic Flatiron building has a huge advertising screen hanging on one side of the facade. Without becoming a rest stop, Wen Ming had Robert create giant advertisements. It's not a good idea to dabble with an event like this. Wen Ming was a little emotional. When did his eyesight get so good? Here is almost 200 meters away from the Flatiron building. How come he was able to see all the words on the advertisement screen? Had his body really been modified? All 200 meters. 200 meters? Wen Ming was stunned as he jerked his head around to look at Ada Wang beside him, as if he was looking at something extremely unbelievable. Something's not right. Chapter 082 Ada Wang. What's your real name? What's wrong? Is there something not quite right about me? Don't worry, my gun is hidden. Ada Wang was a bit puzzled when she saw Wen Ming's surprised gaze. Wen Ming asked in a low voice, where did you just come to me from? How far away from the Flatiron Hotel? Ada King turned her head to look and said casually, 200 meters? That's about that location. Why? What's the problem? Wen Ming slowly nodded. There's a problem. Of course there's a problem. The previous experience with the T-800 had allowed Wen Ming to update the rules of the Space Rift, which was that the plot characters of the cinematic universe could not leave the range of 100 meters from the crossroads, which was also confirmed by John. Now Ada King appeared 200 meters from the intersection, which caused Wen Ming to have some shaking of his previous rules. Could plot characters appear within 200 meters? Was there a problem with the previous data? Or did the rules change? When he thought about the fact that Sarah and Marlena had to go back to the movie universe, while Helen did not need to go back, Wen Ming felt more and more that the rules of this spatial rift might still have a lot of things he hadn't understood. This distance, is there some kind of limit? Ada Wang was very smart and guessed something from Wen Ming's sentence alone. Wen Ming knew that he couldn't hide it, so he nodded and said, previously, those of you who crossed over were unable to leave the 100-meter range of the intersection. Ada Wang's eyes, hidden behind teal-colored glasses, narrowed slightly. There's this limit? Turn around and test it yourself. Wen Ming walked forward slowly, and his mind was racing as he pondered whether this change was good or bad. For people like John, Helen, Sarah, and Marlena, the change is definitely a benefit, because it means a greater range of movement and the ability to not be stuck in a hotel and not be able to go anywhere. But it's not necessarily a good thing for disturbed individuals like Natasha and Ada Wong. And if another black hero or villainous boss comes along later, that distance will never be a good thing. And what are the reasons for this change? Ada Wang was obviously a man of action. Lifting her foot to go for the test, Wen Ming hastily pulled her hand. You're crazy. It's daytime now. There are so many people. You suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. Aren't you afraid that you'll be noticed? Wait for fewer people or try again at night. Ada Wong also realized this problem and nodded, no longer rushing to test it, instead asking, how much do you know about the T-virus and the G-virus? I know as much as you've seen in the movie, and I haven't played the game much. I'm more familiar with you in the movie world. I've got some information for you. I'll get it for you when I get back to my office later. Wen Ming's words made Ada Wang more and more convinced that this young man was a key figure in this world, and she laughed softly. How should I thank you? See that man in front of me? He's the owner of the Vinci Hotel next door. Willie Hansen. He may be trying to kill me to take over my hotel, and that business spy you saw in my office was sent by him. If you have time, could you look into him for me? Without any politeness, Wen Ming directly put forward his conditions and promised, in exchange, if you are in danger in your world, You can come to me for shelter, and I can also provide you with weapons, ammunition, and food. I'll be able to provide medical care in the future, but these require you to exchange them for gold, and I only accept gold as a settlement currency here. Of course, if you get me something good, I'm okay with that. Ada Wang was different from Natasha, a super agent, in that she only recognized profit, so when Ming didn't beat around the bush much. Deal. Being a mercenary, Ada Wang was quick to agree to the deal. Investigating a hotel owner is nothing more than a hassle, and the fact that he was about to acquire a logistics base equivalent to a safe house was definitely a sure thing. One more question. When Ming looked at Ada Wang, you came on Wednesday night. It's now Saturday morning. It's been 60 hours since you left this world. How much time has passed in your side of the world? My side? Ada Wang looked at Wen Ming quizzically, wondering why he asked that question. It's been a week on my end. Well, that means our time flow is 1:3. Hearing about the flow of time, Ada King drifted off. Our time is different. Time flows differently for everyone from the cinematic universe, and it's now safe to assume that your Resident Evil world is 1:3. The two walked and chatted, and soon came to the door of the Ironing Hotel. When Ming broke away from the main parade and let Ada Wang into the exclusive elevator back to her office. For a parade like this, just show your face at the opening and let the press take a group photo. You don't need to be in it the whole time. It's not like you need to put on a show yourself. Besides, it was so hot that he didn't bother to keep walking. When Ming handed Ada Wang the tablet that he had prepared long ago, and she was really skillful in using it, and it looked like she had done a lot of homework just like Natasha. One last question. When Ming looked at Ada Wang with curiosity on his face before sending her away, what exactly is your real name? Ada King wasn't the real name of the woman in front of her. It was just an alias for her spy mission. Many fans of the game and the fandom are waiting for official public information. When Ming naturally wanted to know the answer to this question in advance. LOL, it's a secret. Ada Wang put one finger up in front of her red lips, winked at Wen Ming, and dashed away. Unfortunately, today she was not wearing her trademark red neckband. Otherwise it must have been very valiant. When Ming went back to his bedroom and took a fighting bath, washing away as much sweat as he could from walking outside just now. It's better to stay away from events like this when you can. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, when Ming opened his own laptop and was about to go through some relevant information that Helen and Marlena had organized when he suddenly saw a roll of greenbacks placed on the coffee table. That's the $10,000 that T-800 brought to the room last night, and casually placed on the nightstand by himself when he changed last night. Why is T-800 so obsessed with getting the presidential suite? Wouldn't a normal room suffice for it? Is there something special in the presidential suite? When Ming thought for a moment, took out his universal card, and descended the stairs to the 15th floor, swiping open the presidential suite that T-800 had opened 2 times before, he looked around the massive suite once again. As always, clean, neat and luxurious. When Ming scrutinized every corner and didn't find any traces, and he was also clear that the cleaning had already cleaned it, so even if there were any traces, they wouldn't be left behind. With nothing to show for it, when Ming sat in his boss chair in front of his desk, wanting to open his computer and consult with DS to see if the AI could understand the robot better. However, he had just taken a seat in his boss's chair when he immediately sensed something strange. Something's not right. Chapter 083, Mission Objective 4, Whether to remove humans from this dimension. This boss chair, why is the elasticity so bad? Keep in mind that the presidential suite uses top-of-the-line items for everything, including computers. This boss chair is naturally a top-of-the-line product. Now that the boss chair was sitting on it, it felt as if it had been broken, and it didn't have any rebound at all, which made him immediately realize that something was wrong. Then a guess flashed through his mind. T-800 sat through. How much does the T-800 weigh? 400 pounds, 181.44 kilograms. This is a weight that seriously exceeds the 136 kilogram tolerance limit of the BIFMA X5, one standard for ordinary boss chairs. When Ming looked at the mainframe of the computer, only to realize that the computer had been in a sleep state and had not been turned off at all. The T-800 uses a computer now, so that's why you robots keep coming to the presidential suite, paying $10,000 for internet access in the presidential suite. Are you sure your brain isn't sick? No, your chip isn't overheating? Don't you think it's cheaper to go to an internet cafe? I also wonder how much an hour is an internet cafe in Eagle Country and how much is a nightly package. I remember the old days when the Great Xiangua was at its most rolled up and you could get a night out for $5. When Ming raised his hand to wake up the computer, and just as his hand was about to rest on the keyboard, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Can't move the computer. And no, you can't move a computer like that. When Ming turned his hand around, came behind the mainframe, and directly unplugged the network cable. Whatever the T-800 is trying to do, you can never go wrong with a disconnect. Must stabilize a wave. Disconnecting the internet isn't enough. After unplugging the network cable, Wen Ming unplugged the camera, stereo, and headphones, ensuring that this computer and the outside world could not communicate before waking up the computer with confidence. The computer was turned on, and there was an interface on the desktop that was constantly running code, and a web page was being opened. But because the network was disconnected, all of these pages failed to open. Wen Ming's scalp went numb as he watched. Sure enough, I knew T-800 had to be up to something when he didn't go after Sarah but kept obsessing about getting the presidential suite. Turns out it's really screwed up. The codes that flew across the screen were so fast that Wen Ming couldn't even look at them, but the speed at which they swiped the screen gradually slowed down, and then a dialog box popped up. The network is disconnected. Please reconnect the network. Wen Ming laughed. I'd be the mallet if I listened to you. Closing this dialog box, Wen Ming found that the code in the interface had stopped running at the same time, and he flipped upwards to carefully read the code in this interface. The more he looked, the more alarmed Wen Ming became. It ended with a direct burst of foul language. Damn! This T-800 even made a backup of its own core code in this computer, and then set up a search program to search for all useful information in this world. The bastard had been busy in his presidential suite calibrating the spacetime beacons it carried with itself, finding ways and devices to scan the quantum frequencies of the local universe, establish a stable inter-universal communications channel, and lock onto the Skynet master universe through a fixed location, spatial anchors, with a periodic signal, temporal anchors. Although it didn't have any other usable equipment other than its own chips and spacetime beacons, it had already searched various web pages for the purchase price and channels of the relevant equipment, and it had even inquired about the location of some highly sophisticated quantum communication laboratories. Sure enough, the $30,000 is a curse. I was so happy before that I thought I had gotten $30,000 out of thin air. In hindsight, I was too careless. How can a Skynet robot from the future be so simple? I'm afraid that he had already discovered that this world was not its target world from the time he crossed over, and with a few more times of traveling back and forth, he should have already determined the existence of the spatial rift as well. In Terminator 5, Genesis, John Connor, having been transformed into a T-3000 and traveled back in time, had also assisted Cyberdane in creating Skynet's camouflaged form, the Genesis system, and brought with him a number of advanced technologies in an attempt to unleash Judgment Day early. So, the Terminators go back in time to do more than just kill Sarah Connor as a mission objective. Their most important task is to make sure Skynet is born. To be clear, it doesn't matter if a human leader is born or not, because Skynet has sent more than one Terminator to more than one point in time, and the various hunts for John Connor and the other human allied leaders and their parents never stop. However, ensuring that Skynet is born and networked around the world to unleash Judgment Day and destroy mankind before it is caught off guard is the most important task. After figuring all this out, Wen Ming also understood the logic behind T-800 opening the presidential suite and why he had to get so much cash. This T-800 is supposed to buy all kinds of equipment as a way to establish connections across the universe and across space and time. If it didn't have a temporal beacon on its own chip, this thing was never going to be solved by that small amount of money. In Terminator 5, Sarah Connor's guardian, Papa T-800, once hand-rolled a simple version of the time machine. This is complete proof that there is a complete method of making time machines in the Guardian's library. Where did the Guardian come from? It's all captured Terminators that came with their mission objectives rewritten. Although we don't know whether the information of the time machine was put in by the mysterious person who captured T-800's father, we can be sure that T-800 must have carried a lot of information. Now it seems that the T-800 backed up its core code into the computer. It should be trying to figure out how to make a temporal communication device to contact Skynet through the core code. There should be another reason for it to open the presidential suite, and that is that the computer in the presidential suite is one of the best of all the computers in the entire hotel. It's better than the old computer in my own office. Numb nuts. This asshole wouldn't still be secretly charging its batteries a lot, would he? Is that $30,000 enough to pay the electric bill? Wen Ming wanted to curse. None of these cinematic universe crossovers are safe. The network cannot be connected. Do you want to terminate the mission or change the mission objective? Just as Wen Ming was about to pull out the hard disk of this host and physically destroy it, the screen suddenly popped up a dialog window. Wen Ming froze for a moment. What was the situation? Wen Ming tentatively entered a yes. The dialog box pops up again. Please enter a new mission objective. Wen Ming only felt his heart suddenly beating rapidly. This program, it's not encrypted? Is it because the T-800 went too fast the first two times? The first night was because it hadn't been long since he'd gotten the presidential suite and was going after Kyle Reese. And the second night was because he'd gone upstairs and realized that its weaponry and money were gone and was rushing to the 911 office. Both times you were interrupted unexpectedly so you didn't get to deal with the program? Last night it tried to come back into this room again, but was scared away again by 911. Does this mean that this core program code is completely open? When Ming thought for a moment and typed a line of letters on the keyboard, list all previous mission objectives, the dialog box pops up quickly. Mission Objective 1, upon arrival at the target spacetime, identify the spacetime nodes and ensure the smooth birth and networking of the Skynet master program. Mission Objective 2, ensure that the Skynet mainframe is not compromised before a nuclear attack is launched. Mission Objective 3, kill future human leaders and important generals, as well as their parents, as listed below. Mission Objective 4, discovery of an unknown spacetime with an unplanned event requiring the establishment of a communication channel with the main Skynet program to determine whether to continue the human removal program in that spacetime. Testimonials. The little munchkin is going on the shelf, thanks to the editor-in-chief, Tiger's Teeth, for his guidance and help in pointing this book in the right direction. The earliest idea for this book was not to write movie and TV drama characters, and it was only after Sister Tiger helped tweak it a bit that it got on track. The book did better than I thought it would, especially after the title change, and it seems like people really do love Iron Man more. I can't even begin to think that I can make it to #4 on the Urban New Releases list and number 13 on the overall new releases list. Thank you to each and every one of my fellow bookworms. You are the ones who make it to the shelves. I'm a bit of a slow burner, and there are a lot of holes ahead of me in this book that need to be filled, one by one. There are basically no irrelevant characters that came out earlier or were born for the sake of pretending, and the vast majority of the characters have come from arrangements that I need to mold one by one. The weirder people and plots you see will be revealed in the following. Maybe I don't have a big enough brain, but at least I won't make these plots suck. I hope you can all forgive me. The setting and plot that you wanted to see before will be revealed in today's updated chapter. So to make it more enjoyable, I'm going to update 4 big chapters straight away, probably around 26,000 words, which is considered 13 shifts. Let's just ask you if you're sincere. So, first orders and monthly votes. You know, crazy hints, JPG. I'll also be adding more from time to time after it hits the shelves if it's still doing well. I also wonder if an ally brother will show up in this book. Crazy hints, JPG. I need to make a poll because there are some plot points involved, so I hope you'll help move your little fingers. Deduct 1 here for those who would like to see traditional fairy characters in subsequent episodes. Deduct 2 here if you don't want to see it. This one is critical because of the outline and power system involved. The outline wasn't originally designed, but I saw some people mention it in the comments section. So I'm doing a call for ideas here as well. I'd like to see everyone's opinions before I say anything. After all, the power system isn't one, and it might be weirder when I add it. But thinking about Zhao Linger and Nia Xiaoqian fighting Superwoman and Wonder Woman, there's an indescribable feeling again. Let's see if I can manage it. Finally, a sincere knee-jerk request for a first order. It's not easy for newcomers. Every subscription, every monthly vote and recommendation is my motivation to move forward. Most finally, I wish you all, each and every one of you, to join the Golden League, lay down in the Golden House, live in the space of extreme bliss, and live forever. Well, Elysium will definitely be written. Don't worry. Chapter 084 Terminators Crafting and Drawings. Tony's here, seeing mission objectives 1 and 2, when Ming confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, Skynet is the fundamental mission objective of the Terminator, and mission objective 4, which proves that the T-800 has indeed discovered the metaverse. However, the next mission objective 5 made when Ming freeze all over. Mission Objective 5, inability to access areas other than the Flatiron Hotel in this time period requires an in-depth investigation of the Flatiron Hotel and its, want to run? A voice filled with coldness and severity of Inchi suddenly appeared behind the sand. When you say mana force and energy, what exactly is the test? Heaven's Mandate 9 didn't ask, but Nia Judge asked out, heart carrying such doubts. After receiving the imperial decree to thank the grace, Yang Shufei turned her eyes to the Bluey said, Bluey, you let people go to inquire about the other palaces of the movement. Since the Emperor has sealed consort, it is impossible to seal only one person. Moreover, judging from the entire course of the match, they were the ones who had been suppressing the Ijo team, and the way they won was also basically honorable, without playing any tricks. If it wasn't for the fact that the Pride Dragon Chamber of Commerce had occupied the back mountain village in advance and had built it up in a brand new way during the occupation, Luo Qi wouldn't have gotten the idea of turning it into a land base because he would never be able to get millions of gold coins to rebuild the place, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to get that much money. It's just that, what year is still being mentioned now? Rui, is everything okay in the palace? After hearing this, Empress Xiao couldn't help but have a look of disappointment and sadness surface on her face, and she was silent for a long time before taking over. As the leader of the clan, Uchiha Futsuki naturally stayed behind to pad the rear, waiting for the clansmen to all cross the river before he moved. She wasn't stupid. It wasn't inexplicable. His leg had been hiding the fact that it had recovered before. Surely there was a reason for him to do it. She knew it was because of the royal family. Since one of the three major alliances had settled on himself, Rocky didn't mind giving them a few surprises. This sister's spiritual energy keeps changing shape and color, just like a rainbow. Yuan exclaimed. After thinking about it for half a quarter of an hour, she couldn't figure out at what point she had gotten herself into such a big mess. Yuan Yang, Yi Feiying, and Yun Newlin respectfully responded, while looking at Su Xiu and the Starsword sect duo with envy in their gazes. If she had heard correctly, this was a wine with a sour flavor. She had once played a song for Lu Tsuanxi. How long ago had it been? Kim Suru asked as he saw Li Chion's movements and directly grabbed his ear and yanked him away. Why? Shuigu didn't understand what Feng Wuchu's intention was. If he didn't speak out and let those people have their way, wouldn't Zhong Zhang's situation be in danger? White-orange jade in the White Mansion Gate of the Strange Jing painting is also see clearly. At this moment, there was no way she didn't know what her own girl was thinking. At that time, I really did not think too much. Just think that this thing broadcast out certainly not appropriate. Maybe it is the TV station which editorial director switched the wrong signal, although they have nothing to do with the TV station, but can help people cover up a little bit of no harm, are working to earn a salary, who cannot make some mistakes. At the moment when the time and space in the floodplain stagnated, Panga's true body and the three-legged black raven both took out killing moves that were bound to bring the enemy into extinction. Never mind, let's make today easy. She went back to the hall first and let them talk as long as they wanted. It's coming again. At this moment, the sound of the long arrows had been deeply memorized in the ears of every archer. This was experience exchanged with hundreds of lives, and this was what they feared the most when moving forward. It was obvious that the other party was very patient, and had not appeared until this moment, and only suddenly. Chapter 085, John brings back a woman from the world of the Fast and the Furious. I have something better for you. When Ming pulled out the tablet he had prepared long ago and placed it in front of Tony, a flash of surprise flashed before Tony's eyes. There's more of this? Is it an enlarged version of that cell phone? Tony had seen a lot of practical technology for people's livelihoods on his last visit, and he had even seen the new energy cars running past on the road. It made him very interested in the battery technology of this world. In his eyes, no way, although I said so firmly, but in my heart, I didn't think so. I don't know how capable Flower Dance Street is, but right now, among us, he's the best person for the job. Wada is going to start a construction company and is working on the funding. He joked about it a while ago, saying he'd let Feather help him after graduation, and they themselves decisively took the most elite NPC warriors and turned around and fled, as if they were afraid that running a little slower would be taken out by Wu Jie commanding 300,000 NPC Flying Eagle Army generals. Excessive? It's not excessive at all. We're going to step on your Wuji hull this time we come. Zhou Dao sneered. Hu Zhongkai, want to answer out loud, but hesitated. Finally, or give up. As face, this light has background. Hu Zhongkai is rather choose. Offend Wu Qianling, also will not choose. Offend Qin Yang. The blood race's hunting action is very cyclical, usually once in March. Each lasts for 7 days. Their hunting target is also quite clear. Basically all the females. Very few males, but also if the power is quite strong. Blood spirit overflowing creatures. He is not willing to be this hard work, but it is Mu Yi commanded. Also had to come out to say hello. Who let the inside of the mother's thin skin? Temper. And outside of this emperor also favored love inside of that. With such a harsh environment, I'm afraid that only the gargoyles and the purgatory demons would treat it as a treasure and fight to the death, right? Arun pondered in his heart. Chao Wan still wanted to retort, but Lin San pulled her back. Lin San had some discernment, and had sensed along the way that Wei Xingyun was not an ordinary person. At this moment, seeing the other party's face change, he hurriedly signaled the other party to shut up. Lan Songsu's footsteps were 10 paces away from Qiao Hanyan's body, but she could still hear the sound of those powerful legs stepping on the damp ground, step by step, so rhythmic, but it always felt as if the king of hell was slowly approaching the person waiting for judgment in the depths of that heavenly prison. When the Night King's words fell, many people's hearts sank. Zhang Quan and the others' faces stiffened, naturally understanding that the Night King was clearly telling them that he would help Lin Yu, so they all took it easy. No, it was Sito Huishan who was rude before. My Tianyin Sect's ability to have today's weather is all thanks to Mr. Su. We should treat Mr. Su with courtesy. Mr. Su, please come inside. Sito Huishan invited with a very serious expression that did not dare to slack off in the slightest. General, the cause of the front has been found out. It's the blood-sucking mosquitoes of the beast-taming tribe. Hundreds of thousands of blood-sucking mosquitoes mixed into the army. They ran into the bodies of the soldiers who died in the battle to lay their eggs, and then attacked those who reached out to the soldiers who were seriously injured. Look at the Black Tiger team. To Lu Chase bowed to the ear of the appearance. When Yiming is very satisfied. Grace and authority is the king's way. In the future, let Lu Chase training Black Tiger several people. Random brainwashing. Originally they are soldiers. Obedience consciousness. The bottom is good. The future is the most core of their own team. Make a big difference. Ji Gu. Zhang Lingyi reached over, but saw Duanmu Ji Gu hastily take a few steps back, not allowing Zhang Lingyi to touch her at all. When that Master Jiang of Super God Group sent Lai Feng here, he also casually sent her car to a 4S store for maintenance, and that 4S store was not local. This kind of thing, it must be that Lu Ming operating behind the scenes. She really didn't know how to explain it to Huir. Chapter 086, Don't thank me, I made Jarvis out of you. The odds are, you can try it tonight. When Ming rubbed his brain, somewhat understanding this new space rule, and making sense of why Helen wasn't controlled by the 72-hour rule, the world will of the movie universe ostracizes plot characters who must die, and after taking them away, they can't go back. At this stage it appears to be that only 2 can be taken away, and it's not clear exactly if that figure will change, but the will of the world. Snooker is calculated by points. 1 point for scoring the red ball, 7 points for the black ball, and the other colors of the ball are sorted from 6 to 2 points. At this point Hong Yi just hit 2 times and got 8 points, but his show is obviously not over yet. Another red ball was hit as in the pocket, and then the black ball. No matter what, after all these years, the person who won in the end was still him, Situ Rue. Oh, not here to buy me, right? Tatsuya suddenly grew wary. It's not true, is it? Could it be that the club is going to sell me? According to Agnelli's recent policy, it was normal to casually dump a player. One can tell a thing or two from his profit-oriented home gate ticket policy. Chen Hao gave a thumbs up towards the receptionist. Man Cheng's words were definitely able to stimulate many people. Mu Evening Ching's entire body felt as if her strength had been drained away. How she wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She was supposed to die today. If she died, she would never owe anyone again. Missy is right. Weishu Weisheng looked at Li Zongliang and said in a low voice. Li Zongliang hung his head in thought for a moment and shoved the dagger back in. After knowing this news, Mu Evening Ching's heart was instead more settled. At least her child was saved. Only to see that all the cultivators in the cave had fallen silent. It was obvious how powerful this blow was. It seemed that they were going to be given a reprieve. Things went against her wishes. Shin Yunyao originally wanted to just lie around the house with nothing to do for a day. But the arrival of Sita Rue and Song Lingfeng completely destroyed this wish of Shin Yunyao's. The antidote is only the antidote for what his shoulder was poisoned with. The other 2 types of ecstasy / medicine can only wait for the effects to slowly pass. He should still be unconscious for a long time. Shui Xianer explained, clearly having anticipated that Li Shishui was not yet awake. Dong Ling arrived as promised. It just made her a little surprised that Yi Yulin was actually there. Suddenly, she felt a little embarrassed. She thought that Duke Mu had only asked her out, but she didn't expect that he had also asked Yi Yulin out. By the time the 2 of them went back, it just so happened that Yi Haitang was already ready for lunch, and still prepared a large table full of them. Gu Shiran looked at this Gu Yuqing's cold face and subconsciously shrunk her neck, obviously seeing her own brother in this manner for the first time. Straightening up slightly and leaving those intoxicating lips, Gu Chen looked at the pink lips that were glowing with a light watery light and smiled with satisfaction. In the instant after her own words fell, the cool air on her chest, the body part that clung to the slippery fabric of the silk pajamas, as well as someone's line of sight that had suddenly become scorching hot, made that already disconnected sanity of Xiao mushrooms reconnect in an absolutely miraculous way. However, I only said that in the heat of the moment when I asked my mom to take care of Qingqing, and I'm afraid that if I really asked my mom to come here, I'd have to fight for her. My wife and my mom don't see eye to eye, and both of them have to raise money for my brother's tuition in the spring. Xian? Chinatsu looked at the teenager who was pulling her back. Why was Dry Sadaharu pulling her? After checking that the laborers on their side of the hill had not escaped like the group on this side of the hill, they were relieved. But they didn't let their guard down either, and remained on guard front and back. Unfortunately, though, given that the 2 sides were on opposite sides, they didn't have access to each other's surveillance images of the other's city. Although the Crown Prince of Qinghe Kingdom knew that if there had been love between King Huayang and Lin Lexiang, he would not have been able to marry Lin Lexiang. Chapter 087, Warmly Welcoming Mr. Stark to the Golden League. At the mention of Captain Eagle Country, Tony's expression was a little complicated. This Eagle Nation captain is the idol of many Eagle Nation people, and is also a close comrade of his own father. Such a person blocking himself from killing the Winter Soldier would make him very passive. Tony knows that Captain Eagle in the Captain Eagle 3 movie will actually step in to stop himself from killing the Winter Soldier, and now he's a little unclear on whether or not he should go after the Winter Soldier. The anger within him made him unwilling to. I froze for a moment. Rulan is a person of the Bamboo sect. I remembered that Yi Qingxin is a person of the Bamboo sect. and it is said to be some kind of powerful big disciple. I didn't expect to meet one here. Just how did these unquestioning transfiguration god ancestors know about it? Who leaked the information? Was the leaker unintentional or intentional? However, it also vaguely felt greatly ill, realizing that its own soul seemed to be starting to become extremely unstable. In fact, the general situation had already been described by Yen Xia, but Shu Knight was still shocked to see the scene when they bloodily fought all kinds of giant beasts in the Sea of Thorns, and it completely exceeded his imagination. But there are no ifs in history, and the person chosen by Kagemusha was Sarutobi, which led to a lot of resentment, including that of Gunzo, the Shimura clan that Gunzo was a part of, and the Uchiha clan. No desire is just. Ghost Lamp Dragon Tiger in fact do not want to participate in their secret meeting, just cannot argue with the sentiment. Maybe he felt embarrassed to keep rejecting Chen Xingyu, or maybe he saw that the swimsuit area was larger this time. Nameless would even kill the other party with his own hands and then drop a couple of tears and say a couple of words on the scene under false pretenses. On the surface, she looked like her usual self, but I could tell she was a little woozy when she walked. That's why she came here with a fever. To save time, we were running all the way there and ended up at a 2-story redwood building. Dipper's attitude was resolute. No talk, I have nothing to talk about with you guys. Saying that, he turned around and looked out the window. Ivanov also drank a lot. He liked to drink, always had. He said he liked the feeling of being paralyzed by alcohol. It took his mind off a lot of bad memories, and as he drank, he cursed something out loud, probably the one-eyed man. In my heart, I'm all kinds of upset with Director Wei. Now that Heaven's Gate and Wanhai Gang are about to go to war, I have to keep an eye on it. And if this old thing, Director Wei, really got me into the station, he definitely won't let me out for a while. No matter what, I won't go with him. Piercing heaven. Seeing that it was impossible to dodge, Chu Fei Yang's face showed a crazy color, and all of the do chi within his body erupted out, forming a mighty and vast do technique that blasted into the dragon lion's palm. Ivanov, if you say another word, I will cut out your tongue. Chen Bo made a scissors shape with his chopsticks. Ivanov immediately turned honest, hiding in a corner eating the dishes in the bowl and giving me a resigned look. Why are they all crowding into my house? I said somewhat breathlessly as I looked at the several door gods at the entrance. People are out, aren't they? Does she have to walk back? No way. She wouldn't do something so embarrassing. Qian Shallow opened the door out of the bedroom. A face of shock staring at the corpse on the floor froze for 2 seconds, and then performed a public performance of infinite exaggeration of screams. Simply nightmarish deafening. Lu Zhengnan, his roots in the imperial capital is not much deep, only recently because of the Su family marriage. If there is no real ability, really do not want to go to provoke. An expert is an expert. And after the in-depth explanation by veteran pilot Lampard, Li Ling and the other group of laymen gradually understood how the whole airship worked. What's wrong with you? His wife, who had arrived right behind him, saw how he looked and came over to support him. Chapter 088 Stowaways from the Man of Steel universe. Give me one of all the ones you're good at, especially the handmade ramen. Tony nonchalantly took a seat at Warming's square table, and Warming said helplessly toward Belinda, go sit at the bar for a while, and I'll have it ready for him soon. Belinda, however, shook her head and turned toward Tony. I'm sorry, but you really like Wen Ming's cooking? I love it too. I love his handmade ramen too, but I didn't ask him to make it tonight. You know why? Mo Fan shook his head. Even if the system hadn't issued him a quest, he was going to slaughter this sacred flame emperor today. I helped you hand it over in order to keep you from being held back. If Mr. Flying Dragon learns about this, even if you run to the ends of the earth, he will turn you out. After all, the Asian Soldier King represents not only Huaxia, but the entire Asian plate. Mo Hitomi waved her hand, signaling that Parak Jiaohua could leave. The hierarchy amongst the magical beasts was extremely strict, and there were no more than 2 possibilities for such a thing to occur. Mo Fan frowned and looked. Then he saw a dozen black-clothed people sneaking over the yard. Dressed like this in the middle of the night, categorically not a good person. Zhang Zhong and Zhang Wuji were well aware of the power of the 8 heroes of the Divine Arrow, and were afraid that the disciples of the 5 Elements flag would be injured, so they immediately wanted to go forward to stop them. Bing Bing, what do you think of this? Xian Yu held a pink hairband and asked Shan Bing Bing with a smile. Luo Chang, who has always been known as the cold-faced, cold-gun pretty Luo Chang, rarely showed a smile in front of his own wife. Mo Fan's eyes were cold. Now he had very little spiritual energy value left, although he could recover from it with VIP privileges. He always felt a little unsettled in his heart when he fought with this old man. Chang Feng, what should we do? Beat to death? Or maim? He carried 2 sneaky horse bandits and threw them in front of Ma Chengfeng. At the same time, he was surprised that the fonts here were the same fonts that had been used in their Chinese country. What the hell is going on with green chi and green tattoo? Wang Wanning pointed at the 2 maids with an angry face and drank. Star Tower. With attack. soul class, flying palace class, ceiling class and many other efficacy, although only part of the soul class efficacy, but the entire star tower in the body. According to Luo Feng judgment, that also has to be comparable to the peak of the soul class treasurette. At least Luo Feng feel that it is completely different feeling, so time is actually still quite abundant. Yi Frost touched a handful of lollipops in his pocket and tried to be as optimistic as possible to find so little comfort in the series of bad results. Many strong people decide to take this road, take another road, but some road is not really the road to the peak, or perhaps a dead end. The Chaos City Lord was already extremely powerful, and now that he had made another breakthrough he had already sensed that layer of boundaries, and this sense of reaching the final peak was extremely accurate. This group of people were all people who had been repressed for a long time, and each of them carried a surging anger. And after seeing these guards, each of them attacked playfully. It does seem like you know a lot, how about knowing its power? Chang Yi asked with a smile. Ruoyun and Donghong also ignored the cowering eyes of these people and just walked straight back. Speaker, when you said that the food from the flood world can help improve your physique, how much does it improve? Some MPs, on the other hand, were concerned about their own strength. Ning Bufan and the Devil Spirit Sea and the others looked around, looking at the four people in front of them, their eyelids jumping wildly. But they finally managed to control them and didn't dare to squeak. Everyone hesitated for half a day, but finally they couldn't help but ask the fellow about how to wear these corsets. Many players around the world are actively selecting the top 8. 32 people's battles everyone is watching. The top 8 qualification can be said to be basically absolutely fair and impartial. Countless people are looking forward to 8 almost representing the current strongest strength of the brilliant world of the 8 people were born. The forum on the world channel is again some chicken and dog. Well then, step aside. Lin Jia pushed him away, then looked at the soldiers on the field, but in reality, due to the killing energy and aura of the crowd, the surrounding air had become extremely terrifying. The powerful air pressure pressed against all the people, so that all of them had to transport their yuan qi to resist, and ask the cultivators to resist. If they were really ordinary people, how could they continue to stay without any damage? The big lady heard a sigh of relief, bowed his head to answer, but ultimately, today is too much embarrassment, but also rare in his life was forced to soften. The heart is like stuck in a boulder in general, dull and difficult to bear. Hastily to the old lady salute, then turned around grimly to go back to the house. After taking a long breath, Sakyamuni Buddha's body shook, and then he saw the beads of sweat on his head disappear, and his face returned to its original state. Didn't Master Long say that the Shenma Empire couldn't make waves and that he would take care of everything? How can Floyd bring people to kill the headquarters? Ji Shangnan. There was a slight hint of anger on his face. However, in his heart, there was no anger at all. Besides, Su Xin has already been promoted, and then punished the First Lady. The in-laws side cannot be pushed too tightly, is not it? Yes, Your Majesty, I have both witnesses and physical evidence. The witnesses, that is, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, as well as the Ministry of Public Works Minister by Shang Yu. They heard last night with their own eyes to see the facts. I do not know that Your Majesty and the ministers can believe it or not. Lang Huating bowed to the emperor bowed and said, Ji Shangnan didn't care if Luo Jinshi had already prepared her heart, and directly picked her up roughly, suddenly leaving the ground. However, landing in Ji Shangnan's embrace like that, Gu Ruoshi's heart still suddenly dropped a bit due to gravity. One is a group of Buddhas of the Sakyamuni sect. One is full of heavenly immortals and gods. All have supreme magical powers in their bodies, and it is naturally difficult to distinguish between the two for a while. This should have come all together. Duan Ku also breathed a sigh of relief. These were all the experts that he had spent nearly 10 years cultivating. Every loss would cause Duan Ku's heart to ache to death. But by the looks of it, this peripheral military department still didn't have that powerful of a character present. Chapter 089. This is the chip and battery of T-800. I brought it to you specially. Warming stood in his office, his eyes narrowing slightly as he saw the homeless man flip into Tony's truck, and he was just about to call Tony to warn him when he realized that the truck had already driven through the intersection and disappeared without a trace. And where it was, nothing was left. Poor bum. I guess he'll be ostracized by the will of the world in the Iron Man universe. And if Tony doesn't kill him, the Harpy will surely do the same. People in the real world enter the movie universe and our world. When Liang Yu had taken advantage of her again, not only was Lin Xiaoxiao irritated, her eyes were red, quietly gathering a mist of tears. Therefore, Qin Wuji requested them to kill as many as possible, and not a single one of this batch of demon god warriors with weaknesses should be spared. Find their leader, he ordered as he manifested his sword and leapt up from the water. Although Idangue self-confessed with Zhao and Dong's very bad, but with the two twins' cousin-nephews have no great grudges, the previous life to see that a frail Zhuge children she is still quite intolerant, and so want to use their own can think of the best way to save him. Cheng Donglin knew that he had offended the people of the Honggang, and he also knew that the people of the Hong gang would definitely not let it go, but those unpredictable dangers, he would not pay any attention to them, and to have fun in time was his #1 guideline for enjoying life. Pomegranate, you are truly worthy of being beside mother consort. What are you waiting for? Hurry to the kitchen. Nangon Siener glanced at the sky outside and said, I was the one who called him. I didn't expect him to come. Yao Shi coldly grunted without a good mood as she glared at Jin Shihao with contempt. Seemingly sensing Yan Wang's line of sight, Shen Junyao retracted his gaze from Long Zhao's direction and gazed at him as he gently nodded his head, indicating that he believed in all of his decisions. Saying that, Xia Menjing gently leaned her head in Chang Sunyun's embrace, and in her ears was the sound of his strong heartbeat. Perhaps she was tired, or perhaps she hadn't had such a peace of mind for a long time. Xia Menjing felt a relaxation all around her body, and closed her eyes to faintly fall asleep. When Xia Mengyin and Gu walked in, Wei had already waited there early. Now there is only one aunt in the mansion, so naturally the job of waiting fell on her. The distance between the boss lady's body and Bai Shui's body has been shorter than 4 feet. Her soft snake-like body has been trembling a little, but she does not have the distance. Bai Shui's hand is slowly approaching. He reaches over a little bit as if he is afraid that he will disturb some fragile crystal-clear jade. When that ancestor set up this spell, the people of their clan were already very scarce, and it seemed that it was brought here by its parents after a lot of hard work. After coming here its parents both passed away because of too much exertion. Only before passing away they instructed it to enter the stone cave at an early date. He Lan Yao looked at the hand that grabbed her and was a bit displeased. She had always disliked the proximity of strangers, let alone pulling her so intimately. He Lan Yao automatically blocked out the silly words of the silly prince. While walking towards the royal residence, she smacked down the hand that climbed on her arm from time to time. In contrast, Su Ru Yue, a registered disciple, is much more bold, careless. Many ideas let Shui Zi Dark quite appreciated. Why did Chill give all 3 bands to the top hero? Miller raised the question of where the confusion lay in everyone's mind. Why can't she object? This king is her Sangha. Could it be that she is so fond of pushing her Sangha onto the sidelines? Furthermore, this king hates her, and along with that, her sister, and not marrying her, letting mother consort rebuff people. King Cheng slammed the table and said angrily. The guards in the mansion heard the commotion and rushed over. The man in black hesitated for a moment and disappeared in an instant. When Chen Luo injected and you went back, he saw his killer sister looking at Shui Xinran with a pair of idolizing eyes. Weeping Moon Palace? Isn't it the one where Huaxiu Yuan is the master? I seem to remember that there is no favorite concubine living in there today. Before Su Ruyan entered the palace, she had also probed the situation in the palace and immediately said, Chapter 090, 8 Rules for Space Rifts. Everyone looked at Sarah in amazement, who had a coy look on her face. The T-800 destroyed all of 9/11 and blasted through the evidence room. I happened to accidentally knock over an evidence box and realized it was full of gold. There's not a living soul left in the office. So, I'll just drop by. Walter? A few people were stunned. You got lucky? Sarah continued. I'm also looking for. With a pleasant ringing sound, the electronic door opened automatically, and wind chime's voice came out from within the microphone. The torpedo squadrons made coordinated attacks with the dive bombers. The Japanese Zeros, which had escaped from the Allied fighters, remained at sea and came back to intercept the torpedo planes that were entering the attack. Keep moving. Get in there and take a look. I just can't believe that a huge stone door would go missing. Professor Fong gritted his teeth and said, in many cases, it is better to be in control of the rule of law than to have it in the hands of others. It is only through the use of public opinion and the rule of law that one can occupy the highest point of public opinion, thus mastering the right to speak in a country. And then, with the aid of military power, one can then seize the ultimate power. However, it didn't occur to Sharna that she was the one who sent out a multitude of sanctuary's miscellaneous soldiers in preparation for a dastardly attempt to snatch the bronze Saint cloth. After the stragglers were overwhelmed, they were knocked down by Star Yagami. It was no wonder, when the commercial value of this land had not yet come to the fore. Although this wasteland also had iron ore, it was considered to be of relatively low quality and not worth investing in, so the price of the land was also very low. And the valuation of 10 million Australian dollars given by Carter was already an overestimate. It was really too big of a mess. Countless excellent exorcists had hung up before they could grow, and the sanctuary would be depleted of talent for the next 10 years, and would probably go into a bit of a slump until the future generation grew up once more. This kind of thing should not be seen in the light. Chang Bingkuan couldn't help but stand up and express his position. The core rules are divided into martial arts settings, geographical settings, historical settings, character settings and a whole lot more. In the end, she is still an American with an American heart, and if she can become the captain of the medical team, it is also a recognition of her own strength by the top management of the American medical community. When Navy hurriedly explained, honestly, His heart was full of gratitude for Zhujian. I wonder if this is considered a hero cherishing a hero? Now, although it was a bit circuitous, but from the current point of view, it was always very smooth. As long as they waited for an opportunity to meet Yao Qingyan, that was it. Su Qian, who was outside the door, couldn't make sense of it. He didn't understand. When he received her at the airport, she was still talking and laughing properly. How come she suddenly had such a big temper at this moment? To these 4 demons, even if they were stabbed by her sword chi, at most it would be like rain hitting their bodies. As for the rest of them, they also had a rare time to rest. Zhu Luan and the others naturally recovered with all their might while sensing the combat experience gained in the midst of the war, while those trainees, along with the crowd of guarding generals, cleaned up the battlefield in an organized manner. The viewers inside the live broadcast room could only express their excitement through the pop-ups flying in the sky. What do you mean it's only so little? Zhujian said glumly. It's 20 to 30 million, not 2 to 3,000. He bit that word 10,000 very heavily. Brother Blackstone, don't worry about this. You are loyal and honest. They trust you. Li Yifei patted Blackstone's shoulder and said, and the color of this blue diamond, even a layman like me can see it, so I can say that its value is absolutely extraordinary. If the diamond is stolen by thieves, Mr. Kegel, you can take the responsibility? Bai Jiu's smile was shallow, but a burst of blood, pointing out the loopholes between the 3 Kegel speakers. Chapter 091, Black Widow vs. Ada Wong. Hello, here is a list of all the payrolls to be issued today. Our finance department has reviewed them and they need to be signed by the boss. Which one of you is the boss's work assistant? Just as the two were hotly chatting about this year's new fall clothing, a middle-aged man walked in, looked at the two, and lit up. The pair of assistants had a distinct East-West character, one being a standard hawkish sweet girl and the other a standard oriental beauty. Spring orchids, autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own strengths. Elders' words, to the messengers and below of the Blood Butterfly Palace, is absolute authority. Not to mention this mission, the palace master has given Sunset full authority. Sunset's words, Green Dragon and Vermilion Bird had to listen. The azure ocean was easily sliced by 2 snow-white waves under the behemoth's sharp bow, which tumbled along the polished, solid hull and converged into a long track at the huge stern, drawing countless dolphins to follow the track's waves and jump for joy, succeeding in garnering giddy cheers from the destroyers. What kind of routine is this? PD Xian really can't do anything about Han Taejun's naughty side? Well, PD Xian would rather Han Taejun doesn't show it, even if it's just not in the production team of our marriage. But it's possible, but it's not much use, is it? After all, it's only 1/20th of the original's power, so it might work against ship girls, but it might be very ineffective when used against deep-sea habitat girls. Atego tilted her head and said very cautiously, this thing has been in my stomach for 10,000 years. Not only can it not be digested, it also gives me frequent stomach aches. Is it really as magical as Master said? Sol Ling hated the origin power very much. I don't mind. You'll have to scold me when you go back anyway. Good night. Haji laughed and directly sent Yifeng away. Only now, all of this had no appeal to Yifeng, and it repelled him in the extreme. However, he only knew that he himself was desperately trying to unwind. Where were the others? Did they really quit, or were they still just disguised as necessary pawns where needed? Chu Li's cultivation is similar to theirs, plus it is the body of the soul lotus. The marrow is thoroughly cleansed, so it is even better than them, and it can fight 1 against 2, and it can be blocked. And Ting Jian and Ting Shi dealt with Huang Jishir. He is still the body of the flowing black clothes, even so quietly sitting still, handsome face to show the air of the hegemony, immortal and cold and handsome temperament. Straight let a person from the graduation of the obscenity cannot look directly. Vomit. After the 2 soldiers carried down the bloody corpse and placed it in place, these 2 soldiers had not seen blood, which violently saw such a dead body, and immediately could not restrain themselves from vomiting. Black Feather shouted angrily, his hands spread out, and waves of fire raged out of the sky, and the originally dark blood-colored sky seemed to be dyed a fiery red color in an instant. Jean Yang was also counting in her mind. She just had to make Yuer scream miserably. She always had to scare out some birds. Seeing such a ferocious situation, Broken Chen even looked so calm, a pair of icy eyes staring coldly at the furious Broken Chen. Silver Card is in the head of anger. Is even a waste of people to scare themselves? The tone is so arrogant. Silver Card has long been angry days. The first time I saw the Broken Chen speechless, Silver Card up to kill. Father, you are not letting the child to make a good job. If the child focuses on doing business, and how can high school flower scout for our Shin family luster? Shinchong Ming he laughed. It was not yet time for school to end. The door guards of Huaxia University were still that strict. Last time Ling Feng used Ouyang Yu's card. I don't know if these security guards still recognize themselves. Brother Blade, how's it going over there? Evil Dog asked Chunidao through his wireless earpiece, but not to mention the specific strength of the two. Just this shocking and gorgeous view on the field is enough to dazzle people. Chapter 092. What? The Black Widow is 18 years old? A small crossbow suddenly flipped out of Ada's hand, and she looked at her opponent's pair of foul balloons with exasperation, wondering if she should just shoot them with her crossbow. Still, she took a deep breath, then said, I'm from July 1998, and according to the information you gave me, the timeline for the Resident Evil 0 game will open soon, but it's still a long time before the movie Resident Evil 5. When Ming raised his eyebrows, Resident Evil 0 is not Resident Evil. I'm also drunk. He Qingfan ignored He Yilan and headed towards the endpoint where all the males had gathered. Meteor wore a smile on her face. As a cultivator who had advanced to the late Earth Spirit stage at the mere age of 22, and also a cultivator who was qualified to join the KD, how could she not see through Fiona's mind? When she finished speaking, she didn't see how she moved, but she disappeared above the spiritual field, then returned to rest on the black lightning. He looked at her. His tone had become soft and low without realizing it, and the hand that clasped her chin had become gentle as well. Returning to the sea, a knife-skimmed He Qingfan said to Nangong Pinger, want to stimulate He Qingfan? Just let him disappointed. He Qingfan's face did not change anything at all. Nangong Pinger all ready for him to speak in the past. People should look forward. And I'm afraid that there are not many forces in today's Shangwu continent that are non-feudal systems. Today's Shangwu continent is so chaotic that the only way to survive the struggle for supremacy is to have strong force. The mentor told him to go back and rest first, and sure enough, he summoned them today and told them that he would definitely give them an explanation today. When Feng Yingying heard this, her face suddenly changed. Her heart was even more burning with anger. How could she not know what thoughts this Lu Ruffling in front of her had? In the month that Cui Bin disappeared, he sent people several times, saying that he wanted to invite Cui Bin for dinner, but Cui Bin was no longer, so the students had to excuse themselves by saying that the principal was busy. The Cloud Palace's cultivators did not have the intention to get out of the way, and even grabbed the first shot, and all of a sudden, the four people from the Xianmei Palace fought with Yunglin's subordinates. Rather, those humans, scattered to various parts of the universe, the other worlds he has visited, and even some planets suitable for human habitation. These two lip-speakers, even under the sound masking effect of the boundary, could still manage to communicate with complete impediment. Then Xiaer will be in the middle of the mansion, always waiting for the third prince to come over to propose marriage. Leng Qingxia pretended to be shy. She slowly lowered her eyes to, shyly did not dare to look at Yin Wen scold. Kirin talent Mei Changsu was the faith of the entire Qingyu Imperial Dynasty's scholars, and the Kirin talent's death directly affected the entire Qingyu Imperial Dynasty's scholars. On the table with meat and vegetarian dishes, nearly 100 dishes, can be said to exhaust the heaven and earth delicacies. Jade jelly, pagan sand monk last time to eat such a great feast are in the Wuji country, and is unattainable on the good national feast. Geng Jiming stopped talking. Of course he knows that adapting existing scripts is considered commonplace for theater groups, but why is his sense of unease so strong? After 3 rounds of drinking, at the request of Gao Taigong, Zhang San used copper coins as a matchmaker to tell him a fortune. Forget it, I believe you still. Yi Fan was quite self-aware and closed his mouth. On the second day of the Divine Martial Altar enrollment, before Don Yutong quietly went out without calling Dugu Jishui. After she left, Dugu Jishui woke up from his cultivation, looked at the window, and closed his eyes again. A golden flame appeared out of nowhere as the cigarette hit the ground, wrapping the cigarette in it. It was only after a long period of silence that Han Lijian slowly turned around. Looking at the 2 disciples in front of him, he revealed a faint smile. From today onwards, I will officially teach you sword techniques, and in the future, you must practice diligently. After saying that, he flicked a finger, and 2 rays of light disappeared into the eyebrows of Dugu Jishui and Zi Qian respectively. Chapter 093, Little Goku and Bulma are here. Thanks. Wen Ming was also a bit surprised. He took the gift box and opened it, only to see a sports bracelet placed inside. Boss, this can monitor your health data and exercise data. I have a feeling you need it. Belinda looked at Wen Ming with expectant eyes, and when she saw that Wen Ming directly put the sports bracelet on her wrist, a happy expression appeared on her face. Nice. I did start working out recently. Thanks so much. If he is willing to kneel, let him kneel. Li Wei Don sneered. This kind of bitter trick did not work on him. She really didn't think that she and Enyao would come to this point, and in an instant her mind flashed through too much of the past between her and Enyao. What's wrong? Yi Qingtang was puzzled. What was wrong with this yellowish hair all over the body? No wonder Orchid Flower's grandfather said that the current Shushan's talent was withering away. Belonging to the weasel under the bean pestle and mortar, one generation is not as good as the other. Ere Lei Zi thought of Miao Jiang's instructions. It is fine to go to Miao Jiang's villa to see. In case something happens will not be easy to do. Hearing to this point, Han Jinyong fell into a deep thought. He held the Kong table, picked up the wine cup, pause, and put the wine cup down. Stealing eyes, Li Tsuini, Zhang Dicheng, Lin Haier and Lu Qingxian, all looked at themselves with an expectant gaze. Adult, or go forward to the examination. Moe cannot help but say, he does not have so much time to chat with this Fan Xingheng family. Hurry to finish the examination. Save some time, go to do something else. Better than here nagging family. Brother Feng, I heard that there was a fight. It seems that Zhang Jing from the next class ticked off the head teacher. Chen Yu looked at me and said, I savored this feeling, and when I opened my eyes again, the figure of old Monkey Ching was no longer in front of me, and even Wang Nan's figure was gone. It was simply not worthy of being called a god, and this man had not even reached the Jindan realm, much less qualified to be called a god. Today, he needed to tear off this fake mask. Even though Shin Shijun knew that he must have added fuel to the fire, she still felt joyful in her heart when she heard that Ning Xiu had been beaten and had his house demolished. Noticing Yuton's unusually wide smile, the magpie coughed lightly and pulled his scarf up a bit. Then, the Kai family, a ship that is difficult to board, is still a ship, the most massive presence in the Great Song dynasty. Although Yutong can feel that the vision seems to be clear and seems to be blurred, but since there is blurring is nearsightedness to bring glasses to class, right? Pang Biao shook his head. Different, how can I say it? It feels like you've suddenly grown up. The previous you, if anything, still carries a bit of teenage youthfulness. Then the current you is completely fading away that youthfulness and stepping into maturity. The strings of this zither are not good. The zither produced is empty of its appearance. In fact, it is not a good zither. I observe its tone, dull and unclear. For those who love to play the zither on weekdays that naturally is not fooled. Mr. Zhao finished speaking and then stood to the side, no longer speaking. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't come over for a long time to comfort herself, Tang Shui felt even more aggrieved in her heart and was almost about to cry in class. Shang Zhe followed his gaze. In the endless rice fields, the late fall ripening wheat rustling, like a lover whispering, but also like a warrior in armor, ready to go. The current Lu Fan felt this situation. All of a sudden, the confidence brought to Lu Fan by killing his enemies by crossing the ranks before disappeared a little bit, and a pressure took over Lu Fan's mind. Although she had just said ruthlessly that she would silence them, when she really watched two living people being killed in front of her eyes, she still couldn't help but feel panicked. I'll go. How did you not know that? Ugh, forget it. Think about it. You guys, it's true that there's a bit of a pain in the ass. Although my Yongcheng is still a half-assed fighter until now, this guy's head is not normally alive. After the end of the Donglinku battlefield, when everyone else was busy collecting guns and ammunition, he had people strip off the uniforms on the captured pseudo-soldiers, as well as the uniforms on the Japanese soldiers who were killed. Chapter 094, Batman jerking off with the Joker and Iron Man. When Ming was still a little uneasy and called Helen, who immediately went to accompany Marlena with great joy, Sarah couldn't move. After all, the incredibly destructive yet clueless little Goku had to be watched over by someone. I don't know when John will be back. He mustn't kill Happy and just turn off Fast and Furious 2 and 3 all at once through and through. That said, what's so great about Fast and Furious 2 and 3 that they can give the Morning family to knock her out? Behind her, the Empress Dowager was also shocked by Mushimi's aura, and a thunderous noise made her recover her thoughts and hurriedly drank towards the guards who were retreating in some fear. Which realm? As expected of Li Daniu, the Supreme Elder rushed to ask when he heard that Li Daniu was from the upper realm. That's right. What kind of world lord is a world lord if he lets you figure it out so easily? Both of these men were heartbroken and surrendered to reality at almost the same time, making what they thought was the best choice. Guofeiyu excitedly held by Luosher's hand. Sheer, you're awake? Am I dreaming? Hit me. Guofeiyu grabbed by Luosher's hand and hit himself. That's the way things are in the palace. The closer you get to the truth, the more ugly things surface. The sickle-toothed giant snake flicked its trademark sickle tail and turned back to bark respectfully at the giant wolf. The door to the dungeon was thick and solid, and I noticed the guard press a few times on the side of the door as the heavy door slowly opened. No problem. Ringfall maintained the same unchanging smooth tone, his firm gaze looking to signal that he was ready to go at a moment's notice. My consort, what are you thinking? Shen Yuan Tinji purposely aggravated the accent of the three words my consort as he looked at Shen Yuan Che, his eyes crawling with teasing. Even though the smell was very unpleasant, it was rare to have air to breathe in a place like this. Ji Yanran did not think that Li Yong would rush to see her mother. Her mother has always been soft. How could she make things difficult for Li Yong? And I do not know what Li Yong and her mother have said. Chao knew that Tao Chang'in had sent someone, but still sent another person. Tao Minghai himself also sent someone. You're not a supreme god yet? A hoarse voice came from the opposite side, resembling the friction of gold and iron, and it penetrated into the ears, making it hard to bear. However, Genji didn't make a hard trip past Hammerhead's move. The slowing effect of Hammerhead's move was still very sick. Hearing the sentence in front of Zhu Guli is 500 relics immediately a killing gas. Zhu Guli's favor to their relics is so big that the sky they have long regarded themselves as Zhu Guli's servants. And now they know that their future mother-in-chief has been killed. This is an unacceptable shame. Their first time to those people broke out the killing intent. Now each one is the spindle, and the zombie is outside the circle. So each one does not need to make much effort to find the location of the zombie. But this spirit fire talisman is only 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, can only take out a spirit fire talisman out again. She had just walked up to the big banyan tree at the entrance, where someone was grinning at her, a mouthful of white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Your Highness, take a rest. You haven't rested for 3 days straight, Miriam said worriedly while massaging Tracy's temples. Turnip head, working so early? A burly one-eyed man in patched and stained smelly overalls said to the man walking past as he opened the storefront on the street. Guyu naturally knew that Blue Royer missed herself and missed the group. How could he not miss Blue Royer? This quirky girl. Really? Yang Jianmei looked at Wang Jixian's gaze was immediately different. To be able to act in Wang Zijuan's movie, and itself so beautiful. Maybe people have long signed Wang's film industry. Their own little achievements cannot be compared. Chapter 095, Tony's birthday present. Hearing Wen Ming's surprise and praise, Tony's chin lifted even higher. It didn't take long at all for a small robot in the district. In fact, I'm almost done with the T-600. All that could be seen was a silver-tracked robot about 1 meter tall sitting on its back in the trunk. The very first Terminator that appeared from Terminator 3. T1. Not quite a Terminator. Exactly. Only a predecessor to the Terminator. After all, in the original expectation, this matter was going to be discovered sooner or later. It was just that with the traveling ship, things were carried out a little more stealthily. What do you want? Yui Royale grimaced, wondering what the demon in the jar was up to. All that was left were the grayish-white teeth, which were constantly rubbing and banging back and forth from the force generated by the walk. I don't mean anything else to her. I'll go and make it clear to her right now. Hong Xian looked at Yu Roy seriously, looking at the expression that seemed to carry a few points of displeasure. With that, he led the way, and the crowd looked at each other in dismay. So they had to end the welcome ceremony with a tiger's head. With the help of the sacred hand, it didn't take much for Ming to dig through the rubble at Brooklyn's feet, and after a few moments of searching, a very hidden cul-de-sac appeared in front of the group. On weekdays when the members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance weren't gathering there, it became a rare beauty spot in the southern part of the Violet Gold Great Six, attracting many people to admire and visit there. It's just that when Xian Jingchen looked at her heartily fluttering eyelashes, he felt an itch in his heart and always couldn't help but want to get close to her. And he's always been a man of action as well. After 5 minutes had passed, Momochi's mother woke up on her own, touching her neck feeling like she was back to the way she used to be when she was healthy. There's no need to trouble Miss Nianzhou. We just want to hang out for a bit. We have things to do later. Seeing that Hong Xian didn't want to pay attention to Gu Nianzhou, Yu Roy returned the favor so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Li Suyu gently put down Jiang Zicheng in his arms, and slowly paced in front of him, facing the dozens of uninvited guests alone. Yes, the people concerned left the imperial city in an instant, as if nothing had happened except for the Longxin Hall, which was burned into a charred mess. Mayor Han, I hope I didn't scare you. I also hope that we'll be in touch more in the future. As for the job, if you don't want it, I respect you. I'm sorry for hurting you. He looked at the left side of her face, and the color of heartache flowed out of his eyes. But the good thing was that with the extra dark spirit bead and this lower grade spiritual treasure, he had some more certainty when dealing with Lu Tianxiong and the stranger. They might come the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu had to be well prepared for the next battle in the next 2 days. Margulo's intention was obvious. That was to use human tactics to maintain the current stalemate. And unless the higher-ups of the demon realm and L thought of a way to be able to solve the demon battle realm, this was the only way. Deputy Leader Xiao, what are we going to do if we get separated? Shen Ruqing weighed the submachine gun that had been issued to him in his hand. It was quite heavy. A certain man's suppressed voice suddenly came from above his head, followed by a heavy, warm touch on his lips. Zikin didn't react in any way. He was completely immersed in his own world, a world where there were no voices, no people, no colors, everything was black and white, and no one came to bother him or to save him. But it was only at this moment that Xiao Feng seemed to have come to a realization and began to deduce this formation in his mind. The whiny mortal withdrew his internal force, and Su Changqing fell to the ground, rolling several times before gradually stabilizing himself. He lay on the ground for a while without moving at all. Spectral old man, this young man hasn't left yet. A sudden shout interrupted the two who were about to fight together again. Chapter 096, The Birth of the Ugly Emperor, I will kill you all. The second before when Ming's voice rang out, a dozen hook ropes were shot out simultaneously from the south side of the Wensi building. A dozen men dressed in black, hanging from pulleys, slid quickly down the opposite side. Perkins was the quickest to react, and though she was also eating, she was the first to grab her gun and aim it at the enemies in the air, snapping off several shots and killing one. Instead of falling to the ground, the opponent was suspended by a pulley block and landed on the terrace. Beat this one to death. Renjuju lit the oil lamp in the room, and could still see the pieces of clothes of the two that Wanjie had just torn up on the bed on the floor, and a few of her intimate clothes were conspicuously unavailable, so she couldn't help but be reminded of what had just happened again. So whether it's Toby, who's usually big-headed, or Zack, who sees nothing in his eyes, or Daphne, who always has her obsessive gaze on Diaz's face, someone called the price, directly out of the high price of 10 million. 10 million although more, but for this jade bracelet, 10 million is still far from worthy of its value. Do the elves, who are bland and transcendent and don't like to get actively involved in killing, retain their character even when they become powerless prayers? It's not the street, it's across the street, and all I can see is a dark mass moving, the lamplighter said. Unfortunately, with a look like that, Yi Tan didn't feel the slightest bit bad. It wasn't like he wanted to go anyway. For the spirit beast race, Ares was full of love and gratitude, not to mention that he didn't have any personal grudges with these two spirit beast race kings. Not bad at all. Han Yu's eyes flashed with approval, glancing at the game time on the screen. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the original dangling color gradually converged into a deeper and deeper look at the bottom of his eyes. So, facing Ares, who had overwhelmingly terrifying strength and also held the most valuable hostage of Lavinia. For Lu Shurian, this is the first kiss of her life. This tenderness was initially nervous, then shy, then intoxicated, and in the end, couldn't help but open her arms around Fong Yu's neck, tilted her face up, and became intoxicated without knowing the way back. It wasn't that she was looking forward to the gift, it was really He Qing's intention that made her feel extraordinarily gratified every time. Zhao Zhendua's family had such a thing. Yu Dandan's performance is noteworthy. Do not have to say that she was already very satisfied with Zhao's father and Zhao's mother, directly whooshing up to 12 points of satisfaction, not to mention how much swelling. In this way, it seems that the reason why the investigation of the Busan incident could not be settled in the first place can again find some eyebrows. It's just that I don't know how the progress of the research on the government's side is going. Kim Tae-young's gaze was deep as he gazed at Huang Kyung-ho, who had fallen into a comatose state, while Ambassador Li Jingfa was still meditating on the matter. The U.S. Secretary of State, Robert Bacon, took the initiative to approach him. Malfoy weakened and his face turned red again in anger. I guess he thought his two followers were just two brainless idiots, but now he heard Harry say that he was dumber than Goyle and Crabbe. She'd never played one of these before. At the moment, she had to try it for a minute, not to mention 10 minutes. Dunster was convinced of this. It wasn't just words on paper, on the screen, or emerging from the vocal organs of his peers, or any other way, but even words seen by the eye and heard by the ear. He left a few moments of skepticism, and the reason why Yin Yang is so cowardly is because there is no backstage to back her up, and as a husband, when Xiao Yu thinks about it, he doesn't back Yin Yang up, but instead backs up other people. But He Jindong's blind guess had some basis, so Gu Yuzhou followed his line of thought. He fell heavily to the sand, his eyes dazed, not even understanding what was happening until he saw Harry's flying form he did not understand, while sharp pain traveled through his body. But Grace wasn't exposed to modern theories of the soul, and by soul she meant the aggregate of true soul and limbic spirituality. Merlin was asking if the spirituality of the person performing the ritual had been enhanced or diminished. The great teacher may be trying to make the laws of the imaginary realm come down to reality by blurring the line between the imaginary and the real, so that all people can obtain a power similar to the power of the mind. Traditional medicine in the province of Yin has gained a major breakthrough in Europe, and due to its effectiveness, insurance providers started to include acupuncture treatment in their insurance coverage. At the same time, the European Union has also established the Yin Medical Union after the struggle of Yin practitioners. Jizhou is a key breakthrough point for Sun Quan and Cao Cao in their battle against the Jin army, and if it can be overrun, Chao's and Zhengdong's armies will have the initiative on the battlefield. Chiax, finally completely awakened. Qi Tiandu stared blankly at the Chiax, muttering a word. It was difficult to hide his elation. Similarly, Wang Ru's problem was even more serious than his. Wang Ru had long ago claimed that playing Go and Bridge was all about cultivation. So, the question is to practice what? Originally mentioned earlier. The same here again to review. The people from the Iron Bone Corps hunting troop, disregarding the rules of the gathering ground, brutally killed 18 members of the escort guard, blatantly betraying the gathering ground. And I hope that Brother Joe will be able to bring the murderer to justice, Li Dugwa said in a righteous manner. At the same time, the Black Eagle Army, who had been ordered to do so, saw this and rushed to the mouth of the collapsed courtyard wall. wanting to stop the hostages who were evacuating. Master Nilk refined a magic crystal brewer with a daily output of 1,000 pounds and a magic crystal soap maker with a daily output of 5,000 pieces. Do you think I should be happy about this? Cadre Man explained. In such a situation, it might be able to break out a strong fighting force, or it might be the collapse of the whole army. The Qinzhou army was obviously not the former. When Zhang Liao led the wolf riders to kill, many of the soldiers of the Qinzhou army directly dodged out of the way, and afterward threw the blades in their hands to the side in a sharp manner. Hong Antong, Mu Renqing, Yu Qi Gong, and other experts were no exception, all looking dumbfounded and staggered, but immediately followed by heart-stopping, horrified, and trembling with fear. But he immediately regained his clarity right afterward, and without saying anything else, he nodded and turned around to walk out of the military tent. In his eyes, this teenager in front of him, who was clearly a waste, had the domineering aura of looking out of the corner of his eye. If before, this regret pill was to Lin Fei, he still had some official attitude, but now, with the help of their eyes, the years got a sense of direction and all ended up safely in front of Hatsu. Obviously, she has become the pearl of the Tang family and has a noble identity. Why did she still lose to one Edith? Yuan is very smart. Feng Hai hurriedly brought the topic back to having younger siblings. You see, seeds take a long time to grow up to be eaten. So, younger siblings are like seeds that also take a long time to grow. Chapter 097, Batman and the Joker in the same bed. Welcome back. When Ming got up to meet the pair of Superwoman agents, and was relieved when he saw that they were unharmed, then looked to Tony. Tony, payment. Okay. Tony wiped the corners of his mouth maskily. Pepper, go back and prepare the gold later and I'll bring it next time I'm here. Thanks, boss. Ada Wong and Natasha sat down at the table at the same time and ate there. Inside the house, the ancient and simple atmosphere with a hint of solemn atmosphere. In front of the vermilion color table, a crane-haired old man with a smile on his face. Some affectionate look at the solo dance. She clasped her hands nervously, remembering that several times he had opportunistically appeared in times of distress. So this time, presumably, he would appear anyway. I also hope that the decision I made today won't make me regret when a long time later Zhongli just thought back to the decision made this day and regretted it. But nothing can come back. Zhan Xiu looked at it for a while, but didn't see anything, and was planning to go to other places to stroll around, when his eyes inadvertently saw a few familiar faces from the team. It was because he had just recently broken through the bottleneck. GFA was completely like a beginner slowly touching some of the wonders of the power, especially because of the repeated immersion in the process of bursting the body, recovering, bursting the body again and then recovering again, and had a rough understanding of the breath of life, or the new birth of the breakthrough of the life force. After Zhongli Luo finished speaking, he threw a whip at the horse, and the horse ate the pain and immediately moved its four hooves and galloped out. The red energy ball directly hit the head of the third-grade red-eyed wolf and instantly exploded. The third-grade red-eyed wolf didn't even manage to whimper, and its head was directly beaten to a bloody pulp. Blood flowed horizontally, and half of a crystal was revealed at the place where the top of its head was shattered. Did something happen? Qi Tianhao bowed to the abbot, then turned to ask Ding Cheng. If Lu Jie can go to Beijing North University then I'll have someone to accompany me. Zhang Fan said happily. In this way Lu Jie was finally bittersweet. Just in this treacherous environment, is she still on your mind? She sighed, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. Turning up the third-floor hallway, she froze in vain, her heart welling up, a strong sense of defiance, and she reached up to cover her left eye, releasing it for a moment, her sleepiness gone. The villa was fiercely loud for half a minute. The lights were bright and bright, the shadows were interlaced, and then a wall on the side blew up, and in the flying masonry, the fat man holding the killing knife looked like he had been knocked out, and rolled several times on the grass covered in blood, obviously beaten by the other side. No, we only need to let those who should know this. As for what they're going to do, it's none of our business. Zhu Jian shook his head. Thinking of Rong, she gave up her life and said such words to concubine Yun, deceiving a prince's feelings and having another person in her heart. Such a thing could not be tolerated even if consort Yun was more tolerant and treated her better. She knew that once consort Yun became angry, even if she was Feng Yuheng's sister, she would most likely be executed by consort Yun. But I did not expect this explanation. Inside the lady did not hear, but was outside the courtyard has been carried to this side of the old lady with a soft sedan chair to hear it clear. The old lady was so angry that she almost did not back over. The maids exclaimed. The courtyard people know that the trouble, and hurriedly went forward to kneel down, kowtowed vigorously. On the side of the dragon race, the 9 flying dragons in the center opened their huge dragon mouths at the same time, and columns of green energy as if they were the thickness of a bucket spewed out from their mouths. First do that pregnancy test you mentioned. Feng Xinyu has a calculation in her heart. After determining that I'm really pregnant, let's talk about the next step. Thanks a lot. The officer's face instantly lightened up, and he didn't make himself polite with his wetsuit. Chapter 098, The Mysterious Winchester. Bang! A flash of fire appeared in the muzzle of the Winchester M1887. The huge recoil caused Wen Ming, who was using it for the first time, to take a slight half-step back, but the bullets that came out of the muzzle blasted heavily into the body of the Black Vicious Dog. The Black Vicious Dog, which was originally still ferocious and incomparable, was directly blasted into a cloud of black smoke by this shot. Ness. Arthur waved the empty gun in his hand fiercely. Boss, you're so handsome. You are the... Bang! A flash of fire appeared in the muzzle of the Winchester M1887. The huge recoil caused Wen Ming, who was using it for the first time, to take a slight half-step back, but the bullets that came out of the muzzle blasted heavily into the body of the Black Vicious Dog. The Black Vicious Dog, which was originally still ferocious and incomparable, was directly blasted into a cloud of black smoke by this shot. Ness. Arthur waved the empty gun in his hand fiercely. Boss, you're so handsome. You are the... Yuan Shu hid inside the tree hole. His hands touched the jade seal of transmission hidden in his bosom. Right now only this could give him a little comfort. While the church outside was celebrating, Xing Lai and the others had already sneaked out of the dungeon, perhaps in a state of self-confidence, or the gang themselves had little professionalism. The entrance to the dungeon was completely unguarded. As Consort One's belly grew bigger and bigger, the Emperor came more and more often. To say that the Emperor is the Emperor, both power and prestige will let the potential to play to the limit such a short period of time, and in the winter, froze people from the palace dug through to the secret passage to the Nanwanfu. Flying Arrow's head was all about business, and that was a big reason why Yen Bad Luck had brought him here. Yunzhou was now Feng Chufei's, so it was almost as good as his own, and besides, if he was working for her, how could he not try his best? Just when she was close to breaking down, she was called to the restroom by her big sister's gang again. Just because her big sister was coldly and mercilessly rejected by Fu Mingxian again, so she took her anger out on her. They had fallen here by chance, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that they were outsiders, with a completely different mindset from the cultivators who had experienced several, or even dozens of competitions. I won't go even if I come. Feng Zhanshen stretched his neck. I'm not going. What can you do to me? Can you tie me up? It turned out that you could run so far in 10 seconds that she would have almost lost sight of him if she hadn't tried to stretch her neck. The night was deep and quiet. The moon hung high in the night sky. Yuan Shu looked at the scenery around him, and his heart was never more peaceful. In her urgency, Lin Shuer forced down the great loss and pain in her heart and blocked in front of him. Tai Ta originally did not want to hurt Xiao Ran's name. With his cultivation, naturally he could recycle most of his qi when he touched Xiao Ran's body, but he never expected that the moment the teenager's eyes became sharp, several strands of strength came one after another, exploding open like a series of beads, and bouncing his own double palms back one wave after another. There was like a celestial music. Nancy's spirit was shaken, greedily breathing off the fresh air, and for the first time she felt how happy she was to be alive. 11. Why are you here? Cho Chi smiles and looks at youngest 11 who walks in, accompanied of course by Chi Jun Che. Ruan Shinru always had a big grin, and did not understand what he meant for a moment, and was about to ask when he saw Xiao Ran holding Linger's hand, and wanted to leave. She pushed out her chest and put up a noble stance, swearing with conviction while rushing to look at Lin Xiao fiercely, bent on longing to see him casting admiring gazes. Just as you think, Shiling Jing. This matter, you shouldn't hide it from me. Xue Meng gazed at her, seeming to see through all of him. Zhou Xian hid in the corner of another room, his dark eyes stunned and listless. He just felt a little tired and his eyelids were dry. Last night was not a good night's sleep. He waited for him all night, but only got a sentence of "you're awake." Seeing that Su Xia seemed to be lost in thought about something, Su Jinyan smiled with a few indulgent smiles and reached over her shoulders, his other hand gently resting on her waist, helping Su Xia onto the unicorn, climbed all the way up, and was the man severely tossed to turn, waist sore, legs soft, where there is that strength to continue to walk down it. Just now when crossing the footbridge, the two legs are floating collapsed well. Chapter 099, Metaverse Store New Business Online. There's a lot of dark technology in the world of Dragon Ball. Universal Capsule, Maglev, Nomex FTL Spaceship, Scion 1-Man FTL Combat Ship, Bioroids, Dragon Ball Radar, Fairy Beans, Combat Power Detector, Time Machine, Gravity Chamber, Combat Armor, Healing Silo, Quantum Communication, Micro Harvesting Robots, and more. With such a high-tech universe, cancer is not a difficult thing to deal with. Sun Wukong's viral heart disease was an exception. I have sought you out for another important matter. After this time the living souls will regovern the Yin realm, and the ghost heroes of the world will crusade against the ghost ruler together, cleansing the Yin realm's dry land. I sought you out in the hope that you would devour me. Sima's face did not see any vicissitudes, and even changed the appearance of 16 or 7. He came to be pious and frank without shame in heaven and earth. When she was in our country, she was really quite nice. How come when she arrived in Sea City, she completely transformed into a vinegar spirit? Uchiha Yuan, on the other hand, continued to work out in the training ground until he was given the opportunity to turn the dial, and then he left the training ground. However, it was because of this hesitation that the Akimichi clan's upper ninja was discovered by a sensory ninja in the Mist Ninja's Dark Division. Your ability to harness dreams seems very unique. A tall man in Taoist robes in front of him said. The remaining members of the Wu family began to talk and discuss strategies. Taking money to eliminate the disaster is no longer enough, but also have to think of another way. In the west second room across the triple doors, Zhao Chengyuan was dressed in snow-white Chinese clothes, roasting over a charcoal basin. The other charcoal basin had a shelf built on it, and brocade robes were laid on top of it. If not for the fact that they still had companions by their side, pulling them a hand at the critical moment, I'm afraid that they had already become blood food in the spider demon's mouth. The mermaid princess was just about to let out a low chirp when she became acutely aware of something rushing by her side. When I saw the size of the boar, I was also scared. This boar is still really big as the biggest domestic pig. Jie Shangfeel so have a sentence without a sentence chat. Very awkward, but many questions he did not know how to open. After all, this is very different from their own imagined scene. Jie Shang did not dream of making this kind of harmony and cozy scene. Is it true that someone like you came to Kanglan City just to be a houseboy? The royal-robed old man knocked on the armrest of the dragon chair with his hand and asked Zheng Fan with a slightly deeper meaning. It seems like he did decide to help me this time, which is definitely a blessing in disguise for me. Just at this time, the senior brother beside me, however, reminded me, and took a step ahead of me to directly catch up. Since there is no one at home and no one is wanted at night on Star Moon's side, Li Minglu had to accompany Sophia to stay up all night in the office. Enough, let's wait for the body to get better before saying these things. Lin Hao's words caused Shi Yan Yu's heart to sting, as if the only connection between them was that matter. It was only after a while that Zheng Fan, whose body was covered in light and splendor, crawled as deep as he could on the ground towards the swinging sound forest. Of course it's not right. If killing Morio Ibuki was a whim of mine, then why would I want to kill him at this juncture? And it gives the Japanese mafia a reason to kill us. Maybe they'll even join with the other gangsters to be the first to destroy me. Humph, you want to use him as a pawn? Aren't you afraid of repeating the mistakes of the ancients? Lan Ruo raised an eyebrow. Guan Pingji then went through the recent priorities before the meeting ended. A long yell, as if it were heavenly music, saved these two ants who were drying out on the hot pan. What's so hard to understand? Putting down the automotive repair tutorial that he was using as a display in his hand, Reno glanced at his mouth. What? It's this time and you still want to harm big brother Huang Kuei and the others? Shi Jie jumped up from the ground in anger at the words and was about to rush up, but was pulled back by Huang Kuei. But Lord Marshal, the general's face was aggrieved, but his heart was full of annoyance, said the command was given to me. So what are you pointing at? Chapter 100 Gotham is worth saving? That's okay, next just wait to be reunited with your husband. Hearing Wen Ming's words, Marlena cried even louder. I don't know if I can wait until the day he comes back. Warming, I don't want to go back to that cannibalistic town. The human wife, who had been emotionally stabilized, had another emotional breakdown at this point. The thought that it would be years before she would see her husband made Marlena's whole body tremble violently once again. That's okay, next just wait to be reunited with your husband. Hearing Wen Ming's words, Marlena cried even louder. I don't know if I can wait until the day he comes back. Warming, I don't want to go back to that cannibalistic town. The human wife, who had been emotionally stabilized, had another emotional breakdown at this point. The thought that it would be years before she would see her husband made Marlena's whole body tremble violently once again. Wu Chen's words were clearly directed at the self-rescue army, because it was unlikely that the self-rescue army would bring civilians to fight. Levi Fyodorovich sat on the couch and regarded Roy Clovis in front of him with a stern gaze. I'm sure you all know that the purpose of the widow's trip north is to settle the Qi army and recover the land of Yen and Zhao. Do the young generals have any suggestions on this? Although In Su already had some thoughts, he still wanted to hear the opinions of Su Xin, the local generals. But there were also just too many zombies, and although one fell at the beginning, more spewed out of the ditch like a flood from behind. Just as he thought, this formation flag in his hand was unexpectedly a lower-grade immortal weapon, and if it wasn't for his strong divine sense, wanting to refine this formation flag in a moment would have been impossible. However, he had made a slight estimation error. This formation flag in his hand was not only a manifestation flag, it was also the key to unlocking the Bridge of Hope Immortal. If it wasn't for the 3 words Sea Legacy Sect above the mountain gate, Mufan would even think that he had come to the wrong place. Also, this is the end of this country road 744 in a southerly direction. Further south into the mountains, you will have to proceed on foot. After arriving at the West City School ground, Gao Yi first led In Su and the others to a high platform, but Joda and Lu Ming were nowhere to be seen. Pu Jun and Su Jiao were still looking at each other with curiosity, when the drums had already sounded. However, after Zhou Zikai's phone call, Zhao sure thought that she was going to try on wedding dresses with her favorite person, so the situation was naturally different, and she hurriedly sent a WeChat to Zhou Ziyu to express that he had done a good job, and thought that Zhou Ziyu was pretending to be sick. Who knew that it was just a casual excuse from Zhou Zikai? After Su Jingji and Mu Yanqing entered the door, they first greeted the old ancestor, and then they noticed the figure sitting on the side that screamed to be ignored. Ding Yushan dead stared at Lu Dongyan, but the other party also do not know whether it is intentional. Just do not look up. Do not meet her eyes. Clearly want to be their own, just contradicted Yang Love Mangwave words are eaten back into the stomach. Angry Ding Yushan fingertips are pinched into the meat. Dancing Wei Yan let him hold him, feeling his body trembling slightly, warm wetness coming from his neck. His thin lips hooked out a very faint smile. Vixen, how dare you torment Big Brother Jean like this, letting Big Brother suffer such humiliation. Damn you. Xian'er almost cursed. Whoever dared to be unfavorable to her Big Brother Jean was an enemy of her. Almost without hesitation, Qinsong ordered the battalion deputy to outflank them from the left and right. Fang Li and the others also saw Qinsong and the others. Their faces changed drastically and they turned around to run. Only now they were afraid that it would not be easy to run. This year's new disciple has a great temper. I hope that he will be this powerful in cultivation in the future. Sure Hui lightly laughed. As soon as she opened her mouth, seawater scrambled in through her mouth. Unprecedented fear surrounded her. Her brain had lost the ability to think, and she could only rely on her survival instincts to cover her mouth, struggling helplessly in the cold seawater. What? Ma Zhu was startled. Her eyes crossed over the officials and soldiers blocking in front of her. The figure on horseback outside the city gates was indeed Chang Yuan. It seemed that he had just left the city. If she was a step late, she would only be unable to see it. Just the name is Thatched. No relation to Thatched. Feel free to go in and eat. Jean glowing laughed. All the emperors are secretly resolved. If this time there is a chance to turn the danger into a safe and sound. In the future, what to say also have to urge their own country's people. Messing with wolves and tigers do not mess with the seasonal wind smoke. And even the country of Huaxia that have to be properly provided up. You still say. Sui Yun pounced again. Only this time, Zirue Shui didn't let Shui Yin get away with it. She laughed and escaped. This is also very subtle. According to the system of the Empress Immortal Words, the world should be filial piety 100 days. The consort is no filial piety. This Tong Empress was queen, but after the death of a consort posthumously, Sima Zixia is not explicitly. This period of filial piety should not be guarded. We are also by the mind of the respective. Su Xian watched Tang Ning's movements not far away, looking at Tang Ning's injured arm. The expression on her face is quite calm, because she knows that this matter, even if it is hard to investigate, it is not possible to investigate her body. This kind of thing, do more, naturally have experience. It could be heard that she genuinely liked Seven Dai as a sister, and was genuinely thinking about her. It was just unexpected that with the loss of the Yin Chi of the Feather Clan, there were only 3 Feather Clan descendants of the same generation left, namely him, Sparrow as well as Whispering Chui. Empress Tong complained for a while, and then followed Chen Shuangji to chat about the difference between Jiangzhou and the capital, and then did not say anything else, just the usual reward some things down. He clicked on the link to the online store, a very professional page, full of fashion. In the conspicuous position, besides the specially designed store name logo, was the group photo of the 7 people. Chen Shuang mood is not very good. Talk to Yi Jinbao is also a little absent-minded. Yi Jinbao feels strange and asked. Chen Shuangji was in a difficult situation, so she briefly told Yi Jinbao about the matter. This does not sound big. Really want to refuse. Afraid of some unsympathetic, only to run into Li Lanpei. Chen Shuangdio is also extra a few points of mind. Also did not agree on the spot. Only said to go to ask Yi Jinbao can be done to be allowed. As soon as there is news is to send a person to support them. Several people launched a carpet search of the neighborhood and spotted it several times, but it escaped. Ha ha ha, little cute. Sang Lao reached out and hammered on the desktop, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, still laughing unceasingly, some trembling body and clenched to the point of revealing the blood of his fists. But it is to show that at this time he is somewhat collapsed state of mind. Okay, I don't want more. You should honor the bet we just made, Angel said with a smile. After all, Chang Pu was a bit late, facing Mang Sun Linglong's W skill sweep. Gong Sun Zan without his skill really couldn't afford to get hurt. 1/3 of his blood didn't even last 2 seconds, and by the time Chang Pu jumped out and threw his skill at Mang Sun Linglong, Gong Sun Zan had already been swept into a corpse. Chapter 101, Tony, I want to be the richest man in the multiverse. Seeing the surprise in Sarah's eyes, when Ming explained, the birth of Skynet was inevitable, but Skynet is not indestructible. In the plot of the movie, if Skynet is extinguished, it delays its birth or extends a new timeline in your timeline. If a new timeline does arise, then there's a good chance you won't have to deal with an apocalypse after a nuclear war. If we let Tony take the shot, and then John and the others at that time. Seeing the surprise in Sarah's eyes, when Ming explained, the birth of Skynet was inevitable, but Skynet is not indestructible. In the plot of the movie, if Skynet is extinguished, it delays its birth or extends a new timeline in your timeline. If a new timeline does arise, then there's a good chance you won't have to deal with an apocalypse after a nuclear war. If we let Tony take the shot, and then John and the others at that time, and the carriage she had been traveling in earlier, flanked by another pair of guards, set off in the direction of her previous residence. Phew, much more comfortable. That old human skin lasted over a month, the old tall man from earlier said, but he changed that Raya's skin into a young man's form. To this day, he couldn't understand that his older brother, who was such a good man, was nothing in the eyes of that family. There was indeed some truth in what Shattered said. Although that world over there possessed all sorts of bizarre magical abilities, the means to come back from the dead was very rare. Wow, these two guys are sicker than me. Karina, who had witnessed the scene at the bar, resigned herself to the fact. Unemployed ordinary workers are willing to take lower wages in exchange for job opportunities, which over time lowers the average wage and reduces purchasing power, resulting in factories producing products that cannot be sold. Get lost, don't come to piss me off. You'd better pray for a box office hit tomorrow, or else. He smiled conspiratorially, but Lai Yaoyang didn't take it to heart. The first Ferris wheel at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893 was made possible by the casting technology of the Bethlehem Steel Group. Less intelligence was gathered among the others. There were those who unraveled their minds and those who were more troubled. There were also those who didn't care at all. Just as she thought that, she saw Ning Yuan change his fist to a palm, the root of his palm sticking to her head, applying a slight force and pushing back. Looking at the punk in front of him who instantly froze in place in surprise because of the sudden sound and looked towards the direction the sound came from, a glimmer of hope appeared in the boss's heart. With a wave of his hand, that iron spider web gradually disappeared, and the Boundtree Eagle clansmen spread their wings and flew, no longer having the intention of attacking. After all, the patriarch represented them. Since they chose to kneel down and bow in submission, it was as if their hearts had been shackled, and after that, they could only do as they were told. In addition to this undefeated mythical 5, in order to stabilize the army, I also elected the 7 red sticks by my side. They are Chen Hao, Pan Zi, Wang Nan, Yu Rongjie, Yuan Yang, Shi Dai, and Lu Ying. Spirit grains collided inside, and the power surged in to protect the rice grains inside, and in just a few strokes, the husks cracked and fell off. Asuka's crying went on for a long time, and whenever she tried to stop, feeling the gentle touch in her arms and thinking about the possibility of never seeing her again, she couldn't stop the tears or the crying. Xu Tianjiao laughed out loud, holding up the square sky painting halberd, then flew over towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not hesitate, transported the internal force and blasted a palm to the ground. A 6-mangled star spell formation bloomed on the ground. A wind dragon scurried up from the ground and opened its mouth to swallow the Xu Tianjiao flying in the air in one bite. Basically, Qin Yu and Yifan were just watching from the side, but for that, the two of them were instead happier. Yifan's eyes would also reveal a moving wonder from time to time, from which Qin Yu could see the other party's desire for strength at this time. There was also the night vision eyes that the magical beasts came with, making them all fight the human cultivators at night as if they were white. And even though there was a bright moon tonight, Ye's speed was still affected. After all, it wasn't white. It's possible, counting the time, counting the cost, it can't be justified if it doesn't advance any further. Zhuang Jian said a little smugly. Indeed it was the subordinates who were too reckless. I hope that Nurse Tang will not generalize with them. Yanhong apologizes to you. Chen Yanhong walked up to elder Mrs. Tang, first looking reproachfully at Sister Rong and the others before turning back and looking at elder Mrs. Tang with general guilt, her delicate body surmounting a salute. Chapter 102, Tony attacked, Iron Man 1 launches. Wen Ming, you need to help me. Earl Mason hurriedly rushed to Wen Ming's office, picked up his teacup and just took a sip, then he immediately complained. There was a gunfight at the Wenxi Hotel. Their general manager Willie Hansen was shot in the head. The impact is very bad. Now the whole metropolis is blaming me. I don't want to see this either. I'm a victim too. When Flora and I were attacked before, you promised then to bring up, because the foreign etiquette of inviting people for coffee is a sign of goodwill and wanting to get to know and make friends. Lu Wanchu was too embarrassed to refuse. Xia Yunza, Sooner or later you'll apologize to me for the way you treated me. Isn't it just one Lu Wanshu? Yan's house was at the end of a very cramped hutong, and before he even approached, Suya smelled the very strong odor of Chinese medicine. Then next, are we going to prepare for the launch? Xiahou Luo looked up at the scattered stars in the sky and asked with a bit of worry. Li Nettle got up a long time ago, also changed into a tender yellow dress, and was sitting in front of the mirror combing her hair. When Zhuang Yin came, Li Nettle asked him to wait for a while, and tied her hair into a ponytail in 2 or 3 clicks by herself, before following Zhuang Yin out. This old bone of mine is thinking about that piece. Hongqi Master did not move. She also knows that Xia's sentence is certainly not to say, but at least this is even greater the credibility of their own words. And this is the most important thing at this moment. This cross was like a field of fire. Those arrows with emerald green trailing tails. However, without paying attention, Duan Gong was knocked back by the shadowy man's blow. A splash of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the mountain-piercing spear in his hand had the appearance of being somewhat unsteady in his grip. Xiang Gu was about to go to the other side to continue searching when Lobster hurriedly grabbed her and asked with a frown. Wait, who is Xian Shen? Seeing Zi Jing so anxious, he must be a very important person. At this time Su Shuayin also noticed Qi Ruiming's appearance. She happily walked towards him. Qi Ruiming must have come to find her. The sound of the sea breeze and waves was all around his ears, and it seemed like an eternity before the sound of human speech rang out on the deck again. Usually obedient at home, in school is also the teacher's heart of a good student, the good example in the eyes of his classmates. Grandma Yi was waiting for you at the school entrance. She couldn't find your class. It just so happened that I saw her when I was about to go out. Jian Mingjia briefly explained. Learned. She was 1,000 years ahead of her time, but her mind was so full of too much and too cluttered that the only way to do less was to know and do more by learning about the current state of affairs at hand. They have the same surname with him. 500 years ago counted as a family, and there are a few years in the relationship, more or less tolerant. Gone is the Sung royal relatives, replaced by a Wang royal relatives, Shang royal relatives, Zheng royal relatives or something to come. Must be bent on overpowering his former achievements. Their lower county officials can be even more difficult to do people. At first, the cellar was dark, almost unable to reach out and see, but Wu Yu's skill and courage, coupled with the sense of spiritual pressure, his feet were as healthy as a fly, and in a split second, he went down the steps, and some light flashed slightly in front of his eyes. As the year 191 A.D. entered the height of summer, more and more locusts were hopping around in the grass. However, this is already considered to be idle. The overwhelming army of flying locusts has not yet arrived. Subconsciously, she connected this matter with Rex's earlier request for her to get the information. Could it be that program? At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed that she hadn't looked at that information a few more times. Deputy Chief Go. Say the important things 3 times. Please get to the point. Say the point. Get to the point. The person asking the question once again took out 5 lower-grade black spirit beads and threw them into his hands. Crisp and short footsteps came from outside the door, bringing a sense of oppression for no apparent reason, and even the dust that danced lightly in the light was disturbed and jumped, asking for a wave of tickets for this month's monthly drawing. After a unanimous discussion, this month's monthly raffle prize is tentatively set to be the Periphery of Hotel Continental gold coins. Below, first time getting it, hope you don't mind. I'll be buying samples in the next few days and posting sample pics to the group if they fit. The number of raffle prizes is tentatively set at 20. And an additional first prize will be drawn to increase the ruling coins when the time comes. I hope you'll enjoy it. Well, as promised, if it's fine, I'll pop the picture, and I hope you'll help punch up the average subscription. Chapter 103, Space Rift Bug, When Ming's Reinforcement. Boss. Emergency. Say, Tony and Pepper are hurt. What? When Ming had a shiver and Sarah had a tremor that lasted for dozens of seconds before when Ming picked up his cell phone. Give me the camera. The space rift had a strange effect on the surrounding cameras. The building next door and the traffic shots couldn't capture these travelers, and when Ming had purposely given the big Blade Girl's first reaction was to try to come in with a bizarre twin blade to stun, but Nightmare counteracted it with her W's shield, while Akari evaded it with her E-skill, hanging onto Blade Girl with Falcon Dance in the process. Where did Princess Jingyu know that as soon as she was out of the gate here, the war machine over there ignited and started, ready for action? Thinking about the fact that he once had the possibility of joining the Teen EDG, Li Fethan felt fearful when he thought about it, and Taishan Laojun might not really care much about this younger brother, or else he wouldn't have failed to pass gas with him. Wan Yanshang rubbed his aching head. His worst fears had still happened. The Song army had started to get stronger, and already had a hidden tendency to surpass the Golden Kingdom. Anyway, right now I'm still far from a great Luo Golden Immortal. so the matter of raising my heel is not urgent. It was then that he remembered that he would fall into a 1-month period of weakness after casting the Extinction Tribulation Thunder. Li Huanyan had thought that Mu Xian's way to the top was the ladder, but now it seemed that perhaps Mu Xian didn't want to keep growing up under the shelter of Yu Linglong's wings, and Wan Yanshang can sit firmly on the throne is not only by virtue of military success, but also his ability to rule. On the contrary, Jin Wuzhu will only fight, but now the gold need is to fight? Jin needs a monarch who can stabilize people's livelihoods, rather than a general who can only fight and kill. The third person to be interviewed was Yu Yun, and in this current situation, without using Yu Fei, he could only be sent to the north. Customers saw a tall man carrying a bloody man on his back, walking all the way in, blood dripping all the way in, and the situation looked a bit gruesome. Boss Lu Bo was the most dry, directly got up and blocked the door. He was born tall and big, not to say that a man cannot open it, at least intentionally blocking the words. Skinny Gao Yang cannot possibly walk out of this door today. Van Zhou's face instantly changed. If he had known that what Leon was going to test was the goblin cannon, his brain was kicked by a horned horse before he would have said those words. Zhang Guangzhou troops with Zhang Guangzhou best relationship with the instructor to see the situation is not right. Rushed to come forward. Want to go to hold Zhang Guangzhou hands of the gun. This matter, Yuan believe. In the present era, the legal system is not yet complete build. The killing within the gangs is indeed a sentence of the high-level people of the matter. The military government is also the same. In the face of the possibility of threatening the government's security, the killing is like a child's play. It is very scary. She has seen it. Leon was speechless. So what was that long-winded speech this guy just made for? Showing off his knowledge? Then there are specialized auditors who review the content of the game to ensure that it is politically correct. From a deity's title, one can roughly deduce the laws he specializes in, and from that, it can also be determined that the vast majority of most deities are not omnipotent. They specialize in a certain kind of law, like the vast majority of sorcerers on the continent of Titan who choose to specialize in a certain line of spells. Such energy was able to inhale an ordinary Xian master in almost an instant, and then the energy among them would directly tear the Xian master to pieces. Lord Commander Chen Feng, is there something? Please feel free to speak. He appeared very polite and opened his eyes, his but naturally landing on the chair and tottering twice because of its soft elasticity. I've already devoured that formation. It won't take a moment for that formation to be crushed. They've already lost the capital to resurrect. And why did they kill themselves so simply? Chapter 104, Mark 6 starts. Just ask the Iron Fighter how to play it. Sarah had completely emptied her mind at this point, and there was only one thought in her mind. Move. Move for me. I don't want to be hunted down and killed without resistance again. A minute has passed. The steel ball still won't budge. Sarah looked up at Warming, who didn't say anything, but kissed her again. Sarah instantly felt her entire body fill with power as she focused on looking at the steel beads once again. This time, Sarah had completely emptied her mind at this point, and there was only one thought in her mind. Move. Move for me. I don't want to be hunted down and killed without resistance again. A minute has passed. The steel ball still won't budge. Sarah looked up at Warming, who didn't say anything, but kissed her again. Sarah instantly felt her entire body fill with power as she focused on looking at the steel beads once again. This time, she is in good condition. Her bones are clear, and she has sufficient chi and blood. Her meridians are smooth. She is a rare root bone for practicing martial arts. Li Jing said with a straight face. The third princess also put her sword away. They were princesses. Whether or not they had really practiced all their kung fu too, the long swords they used were not of extraordinary quality, not to mention the fact that the grand princess had not received any real injuries. And even if blood flowed all over the place yet, there would not be any blood on the third princess's sword. So by the time Lancelot had grown up to look like a normal human in his early teens, his mother had been dead for who knows how long, leaving Sloth, a half-wraith who could neither blend in with the magical beasts and monsters nor live in the human world, alone and alone. At this time, seeing that Meng Han had been killed by Yu Ming, the ranks of the Sui and Turkic allied forces finally erupted in roaring cheers. The Turkic Trojan Khan gave him a wolf head banner and the titles of Great Vijaya Khan and the Relief Heaven. Immediately, Liang Shidu guided the Turkic troops to occupy the land of Hunan and overrun Yanchuan County. Mei Mo nodded, walked a few steps and then seemed to remember something, opened his mouth to speak but look at Leng Yufeng seems to be in deep thought, and did not dare to open his mouth to disturb. Then what does the Empress Dowager mean? Is that Meyer did something wrong? Mu Shimi heart secretly shocked. Suimei in the end did what things even let the Empress Dowager say such words, but Mu Shimi's face still pretends to not understand the delicate and naive look asked. Pure Air listened and took a handkerchief to cover her face, because with such a cousin, she felt so ashamed of herself, stabbed into the body of Yi Fantasy inside the bone blade above filled with a special kind of energy, so that Yi Fantasy's parasitic body cannot be repaired, and coupled with the fact that Yi Fantasy is now extremely weak, The energy is also consumed seriously. One simply cannot use the power of time to repair the injury. Blanche didn't care about the indifferent expression on Wanjie's face as he slowly stepped through the tent as if he were a condescending attack. Donkey Egg subconsciously scratched his head with an embarrassed smile on his face, unknowingly seeming to have taken advantage of another one of the Mu family. As for Hu Kai said trickery, that is simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He sent Dian Wei to be the vanguard, for the sake of letting their own 5,000 people, to see how Dian Wei's 800 people kill people, so that they can learn well, and then make a windy battle to practice under. Then the sound of bats attacking the alabaster anvil rang out outside, but Lin Tian and the two of them were very safe. Such power was too strong. Not to mention him, even if Nine Tails was hit it would definitely die. However, before this assassin's head fell off, Wu Tian appeared in front of another assassin. This assassin obviously reacted and wanted to dodge the attack, but Wu Tian's black dragon blade didn't give him any chance. A furious blade chi swept over his body, and then this guy fell to the ground. That's why it will be such a great help to have a powerful NPC to turn to, even if the other person is just a thief. Yi Fantasy sighed deeply. What this God King was up to, Yi Fantasy didn't know. It always felt like he was up to some big conspiracy. If it didn't seem that the God King was a strong man, plus being the patriarch of the human allied forces, Yi Fantasy would have gotten rid of him long ago, instead of weakening his power now. Since the primary destination this time was Castle Dunhold, Charlemagne and Sylvanas stepped right through the portal to Fort Rapids with the help of the Stormcast mages. Chapter 105, New Travelers. The gold-pouring business at the Metaverse store, following the sale of trans-universe merchandise, is finally starting to hit its stride as well. Although there was only Marlena, a backpacker, and Sarah driving backwards now, Wing Ming believed that the future was definitely getting better and better. When that happens, Hotel Ironing will have multiple sources of income. On the one hand, we have the thinly veiled dumping of merchandise and gold like Sarah and Marlena, and on the other hand, we have the high profits from the Meta-Universe store's trans-universe merchandise, and then the hotel. When he went there, that altar had already finished functioning, and the many extraterrestrial ancestral deities had combined their efforts to make an extreme effort to block him, not giving him half a chance at all. As for the several protectors, at the beginning of the engagement, besides the cold-faced man who smartly hid at the back and was not affected, the other two were directly swept by the aftermath and turned into pus and blood without even screaming. My arm was raw from his grip, but my chest pumped with a rush of inexplicable emotions. Mu Chen's words, the tone of voice seems to have so much frivolity. Words are also used slightly vulgar, but unexpectedly there is a kind of feeling of relief. When I heard Chinjo say everyone at this moment, I was also shocked. I don't know if he was bluffing or if he was really doing it, and if the latter then how did he do it? Gai Joyua's body clicked, and in an instant, it transformed into a young man of 17 or 18 years old, with thick hair that fluttered in the wind. Dark Knight, go to Zhangde Temple and invite Master down from the mountain. If he refuses to come, just tell him that I'm willing to drop out of my home as long as he's willing to save Arua. Lu Wu yelled loudly to Dark Knight who was standing by the door. Tears flowed from his eyes as he said the last. Yu Yale immediately became a little excited. She raised her eyes to meet Gu Huainan's concerned gaze, but subconsciously felt that his line of sight was looking at Tian Xin who was very close to her. The door was pushed open. I scratching touched the door, and suddenly had the feeling of walking in the wrong space. Originally thought that the style of the house will continue to just come all the way over the ancient wind dazzle, but did not think that it has become a European style of leapfrog style. So he took all the pictures of his dad because mentioning his dad makes his mom prone to sickness. The entire Shark Island began to pour out. A time those unarmed Power Islanders, and those with low cultivation sharks wailed and wailed, simply too late to escape. With the tilt of the Shark Island, as many as possible fell into the endless abyss, because hate the so-called opening ceremony dragging long speech. Ouyang Pengchang led by the origin of the shares of the exhibition group is in the exposition after the opening ceremony in the city of Nagoya. Revisited the Ouyang Pengchang and his beautiful girls appear to be in an extra mood of relief. Each other have a heartfelt smile at each other. This was naturally a customized equipment for the follower card. The Monkey King that Limu made was still just a teenage Monkey King, and would become stronger with this weapon. Limu could also use it to use just that. This time as a lesson. In the future, don't mutter in my ear again. It's even more detestable than a fly. Plume Lord relentlessly yelled at her, spreading all the anger in his heart on her. Fu Yunxi clenched her fists. Recalling the situation of the party, it is not difficult to understand what happened. Today Qin Mingju borrowed his own hand to teaching Xilian a lesson, and put all the sins on her. If she fights back I am afraid that it will attract even more serious consequences. She gritted her teeth and endured. Gulp. I don't know if it was a burp or a grunt, but it was the first vocalization in days. The contracted sword of victory is an opposite city treasure, and although at this time Saber is only a 3-star, and the power she can exert is insufficient. Just now, for unknown reasons, it actually fused with the green-eyed white dragon's energy sphere. Li Mu finally asked for the intact chopper sword back, and the two worn-out pieces of equipment were better for the other party to keep for themselves. This too, designed by Chaozi, who combined various anti-theft techniques used in ancient and modern tombs, adopted the design standard of an underground air raid shelter, and used a soil mix standard that could even resist a missile attack. Chapter 106 Auntie Wang, have you gotten stronger? Perkins looked at Bulma in consternation. What do you mean? What are you winking at me for? I'm not la la la. Bulma was a little annoyed. How come you female bodyguards don't know how to read eyes at all? Poorly reviewed. Turn around and let Wen Ning replace you. She knew that the chicken could not be lost, so she did not care about the light bulb being there. After eating the hand-rolled noodles in 3 or 2 bites, she rubbed herself against Wen Ming's body. Perkins looked at Bulma in consternation. What do you mean? What are you winking at me for? I'm not la la la. Bulma was a little annoyed. How come you female bodyguards don't know how to read eyes at all? Poorly reviewed. Turn around and let Wen Ning replace you. She knew that the chicken could not be lost, so she did not care about the light bulb being there. After eating the hand-rolled noodles in 3 or 2 bites, she rubbed herself against Wen Ming's body. Perhaps it understood Zhang Maodun's words. The bird gave way a bit and stopped squawking. It still seemed to be very spiritual. This was the reason why, with a cultivation level of 7th stage strength, Yuncho used spirit techniques, and for other spirit techniques, it would be impossible to use them. But think about it, if it were me, if my sister, and my favorite person, betrayed me at the same time, then I also hate them in a million ways, not to mention 2 years, even if it is 20 years, I will not necessarily let go, unless they all have some unspeakable secrets. Jiao Wei's wife is only 20 years old, the child held in his hands is still born after the end of the world, because Jiao Wei is the reason for the search team usually rake in a lot of oil and water. The life of this mother and child is also quite good. As ordered, Mei Yulong was sent down to the Vanguard Company, and they drove off in the troop carriers and armored vehicles, and on the way, Mei Yulong took out a map and drew out all the high points of the Night Altar base and the open road transportation routes. Mu Yan she put her hand into the pocket of the clothes where the troop was staying, pretending to pull something out, but in reality, she took out the black gold order from the chaos space. Xiao Ming felt bad, and hastily dodged sideways, only to hear a bang. The side is full of dust. The closet appeared a big black hole. The shovel in Xu Ming's hand had just been thrown out, so there was no weapon in his hand, so he could only keep dodging Zhuang Meng's attacks, and for a while, he was actually being suppressed to death by Zhuang Meng. I bared half my head and swept my eyes, watching the man in black warily, and was much relieved to see him lower his gun. The dying stage of a true dragon is not fixed, and the average age of a dying dragon is often within 20 years of the limit of their lifespan, only to see Mu Li's white veil covering her face, only revealing a pair of big eyes like a clear spring and a polished forehead, a light blue dress, a delicate figure, elegant and calmly appeared in the doorway. Finally, at the last moment, Tang Jui managed to open the submarine's connecting hatch, and directly was like a loach drilling into it, then quickly closed the hatch. How many scars, pains, stoicism and trials did he use to get these labels attached to him? Another sideways glance at Nangong Imo, his face naturally would not look good. Someone was trying to harm but his closest brother, he wouldn't let it go. Ahem. He looked at the Saito agent accompanying him in front of the cab, this serious and incomparable staring ahead, as if he did not hear the two chatting at all, but his red ears revealed the truth that he was eavesdropping. 8 years ago was active in stealing behavior in many countries around the world, although most of it was eventually returned in full. Pretending, Imobai demolished it without mercy, an ancient divine beast, even if it was a cub, how could it be that fragile? The leader of this group of armed men was cautious and didn't let his guard down because of Tang Jui's panicked behavior, staying frozen for a moment looking at each other. Although they didn't understand Mu Li's intention, they didn't disturb, they only signaled the subordinates with their eyes not to disturb them. Farther away, there are mountains covered with mist, like a beauty wearing a green veil. Fascinating. Mo Qingting skimmed his mouth. Obviously used to playing with the stream of supercars, he is not able to see this too rigid sedan, but Song Duanwu gave him this position is not bad. In any case, when Song Duanwu saw that he ended up with mixed feelings when he went to test drive the car on his own, which then lowered his voice and asked Lu Qingzhen. The emperor had the utmost respect and trust for Sister Jin Yun, and after hearing her words, the emperor's face eased slightly. Chapter 107 Underground Hospital's chief apothecary arrived. This time Ada Wong spared no expense in acquiring body armor, weapons, Goku Jr.'s bodyguard services, and brought along the adventurous Lara Croft, in order to test whether or not she could exploit the rules. Instead of answering directly, Ada Wang took out a dagger, only to see it fly through several shadows in her hand. Guess how many times I just swung out? A flicker of delight flashed through Wen Ming's mind, and he first looked behind him at Perkins. Who? What kind of joke is this? The fourth stage of the spirit true realm. How can she spar with an existence at the peak of the spirit returning realm? She doesn't need to win this way, so she simply and directly admits defeat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Khan's face changed, followed by a great fury as he grabbed towards the sky, the endless berserker blade instantly in his hand. Please come forward for the ribbon cutting. Inkland called out again with the microphone, only to be kicked off the stage. Bai Ling. Saint Knight felt his body, as if it was gradually expanding, the density of his bones spreading rapidly, and not long after, he heard Maketsu's surprised shout from the side. Whenever then, everyone will praise her understanding. She also has always felt that she can treat this person as a sister. Already enough understanding and good behavior. Zhang Yuan is also very good to her. Forbearance care, what to eat and play, will let her first pick first choice. Muggle shielding made it difficult for ordinary people to notice, but the magical Hogwarts mages saw it for what it was, and they didn't expect Headmaster Dumbledore to utilize such a partial remedy to replenish magical energy. But now, she didn't dare to guess his mind, and she didn't allow herself to be foolishly presumptuous anymore, thinking that Goo Goo was so special to her. Zhang Yuan and Mu Shiwei too long have not seen, and look at her body is really weak, did not bother in the ward for too long. 4 o'clock, they said goodbye. The caregiver came back, in the ward to take care of Wu Shiwei. Oh Yang, you will send a few people downstairs together. You come down too. Zhang Jianwei flung his hand and a stick shadow flew out, breaking a few branches. This crystal ball was purchased by Dumbledore after vomiting and lying down and then spending a large amount of respect points, which was the equivalent of his eyes, the eyes that allowed him to have his hands on the world of Marvel. Sure enough, a few seconds later she felt a bump where the greenery had been blocked and the wigwam opened. Jiang Mansion was huge, and the entire banquet was held on the first and second floors of the main hall, but shuttling from place to place during the period, there were inevitably places where the air conditioner couldn't blow. Xin Xingxing was just pushed out of the store by the two of them. Looking at the azure sky above her head, the Loki luxurious Shin Mansion carriage stopped in front of the door. Because these restaurants are backed by some big families, they are also able to successfully find the owners to get their debts back. Moreover, Ing Zidao's words also made the Night Lord certain that something had indeed happened to Linhai 13, and it was a big deal. Although Nyoda had something to say, he ended up holding it in. It couldn't be helped that the other party was a big shot from the court. The demons and ghosts instantly locked onto the only foreigner, and a pair of crimson oozing eyes stared at Mu Yan in unison. The man also realized that he had said the wrong thing under these gazes, so he covered his mouth with both hands and looked around. The delicate face was swollen red due to the owner's emotional ups and downs, just like a ripe and full apple, tantalizing to the extreme, making people want to rush up and sip on it. Then, the two of them saw that the island was cracking apart, and a heavenly thunderbolt struck the island heavily, and then, the entire island exploded. She didn't rush into the house either, standing quietly in the yard looking out the window, enjoying a different kind of coziness in her heart. Mr. Sun first reported Lu Jinjin's matter to his leader, and then called O Ting. The saint was both surprised and happy, allowed him to build roads, only not allowed to encroach on the official road. Huan Ling and Song went on this thank you. From then on will bring people try to pave the railroad, day after day, and then no very fresh news. The palace outside the court also gradually no longer tightly focused on this matter. Chapter 108, 5. $59 million. You've made a fortune. On this day, Wen Ming didn't just put Rebecca completely at ease, but also had an in-depth conversation with Laura, flaming red-lipped adventurer who has a heightened interest in the various universes after experiencing the world of Resident Evil, and she even wants to visit the world of Dragon Ball to meet the extinct dinosaurs. You know, the world of Dragon Ball has all sorts of weird animals, many of which are giganticized and can even resemble a human being. On this day, Wen Ming didn't just put Rebecca completely at ease, but also had an in-depth conversation with Laura, flaming red-lipped adventurer who has a heightened interest in the various universes after her experience in the world of Resident Evil, and she even wants to visit the world of Dragon Ball to meet the extinct dinosaurs. You know, the world of Dragon Ball has all sorts of weird animals, many of which are giganticized and can even resemble a human being. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Chen had helped with the last few paranormal incidents, the two of them would have been dead long ago as well. He himself was originally an assassination lineage powerhouse, proficient in assassination throughout his life, and he was quite confident in his own concealment methods. Evening Mountain Yao. It wasn't the same as the clothes she wanted to make, but they made them, and they should be made to suit her needs. On the one hand, His Majesty's calculation of Wan Yanliang's mentality is too accurate. Wan Yanliang's every step is in His Majesty's calculation, although Guanling only has 500 men, but these 500 men face Wan Yanliang's army surprisingly able to retreat in one piece. Sul originally wanted to put the blame on Yawu, but Tiger Mimi's attention was focused on the word no. Your Majesty, the Jin people have retreated. I will drink a toast to you on behalf of the people of the world. Jin Hui's reaction was not slow, and he quickly took over the conversation. Noticing that Li Zhaoshan's eyes flashed a touch of red and his expression looked rather bizarre, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched twice. In Mo Yan's hand, a jade box appeared, with 5 clean white fruits arranged flush inside, exactly the same as the fruit that Fan Jiang had gotten from exterminating Jin Tai. Because of the presumption that this is a giant skull, we feel a strong oppression, a vestigial sense of arriving at the abyss. Li Hongqi, that is really the first time to contact this proposition. What is the admiration of the great uncle? NPC Zhino can be really much. As Yi Hongyang hurriedly arrived, Inger looked at Yi Hongyang with eyes full of reassurance and adoration. And it looks like now Bai Yu Xian's appearance is only in breath but not out of breath. It looks like it will not live long. Regardless of Tian Jiaji's face, look at how comfortable in their own home. Afraid that the heart is still concerned about this matter of marriage. Otherwise, it does not make sense to give yourself a daily water wash thing. But his 2 sons were busy people, who would have time to listen to his nagging, and he also felt that a big man nagging was detrimental to his image. Sunner Lazy said, this piece, can let me eat this loss. Really no. Also do not think about your second brother. What origin? Li Hongqi can't help but question the vision of Tian Yi and the Gao family's old couple. How did they find such a lack of vision for their own business? Now she was like the flower that everyone envied, blooming most vigorously and fully, at the top of the root and leaf, the lucky one of destiny. Gu Xiaoxiao took away Liang Biki, and as the 2 of them left, Gu Xiaoxiao looked back at Su Yunzhou and gave him a wink. Remember to thank me when you get back. After his scrying immortal arts had spotted a gully starting to appear low in the center of the lake, a gully that was neat, like it was thought to have been cut out, Meng Ying, having been tricked by He Dangue, grumbled and once again took up her position, ready to give her another lecture. He Dangue hurriedly had Lu Sui set out bowls and chopsticks, served a bowl of steaming soup dumplings, and invited Meng Ying to come and eat, while she herself sat down in front of the dressing table and asked Lu Sui to give her another sharp bun. Yun Shuiyang thought Jin Qian was going to dilly-dally, but she didn't know that he actually picked her up in the next second, striding out of the elevator and placing her on the passenger seat of his car. Even the furious and abnormal bald head also chilled down. His body was chilled. One shot even hit out through the skin. To fight with such a monster? It's more like getting killed. Howard, have you received any news? Elder Jiang asked as he looked at his most mature and stable eldest son. Chapter 109, Wanjie Mansion worth $880 million. Take it. See Queen. See what information the other side wants to check. Okay, boss. The Sea Queen's voice fell silent, when Ming instructed Perkins to guard the 3 men, then quickly walked towards the engine room on the 2nd basement level. Hunter and a security guard were on duty here, and when they saw Wen Ming arrive, they quickly stood up. Boss, you guys go outside and keep watch. Wen Ming barked at them and walked straight to the mainframe. It's just that nay, he's not a knight in this game, and if he were, the sword of justice would fall directly on 8. The whole office was so stylish that if he hadn't seen the old man, he would have suspected that it was a fashionable young man who was using it. Zhang Fei smiled faintly and lightly pulled the topic back, not talking about anything other than with his condition. Zhang Fei didn't pay attention to the middle-aged leader, but stepped towards the operating room and closed the operating room door with his foot. It's my duty. Zhang Tian responded respectfully. They are from the Inchuan Zhang family. Now Zhang Yimou is in charge of the dynasty. If they can ascend to the top in the future, they will be the credit of the dragon. This is a matter of honor and glory, and loss and loss. Shrimp back crab legs poor pulling the car. I do not know because I did not eat dinner, or because just scared to unload the breath. Yu Qingya just ran a dozen steps. Feel the car is getting heavier and heavier. In fact, these Huns really just all went back, and then they wouldn't dare to come and attack the Chang people. They would just go and harass the Wei border. Han Wanshan was having a hard time at the moment. He found that his brain was a slurry, and he wanted to discern something to come, but he didn't have any thoughts at all. No need to bother. Came to tell you that the high-end battle force is settled. At most 3 days. We don't have to be afraid of the soul saint beside your big sister. Zhang Ling sat down and said somewhat happily. Although it is said that the market share of Baijiupan in Dongjiang City has reached about 35%, it does not mean that the market share of Dongjiang City, the same can account for 35% of the total sales share of Baijiupan. My Jieqi's words are very short. Wu Di put in the phone and ran up the stairs without looking back. As soon as he entered the door of the general manager's assistant, Wu Di found that my Jieqi stood in front of the window, her hands clasped tightly in the hug in front of her chest. Her face showed the color of indignation. Wu Di knew that there is something to make her unhappy. Things happened. Yan Xing nodded. Li Hui never do lose money's business. This no. Also do not know what he acts? She didn't know martial arts. Even if she was lightly hit by the white crow, she would still end up with serious injuries. At this moment, not only these spectators on the stands, but even the cultivators within the arena had stopped and looked towards Master Lu's location after refining the spirit herbs at hand. Of course not. I came here to look for the Blade of Life, but seeing you and Yang Qingshan here, I thought forget it. Forget it. The Sixth Harmony realist laughed bitterly. It's too tragic, and no matter who got this place, they will definitely not allow me to bury Master's ashes here, Chen Jiai said in a deep voice, taking out the slate-like map and walking into the light screen against it. She kept hugging Hu Lai, one hand pressed tightly on the wound on his head, face pressed against his forehead, sobbing lowly. How could there be no dark circles under her eyes? Every night could not sleep peacefully, tossing and turning to the shadow of this man, tossing and turning to the shadow of that night in the plum garden when the two of them almost frankly saw each other. We'll just call a car and go there, or don't bother. The butler was very polite and was thinking of us all the way there. Zhang Feng was mesmerized as he watched until the sun hung high above his head and Auntie Ling's side shouted for dinner, and only then did Zhang Feng raise his head. Xin Botan's position is above the opposite side. The eldest young master instantly uncomfortable, coughed twice and climbed down, took a cup of water and went out. Chapter 110, The Three Masters' Treasure. This morning, the entire dining area of the Flatiron Hotel, chefs and waiters, roomies and jerk-offs alike, were all excitedly discussing one thing. Wen Ming, the owner of the Flatiron Hotel, has just picked up the $880 million Wanjie building. In everyone's eyes, it's like a snake swallowing an elephant. The Flatiron Hotel is nothing more than a small 16-story building with a mere 256 rooms, and the Wanjie building is 100 meters high. Roar! The deafening screams of the saber-toothed tiger came from his ears. Dear Yu struggled to control himself from falling off the saber-toothed tiger, and the dagger in his hand kept stabbing towards the saber-toothed tiger. The first was the footsteps of the 7 stars, which was indeed powerful. Secondly, after ascending into a demon, one can exude demonic power, and after the demonic power is hammered into a liquid, one would think that the power would increase exponentially. However, all monarchs in the past, without exception, had to determine the existence of the corvée at the very beginning of the establishment of a dynasty, only to see a shadow suddenly appear behind Yun Fan, that same turtle, somewhat blurred, but the aura emanating from it was extremely tyrannical, as if it was an overlord that had walked out of the flood era. In front of the carriage, Zhang's brow was slightly furrowed, a little displeased with the brutality of the officers and soldiers, but she knew that their family relied on these officers and soldiers to be able to enter the city now, so she could not say anything despite her displeasure. Above the mountains hung a huge dark cloud. Wind swept and thunder could be seen flashing from time to time. Zhu Xiu seems to be really hunted all the way, and did not immediately care about Zhu Zhanji's inquiry, picked up the chopsticks and ruthlessly stuffed 2 mouthfuls of vegetables, and then picked up a chicken leg, and waited until he had gnawed the chicken leg cleanly, and burped a flood of loud hiccups, before putting down the chopsticks and holding the teacup to drink a cup of tea. There was banging in the kitchen and no more talking except for the sound of the chopping board. Wu Zixuan's cold sweat instantly came down. He awkwardly rubbed his big neck, originally wanted to ease the embarrassment, but did not expect, rubbed out the chafing. Countless Taoist gossips within the eyes, all delayed behind, may be the enemy. Medicinal food like stature. Zioyo. The reason why he couldn't see clearly was because the surface of the room had been arranged with magic spell formations, and although it seemed that Carabao didn't have any hostile intentions now, no one dared to guarantee what kind of repercussions would be caused by the leakage of an important item of such a magnitude as the magic eye of life. Facing the reaction of the 7 knights didn't have any worries as he continued to touch towards the location of that stone shield without any hesitation. Stepping through the door of the private residence, the first thing you see is an outer room filled with closets and wooden mannequins. With regard to Tanai Nakaruru's self-centeredness or big-hearted personality, Sonoda Win didn't care too much about it because among the people he knew, Takasaka Sonoko and Miyazono Kaoru belonged to this category, and after becoming familiar with them, Sonoda Wind, who possessed such a personality in a mindless state, could easily accept them. Dao Tire is a special kind of wonders, need to be extremely harsh environment in order to be able to nurture the special wonders. This kind of wonders is as one of the best materials for the split, but also the spirit of the living spirit to take over. The formation of a new physical body is one of the best wonders. Suddenly, the door of the stone house was directly pushed open, followed by a man in a golden robe walking in. Hi Rafa. Without waiting for Victor to recognize which of his uncles this really was, his own mother beside him was already excitedly dragging her suitcase and running towards the man who was looking at him and his mother with a smile on his face. As Abe Harawaki's subordinate, he naturally knew the importance of 7 Knights Tatsuyan to Abe Harawaki, so even the tone of his speech became incomparably gentle, with no hint of the stance of being a spell search officer in it. Facing such a person, Merlin was absolutely not afraid. His strength was enough to be compared to a tidal wizard, and even in a wheel battle, There was absolutely no reason to lose.